In the Awakening Hall, I was declared to have an F-grade talent as a guide, news that exploded like a bomb, instantly shaking the entire venue. Mockery rained down like a torrent, and my arch-rival, the A-grade flame controller, roared with laughter, turning me into a laughingstock before everyone's eyes. My childhood sweetheart, an S-class Frostblade Sword Saint Awakener, also cast a disappointed gaze upon me. In the endless darkness, I waited for the activation of the God-tier guide system and learned of my mutated talent. And now, with the forced trial dungeon right before my eyes, I shall make them pay. F-rank talent, guide. The icy verdict, amplified by the magic stone, rang clearly in the ears of everyone in the Awakening Hall. The mentor's wrinkled old face was filled with disbelief and a trace of pity, as if pronouncing my social death. Just a second ago, the hall had been buzzing with excitement as Bai Qiushui, the pride of heaven, awakened her S-grade talent, Frostblade Saint. But now, thousands of gazes, like searchlights, were all focused on my frail figure standing at the center of the high platform. The stillness lasted only a second before someone burst out laughing, soon followed by a wave of ridicule and chatter. Pathfinder? What kind of talent is that? A professional tour guide for dungeons? Isn't this just a living map? This is hilarious. F rank. In my 30 years of life, I've never seen a lower talent rating than this. I thought being hailed as one of the twin jewels of Jianqing alongside Bai Qiushui would awaken some earth-shattering talent, but this is it? Trash among trash. Those words felt like poison-dipped steel needles, piercing my nerves. Standing by the detection crystal that once shone brilliantly, now it only emitted a faint gray light that might flicker out at any moment, illuminating my pallid face. I instinctively clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms, trying to use the pain to resist the humiliation. Just then, an arrogant voice boomed, "And here I thought you were somebody. Turns out you're just a worthless guide for others." The crowd parted, and there strode out Chen Feng, dressed in lavish robes, his entire body wreathed in faint fiery energy, an A-class flame controller, an awakened one, and my arch-rival at the academy. He stepped right up to me, his face full of scorn and satisfaction, and roared, "Listen up, you worthless scum. Next time you see me in the dungeon, remember to kneel down and lick the map clean for me. Otherwise, I'll burn you every time I see you." His words sparked raucous laughter throughout the hall. The faction representatives who once greeted me with smiles now looked at me with nothing but disdain and schadenfreude in their eyes. I ignored Chen Feng, my gaze cutting through the mocking crowd to land on Bai Qiushui standing at the center of the light. She still shone brilliantly, the phantom image of an ice crystal phoenix faintly visible behind her, like a goddess of ice and snow. How I wished to see a trace of encouragement or comfort on her face. Our gazes met, and in her eyes I saw shock, regret, and profound disappointment. At that moment, an elderly man in embroidered robes quickly approached Bai Qiushui and whispered a few words in her ear. I couldn't see the old man's expression, but I noticed Bai Qiushui's eyes rapidly cooling over, transforming into the frozen surface of a lake. She silently took half a step back, that single step cutting between us like a sharp sword, creating an impassable chasm. Childhood sweethearts no more, our bond was severed then and there. At that moment, it felt as though my heart was being squeezed and crushed without mercy. The surrounding jeers, Chen Feng's taunts, and the mentor's sighs all grew distant and blurred. All I could see was Bai Qiushui's figure distancing itself from me, and that icy gaze. Dejected and lost, I stepped down from the platform, passing through wave after wave of mocking, pitying, and gleeful stares. Behind me shone Bai Qiushui's radiant brilliance, while ahead lay only my endless darkness. I returned to that tiny room, locked the door behind me, and smashed my fist hard against the wall. The wallpaper cracked, dust fell, my knuckles were mangled and bloody, and the dripping blood splattered on the floor in crimson blooms. Yet the pain in my hand was nothing compared to the torment in my heart. Why? Why an F grade? Why is it such a useless talent as a guide? 18 years of effort and hope, only to end in such a ridiculous outcome. I was utterly defeated, completely consumed by despair. At that very moment, my vision suddenly blurred, and a faint blue glow appeared, coalescing into illusory lines of text. Host's mental fluctuations detected reaching critical levels, activating conditions met. Supreme Guide System activating. Activation progress, 1%, 10%, 50%. I froze instantly, those haunting blue words hovering in my field of vision, so clear it couldn't possibly be an illusion. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, but it remained there, faintly shimmering. Am I crazy? I laughed at myself mockingly. F rank is just F rank. Even hallucinations aren't reliable. What Supreme God System? Sounds like some dime store novel plot. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and Mother Xiao Huiyun carefully peeked in, her face filled with worry. She saw the blood on my hands and was heartbroken, quickly coming over to take hold of my hand. "Oh child, how did you hurt your hand like this?" Her father, Xiao Guoqiang, also followed inside, his weather-beaten face filled with guilt. He opened his mouth but ended up just sighing. Ran, it's Dad's fault for not being able to provide you with a better cultivation environment. Dad. I suddenly looked up. This has nothing to do with you. An F grade doesn't matter either. My mother gently stroked my hand, her voice choked with emotion. As long as you're safe and healthy, nothing else matters. Mom doesn't expect you to become some great hero. Your safety and well-being are her greatest wish. My nose tingled with sourness. For 18 years, my parents had toiled tirelessly to raise me, never once imposing pressure on me. Even now, they're still thinking about comforting me, rather than complaining about life's unfairness. Bro! The door burst open again, and Xiaoyu, the little sister with her ponytail bouncing, rushed in excitedly. At 15, she was at that innocent and lively age, swinging her small fists fiercely as she said with adorable aggression, "Those who mock you are all jerks. When I awaken my powers, I'll beat them all away." Yeah, bro, you'll always be the best big brother to me. The little girl blinked her bright, big eyes and said earnestly, "No matter what others say, in my heart, you are the best." At that moment, my icy heart was enveloped in warmth. The warmth of family made me feel the meaning of life once again. No matter how cold and cruel the outside world is, in this small home, I am still loved. After my family left, I forced myself to calm down. I used to be the top student in my grade, with exceptional logical thinking. I couldn't let myself sink like this. I carefully reviewed the events of today, awakening an F-grade talent, being mocked by the whole school, by Qiu Shui distancing herself, and Chen Feng humiliating me. All these were undeniable facts. But when I looked at my palm, those faint blue characters were still there, and the progress bar had unexpectedly jumped from 1% to 99%. 99%? My heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This wasn't an illusion. From 1% to 99% was a continuous process, indicating the system was activating. I stared fixedly at those words, breathing rapidly. Then immediately, activation progress, 100%. Divine guide system successfully activated. A gentle radiance blossomed from my eyes, sweeping across the entire room. The light wasn't dazzling, yet it transformed the entire world. I was astonished to discover that the world before me had become entirely different. Words appear on the desk: birchwood desk, age, 5 years, condition, slightware, can be dismantled into wood ×3. The bedside lamp and the trash bin in the corner are all labeled in detail. A gentle and playful girlish voice rings in my mind, ding. System notification: the F-grade talent Pathfinder is a disguised form of the divine grade unique talent Universal Information Analysis. Core Ability 1, True Eye activated. The host can now view the basic information of all things. My talent isn't worthless? I instantly realized that my talent had undergone an unknown divine level mutation, and the guide was merely a disguise. I was trembling with excitement as I walked to the window and saw the orange cat downstairs, detailed information floating above its head. I hurried downstairs and spotted old man Wang in the community garden. A well-known chess master in the neighborhood, usually kind and approachable. But in my eye of truth, the information above his head left me stunned. Name, Wang Defa, age, 68, identity, retired worker, hidden identity, former member of the logistics department of Dragon Shield Agency, confidentiality level, B, health status, good, mood, calm, hidden mission, searching for a lost military medal, reward, unknown. Dragon Shield Bureau? I almost exclaimed aloud. An ordinary elderly man turned out to be a member of the Dragon Shield Bureau, with a hidden mission. This means I can see clues that others can't. Xiāo Ran, why aren't you asleep at such a late hour? Grandpa Wang noticed me and kindly waved. Hello, Grandpa Wang. I tried to stay calm, saying I came out for some fresh air. I heard you awakened today? Grandpa Wang asked with concern. How are you feeling? F class. Guide. I replied with a bitter smile. A guide, huh? Old Wang nodded. Though not a high-tier talent, it's quite useful in dungeons. Coming back alive is what matters most. At this point, Uncle Wang's eyes flashed with a complex emotion. When I was young, I also participated in dungeon raids and saw too many naturally gifted young people who never made it back alive. Talent isn't everything, kid. My heart stirred. If I could complete Uncle Wang's hidden quest, there might be precious rewards waiting. But now isn't the time. I need to get familiar with my abilities first. Grandpa Wang is right. I nodded. I will work hard. Returning to my room, I closed the door, feeling calm. Information is power. I gained the ability to see through all information. Whether it's S-tier geniuses or A-tier heirs, in the face of information asymmetry, they will all become stepping stones for me. Thinking of Bai Qiushui's disappointment and Chen Feng's ridicule, the corners of my mouth curled into a cold smirk. Let them keep laughing. Soon, they won't be able to laugh anymore. At that moment, the system notification sounded. There was new system information, and even more powerful abilities awaited my unlock. At that moment, the neural terminal buzzed urgently with an emergency notice from Jiangcheng Advanced College. All newly awakened individuals were required to participate in the mandatory rookie trial dungeon Zombie Siege within 3 days. The dungeon was rated E-class, with a medium danger coefficient, a 12% mortality rate, and operated under team collaboration mode. 12% mortality rate. I took a deep breath, but my eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a crisis, but it's also my first chance to prove my abilities. In this dungeon, I'm going to show everyone what it truly means to be a trailblazer. As I stepped into the square where dungeon teams gathered, the previously bustling noise instantly died down. Hundreds of eyes simultaneously locked onto me, filled with curiosity, mockery, pity, and schadenfreude. Look, that F-ranked trash is here. After crying so pathetically yesterday, you still dare to show up today? Probably had no choice but to comply, since participation was mandatory. The surrounding whispers kept creeping into my ears, yet I paid them no mind, walking forward with calm composure. At the center of the square, teams were being formed amid bustling excitement. Class-A genius Chen Feng was surrounded by a large crowd, with people vying to recommend themselves to him. The B and C level newcomers have all found their places one after another, and even the weak D level ones have been taken in by someone. While I, standing here, have not a single soul within a 3-meter radius, as if surrounded by some kind of plague. Well, if it isn't our illustrious Pathfinder Master? Chen Feng swaggered over with his entourage, looking down at me with a malicious grin on his face. What's the matter? No one wants you? Want to join my team and specialize in scouting paths and stepping on traps then? Not like an F rank has any other uses anyway. His lackeys burst into laughter, chiming in with agreement. Bro Feng's right, let him walk in front first. If there are any traps, perfect chance to use him as bait. The lives of F rankers are worthless, no one would feel heartbroken if they died. Maybe some gear will drop from their deaths too, haha. I merely glanced calmly at Chen Feng, activating True Sight to take in all his information. With a slight curl of my lips, I ignored him outright and walked toward the dungeon entrance. What do you mean? I'm talking to you. Chen Feng's face flushed with anger, flames dancing in his hand. At that moment, commotion arose from the other side of the square. Bai Qiushui had arrived. My god, she's so beautiful. An S-ranked genius is indeed different, even walking with an air of grace. Bai Qiushui appeared with a lavishly equipped team, accompanied by 2 A-ranked geniuses, 3 B-ranked experts, and a girl who had awakened a special supportive talent. Her gaze swept across the square, and when she saw me, a flicker of reluctance and guilt flashed in her eyes. Once childhood sweethearts, now like strangers passing by, my heart remained unperturbed as I calmly noted down her data. Everyone crowded around the introductory stone tablet, checking the dungeon's details and debating how to compete for kills and farm points. Meanwhile, I stood at a distance. With my true sight, I spotted tiny golden words concealed beneath the tablet, hidden hints invisible to others. My heart raced as I realized the dungeon's true key lay in completing a hidden quest chain, not in slaughtering zombies for points. The so-called geniuses were still fighting over a few zombies like fools in my eyes. As the dungeon prepared to open, the instructor reminded everyone of the mortality rate, thickening the air with tension. Many newcomers looked pale, gripping their weapons tightly. After the dungeon portal opened, the crowd surged in like a tide, all rushing toward the commercial street. Only I went against the flow, turning into a secluded alley. Deep in the alley, I heard sobbing and followed the sound to find Granny Lee. She huddled in the stairwell, clutching a tattered photo frame, silently weeping. Young man, are you a new adventurer? My granddaughter Xiaoya, her photo is missing. That was my only keepsake, Granny Lee said in a trembling voice. After asking where the photo was lost, I promised to help her find it. Just then, the mocking laughter of Chen Feng's team came. Look, that loser is actually chatting with an NPC. Haha, F rank is indeed different, still playing the nice guy in the dungeon. Let's see if he's still here crying after we come back from grinding levels later. I paid no attention and kept searching for the photos, quickly finding them behind the trash can. Granny Lee took the photos with tears streaming down her face and handed me a pair of insulated gloves. In the distance, the sounds of intense combat came from the commercial street. Those prodigies had no idea the real game had only just begun. Chapter 4, F-Class? Doing odd jobs should be fine, right? Xiāo Ran gripped the ordinary feeling, insulated gloves, his mind as clear as a mirror. Tears are a signal for help. Light is the key to dispel darkness. The old woman's sobs were the first signal. He'd already addressed that. But what of the light and the key? In this zombie-infested town where the power grid had long collapsed, where could light possibly be found? The only light left likely came from emergency lights or street lamps still glowing on backup power. Xiāo Ran stuffed the gloves into his pocket and turned to leave the dim stairwell. He didn't rush to the commercial district. It was surely chaos there now, with Chen Feng, Bai Qiushui, and the others fighting tooth and nail over a few zombie points. Those points meant nothing to him. An SSS grade evaluation, that was what he truly desired. He looked up, surveying the alleyway. The streetlights here had long since gone out, but at the entrance connecting to the main road, one lamp still emitted a faint yellow glow, standing out starkly in the gloom. Old-style streetlight, status, power abnormal backup power, structural stability, 85%, special interaction, can be destroyed by powerful attacks. That's the one. Xiāo Ran strode toward the streetlight. His unusual actions quickly drew the attention of nearby teams. Most teams had rushed toward the commercial district, but a few weaker groups, hesitant to compete for monsters in the central area, chose to roam the outskirts hoping to pick up stragglers. Hey, look! Isn't that F-rank Xiāo Ran over there? He's not going to kill zombies. What's he doing walking toward that streetlight? Did he get scared out of his wits and want to find a brighter spot to wait for death? Who knows? Don't waste your brain trying to figure out a loser's thoughts. The group whispered among themselves, their words dripping with schadenfreude. Xiāo Ran ignored their chatter. He walked to the lamppost, glanced up at the height of the bulb, then picked up a broken brick from the ground. This action left the others even more bewildered. What's he doing with that brick? He's not planning to smash the streetlight, is he? He's crazy, absolutely crazy. Does smashing a streetlight drop gear? This isn't a video game. Ha ha, an F-rank awakener, his brain really isn't working right. Amidst their jeers, Xiāo Ran's arm suddenly tensed. The brick in his hand whistled through the air, crashing violently into the lampshade. Crash! A sharp crack echoed as the glass shattered, scattering shards across the pavement. Yet the bulb remained lit. Xiāo Ran frowned. One hit clearly wasn't enough. He picked up another brick. This time, he aimed for the electrical socket connecting the bulb. Thud! Another dull thud echoed as the brick struck its target with precision. Sizzle! A burst of sparks flew, and the streetlight went completely dark. Then, something unexpected fell out of the shattered socket. Clink! A set of metal keys clattered to the ground, making a crisp sound. Electrician's keyring, special item. Imbued with faint source energy, it appears capable of unlocking a significant room. Note, he always complained the basement door lock was too old. Got it! Xiāo Ran's heart leapt with joy as he stepped forward and bent down to pick up the keys. Light is the key that dispels darkness, so the riddle was a double entendre. Only by extinguishing the source of light could one obtain the true key. The surrounding spectators were now utterly dumbfounded. Did I see that right? Smashing the streetlight actually made something drop? What is that? A set of keys? Could it be a hidden item? You've got to be kidding. How is that even possible? The official guide never mentioned anything like this. A bold boy couldn't resist rushing forward. Mimicking Xiāo Ran's actions, he swung a brick hard at another intact streetlight beside him. Thud! The lampshade shattered. Then, nothing happened. Undeterred, he smashed it a second time, then a third. Sizzle! The streetlight went out, but aside from glass shards, nothing else appeared on the ground. What's going on? Why isn't mine dropping anything? The boy looked utterly bewildered. The people nearby finally caught on. You idiot! Do you think hidden items just pop out when you smash things? There must be some special prerequisite. That guy Xiāo Ran, didn't he go meet someone earlier? I remember now. He was talking to an old woman NPC earlier. Could it be that F-rank talent, guide, actually has some special function? In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Xiāo Ran shifted. From initial mockery and pity, it shifted to astonishment and a hint of greed. If even an F-rank loser could find a hidden item, then surely they D-rank and C-rank geniuses could do even better? Immediately, some began scheming, wanting to cozy up to Xiāo Ran or even resort to outright force to seize it. But before they could act, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the commercial district. Boom! A massive fireball shot skyward, accompanied by the howls of zombies and the screams of humans. It's Chun Feng. He used exploding fireball. Fighting broke out over there. Let's go check it out. The boss is being fought over. Forget this useless guy, let's go. The massive commotion instantly drew everyone's attention. These fringe teams abandoned Xiāo Ran, rushing toward the commercial district in fear of arriving too late and getting nothing. The world fell silent once more. Xiāo Ran weighed the keys in his hand, glanced toward the commercial district, and let out a wry smile. Bunch of idiots. The real boss wasn't there. Guided by the prompt from True Sight, he headed toward an unremarkable residential building. It was an old 6-story building, its walls badly peeling, the stairwells piled high with junk. Residential building number 2, year built, 28, status, abandoned, special note, the occupant of Unit 3, room 402 appears to be a crucial figure. Xiāo Ran entered Unit 3. The hallway was dimly lit, the air thick with a musty, decaying stench. He climbed the stairs step by step, keeping his footsteps light. Through the lens of the eye of truth, everything around him was rendered as data. Rotten wooden handrail, danger level, low, may break if excessive force is applied. Scattered newspapers, content, North City power plant equipment aging, urgent repairs needed. Scratches on the wall, origin, zombie claws, duration, approximately 12 hours ago. Information. Information everywhere. What others deemed worthless trash, Xiāo Ran saw as fragments piecing together the truth. He soon reached the door of room 402. The door was an old-fashioned security door, covered in claw marks. The lock had been broken, leaving it ajar. Xiāo Ran didn't push it open immediately. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door and listened intently. Inside, it was dead silent. But through his eye of truth, he clearly saw the information behind the door. A bloodstained doorknob bearing traces of 2 distinct blood samples, along with faint arc energy. Arc energy? Xiāo Ran instantly grew alert. He slowly pushed the door open. No zombies lay in ambush behind it. It was an ordinary room, a 2-bedroom apartment layout with dust-covered furniture and dried bloodstains on the floor. A middle-aged man in blue overalls sat hunched in the living room corner, his back to the doorway, tinkering with what appeared to be a generator. He seemed unaware of Xiāo Ran's arrival, remaining fully absorbed in his task. NPC, Master Wang, electrician, age, 45, status, anxious, despairing, affinity, 20 wary, hidden quest? Negative affinity? Xiāo Ran's heart skipped a beat. This didn't bode well. He cleared his throat and tentatively asked, "Excuse me, are you Master Wang?" The figure froze abruptly. The next second, he whipped around like lightning. Xiāo Ran finally got a clear look at his face, a face smeared with blood and grease, eyes bloodshot, filled with madness and alertness. Even more terrifying, he clutched two stripped electrical wires in his hands. The other ends were connected to the generator, now flickering with dangerous sparks. Who the hell are you? Master Wang's voice was hoarse and filled with hostility. Did they send you to kill me? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he lunged violently at Xiāo Ran, the wires in his hands thrusting straight toward Xiāo Ran's heart. Such a sudden attack would have caught any rookie completely off guard. But from the moment Xiāo Ran saw the arc energy prompt, he'd been on guard. He leapt backward almost instinctively, simultaneously pulling the photograph from his pocket. Wait! I was sent by Grandma Li, he shouted, holding the photo aloft. I found Xiao Yao's picture. The instant Master Wang saw the photo, his charging body froze in place as if struck by a spell. The wire in his hand was less than 10 centimeters from Xiāo Ran's chest. The crackling electricity felt like the scythe of death. Master Wang's bloodshot eyes fixed on the photograph, and cloudy tears welled up instantly. Xiao Ya! My Xiao Ya! He dropped the wire, his hand trembling as he reached out to touch the photograph. Yet, as if afraid of soiling it, he hesitated, unable to bring himself to approach. Xiāo Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had made the right bet. This Master Wang was the father of the little girl in the photograph. Chapter 5: Activating the Underground Power Plant. Master Wang's emotions fluctuated wildly. Staring at the photo, he alternated between tears and smiles, murmuring his daughter's name over and over. Xiao Ya, Daddy's so sorry. Daddy failed to protect you. Like a madman, he muttered to himself for a long time before slowly calming down. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes meeting Xiao Ran's. The madness and wariness in his gaze faded considerably, replaced by profound sorrow and a hint of gratitude. Thank you, young man. Thank you for finding Xiao Ya's only photo. Ding. NPC Master Electrician Wang affinity increased to 30 friendly. Xiao Ran felt reassured. It seemed this first step had been taken correctly. He handed over the photo. This is what Grandma Li asked me to give you. She said you might need it. Master Wang took the photo carefully, brushing off the dust with a relatively clean corner of his shirt before clutching it tightly to his chest as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. My mother, she's still alive? Master Wang's voice trembled with a glimmer of hope. Yes, she's in the stairwell of that building nearby. She's safe, Xiao Ran replied. Master Wang nodded, the sorrow in his eyes slightly softened. He studied Xiao Ran again and asked, You're a new recruit from the academy, right? All those guys went to the commercial district to grab points. Why'd you come to this godforsaken place? Xiao Ran didn't answer directly. Instead, he countered, Master Wang, isn't something off about the zombies in this town? Master Wang's expression changed instantly as he eyed Xiao Ran warily. What do you mean? Earlier outside, I noticed some zombies seemed to carry a faint electrical current, Xiao Ran stated calmly, describing the details observed through his eye of truth. Moreover, their movement patterns are highly regular. They seem to be deliberately or unintentionally avoiding certain areas like this very building you're in. This information was something other survivors would never have noticed. All they saw were the health bars above the zombies' heads and the points they could earn from their skulls. But Xiao Ran was different. He saw the underlying logic of the entire dungeon. Master Wang's astonishment deepened. He stared intently at Xiao Ran, as if trying to read his very soul. How do you know all this? Not only do I know this, Xiao Ran's tone remained calm as he pulled the insulated gloves from his pocket and placed them on the table before Master Wang. I also know the key to solving all this involves electricity. When Master Wang saw those insulated gloves, his pupils suddenly contracted. He knew these gloves all too well. They were the specialized gloves he used to handle high voltage lines during his previous work. He snapped his head up, staring at the calm-faced youth before him, his mind churning with shock. This young man was no ordinary person. He hadn't stumbled upon this place by accident, he'd come prepared. It seemed like he knew everything. Who exactly are you? Master Wang's voice carried a hint of awe. A guide, Xiao Ran replied calmly. A guide who can lead you out of this predicament. Master Wang fell silent. He looked down at his daughter's photo, then at the insulated gloves on the table. Finally, as if making a decision, he let out a long sigh. You're right. The zombies in this town are definitely not normal. He pulled out a chair beside him, gesturing for Xiao Ran to sit, then began to reveal the truth. All of this is connected to where I work, the underground power station north of town. It was just an ordinary power plant supplying electricity to the town, but half a month ago, an energy storm swept through here, causing a terrifying mutation in the plant's core. The mutated core began emitting a peculiar electromagnetic pulse. This pulse not only reanimated the dead as zombies but also made them more ferocious. Worse still, it granted them the ability to manipulate weak electrical currents. Fear crept across Master Wang's face. I tried to shut off the main switch, but it was too late. The entire underground power station was overrun by infected co-workers. They'd transformed into even more terrifying monsters, guarding that mutated core. I barely managed to escape. Now, that mutated core keeps releasing pulses, infecting a wider area. Soon, the entire town will be swallowed whole. Those fools slaughtering zombies on the commercial street have no idea the more they kill, the more they stimulate the core to release stronger pulses, creating even more zombies. Xiāo Ran listened quietly. Everything matched the conclusions he'd deduced from the information fragments gathered with his eye of truth. So the only solution is to enter the underground power station and shut down that mutated core, Xiāo Ran interjected. Right. Master Wang slapped his thigh excitedly. But the power plant's doors are secured with special electromagnetic locks that require a specific key to open. Plus, the place is crawling with high-voltage electric fences and rabid electro-zombies. Without specialized tools and guidance, going in is a death sentence. At this point, he turned to Xiāo Ran, his eyes brimming with expectation. Young man, if you could find the photo and the gloves, surely you have a way to open the power plant's doors too? Xiāo Ran smiled faintly and placed the set of keys that had fallen from the streetlight onto the table. You mean this? Master Wang nearly leapt from his chair upon seeing the keys. Yes. That's it. These are the power station's spare mechanical keys. Good heavens, you even found these. His entire expression toward Xiao changed. The youth before him could no longer be described as merely impressive, he seemed like an all-knowing prophet. Ding. NPC Master Electrician Wang affinity increased to 80 trust. Ding. All prerequisites met. Triggered ultimate hidden quest, repair the underground power station. Quest description, enter the underground power station north of the city and shut down the mutated power core. Rewards, SSS rank completion evaluation, unique item 1, special skill book 1, EXP 5000. The moment Xiāo Ran saw the mission rewards, his heart skipped a beat. SSS rank evaluation. Unique item. Special skill book. These rewards were so lavish they were almost suffocating. Completing this mission would catapult him to new heights, leaving Chen Feng and his so-called geniuses far behind. Young man, I need your help. Master Wang gripped Xiāo Ran's arm tightly, pleading, I can't shut down the core alone. I need someone to distract those monsters and protect me until I reach the main control room. In return, every usable tool and material in the power plant warehouse is yours. Plus, I know a completely safe shortcut that bypasses most of the zombies and leads straight to the power plant entrance. No problem. Xiāo Ran agreed without hesitation. This had been his plan all along. The instant he agreed, the entire instance space suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterward, a cold, emotionless system announcement echoed in every player's ears. Instance announcement, hidden map North City underground power plant has been activated. Warning, the dungeon's final boss, electromagnetic rampage Corpse King, has been activated. All players will be forcibly teleported to the boss area in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. This sudden announcement instantly sent the entire instance into an uproar. Commercial Street. Chen Feng had just unleashed a blast fireball, obliterating a small group of zombies before him. He was basking in the adulation of his henchmen. Brother Feng is awesome. That move just earned us at least 10 points. Forget by Qiushui, Brother Feng is clearly the top contender in this trial. A smug grin spread across Chen Feng's face as he prepared to respond, but then the cold, mechanical voice of the system announcement cut through the air. What? Hidden map? Final boss? The smile froze on Chen Feng's face. Forced teleportation? You've got to be kidding me. His henchman beside him panicked as well. What's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a regular E-rank instance? Electromagnetic Rampage Corpse King? The name alone sounds like trouble. On the other side, Bai Qiushui was leading her elite squad, methodically clearing out the zombies. Her swordplay was as sharp as ice and snow. Each strike sent a burst of frost flying, freezing the zombies in place before her teammates finished them off with ease. The efficiency was remarkable. When the announcement came, a look of genuine surprise flashed across her usually cool and composed face for the first time. The A-ranked prodigy beside her frowned. Underground power station? We never received any intel about this map. Forced teleportation. This is beyond an E-rank dungeon. The Academy's intel is flawed. Panic spread through every raider's heart. They came to grind points, to experience the thrill of crushing opponents, not to risk their lives. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation initiated. As the countdown ended, beams of white light descended from the sky, enveloping every surviving raider in the square, streets, and alleys. The next second, everyone vanished from their positions. Xiāo Ran, in room 402, was also enveloped by a beam of white light. In the final moment of the teleportation, he caught Master Wang flash him a trusting smile before pressing a worn blueprint into his hand. Internal structure diagram of North City Underground Power Plant Precision Edition, records all passages, rooms, mechanisms, and hidden secret passages. Chapter 6, everyone drawn in. The white light dissipated, and the pungent smells of rust and ozone instantly filled his nostrils. Xiāo Ran found himself in a vast, cavernous underground chamber. Above his head, crisscrossing metal pipes and exposed wires flickered with dangerous electrical sparks. Surrounding him were massive, cold machines humming with a deep, rumbling roar. The air was damp and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. This was the North City underground power plant. What the hell is this place? How did we end up here? Ah! My leg! Panicked screams and angry curses echoed all around. Hundreds of new recruits were randomly teleported like dumplings into every corner of this underground power station. Some unlucky souls landed directly on exposed wires, instantly charred to a crisp. Others plunged into sewage-filled tunnels, dragged down by lurking zombies before they could climb out. Chaos, panic, death. From this moment onward, the trial truly revealed its monstrous face. Xiāo Ran's luck held out. He landed on a relatively safe platform, with Master Wang appearing nearby. Quick! Follow me! Master Wang, clearly familiar with the surroundings, grabbed Xiāo Ran and swiftly ducked behind the shadow of a massive machine. The instant they hid, heavy footsteps echoed, growing louder as they approached. A patrol-like group of zombies passed right where they had been standing moments before. These zombies were entirely different from those on the ground. They were much taller, their skin an eerie purplish blue, with visible blue arcs of electricity dancing across their bodies. Electroshock Zombie Elite, Level 3, Attributes, Strength 25, Agility 15, Intelligence 5, Constitution 30. Skills, Electric Claws, Paralysis Bite. Weaknesses, Vulnerable to Insulated Attacks, Rear Brain Core. Level 3 Elite Monster. These stats were completely beyond what a Level 1 newbie could handle. An average Level 1 adventurer typically has Strength and Constitution stats hovering around 10 points. Facing such a monster would mean an instant kill. See? This is a monster deeply infected by the core, Master Wang said, still visibly shaken. They're numerous and patrol in packs. If we're spotted, we're done for. Xiāo Ran nodded, glancing at the detailed blueprint in his hand and comparing it to the surrounding environment. We're currently in the backup generator room of Sector B3. The shortest route to the main control room is through the ventilation duct ahead. Xiāo Ran swiftly pinpointed their location and the optimal path. Exactly. Master Wang gave him an approving look. The ventilation ducts are free of those monsters, but they're littered with abandoned electric grid traps. We must proceed with caution. Leave that to me, Xiāo Ran replied confidently. With his eye of truth, no trap could hide from him. Just as the two prepared to move, commotion erupted nearby. Shan Feng! You bastard! You brought us to this hellhole, you're responsible. What the hell is going on? Why did we suddenly get teleported? It was Qin Feng's team. They too had been teleported nearby. At that moment, Qin Feng's expression darkened to the extreme. Surveying the terrifying electro-zombies and sensing the oppressive energy fluctuations in the air, he felt genuine fear for the first time. Shut up, all of you, he barked, his voice trembling beneath a thin veneer of anger. This isn't my doing. It's the system's teleportation. Go yell at the system if you've got the guts. Brother Foam, what do we do now? One of his followers asked in a trembling voice. Those monsters look so powerful. We can't beat them. What's there to fear? Chen Feng forced himself to stay calm, igniting a ball of flame in his hand. They're just some higher-level zombies. Watch me burn them to ashes. With that, he hurled a fireball at a nearby patrol of electric zombies. The fireball struck one zombie squarely. Boom! The flames erupted, instantly engulfing the zombie in fire. But then something bizarre happened. The electric arcs surging through the zombie's body, far from weakening under the flame's assault, grew even more frenzied. Roar! It let out a roar unlike any human's, its body's electricity erupting violently into a blue web of electricity that instantly engulfed its nearby companions. Crackle! All the electrified zombies' eyes turned a terrifying blue, their speed and aggression instantly doubling. No! My flames triggered the electricity within them, making them go berserk. Chen Feng's face turned pale. You idiot, a knowledgeable C-rank elementalist in the group screamed. Electricity and fire cause an amplifying reaction here. You're essentially charging them up. I didn't know. Chen Feng was both shocked and furious. His rank talent, Fiery Mastery, was not only useless here, it had become a death sentence. Roar! The enraged horde of zombies locked onto them, surging forward like a tidal wave. Run! Terrified out of his wits, Chen Feng was the first to turn and flee, not giving a damn about the fate of his henchmen behind him. Brother Feng! Don't leave us behind! Ah! Shrieks erupted one after another as several slower henchmen were instantly swallowed by the horde. Flashes of lightning illuminated the scene as flesh and blood flew everywhere, creating a gruesome spectacle too horrific to behold. Xiāo Ran, concealed in the shadows, watched it all unfold with cold detachment. Stupidity comes at a price. He withdrew his gaze and said to Master Wang, let's go. Taking advantage of the distraction Chen Feng created by drawing the zombies away, the two quickly slipped into an inconspicuous ventilation shaft entrance nearby. Meanwhile, on the other side of the underground power station, Bai Qiushui and her team faced equally dire circumstances. They had been transported into a narrow passageway flanked by high-voltage coils that crackled with sparks. Everyone, watch your step. Don't touch any metal objects. Bai Qiushui commanded calmly. Her S-rank talent, Frostblade Saint, was severely limited in this environment. Ice conducts electricity. If she unleashed large-scale ice-based abilities, it could trigger a chain reaction, causing the entire passage's electrical system to collapse. Then everyone would be fried like skewered meat. "Xiaoshui, we're trapped here," Joey, an A-rank talent known as the Earth Guardian, said in a low voice beside her. He used his talent to create several earthen walls, temporarily blocking the zombies at both ends of the passage. "We have to find a way out of here." Xiaoshui scanned the passageway, searching for an escape route. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto an inconspicuous maintenance manual tucked in a corner. She walked over, picked it up, and flipped through a few pages, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "This is a high-voltage transmission corridor. The manual says the only safe exit is locked behind a triple encrypted electronic door." "Electronic door?" The support-type girl in the group paled. "Then we're as good as dead. We don't have a hacker here." Everyone's heart sank. Just then, Xiaoshui suddenly remembered something. She recalled the solitary figure at the dungeon entrance. Xiāo Ran, walking alone against the flow of people into a secluded alley. She recalled the despair in his eyes yesterday, and now his unnaturally calm gaze today. Her intuition told her that this sudden turn of events might be connected to Xiāo Ran. That F-rank guide, ridiculed by everyone, always seemed to be doing things that defied understanding. Was he truly just a useless fool? Or did he possess information unknown to everyone else? Xiāo Ran. Xiaoshui murmured the name softly, her gaze growing incredibly complex. She felt a pang of regret. If only she had approached him yesterday in the Awakening Hall. If she had spoken even a single word of comfort, would things be different now? But dwelling on it now was too late. "Joey, prepare your defenses. Everyone else, search for any possible clues. We must break out on our own." Xiaoshui gathered her focus, gripping her longsword tightly as a cold aura began to swirl around her. No matter what, she would lead her team to survival. Chapter 7, Is This an S-Rank Genius? The ventilation duct was narrow and pitch black. Xiāo Ran led the way, with Master Wang following closely behind. The two advanced cautiously, one in front, one behind. "Careful," Xiāo Ran warned without turning his head. 5 meters ahead, the left wall has a damaged wire. It's leaking electricity. His true sight functioned like the most precise radar in the darkness, clearly marking every potential hazard ahead. "Damaged cable, voltage, 380 V, danger level, medium. Contact will cause full body paralysis for 3 seconds. Master Wang immediately tensed up, hugging the right pipe wall as he crawled slowly past. Only after clearing the hazardous zone did he wipe away a cold sweat, his respect for Xiāo Ran deepening. "Young man, your eyesight is incredible. How can you see anything in this pitch black?" "Talent," Xiāo Ran replied succinctly. He certainly wouldn't explain his system. The F-rank talent, guide, served as his best cover. To others, his ability to detect danger and find shortcuts was simply the special effect of the Pathfinder talent. Though they couldn't fathom how an F-rank talent could be so powerful, they could only attribute it to some unknown mutation. Master Wang nodded in sudden understanding, asking no further questions. The talents of the conquerors were as varied as they were bizarre, and some special talents could indeed accomplish things beyond comprehension. The two continued onward. Along the way, Xiāo Ran effortlessly avoided every trap using his Eye of Truth. Sometimes he veered left, sometimes upward, sometimes diving into even smaller branch pipes. At first, Master Wang could keep up using his memory of the power plant, but soon he realized that many of the routes Xiāo Ran chose were hidden maintenance passages he himself didn't know about. These passages weren't even marked on the detailed blueprint he'd given Xiāo Ran. He was utterly impressed. This wasn't just a guide, it was like having a full map cheat. After about 10 minutes, Xiāo Ran stopped at a fork in the passage. "What's wrong?" Master Wang asked. "There's a fight going on below," Xiāo Ran pointed at the metal grating beneath their feet. "It sounds pretty intense." Master Wang leaned over and peered through the grating's gaps, instantly gasping in shock. Below lay the power station's central hub hall, an immense circular space. At its center sat a colossal spherical lightning core over 20 meters in diameter, pulsing like a beating thunderous heart as countless thick cables radiated from it. Inside the hall, Xiaoshui's team was locked in a fierce battle, surrounded by dozens of electro-zombies and 2 even larger monsters. The 2 behemoths stood over 3 meters tall, their bodies bulging with coiled muscles. Their skin was covered in a layer of shimmering, electrified keratin, and they dragged heavy chains in their hands. Chainsaw Butcher Elite Boss, Level 5, Attributes, Strength 55, Agility 20, Intelligence 8, Constitution 60. Skills, Chainsaw Sweep, Chain Throw, Berserk Charge. Weakness, Thin Keratin Layer at Joints. A Level 5 Elite Boss. Such a monster was beyond the capabilities of a newcomer. Right now, the situation for this prodigy was extremely dire. She and Joey held the front line, while the others provided support from behind and dealt with any stray electric shock zombies that slipped through. Xiaoshui's sword she sliced through the air, each swing leaving deep icy gashes in the ground. Yet her attacks proved ineffective. The electric currents coursing through the zombies seemed to possess an extraordinary resistance to frost. Her freezing effects could only momentarily slow the zombies' movements, incapable of inflicting fatal damage. More troublesome still, she dared not use wide-area ice-based skills. The electrical equipment in this hall was far too dense. Triggering a large-scale electrical discharge would be unimaginably disastrous. Xiao Shui. I can barely hold on. Zhou Yi roared. The earthen wall he'd conjured was already riddled with cracks from the chainsaw-wielding butcher's frenzied slashes, teetering on collapse. Hang on a little longer. Bai Qiushui gritted her teeth, parrying a charging zombie with a sword strike. But her own arm was grazed by the electricity coursing through the creature's claws, sending a wave of numbness through her. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as her source energy depleted rapidly. An S-rank talent was indeed formidable. But even the most formidable talent required source energy to sustain it. After all, she was merely a newly awakened level 1 novice with a finite pool of source energy. This can't go on. They'll be worn down eventually, Master Wang said anxiously. Xiāo Ran remained calm, silently observing the battle below as his true sight rapidly analyzed every unit's data. Bai Qiushui, S-rank Frostblade Saint, excelled in control and burst damage. Yet in this electrically suppressed environment, she couldn't unleash even 70% of her abilities. Zhou Yi, an A-rank Earth Guardian, possessed astonishing defense. Yet against a brute force monster like the Chainsaw Butcher, he was merely a durable punching bag. Their tactics were sound, and their coordination seamless. But they made one fatal mistake. From the very start, they chose the wrong battlefield. Why didn't they first destroy those energy amplifiers lining the hall? Xiāo Ran murmured, his words half spoken to himself, half directed at Master Wang. Master Wang followed his gaze and saw devices flashing red lights at regular intervals along the hall's walls. Those are energy amplifiers? I recall they stabilize the core voltage. If destroyed, the core's energy would become extremely unstable, it might even explode. Master Wang exclaimed in alarm. Correct, Xiāo Ran nodded. But simultaneously, it would also cause the zombies that feed off the core's energy to enter a brief state of weakness. Their bodies can't withstand the sudden surge of violent electricity. This hidden strategy tip was written on the last page of the maintenance manual Bai Qiushui had found, but it was in a special fluorescent ink only visible in the dark. Clearly, the S-rank prodigy girl hadn't discovered this secret. What a pity, Xiāo Ran shook his head. Information asymmetry is the most terrifying chasm in this world. Even if you're an S-class prodigy, faced with an absolute information gap, you're no different from an ordinary person. Then, should we go down and help them? Master Wang felt a twinge of pity. They're still just kids, after all. Help? How exactly? Xiāo Ran retorted. Going down there would be suicide for both of us. Besides, do you really think they'd take orders from an F-rank loser? Master Wang was instantly speechless. Indeed, given those geniuses' pride, even if Xiāo Ran told them the correct method, they'd likely dismiss it as nonsense. Just then, the battle below took a sudden, disastrous turn. Boom! Zhou Yi's earthen wall was finally cleaved apart by the chainsaw-wielding butcher. The monster roared, swinging its chainsaw toward the support-type girl at the rear of the team. Watch out! Bai Qiushui's face paled. She tried to rush to her aid, but another chainsaw-wielding butcher and several zombies had her pinned down, leaving her unable to break free. The girl was about to be sliced in half. At the critical moment, a resolute glint flashed in Bai Qiushui's eyes. Icebound. Domain! She cried out sharply, plunging her long sword into the ground. Hum! A visible chill erupted from her, radiating outward with a thunderous roar. Crack! Crack! The entire hall floor was instantly covered in a thick layer of solid ice. All the zombies' movements slowed to a crawl. Even the two chainsaw-wielding butchers had frost forming on their feet, their actions lagging half a beat. The support-type girl seized this chance to narrowly dodge a fatal strike. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So powerful. Could this be an S-rank talent's area of effect skill? Master Wang stared in disbelief. Xiāo Ran's brow furrowed deeply. Idiot. He muttered two words under his breath. Before Master Wang could grasp their meaning, the next instant, disaster struck. Crackle, 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 crackle. The frigid ice unleashed by Bai Qiushui made contact with the damaged cables and high-voltage coils strewn across the hall. Ice is a conductor. In an instant, the entire hall transformed into a colossal electrical grid. Countless frenzied currents surged wildly across the ice surface, engulfing everyone within the hall. Ah! Help! I can't move. Everyone in Bai Qiushui's team except for her, who possessed higher resistance as the source of the ice, was instantly electrocuted. Their bodies convulsed violently, foam forming at their mouths as they were completely incapacitated. Even the two chainsaw-wielding butchers were jolted by the sudden surge of electricity, their bodies trembling violently as they froze in place. Chaos erupted across the entire scene. Bai Qiushui herself, having forced the release of her ultimate ability while alsoing the electrical shock, turned as pale as paper, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Gazing at her fallen comrades, her eyes brimmed with despair and self-reproach. She had intended to save them, yet ended up endangering everyone. Is this an S-rank genius? From the ventilation shaft, Xiāo Ran watched the chaotic scene below, his tone impossible to decipher whether it held mockery or pity. Chapter 8, Electromagnetic Rampage Corpse King. Bai Qiushui's mistake was fatal. Though she had temporarily subdued the monsters on the field, she had also left her own team utterly defenseless. The stun effect would wear off soon. What awaited them then would be a one-sided slaughter. It's over. They're all finished. Master Wang closed his eyes in despair, unable to bear witness any longer. Bai Qiushui realized this too. Struggling to her feet, she gripped her long sword tightly and positioned herself in front of all her teammates. Her slender silhouette now radiated an unyielding resolve. Even if it meant death, she would fall before her comrades. Roar! Sure enough, within 5 seconds, the two chainsaw butchers snapped out of their paralysis. They shook their massive heads, their enraged ferocity making the blue glow in their eyes burn even brighter. They locked onto Bai Qiushui, the sole survivor still standing, dragging their heavy chainsaws as they closed in step by step. The shadow of death enveloped the entire hall. Inside the ventilation duct, Xiāo Ran watched calmly. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to turn the tide of battle in one decisive move and maximize his gains. At that moment, his true sight detected a faint anomaly. In the center of the hall, the massive spherical lightning core following the earlier widespread electrical discharge began exhibiting extreme instability in its surface arcs. The flickering frequency accelerated rapidly. Warning: mutated core energy overload. Imminent entry into unstable detonation phase. Projected release of an ultra-high-intensity electromagnetic pulse in 30 seconds. EMP will inflict catastrophic damage on all electronic devices and energy entities within a 500-meter radius, activating the dormant final unit. Final unit? Xiāo Ran's pupils suddenly contracted. He understood immediately. The final boss of this instance wasn't the chainsaw-wielding butcher below, it was something sealed deep within the core. And the condition to activate it? Overloading the core's energy. Bai Qiushui's foolish ultimate move had just triggered that very condition. Not only had she betrayed her teammates, but she'd also prematurely summoned the final boss. We can't wait any longer. Xiāo Ran made a split-second decision and ordered Master Wang, head to the main control room immediately and activate the backup power supply. Remember, only turn on the power to the warehouse area, shut down everything else. And what about you? Master Wang asked urgently. I'm going down to rescue people and pick up a few things along the way. A gleam of calculation flashed in Xiāo Ran's eyes. You're crazy. It's so dangerous down there. Follow my lead, and you'll survive. Xiāo Ran dropped the line and hesitated no longer. He kicked open the metal grating beneath his feet and plunged headfirst down the ventilation shaft, a drop of over 10 meters. Hey! Master Wang cried out in alarm, but it was too late to stop him. Gritting his teeth, he turned and crawled toward the main control room as Xiāo Ran had instructed. He chose to trust the mysterious youth. Below in the main hall, Bai Qiushui had prepared herself for death. Two chainsaw-wielding butchers flanked her left and right, sealing off every possible escape route. The crushing weight of impending death nearly suffocated her. Just then, a figure plummeted from above, landing with a thud between her and the monsters. The dust settled, revealing Xiāo Ran's calm face. Xiāo Ran? Bai Qiushui froze. She never imagined she'd see him again here, in this manner. Shouldn't he be cowering in some corner, or long dead in some forgotten nook? How could he just fall from the sky? What are you doing here? Get out! This isn't a place for you. Bai Qiushui snapped back to her senses and shouted urgently. In her eyes, Xiāo Ran, a mere F-rank, coming down here was nothing but suicide, utterly pointless. The two chainsaw butchers were also momentarily stunned by this unexpected intruder. They sized up Xiāo Ran, seemingly judging whether this scrawny human was even worth their trouble. Xiāo Ran paid no attention to them, nor to Bai Qiushui. He merely turned his head to face Bai Qiushui and asked calmly, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Bai Qiushui froze. What kind of question was this at a time like this? Your mistake was trusting your own power too much while ignoring the environment. Xiāo Ran cut her off without mercy. An S-class talent is powerful, but it's not omnipotent. In an electrified environment, using ice-based electricity over a large area is no different from suicide. Xiāo Ran's words struck Bai Qiushui like a resounding slap across the face. She had no rebuttal. Because everything he said was true. You? How did you know? I know far more than you imagine. Xiāo Ran withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at her. Roar! The two chainsaw butchers had lost patience. Roaring, they swung their saws and charged toward Xiāo Ran simultaneously. Watch out! Bai Qiushui screamed in alarm. But Xiāo Ran remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Just a split second before the chainsaws could touch his body. Buzz! A deep, rumbling roar suddenly echoed throughout the entire underground power station. The lightning core at the center of the hall blazed with intense light. A visible blue shockwave spread out like ripples on water. Electromagnetic pulse. It's here! The shockwave swept across the entire hall in an instant. The first to bear the brunt were the two chainsaw-wielding butchers charging at the forefront. The electric glow on their bodies extinguished instantly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Their massive bodies froze in place like robots cut off from power, unable to move. Next, the ordinary electrocution zombies followed suit. The arcs of electricity on their bodies vanished one after another, leaving them listless and devoid of energy. Their combat effectiveness plummeted by at least 80%. Even Bai Qiushui and her fallen teammates felt a sudden release as the paralyzing current coiled around them vanished. But this was not the end. Snap, crack. A bone-chilling crackling sound emanated from the lightning core at the center of the hall. Cracks began to appear across the surface of the massive sphere. From within the fractures, no longer did blue lightning glow, but instead, a heart-stopping, dark purple light. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the lightning core, shattering it completely. The entire underground power station shook violently, as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Everyone stumbled and swayed, unable to stand steady. At the epicenter of the explosion, a 5-meter-tall humanoid monster slowly rose to its feet. Its entire body was composed of dark purple crystals, and within its core flowed a magma-like purple energy. It possessed no facial features. Its head was a massive, pulsating purple crystal. Its limbs were thick and powerful, its 10 fingers sharp as blades. A terrifying, world-ending aura radiated from it, instantly enveloping the entire space. Electromagnetic Rampage Corpse King Lord Class Boss, Level 10, Attributes, Skills, Weaknesses? For the first time, the True Eye skin displayed a string of question marks. This signaled that the boss's level and power far exceeded what Xiāo Ran could currently analyze. Roar! The Corpse King let out a silent roar, its voice echoing skyward. A powerful psychic shockwave instantly swept across the entire battlefield. All adventurers below level 5 felt a deafening buzz in their heads, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Instantly, blood gushed from their 7 orifices, plunging them into unconsciousness. Even Bai Qiushui grunted softly, his face turning even paler as he nearly collapsed to his knees. Only Xiāo Ran, protected by his system, remained largely unaffected, though he still felt a sharp pang of pain in his head. Was this the final boss's aura? Terrifying. This was no foe for a newcomer to contend with. The Academy's intelligence was completely wrong. This isn't an E-rank dungeon, it's clearly at least C rank, maybe even B rank. The Corpse King slowly lowered its head, its massive purple crystal eye locking onto the 2 closest targets on the field. The 2 chainsaw butchers who had just recovered from their weakened state. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, the Corpse King moved. Its form vanished from its original position in an instant. The next second, it materialized before one of the chainsaw butchers. That level 5 elite boss seemed like a mere infant before it. The Corpse King casually raised its hand, and its purple crystal claw made a light swipe. Splat! The chainsaw butcher's body, as tough as steel, sliced clean through like tofu. Instant kill. In the blink of an eye, the Corpse King flickered again, appearing behind another chainsaw butcher. Another claw strike. Another instant kill. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid precision, too swift for the eye to follow. The 2 level 5 elite bosses that had pushed Bai Qiushui's elite squad to the brink couldn't even last a second against the final boss. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. Those still conscious were frozen stiff with terror, their limbs going limp. Despair washed over them like a tidal wave, engulfing every soul. Chapter 9, Follow my lead and you'll survive. Run, run fast. A choked cry, breaking the silence, rang out from someone unknown. Fear spread like a plague. Those few survivors who hadn't been knocked unconscious by the mental assault completely broke down. They screamed and wailed, scattering in all directions toward what they believed to be the exit. But it was all futile. The purple crystal eye of the electromagnetic Rampage Corpse King coldly scanned the frantically scurrying ants. It slowly raised its arm, aiming toward the densest cluster of people. Buzz. A dark purple energy sphere the size of a human head rapidly coalesced in its palm. Space itself began to warp under the force of this energy. No, no! A boy sprinting at the front froze in terror, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by the sight of the energy sphere radiating an aura of destruction. Whoosh! The energy sphere transformed into a streak of purple light, shooting forward. It didn't strike anyone, but instead slammed into the entrance of the hall. There had once been a heavy alloy door. Boom! A deafening roar. The alloy door, strong enough to withstand rocket attacks, along with dozens of meters of surrounding wall, vaporized instantly, vanishing without a trace. A massive hole gaped before the crowd. But no one felt joy. For beyond the hole lay a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. The only exit had been destroyed. They were trapped here to die. At that moment, everyone's mental defenses completely collapsed. It's over. We're all going to die here. Wah! I don't want to die. Cries and wails filled the air. Even Bai Qiushui stood frozen in place, sword clenched in his hand, his eyes drained of all light. Facing a monster of this caliber, an S-rank talent felt like a joke. She couldn't even discern the enemy's movements, how could she possibly fight? Yet amidst this sea of despair, one person remained utterly composed. Xiāo Ran. His mind raced. Though the Eye of Truth couldn't decipher the boss's complete data, it wasn't entirely useless. In the instant the boss attacked, he had caught a crucial piece of information. Electromagnetic Rampage Corpse King, status, initial awakening energy unstable, core weakness, vulnerable to high intensity, sustained energy overload. Energy overload? Xiāo Ran's eyes lit up instantly. This perfectly aligned with what Master Wang had mentioned earlier, the method to shut down the mutated core. In other words, though this boss appeared capable of devastating destruction, it was not invincible. It has a fatal weakness. And the entire underground power station was a giant trap designed to trigger its energy overload. A bold plan rapidly took shape in Xiāo Ran's mind. He turned to face Bai Qiushui, who was now in a daze. Want to live? His voice was not loud, but in the deathly quiet atmosphere of despair, it rang out with startling clarity. Bai Qiushui slowly raised her head, staring at him blankly. If you want to live, do as I say. Xiāo Ran's tone brooked no argument. You? Bai Qiushui opened her mouth, about to ask, what can you do, but the words died on her lips. At this point, what right did she have to question him? She, the S-rank genius, had made a complete mess of things. And this F-rank she had looked down upon seemed to have understood everything from the very beginning. Fine. She nodded involuntarily, her voice hoarse. What should I do? Xiāo Ran didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced up at the ventilation duct overhead. He waited. Waiting for Master Wang to take his position. Just then, the Corpse King seemed to lose interest in the whimpering minions. Its single eye slowly turned toward Xiāo Ran and Bai Qiushui, the only two still standing in the arena. An immense pressure instantly enveloped the two. It's coming for us. Bai Qiushui gripped his sword tightly in nervousness. Don't panic, Xiāo Ran remained calm. Its target isn't us, it's you. Me? Exactly. Xiāo Ran glanced at the frosty sword chi swirling around her. You're the only energy source here besides it. To it, you're nothing but a delicious midnight snack. Bai Qiushui's face paled. So your task is simple, Xiāo Ran said rapidly. Use your strongest ability to attack it and hold it off. You don't need to hurt it, just keep it occupied so it can't focus on me. What about you? I'll go prepare a feast for it. With that, Xiāo Ran turned away without another glance at her and sprinted toward the opposite end of the hall. Roar! True to Xiāo Ran's prediction, the Corpse King ignored Xiāo Ran, who emitted no energy fluctuations, and charged straight toward Bai Qiushui. Its speed was blindingly fast, almost like teleportation. Bai Qiushui's pupils contracted as her entire body erupted with source energy. Frostbite sword chi. Her long sword blazed with brilliant blue light. Tangled strands of tangible frost sword chi wove into a vast net, rushing to meet the Corpse King. Clang! 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 The sword chi struck the Corpse King's purple crystalline body, producing a series of metallic clangs before shattering into pieces. Not even a single white scratch remained. Yet, this brief impact succeeded in slowing the Corpse King's momentum ever so slightly. That brief pause gave Bai Qiushui a chance to breathe. Her toes dug into the ground as she shot backward, narrowly evading the Corpse King's swiping claw. Boom! The claw scraped past her body, plowing a terrifying trench several meters deep into the ground behind her. Bai Qiushui broke out in a cold sweat. She had no doubt that if that claw had connected, she would have been torn to shreds in an instant. Hold it off. Xiāo Ran's words echoed in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her source energy once more and charged forward. She knew she couldn't harm it, but she had to buy time for Xiāo Ran. She didn't know what Xiāo Ran was planning, but right now, he was her only hope. Meanwhile, Xiāo Ran had already charged to a control console at the edge of the hall. Regional Power Grid Console, status, off main power cut, special interaction, can be activated via backup power. Xiāo Ran took a deep breath, pulled the pair of insulated gloves from his pocket and slipped them onto his hands. Then, he violently ripped open the console's casing, exposing the dense tangle of wires within. ZZZZT. A residual current surged up his arm, but the insulated gloves blocked it entirely. He glanced upward. Suspended directly above him on the ceiling hung a massive metal maintenance grid. High voltage maintenance grid, status, de-energized, connected to the backup circuitry for the entire B3 zone. This was the key to his plan. He would use this net to lure the boss here, and then. Just then, Master Wang's anxious voice suddenly crackled over the lobby's PA system. Xiāo Ran. I'm at the main control room. The backup power is ready. Can be activated at any moment. Xiāo Ran's lips curled into a smirk. The timing was perfect. He murmured into the light rain on his wrist, Master Wang, wait for my command. Then, turning to Bai Qiushui, who was struggling against the Corpse King, he shouted, Bai Qiushui. Draw it over here. Now. Without hesitation, Bai Qiushui obeyed. She feinted a move, spun around, and sprinted full speed toward Xiāo Ran. Roar! The Corpse King roared furiously, striding forward in hot pursuit. One human, one monster, one ahead, one behind rapidly closed in on the control console where Xiāo Ran stood. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Now. Bai Qiushui brushed past Xiāo Ran. The Corpse King following close behind also stepped into the trap Xiāo Ran had set. Master Wang. Activate the circuit. Xiāo Ran issued his final command to the light rain. Chapter 10 SSS Rank Evaluation. The entire arena was stunned. At Xiāo Ran's command, Master Wang in the main control room slammed shut the massive red circuit breaker. Buzz! The entire underground power station instantly lit up. The severed power supply was fully restored in that instant. The massive high-voltage maintenance net above Xiāo Ran's head instantly flashed with blinding white light. Crackle, 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 crackle. Tens of thousands of volts of raging electricity, like thunderous punishment descending from the heavens, coalesced into a celestial net, crashing down upon the electromagnetic rampage Corpse King below. This sudden turn of events caused even the crystal eye of the Corpse King to flicker with a faint ripple. It sensed a deadly threat. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. The moment it stepped into the trap, its old power had faded and new power hadn't yet risen, the most vulnerable moment to be struck. Crash! The massive electric net enveloped the Corpse King's colossal form with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! A shrill roar, so piercing it seemed inhuman, echoed throughout the entire hall. The sound was filled with agony and rage. The Corpse King's massive form convulsed violently under the raging currents, blazing with blinding purple lightning that clashed furiously against the white high-voltage grid. The very air within the hall grew scorching and distorted from the collision of such immense energies. Did it work? Far away, Bai Qiushui, who had just regained her footing, stared at the scene in disbelief. She never imagined Xiāo Ran's plan would be to harness the entire power plant's electricity to attack the boss. The idea was too bold, too insane. But it was working. She could distinctly feel the apocalyptic aura emanating from the Corpse King rapidly weakening under the suppression of the electric grid. Yet, things weren't that simple. Not enough. Xiāo Ran stared intently at the Corpse King trapped within the grid, his expression grave. The feedback from the Eye of Truth read: Electromagnetic Rampage Corpse King, health 82%, status, energy overload, attempting to absorb external electrical currents. Absorbing? This thing was actually absorbing the energy from the electric grid. The purple lightning surging across the Corpse King's body grew increasingly intense, showing signs of suppressing the white electric grid. It's adapting. It's evolving. This thing's a freaking power bank. Xiāo Ran cursed inwardly. Conventional energy overload has limited effect on it. The dosage must be increased. Bai Qiushui. Xiāo Ran whipped his head around and bellowed at her, use your strongest ice spell to attack the grid. What? Bai Qiushui froze. Attack the grid? Won't that cause even wider scale conductivity like before? That's exactly what we want. Xiāo Ran's eyes were bloodshot. Trust me. This is our only chance. Use your ice to channel all this electricity into its body. Xiāo Ran's plan had never been about a simple electrocution from the start, but rather ice-electric hybrid doubles. Ice is indeed a conductor. But at the same time, extreme cold can also reduce a conductor's resistance, making the current more concentrated and ferocious. He intended to harness Bai Qiushui's S-class talent to create a perfect superconductive environment, channeling the grid's energy into the Corpse King's body without loss, even doubling its potency. Let it absorb. See if it can blow itself apart. Though Bai Qiushui didn't grasp the underlying principles, she read unwavering resolve in Xiāo Ran's unquestioning gaze. She hesitated no longer. She channeled every last ounce of her remaining source energy into the long sword in her hand. Extreme ice. Storm. Hum. A chill far more terrifying than the earlier, frozen domain, erupted from the tip of her blade. This was no mere freezing, it was a devastating blizzard laced with countless razor-sharp ice shards. The entire blizzard did not target the Corpse King's body, but instead precisely enveloped the massive high-voltage electric net. Crack! Crack! Visibly, the entire grid was instantly encased in a thick layer of blue ice. Under the extreme cold's catalysis, the raging currents instantly became 10 times more violent than before. The originally white electric arcs were compressed into a blindingly bright blue. The crackling sound of electricity seemed to tear through space itself. The ice-encased superconducting grid contracted inward with apocalyptic force. In that instant, all the energy surged into the body of the electromagnetic rampage Corpse King. Roar! Ugh! The Corpse King's roar abruptly ceased. Its massive body rapidly inflated like a balloon being blown up. Spider-web-like cracks began to appear across the purple crystals covering its surface. From within the cracks, no longer did light shine through, instead, a darkness that seemed poised to devour everything seeped out. Its life had reached its end. Boom! A deafening explosion, so profoundly muffled it felt capable of shattering one's very soul, erupted from within the Corpse King. No flames. No shockwave. The Corpse King's massive form, under everyone's gaze, silently dissolved into a swirling cloud of purple sparks, then slowly dissipated into the air. Dead. That despair-inducing Lord Tier boss was gone. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Every survivor, whether Bai Qiushui or the students slumped on the ground, stared blankly at the figure standing before the control console. It was him. An F-tier talent, the guide. The mastermind behind it all. It was he who, when all had despaired, found the sole path to survival. It was he who commanded the S-tier geniuses to accomplish a miracle-like act of God-slaying. The next instant, the cold, metallic chime of the system notification echoed throughout the entire instance, ringing in the ears of every player. Congratulations to Raider Xiāo Ran for successfully defeating the final boss Electromagnetic Rampage Corpse King in the Zombie Siege instance. First clear achievement unlocked. Dungeon settlement in progress. Conqueror Xiāo Ran discovered and completed all hidden quest chains during this trial, dealt 99% of the final damage to the boss. Overall rating, SSS class perfect. Received SSS tier evaluation rewards, EXP plus 10,000, free attribute points plus 10, skill points plus 3. Received first kill unique reward, Thunder Core Fragment 1. Obtained hidden quest chain final reward, skill book basic lightning control 1. A barrage of system announcements exploded like bombs in the deathly silent hall. Everyone was stunned. SSS rank evaluation? First kill? Unique reward? These terms, reserved for legends, were now being associated with an F-rank loser? They rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. But the cold, impersonal system announcement ruthlessly informed them that it was all real. Chen Feng, the A-rank prodigy who had just crawled out of the corner, barely surviving, now stared blankly at Xiāo Ran. His face was etched with humiliation, jealousy, and deep-seated fear. He couldn't comprehend it. Why? Why had this worthless trash he'd always trampled underfoot suddenly become so terrifying? As for Bai Qiushui, she regarded Xiāo Ran with an unprecedentedly complex gaze. Shock, curiosity, confusion, and a hint of an indescribable emotion she couldn't quite place. She realized she had never truly known this childhood friend who had grown up alongside her. Meanwhile, Xiāo Ran, the center of everyone's attention, paid no heed to the stares directed his way. He was immersed in the exhilaration of leveling up and the bounty of rewards. A golden light flared from his body as his level shot up from 1 to 4. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his veins. Opening his system inventory, he saw the 2 rewards shimmering with purple light. Thunder Core Fragment, a divine shard containing pure thunder energy. Can be used to forge equipment or absorbed directly to enhance thunder-based talents. Note, collecting all 3 fragments may synthesize a complete thunder core. Skill Book, Basic Lightning Control, upon use, grants mastery of the skill Basic Lightning Control but. Without hesitation, Xiāo Ran selected the skill book. Learn. Boom. A massive torrent of information flooded his mind in an instant. Knowledge on controlling lightning, condensing arcs, and unleashing bolts seemed innate as he mastered it completely. Fine blue arcs began to flicker and crackle at his fingertips. From this day forward, he was no longer merely a strategist who relied solely on information advantages to orchestrate plans. He now possessed his own formidable combat power. Chapter 11, Unique Reward. Mastery of Lightning. The tingling yet powerful sensation of the dancing arc spread from his fingertips up his arms and throughout his entire body. Xiāo Ran could distinctly feel his body undergoing a wondrous transformation. The free-floating electric ions in the air seemed to become his allies. With a mere thought, he could gather them and harness their power. Was this the sensation of power? He clenched his fist, and a slender bolt of lightning flashed across his palm. Weak, yet undeniably real thunder and lightning he controlled with his own hands. So this is the world of the conqueror. Xiāo Ran took a deep breath, his heart swelling with unprecedented ambition. Before, he had been just an ordinary person with a cheat code, relying on information advantages and strategic thinking. But now, he held extraordinary power in his own hands. The difference between the two was like night and day. He opened his attribute panel, and the string of upgrades lifted his spirits immensely. Name, Xiāo Ran. Level, 4200-2000. Talent, God Tier Guide Disguise, F Tier Guide. Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 13, Intelligence 15, Constitution 12. Free attribute points, 10. Skill points, 3. Skills, Eye of Truth LV.max, Basic Lightning Control LV.1. The 3 consecutive level ups brought comprehensive improvements to all base attributes. Those 10 precious free attribute points gave him even more room to maneuver. For a strategist, attribute points could only be obtained through leveling up, extremely rare items, or completing special missions. These 10 points were priceless. Without hesitation, Xiāo Ran allocated all 10 points to intelligence. For a guide who thrives on information advantage in spellcasting, intelligence offered the greatest returns. It not only determined the total amount and regeneration speed of source power but also influenced the potency of spell skills and the strength of mental power. Intelligence, 1525. The moment the points were allocated, Xiāo Ran felt his mind suddenly clear. The world around him became sharper and his thought processes accelerated several-fold. His spirit, previously fatigued from overusing the Eye of Truth, instantly returned to peak condition. Awesome! He opened his skill panel and examined the newly acquired Basic Lightning Control. Basic Lightning Control LV.1 Active Skill. Allows manipulation of lightning elements. Current available technique, Arc consumes 5 source energy. Deals 150% of intelligence attribute as lightning damage to a single target. Has a 10% chance to inflict a 0.5 second paralysis effect. Proficiency 0-100. A plus sign followed displaying skill points 3. Without hesitation, Xiāo Ran tapped 3 times. Ding. Spent 3 skill points. Basic lightning control upgraded to LV.4. Basic lightning control LV.4 active skill. Allows manipulation of lightning elements. Current available techniques. 1. Arc consumes 5 source energy, deals 210% intelligence-based lightning damage to a single target, and has a 25% chance to inflict a 1-second paralysis effect. 2. Lightning chain consumes 20 source energy. Releases a chain of lightning that can ricochet up to 3 times, with each bounce dealing 20% less damage. Proficiency 0-400. The level up changes are massive. Not only does Arc's damage and paralysis effect see a substantial boost, but it also unlocks a second skill, Lightning Chain. A powerful AoE area of effect skill. This move completely compensates for his earlier lack of offensive capabilities. Now, whether in single target burst or area damage, he likely rivals even an A-tier elementalist like Chen Feng. Moreover, the lightning element itself is rarer and more dominant than the fire element. Only after completing all this did Xiāo Ran, satisfied, withdraw his focus and turn his gaze back to the others in the hall. At that moment, everyone was still reeling from the earth-shattering boss battle and the shockwaves of the successive system announcements, unable to fully process what had just unfolded. Bai Qiushui stood nearby, staring at him blankly, her gaze complex beyond measure. Her source energy was completely depleted, her face pale, yet within those cold, clear eyes burned a light unlike any she had ever seen before. It was all for a formidable opponent, a yearning to explore the unknown, and a complete upheaval of her previous beliefs. Chen Feng, meanwhile, huddled in the farthest corner with his few surviving henchmen. The look they cast upon Xiāo Ran was as though they were staring at a monster. Jealousy and venom had been replaced by deep-seated fear. He now lacked even the courage to meet Xiāo Ran's gaze. Xiāo Ran paid them no mind. He strode toward the spot where the boss had vanished. There, amidst the swirling purple sparks, something else hung motionless in the air. It was a fist-sized, diamond-shaped core composed entirely of purple crystals, its surface still tinged with traces of violent electric arcs. It was the very thunder core fragment. Xiāo Ran reached out and grasped it in his hand. A surge of pure, colossal thunderous energy erupted from the core, coursing through his arm and flooding into every fiber of his being. Humph! Xiāo Ran grunted softly, feeling as though his body might burst from the sheer force. Ding! Detecting homogeneous divine lightning energy within the host. Thunder core fragment initiating automatic fusion. Fusion progress 1%, 10%, 30%. Warning! The fusion process will impose immense strain on the body. Host must remain conscious. The system's alert sounded in his mind. Xiāo Ran clenched his teeth, sat cross-legged, and channeled the raging energy with all his might. He felt every inch of his muscles and every meridian being torn apart by this force, only to be rebuilt anew. Intense agony drenched him in sweat, veins bulging across his body. Yet he uttered not a sound. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Risk and reward coexisted. If he could endure it, his strength would undergo another earth-shattering transformation. Those around him were utterly dumbfounded. What is he doing? What is that thing? Is it gear dropped by the boss? That terrifying energy fluctuation. I feel like I'm suffocating. Bai Qiushui watched Xiāo Ran nervously. She could sense the immense agony he was enduring. She wanted to rush over to help but didn't know how. Just then, the instance's teleportation countdown finally began. Warning, dungeon closing. All adventurers will be forcibly teleported out in 60 seconds. 59:58. Hearing the announcement, all survivors breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with the joy of having narrowly escaped disaster. Finally, they could leave this hellhole. Only Bai Qiushui remained anxiously watching Xiāo Ran, who was still fusing with the core. Will he make it in time? The fusion process clearly wasn't complete yet. If they were forcibly teleported now, would it interrupt the process or even cause a backlash? Time ticked away, second by second. The aura emanating from Xiāo Ran grew increasingly violent. The ground around him was scorched black by the arcing electricity escaping from his body. Fusion progress 80%, 90%, 95%. Teleportation countdown 10, 9, 8. Bai Qiushui's heart leapt into her throat. Chen Feng and the others watched with schadenfreude. Too late. Let him show off. Best if he gets fried by the energy. 3, 2, 1. Fusion progress 100%. Fusion successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. The innate talent Divine Guide has absorbed the Thunder Core fragment. The core ability Eye of Truth has mutated. Core ability 1, Eye of Truth basic activated. You can now not only perceive an object's fundamental information but also decipher some of its underlying rules. Ding. Congratulations, host. Permanent +5 to Constitution, permanent +10 to Mental Strength, +50% lightning resistance. In the final instant before the teleportation's white light flared, all anomalies retracted into Xiāo Ran's body. He snapped his eyes open. Within those pitch-black pupils, it seemed as though countless bolts of thunder flashed. The next second, the white light enveloped everyone. Vision plunged into utter darkness. Chapter 12, Is he really an F rank? When light returned to his vision, Xiāo Ran found himself back in the square at the instant's gathering point. The sunlight was blinding, causing him to instinctively squint. All around him, coughs and groans rose and fell in waves. The surviving newbie raiders looked like they'd crawled out of hell covered in wounds and utterly bedraggled. Many collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with lingering terror and relief. The spots where those who hadn't returned had stood were now permanently empty. At the edge of the square, the mentors responsible for recording results and maintaining order were all stunned. Staring at the data displayed on the light screen, their mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg. The death rate. 42%, a young instructor's voice trembled. How could this be possible? An E-rank rookie trial instance had a death rate skyrocketing to 42%. Over 300 new recruits entered, yet fewer than 200 returned alive. This wasn't a trial anymore, it was a massacre. Quick! Report it immediately. Major unknown anomalies detected in the instance. Seal off zombie siege now. The lead instructor's face turned ashen as he barked the order. He strode to the center of the plaza, gazing at the shaken students and demanded in a deep voice, what exactly happened in there? What was the final boss? No one answered. The gaze of every survivor instinctively, or perhaps involuntarily, converged upon a single figure. Xiāo Ran. He stood still within the crowd, his expression serene, his clothes spotless, not a speck of dust on him. He stood in stark contrast to his disheveled classmates around him. It was as if he hadn't just narrowly escaped death, but had merely taken a stroll in the park. The head instructor also noticed this oddball among the group. He frowned, finding the boy vaguely familiar. You. Step forward, he said, pointing at Xiāo Ran. Xiāo Ran calmly stepped out of the crowd. What is your name? What talent did you awaken? The head instructor asked routinely. Xiāo Ran. F rank. Pathfinder. F rank. Pathfinder? The head instructor paused, then remembered. Wasn't this the boy who had awakened the lowest ranked talent in history yesterday, becoming the laughingstock of the entire city? How could he? The head instructor's gaze instinctively shifted to the record at the very top of the light screen, a blinding golden number that seemed to mock everyone's intelligence. SSS rank perfect evaluation recipient, Xiāo Ran. First clear record holder, Xiāo Ran. Hidden quest chain 100% completion, Xiāo Ran. The head instructor felt his brain was about to short-circuit. An F-rank guide had secured a SSS rank perfect evaluation in a mutation instance with a staggering 42% death rate and casually claimed the first kill too? Was this some mythical tale? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and asked in the gentlest tone he could muster, Xiāo Ran, could you tell us what exactly happened in that dungeon? Everyone's ears perked up. They too wanted to know how this enigmatic youth had pulled it off. Xiāo Ran glanced at the head mentor, then swept his gaze over the surrounding expressions: curiosity, awe, envy, and complexity. He spoke calmly. Reporting to the mentor, the final boss of the instance was a level 10 Lord tier monster, the electromagnetic Berserk Corpse King, but one sentence sent the entire room into an uproar. What? A level 10 Lord? You've got to be kidding. That's a monster requiring at least a C rank, maybe even a B rank expert team to handle. A bunch of level 1 newbies taking on a level 10 Lord? Is the Academy trying to send us to our deaths? The head instructor's face turned grim. He knew this was serious trouble. This was undoubtedly a major failure on the part of the Academy's intelligence department. Then, how was that boss defeated? He managed to ask, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Everyone held their breath, staring at Xiāo Ran. Xiāo Ran scratched his head, flashing a slightly embarrassed expression. Oh, that. The situation was dire, we were backed into a corner. Then Bai Qiushui, truly an S-rank prodigy, held her ground under immense pressure and coordinated with me. She handled distracting the boss head-on, while I used my talent to locate the power plant's main control room. Then, I accidentally triggered the backup power system's detonation, which just happened to blow the boss to bits. The real credit goes to Bai Qiushui. I was just the guide, doing some legwork. I got lucky, that's all. Xiāo Ran made it sound like a trivial matter, as if recounting something insignificant. But to everyone else, it sounded like a thunderclap. Blowing up the entire power plant's backup power supply? Was this even a move a human could conceive? And you call that lending a hand? All eyes instantly turned toward Bai Qiushui in the crowd. Bai Qiushui kept her head bowed, her expression hidden from view. But her slightly flushed ears and the tightly clenched hem of her shirt betrayed her inner turmoil. She never expected Xiāo Ran to pin the greatest credit on her. Clearly, from start to finish, he was the one giving orders and orchestrating the plan. At best, she had merely been an obedient enforcer following orders, and had even made a critical mistake along the way. Without him, she and the entire team would have perished in that hall long ago. Why did he say that? Was it to conceal his true capabilities? Or Bai Qiushui's mind was in turmoil. The others, however, wore expressions of so that's it. I knew it. It was all thanks to S-rank genius Bai Qiushui. Yeah, it must be because Bai held the boss off head-on, giving that F-rank the chance to cause trouble. Guiding the way, finding paths, flipping switches, that is his core role. But he got incredibly lucky, didn't he? How did he manage to snag an SSS rating in the first kill like that? People always prefer to believe what they want to believe. Asking them to admit that some F-rank loser crushed every genius including S-ranks was too much to swallow. Now that Xiāo Ran offered a reasonable explanation, they accepted it immediately. It wasn't the failure rising above the geniuses. It was the genius carrying the loser to an easy win. This perspective made them feel much more at ease. The head instructor breathed a sigh of relief. This explanation, at least, sounded plausible and would make reporting to higher-ups easier. He gave Bai Qiushui an approving glance before turning to Xiāo Ran. Student Xiāo Ran, he said, while luck played a part this time, you've still earned significant merit. The academy will grant you appropriate rewards. Now, everyone proceed to the medical center to register your injuries, then you're dismissed. With that, he hurriedly led his people away, clearly heading to handle the major incident. The entire incident seemed to be brushed aside with a wave of Xiāo Ran's hand. The crowd gradually dispersed. Chen Feng shot Xiāo Ran a venomous glare before leading his defeated followers away, their tails between their legs. Though unwilling to accept it, he knew that the current Xiāo Ran was no longer someone he could afford to provoke. Soon, only Xiāo Ran and Bai Qiushui remained on the square. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Bai Qiushui spoke first, approaching Xiāo Ran with her head bowed, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you for saving me and my team members. And I'm sorry. MHM. Xiāo Ran responded with a simple nod, offering no further words. To him, saving Bai Qiushui was merely one part of the plan. As for her apology, he didn't care. The deep chasm that had once been carved open between them couldn't be bridged by a simple I'm sorry. Seeing Xiāo Ran's cold response, Bai Qiushui felt a pang of disappointment. Yet she gathered her courage, lifted her head, and looked intently into his eyes. Why did you say that? Why, did you give me all the credit? Xiāo Ran gazed into her clear eyes and suddenly smiled. Because, he said, a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck down by the wind. An F-rank getting an SSS evaluation and the first kill, what do you think awaits me? Flowers and applause? No. Endless trouble. Being dissected for research. Being treated like a lab rat. But when an S-rank genius pulls this off, it all makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Bai Qiushui instantly understood. He was protecting himself. Using her reputation as an S-rank genius as his shield. A complex, indescribable emotion surged through her heart. Gratitude mingled with guilt and a faint flutter one she hadn't even noticed herself. She wanted to say more. But Xiāo Ran had already turned away, waving his hand dismissively. Alright, I'm tired. I'm going home to rest. From today onward, we're even. With that, he turned and walked away from the square without looking back, leaving Bai Qiushui with a solitary and resolute silhouette. We're even. Those 4 words pierced Bai Qiushui's heart like needles. She stood rooted to the spot, watching the figure grow smaller and smaller until it vanished around the corner. She knew that some things might truly be lost forever. Chapter 13, The Urgent Mission at the Ghost Hospital. By the time she returned home, evening had fallen. Seeing Xiāo Ran return safely, her parents and younger sister Xiaoyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Ran, are you alright? I heard many died in this trial. Mother Xiao Huiyun took Xiāo Ran's hand, examining her from head to toe, her eyes reddening. Brother! Are you hurt? Xiaoyu asked anxiously. I'm fine, perfectly fine, Xiāo Ran reassured his family with a smile. Just a bit tired. I want to sleep. He made no mention of what had transpired within the instance. Those heart-stopping experiences, the SSS tier evaluation, and the newly acquired power, he had no intention of telling anyone about them just yet. Until he had sufficient self-defense capabilities, staying low-key was the best camouflage. After dinner, Xiāo Ran returned to his room, locked the door, and immediately began tallying his gains from the expedition. Beyond his skyrocketing level and the acquisition of basic lightning control, the greatest gain was undoubtedly the advancement of his core ability, Eye of Truth. Truth side basic. He directed his gaze toward the desk lamp. The information that appeared before his eyes was now entirely different from before. Energy-saving desk lamp. Material composition, metal iron 70%, copper 5%, plastic polypropylene 85%. Energy circuit, basic series circuit, energy conversion rate, 65% low. Underlying rule analysis, energy conversion rate can be increased to 78% by altering the internal coil winding pattern. Replacing the tungsten filament with fluorescent stone enables it to emit light without a power source. Xiāo Ran couldn't help but curse under his breath. This is just insane. If the Eye of Truth allowed him to see information, then the Eye of Truth allowed him to see through the essence of things. It even directly provided methods for optimization and modification. This wasn't just a guide anymore, it was world building. He forced down his excitement and looked at other things. Walls, floors, windows. Everything before his eyes transformed into a massive code composed of fundamental materials and underlying rules. He could even discern that the wall in his room had a 7% lower load-bearing capacity than the design standard due to an issue with the cement mixture during construction. Information is power. Xiāo Ran murmured to himself, finally grasping the terrifying implications of those words. With the eye of truth, this world held no secrets from him. Whether it was dungeon strategies, equipment forging, or cultivation techniques, he could find the optimal solution for everything. He could even analyze an enemy's cultivation technique to directly pinpoint its weaknesses and countermeasures. Just like today in the dungeon, where he could see through the essence of Baiqiushui's power and exploit it. And this was merely the basic level of the eye of truth. Xiāo Ran dared not imagine what it would be like when it advanced to the advanced, or even the ultimate level. Huff. He exhaled deeply, calming his surging emotions. The journey must be taken step by step. The immediate priority was to convert the resources obtained from this dungeon run into tangible combat power. He opened his light brain and logged anonymously into Jiangqing's largest online trading platform for strategists, the black market. He needed money. He desperately needed it. Both his parents were ordinary workers with meager incomes. His younger sister, Xiaoyu, would awaken in 3 years, which would bring another huge expense. He had to earn money quickly to improve his family's life and secure resources for his own future growth. In the dungeon, besides the core dropped by the boss, he'd also picked up some power plant materials gifted by Master Wang. To others, these might seem like a pile of scrap metal, but under the analysis of the eye of truth, their value was immediately apparent. High-strength insulating adhesive, usable for crafting E-grade armor, insulating battlesuit. Energy conduction coil, core material for crafting the charging module of the D-grade weapon electromagnetic gun. Xiāo Ran listed several items not particularly valuable but relatively scarce on the market, priced slightly below market rates. Almost the instant they went up, they were snapped up. Ding! Your account has received 50,000 credit points. Ding! Your account has received 80,000 credits. A series of deposit notifications chimed. In just a few minutes, his account balance skyrocketed from a paltry 2-digit figure to over 300,000. Over 300,000 credit points. This sum equaled his parents' total income from working 5 years without eating or drinking. And that's just the scraps, Xiāo Ran remarked, his expression unruffled as he stared at the balance. He knew the truly valuable items hadn't been sold yet. Take that energy conduction coil, for instance. If he could find a reliable blacksmith to forge it into a module for an electromagnetic gun, its price would at least multiply tenfold. But now wasn't the time. As a newcomer, suddenly flaunting so many valuable items would draw too much attention. With his first fortune secured, Xiāo Ran immediately began purchasing what he needed. He bought some basic recovery potions, materials for drawing simple magic arrays, and a copy of Fundamentals of Source Energy Applications. Even with his system, mastering foundational knowledge remained crucial. As he browsed the black market forum, absorbing common knowledge for adventurers, a pinned post marked in blood red urgent caught his attention. Jiangqing Academy Emergency Mission, recruiting brave adventurers to explore the newly discovered Instance Ghost Hospital. Mission description: the Third People's Hospital in the western part of the city was enveloped by an unknown energy field 3 days ago, severing all contact with the outside world. Preliminary investigation by the Dragon Shield Bureau confirms it as a new instance. Danger level, unknown. Instance type, suspected psychic spiritual. Requirements: minimum 3-person team, no level restrictions. Rewards: 100,000 1 million credit points and Academy merit points based on exploration contribution. Special note: 3 elite teams composed of senior students have already entered the dungeon. Currently, all have lost contact. Proceed with caution. Ghost Hospital? Psychic spirit type instance? Xiāo Ran's eyebrow arched slightly. This type of dungeon was the most troublesome and bizarre. Conventional physical and elemental attacks have little effect on the monsters within. Once adventurers entered, they could easily be driven mad by illusions, curses, psychic assaults, and other torments, or even die silently and unnoticed. So despite the generous rewards, the replies below were filled with groans. Few dared to take it on. Damn it, another unknown dungeon? We haven't even figured out the zombie siege mutation from a few days ago, and now this? Psychic type? Give me a break. Last time I went into something similar, I nearly scared myself to death. I still have nightmares about it. Even the senior team's gone offline. Us newbies going in? We're just fodder. No thanks, I'll stick to farming goblins. Xiāo Ran scanned the post, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk, yet his eyes sparkled with interest. While others feared psychic-themed dungeons, he did not. His eye of truth could pierce through all illusions. Illusions? Before him, they were no different from a room with the lights on. Curses? He could see their rules and countermeasures directly. Moreover, such instances often come with exceptionally high rewards. For instance, special titles that boost spirit resistance, or unique skills that directly target souls. Such items are rare and hard to come by. Just as he was about to accept the quest, his light brain suddenly buzzed with a communication request. It was an unfamiliar number. Xiāo Ran hesitated for a moment before answering. A rough, booming voice blared through the receiver. Hello? Is this Brother Ran? It's Fat Wang here. Fat Wang? Xiāo Ran froze for a moment, then the image of a good-natured, rotund man surfaced in his mind. Wang Defu, his classmate and one of his few friends. The guy was honest and loyal, always sticking up for him before awakening, teaching those troublemaking punks a lesson. Later, he awakened the B-rank talent, Vidra Barrier, making him a natural-born tank. Fatso? How'd you get my number? Xiāo Ran was a bit surprised. Heh, I asked someone. Wang Ponzi's voice sounded a bit sleazy. Bro Ran, you're a celebrity at our school now. Even though everyone says Bai Qiushui carried you, this chubby guy here doesn't buy it. With your brain, how could you possibly be a street thug? Let's get down to business. Xiāo Ran cut off his flattery. Oh, right. Business. Wang Ponzi immediately grew serious. Bro Ran, did you see that urgent academy mission? The one at the ghost hospital? I saw it. Listen up, Ran, this is a golden opportunity. Wang Ponzi lowered his voice, excitement tingling in his tone. I got some inside info. Chen Feng's cousin is in that missing squad. That kid's been recruiting like crazy, planning to go in for the rescue and snag the top credit while he's at it. He's even put out word, whoever helps him gets $1 million. So we can't let him succeed. Wang Ponzi declared indignantly. Bro Ran, I know you're the man. Take me with you. My B-class tank build tough as nails is perfect for scouting unknown dungeons like this. Team up with me, and we'll definitely beat Chen Feng to the punch and grab all the rewards. Xiāo Ran fell silent. He had originally planned to go alone. But Wang Fatso's words changed his mind. A reliable tank was indispensable in any dungeon. And Fat Wang was someone he trusted. All right. Xiāo Ran nodded. Meet me at the dungeon entrance tomorrow morning at 8. Got it. You rock, Ran. Fat Wang's excited cheer rang out over the phone. Chapter 14, Duo Teaming Up. Early the next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Xiāo Ran had already finished his morning training and returned to his cramped room. A night of meditation had deepened his understanding of the new power within him. With 25 points in intelligence, his mental energy flowed like a surging stream. Each time he channeled the basic lightning control technique, it felt incredibly smooth. Still too weak, Xiāo Ran shook his head. Level 4 lightning control sounded impressive, but against true high-level strategists, this damage was negligible. His greatest asset remained the information advantage granted by the Eye of Truth. He opened his light brain, staring at the over 300,000 credit points in his account as calculations swirled in his mind. The Ghost Hospital was a mental and spiritual type dungeon. Conventional physical defense and elemental resistance gear wouldn't be very useful. He needed to prepare something more targeted. He logged into the black market platform and typed several keywords into the search bar with practiced ease. Mind-clearing incense, E-grade consumable. When lit, emits a calming aura that slightly resists mental assaults and illusions. Price, 5,000 credits per stick. Too expensive, and the effect is mediocre. Xiāo Ran swiped past it immediately. Soul Binding Talisman, D-grade consumable. Crafted by Taoist-trained adventurers. Can be affixed to the body, providing potent dispelling effects against low-tier vengeful spirits. Price, 30,000 credits per talisman. Single-use item, terrible value for money. His gaze swept rapidly across the dazzling array of goods, while the Eye of Truth hummed at high speed, analyzing the underlying rules and true efficacy of each item. Many D and C grade items heavily promoted by vendors appeared to him as flashy but hollow showpieces, their actual effectiveness often falling short of some unassuming E-grade materials. Finally, his gaze settled on a pile of unremarkable raw materials. Century-old peachwood core, grade E material. Grown in regions abundant with yang energy, inherently containing pure yang power that dispels evil. Market price, 8,000 credit points per piece. Fundamental principle analysis can be carved into runes to channel its pure yang energy, forming an evil-repelling force field. Combined with cinnabar and rootless water, it can be crafted into a peachwood demon-slaying spike, dealing true damage to spirit-type creatures. Cinnabar, grade F material, common mineral with calming and soul-stabilizing effects. Market price, 500 credits gram. Core mechanics analysis, grind into powder and mix with rooster blood to create spirit-sealing talismans, vastly surpassing standard soul-binding talismans in effectiveness. These are the ones. Without hesitation, Xiāo Ran immediately placed an order for 3 pieces of century-old peachwood heartwood, a large packet of cinnabar, and supplementary materials like rooster blood and rootless water. Altogether, these items cost him less than 50,000 credit points. But he knew that through his hands, these materials costing less than 50,000 could unleash effects worth $500,000, or even millions. That was the terrifying power of the Eye of Truth. Only after completing all this did he leisurely eat breakfast. He informed his parents he was heading to the school library to research materials before stepping out the door. 8 o'clock in the morning, Third People's Hospital in the western part of the city. The area was cordoned off by the Dragon Shield Bureau with long security lines. Dozens of fully armed military operatives stood guard around the perimeter with grim expressions, barring any civilians from approaching. The hospital's main entrance was enveloped in a layer of visible, ink-like black mist that churned and swirled. The sight alone sent a chill down one's spine, accompanied by a bone-chilling aura that swept over passers-by. This was the entrance to the new dungeon, Haunted Hospital. In the open space before the entrance, 2 or 3 dozen teams had already gathered. Most were senior academy students, each radiating a steady aura and equipped with top-tier gear. When Xiāo Ran arrived, the fatso was already waiting there. The chubby guy had gone all out with his outfit today, a brand new set of D-grade alloy armor, a massive tower shield in hand, and a golden character for Wang engraved on it, as if he wanted everyone to know his surname. Brother Ran. Over here. Wang Fatso spotted Xiāo Ran and waved his fan-like hand excitedly. Xiāo Ran walked over, gave him a thorough once-over, and couldn't help but chuckle. What's with the outfit? Going on a blind date? Heh, Brother Ran, this is everything I own. Wang Fat patted his chestplate, making a hollow clang. Grade B, diamond barrier, paired with this turtle shell armor, I'm telling you, I'd even dare to take a stroll through a grade C dungeon. Alright, cut the crap. Xiāo Ran patted him. For a mental type dungeon, your iron armor might not be as useful as my peachwood. With that, he pulled 2 palm-sized, freshly carved peachwood tablets from his pocket and handed one to Wang Fatso. The tablets bore intricate, mystical runes painted in vermilion, emitting a faint warmth. Peachwood amulet fine, E-grade accessory. Effect, when equipped, increases mental resistance by 15% and provides minor immunity to illusions, curses, and other negative effects. This was the version he'd optimized using the Eye of Truth, and its effects exceeded his expectations. What's this? For me? Wang Fatso took it, flipping it over curiously. Bro Ran, you know how to make this stuff too? Put it on. It'll save your life. Sure thing. Wang Fat didn't hesitate, immediately hanging it around his neck. He had an almost blind trust in Xiāo Ran. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Chen Feng led a large group of nearly 20 people, striding over with great pomp. The group was exceptionally well equipped. Besides Chen Feng and A rank, there were several C rank upperclassmen, and the rest were all top-tier D ranks. Each was heavily armed, their faces radiating arrogance. Well, look who it is, our SSS rank genius and his chubby bodyguard, Chen Feng sneered, spotting Xiāo Ran immediately as he approached with a sarcastic tone. His entourage burst into mocking laughter behind him. Brother Feng, don't be so harsh. They're a 2-man legion, how impressive. Ha 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 ha. Just 2 people daring to tackle an unknown dungeon? A psychic type one at that? They clearly don't know the meaning of death. Probably got lucky last time and now thinks he's hot stuff. Wang Fatso flared up at this, shield raised as he lunged forward to confront them. What did you say? Watch your mouth. Xiāo Ran grabbed his arm and shook his head. He didn't even bother to glance at Chen Feng, calmly telling Wang Fatso, if you argue with dogs, they'll think you're one too. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone nearby heard it clearly. Chen Feng's face instantly turned the color of liver. Xiāo Ran. Who the hell do you think you're calling a dog? He trembled with rage, flames erupting from his hands. I call whoever deserves it, Xiāo Ran replied, his expression as serene as ever. This utter disregard and contempt cut deeper than any vicious curse. Chen Feng felt like a clown jumping around like a fool, while the other man couldn't even be bothered to give him a proper look. You wait. Once we're in the instance, I'll make you wish you were dead. Chen Feng spat out his threat, but he dared not actually start a fight here. Instead, he stormed off with his men, his anger boiling over. Brother Ran, you're amazing. Wang the Fat was utterly impressed. One line and you broke his defenses. He just can't handle the pressure, Xiāo Ran said calmly. Just then, commotion erupted again at the entrance. Bai Qiushui had also arrived. She wore a white, form-fitting outfit designed for mobility, accentuating her tall, straight posture and cool, aloof demeanor. Following behind her was the same elite squad from last time, though several members were missing, evidently casualties from the previous dungeon run. The survivors, including Joey, exchanged complex expressions upon seeing Xiāo Ran. Gratitude mingled with awe, but above all, a perplexing sense of confusion lingered. Bai Qiushui's gaze immediately locked onto Xiāo Ran. Their eyes met. Xiāo Ran's gaze was as calm as still water, while Bai Qiushui's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Her lips moved as if she wanted to step forward and say something, but her feet felt as if they were weighed down with lead, unable to move. She recalled the words he had spoken when he left that day, "We're even." She feared that if she spoke, she would once again be met with that icy, distant rejection. Xiāo Ran merely glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze, turning to inspect the props he had prepared. This feeling of being ignored sent a sharp pang through Bai Qiushui's heart. "Qiushui, we should get ready too," Joey murmured beside her. Bai Qiushui nodded, averting her gaze, yet her peripheral vision still couldn't help but drift toward Xiāo Ran. She saw Xiāo Ran hand the overweight man a seemingly ordinary wooden token. The two whispered to each other, appearing so natural and in perfect harmony. An inexplicable sense of loss welled up in her heart. Once upon a time, that spot had been hers. Attention all teams preparing to enter the instance. The instance will open in 5 minutes. The instructor's voice cut through everyone's thoughts. The air instantly grew heavy. All eyes turned to the churning black mist, their gazes filled with tension and a hint of fear. After all, 3 elite teams had already perished inside, leaving no trace behind. Brother Ran, I'm a bit nervous, Wang Fatso swallowed hard and whispered. Scared? Not really. I'm just kind of excited. Wang Fatty puffed out his chest. Getting to tackle this dungeon with you, Ran, would make dying worth it. Xiāo Ran chuckled at his words. Alright, stop jinxing yourself. Stay close to me, and I'll make sure you come out unscathed. Got it. 5 minutes later, the black mist churned even more violently. The tightly sealed hospital door creaked open with a bone-chilling squeak, slowly revealing a narrow crack. A chill 10 times more intense than outside surged through the crack. Advance! At their instructor's command, Chen Feng's team charged in first. One after another, the other senior teams followed suit. Bai Qiushui cast a lingering glance at Xiāo Ran's retreating figure before leading her own team inside. Finally, it was Xiāo Ran and Wang Fatso's turn. Fatso, are you ready? Ready. Then let's go in and see what kind of demons and monsters are lurking in this hospital. Xiāo Ran spoke as he stepped into the bottomless darkness. Chapter 15, Don't be afraid, it's just a little game. One step in, and the world spun. The scene before them was no longer the sunlit square, but a dim, narrow hospital corridor. The air thickened with the pungent stench of formaldehyde and decay, mingling into a nauseating miasma. The floor tiles beneath his feet were cracked and stained with dark red marks. Large patches of white paint peeled from the walls, revealing moldy plaster beneath. The emergency lights above flickered erratically, emitting a crackling hum as they stretched their shadows long and short, ghostly and unnerving. Thud! Fat Wang swallowed nervously, his palms sweaty from gripping the tower shield. Ran, this place is way too creepy, man. Why's the back of my neck feeling so cold? He lowered his voice, clinging close behind Xiāo Ran, his massive frame now resembling a frightened child. Stop freaking yourself out. It's just the energy field messing with your senses. Xiāo Ran's voice remained calm. His truth eye had long been activated, revealing a world utterly different from what Wang Fatty perceived. In his vision, countless pale blue specks floated in the air, pure particles of spiritual energy. Dark red energy trails, resembling claw marks, still marred the walls and ceiling. Residual resentment, condensed from the intense emotions of the deceased at the moment of death. Prolonged exposure causes mental disorder and hallucinations. Floating soul fragments, unconscious energy entities drawn to the presence of the living, yet non-aggressive. The entire hospital resembled a colossal emotional junkyard, piled high with despair, agony, and resentment. Ah! At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the corridor. The sound was heart-wrenching, filled with endless terror, then abruptly cut off. It's the team that charged ahead just now. Wang Fat trembled in fright, nearly dropping the shield in his hands. When they entered earlier, several groups, relying on their numbers, had charged straight into the main hallway, hoping to gain the upper hand. Now it seemed their fate was sealed. This way. Without hesitation, Xiāo Ran turned and pushed open a small door labeled linen room. Beyond the door lay an even narrower service passageway, crammed with assorted clutter and dimmer than the outside. Brother Ran, aren't we taking the main route? Wang Fatty asked, puzzled. The main path is for the dead, Xiāo Ran said flatly. Through his truth eye, the concentration of resentment in the main hallway was over 10 times stronger than in this service corridor, and several powerful vengeful spirits were already lurking there. Charging through now would be suicide. Wang Fat nodded, half understanding, and asked no more questions. He simply raised his shield, cautiously following behind while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. The two navigated the labyrinthine employee passageways. Along the way, Xiāo Ran consistently spotted hidden dangers ahead. Don't touch the cabinet on the left, there's a sealed vengeful spirit inside. That puddle on the floor up ahead is trouble. Go around it. Hold on, something's coming up ahead. Xiāo Ran abruptly halted, pulling Wang Fat into a corner piled with discarded hospital beds. Soon, faint, intermittent sobs drew nearer. A woman in a nurse's uniform, her form semi-transparent, walked slowly past their hiding spot. Head bowed, she wept while groping for something on the floor. Wang Fat dared not breathe. He could sense the icy aura emanating from the female ghost, several times stronger than anything they'd encountered outside earlier. Only after the apparition vanished at the corridor's end did he exhale, whispering, Brother Ran, what was that? Such intense resentment. Just a poor soul searching for something. Xiāo Ran stared in the direction the ghost had vanished. His truth eye had already scanned her information with crystal clarity. NPC, Head Nurse Lu Qian, Level 8, Status, Obsession searching for the lost medical records from Ward 302, Affinity, 10 Wary, Special Action Logic, will indiscriminately attack any living being within 3 meters of her. An elite monster at Level 8. Any other team would have immediately focused their fire on such a monster. But Xiāo Ran shook his head. He glanced at the door sign beside them, Archive Room. Fatso, wait here for me. With that, he walked alone into the dusty archive room. Wang Fatso was puzzled but obediently stayed at the doorway, nervously scanning both ends of the corridor. Inside the archive room, rows of metal filing cabinets lay toppled over, with countless medical records scattered everywhere. Xiāo Ran didn't bother searching through them. His gaze locked directly onto a safe in the corner. Vintage safe, damaged, but contents intact. Base level rules, combination lock mechanism failed. Lock cylinder can be forcibly breached. Xiāo Ran extended his hand, a slender arc of electricity gathering at his fingertips. It was the level 4, basic lightning control. He pierced the lock cylinder with pinpoint accuracy. With a faint crackling sound and a whiff of scorched air, the safe door clicked open. Inside the cabinet lay only one item, a medical record sheet, exceptionally well preserved inside a craft paper envelope. Quest item, medical record from Ward 302. Xiāo Ran picked up the medical records and walked out. Instead of going straight to the head nurse, he took a detour through the staff corridor, heading toward the direction the female ghost had drifted earlier. He casually tossed the medical records onto her inevitable path. After completing this, he pulled Wang Fat back into the shadows. Before long, the weeping head nurse drifted back in. When she saw the medical record lying on the floor, her sobs abruptly ceased. Her trembling hand reached out, picked up the medical record, and clutched it tightly to her chest. The thick aura of resentment surrounding her translucent body began dissipating at a visible pace. She lifted her head, a look of relief spreading across her face. She bowed slightly toward the direction where Xiāo Ran and the others were hiding, then her entire body dissolved into specks of light and vanished. Left behind at the spot was a small amulet glowing with a soft white light. Fat Wang was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for a long while. Is this even possible? No fighting, just handing over an item? An elite level 8 monster just vanished like that? This was more surreal than watching a movie. Xiāo Ran walked over and picked up the talisman from the ground. Calm Spirit Talisman, D-grade accessory. Effect, when equipped, increases mental resistance by 30%, effectively warding off low to mid-tier mental corruption. Another top-tier piece of gear secured. Holy Ran GE. You're performing a spiritual exorcism? Wang Fatso finally found his voice, his tone brimming with shock and awe. I'm just helping her fulfill her final wish. Xiāo Ran handed the talisman to the fat guy. Take it. You need this more than I do. No, brother Ran, this is too valuable. Wang Fat waved his hands frantically. Take it. We're on the same team. Xiāo Ran's tone brooked no argument. A wave of warmth washed over Wang Fat and he stopped refusing. He solemnly tucked the amulet away. Just then, a crisp, silver bell-like laugh suddenly echoed through the empty corridor. He. The laughter, innocent and carefree, sounded eerily out of place in the gloomy surroundings. Wang Fatso's heart, which had just settled, leapt back into his throat. He nervously raised his shield, shielding Xiāo Ran in front of him. Brother Ran. Something else is coming. Xiāo Ran smiled. He patted the shield in Fatso's hands and said, Relax, Fatso. This is just a little game. In his field of vision, a line of golden hidden prompts slowly materialized. Hidden quest chain activated, play a game of hide and seek with Lonely Xiaoing. She will reveal a secret about Uncle Dean. Chapter 16, can you even play hide and seek in this spooky place? Play a game? Hide and seek? Fat Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. He shook his head vigorously, wondering if his nerves had made him mishear. Ran, you're not joking, right? Playing hide and seek with ghosts in this haunted place? He pointed at the eerie surroundings, his voice trembling slightly. This was scarier than facing off against 10 or 8 zombies. One was physical fear, the other psychological, and the latter was clearly more torturous. Come find me, big brother. The little girl's laughter rang out again. Instantly, a figure with pigtails and a white dress flashed around the corner at the end of the corridor. She glanced back at Xiāo Ran, stuck out her tongue, and vanished. See? The game's already begun. Xiāo Ran spread his hands, looking utterly unfazed. Wang Fatty stared at the spot where the girl vanished, feeling a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He was now certain that his brother Xiāo Ran's thought process was utterly different from anyone else's. Gulp. He swallowed hard. So, what do we do now? Go find her, of course. Xiāo Ran said, striding toward the corner where she vanished. Fat Wang had no choice but to grit his teeth, hoisting his massive shield as he followed, glancing back every few steps. He felt less like he was tackling a dungeon and more like he was tagging along with a pro to experience life. The moment they rounded the corner, the scene before them abruptly transformed. The narrow, dilapidated staff passageway instantly transformed into a spacious, bright, and even brand new hospital main corridor. The floor gleamed like new, the walls were snow white, and the air carried a faint scent of disinfectant, as if the hospital were still operating normally. What's going on? Is this an illusion? Wang Fatty looked around in bewilderment. It is an illusion, yet it is not, Xiāo Ran's eye of truth perceived more deeply. Scene, memory corridor. constructed from the persistent thoughts of NPC Xiao. The scene constantly shifts based on her memories. The real exit has been concealed. This is the little girl's memory world. We've been pulled into it, Xiao Ran explained. We can only leave once we finish playing her game. Then, what about Chen Feng and the others? And Bai Qiushui and her group? If they encountered this too, wouldn't they be trapped here forever? Wang Fatty voiced a critical concern. Exactly, Xiao Ran nodded. Without the ability to see through the illusion, they'd be endlessly looping through these shifting corridors until their minds broke, consumed by the resentment here. Wang Fatso felt a chill run down his spine. He was incredibly grateful right now that he'd tagged along with Xiao Ran. Alright, stop overthinking it. We're here to play a game. Xiao Ran patted his shoulder. The rules are simple, find her 3 times. With that, he closed his eyes. Eye of Truth activated at full capacity. The entire layout of the memory corridor, along with Xiao Ying's faintly glowing figure, instantly materialized clearly in his mind. Found her. Room 307 on the 3rd floor, behind the curtains. Xiao Ran opened his eyes and announced. Huh? That fast? Wang Fatso was dumbfounded. It hadn't even been 10 seconds since they started, right? Xiao Ran offered no explanation, leading him directly to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor corridor felt even more eerie than the 1st floor. Children's graffiti covered the walls, distorted faces and bleeding eyes that made one's heart race. They quickly located room 307. The door was ajar, and the room was eerily quiet. Wang Fatty nervously held his shield, cautiously following behind Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran strode straight to the window and yanked the curtains open. Found you. Behind the curtains, the little girl named Xiaoying was crouched in the corner, covering her eyes. After being discovered by Xiao Ran, she froze for a moment before breaking into a delighted smile. Hee, big brother, you're so amazing. She pulled a candy wrapped in foil from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Ran. Here, this is for you, a reward. With that, her figure blurred again as she giggled her way out of the ward and vanished. Xiao Ran picked up the candy, and its properties instantly appeared. Xiao Ying's candy, special consumable. Effect, upon consumption, significantly boosts mental resistance for 10 minutes and grants immunity to 1 lethal mental attack. Awesome stuff. Wang Fatso's eyes lit up. This thing was practically a second life in psychic-type dungeons. Bro Ran, how did you find it so fast? Did you open the 3rd eye or something? He couldn't contain his curiosity. Didn't I tell you? My talent is Pathfinder, Xiao Ran casually made up an excuse. Finding people in paths is my specialty. Fat One thought about it and realized it made sense. Pathfinder, wasn't that exactly what it meant? Though something felt off, he accepted the explanation. After all, Xiao Ran's performance had already far exceeded his understanding of talent levels. Alright, 2 more tries. Xiao Ran stowed the candy away, preparing for the 2nd round. Just as they were about to leave Ward 307, a sudden clamor erupted from the next room, loud banging and furious cursing. Damn it! What the hell is going on in this place? Why are we still here after all this running around? Don't shoot! That's one of us. It's an illusion. Ah! My head. Something's burrowing into my skull. Judging by the voices, it was another team of. They were clearly trapped in this memory corridor too, and on the verge of breaking down. Brother Ran, should we? One the Fat felt a pang of sympathy. Leave them be. Xiao Ran shook his head. We can't save everyone. Besides, if we go out now, they'll just mistake us for illusions and attack us too. Fat Wang sighed and said nothing more. He knew Xiao Ran spoke the truth. The world of the conquerors was this cruel. Stepping out of the ward, they found the corridor had transformed again, this time into a dim staircase leading down to the basement. Hee, come find me. The little girl's laughter echoed from deep within the basement. This time it's the morgue in the basement, Xiao Ran said after closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. The morgue? Wang Fat turned pale. Hospital, basement, morgue. All 3 elements of a horror movie were present. Let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can wrap this up. Xiao Ran didn't seem to mind at all and started walking down the stairs. Wang Fat clenched his teeth and followed. The basement was cold and damp, with droplets clinging to the walls. They hadn't gone far before spotting the sign reading mortuary. Pushing open the heavy iron door, rows of cold, lifeless morgue cabinets came into view. Fat Wang felt his teeth chattering. Xiao Ran, however, moved as if strolling through his own backyard. He walked straight to the middle row, opened the door of the 3rd casket from the top and stepped inside. The cabinet was empty, with no terrifying corpse as imagined. Xiaoying was sitting inside, hugging her knees. Seeing Xiao Ran, she showed no surprise at all, only delight. Big brother found me again. You're so awesome. She handed Xiao Ran another piece of candy before running off with a smile. Wang Fatso watched the scene unfold, numb to it all. He now felt that the most terrifying thing about being with brother Ran wasn't the ghosts, it was Ran himself. This guy was even more unflappable than the ghosts. Alright, this is the last time, Xiao Ran said. This time she's hiding in the fireplace of the principal's office. The two returned to the first floor and located the principal's office. The door was locked tight, with a yellow talisman paper stuck on it, emitting faint energy ripples. Spirit-suppressing talisman low-grade, D-rank talisman, effective against low-level spirits. Looks like another team was here, Xiāo Ran remarked, glancing at the talisman. Too bad they used it in the wrong place. He extended his hand, a sliver of electric arc gathering at his fingertip, and lightly tapped the lock. Click! The door swung open. The office interior was rustic, with the most striking feature being the massive fireplace. Xiāo Ran walked over and found Xiaoying yawning inside the fireplace. Big brother, you're so amazing. The game's over. Xiaoying clapped her hands happily. Now, can you tell me the secret about Uncle Dean? Xiāo Ran asked with a smile. Xiaoying nodded and leaned close to Xiāo Ran's ear. In her childish voice, she whispered something that left Wang Fat stunned. In Uncle Director's office, there's a book he loves most. Inside it is a key. That key unlocks a cabinet hiding all his secrets. Chapter 17, The Secret of the Dean's Office. Hearing the little girl's words, Wang Fatty was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the innocent little ghost girl, then at Xiāo Ran's calm expression, feeling his worldview being completely reshaped. So this was how you tackled a dungeon? Just chat with NPCs, play games, and clues just hand themselves over? This was a world apart from the brutal battles of blood and fire he'd heard about before. Thank you, Xiaoying. Xiāo Ran gently stroked the little girl's head. Though her body was translucent, the touch felt real, carrying a faint chill. Hee hee, big brother, I'm tired from playing. Time to go back to sleep. Bye. Xiaoying waved at Xiāo Ran, her form dissolving into scattered starlight before vanishing completely. As she vanished, the surrounding illusion shattered like a broken mirror, crumbling piece by piece. The scene before them twisted and shifted, finally settling back into the simple, dusty Dean's office. We're out already? Wang Fatty realized with surprise that they were no longer in that ever-shifting corridor of memories. Yeah, the game's over. Xiāo Ran nodded, his gaze shifting to the massive mahogany bookshelf in the office. The shelves were packed with thick medical texts at a glance, there were easily hundreds, if not thousands. Brother Ran, with this many books, how long will it take us to find what we need? Wang Fatso stared at the wall-to-wall stacks, feeling overwhelmed. No need to search. Xiāo Ran was confident. He strode to the bookshelf and swept his eye of truth over it. Instantly, information from hundreds upon hundreds of books cascaded through his vision like a waterfall. Atlas of Human Anatomy, condition, slightly moth-eaten. Clinical diagnosis, condition, pages yellowed. Advances in neurosurgery, condition, well-preserved. In less than 3 seconds, his gaze locked onto an unassuming old book on the middle shelf, its spine worn to the point where the title was barely legible. The Hippocratic Oath on Physician Ethics, condition, frequently thumbed through, foreign objects tucked between pages. That's the one. Xiāo Ran reached out and pulled the book from the shelf. The book was thick. As he opened it, the musty scent of aged ink wafted up. Sure enough, tucked inside the middle pages, he found an antique brass key pressed between the pages. Dean's private storage cabinet key, a key imbued with its owner's essence, seemingly capable of unlocking some important cabinet. Found it. Xiāo Ran weighed the key in his hand. Holy crap! Found it again on the first try. Wang Fatso was at a loss for words to describe his excitement, repeating Brother Ran is amazing over and over in his mind. Xiāo Ran scanned the office with the key in hand and quickly spotted a recessed storage cabinet in the corner, its color blending seamlessly with the wall. Without the prompt from the truth eye, no ordinary person would have noticed this cabinet existed. He walked over and inserted the key into the lock. Click. A soft click sounded as the cabinet door swung open. Inside, there were no treasures of gold or silver, nor any divine weapons or magical artifacts. Only a thick diary bound in black cowhide lay quietly within. The cover bore no words, yet radiated an overwhelming, indelible aura of sorrow. The director's diary chronicles the final truth of this hospital, along with one man's profound regret and utter despair. Brother Ran, what's written inside? Wang the Fatso leaned in curiously. Hang tight, we'll find out soon enough. Xiāo Ran picked up the diary, about to open it. Just then, outside the office, a sudden rush of footsteps and the sound of violent struggle erupted. Damn it! How come these damn things won't die? Hold on. Zhou, use your earth wall to block them. No good. Their attacks can pierce walls. It's a psychic assault. Ah! My hands! My hands won't obey me. Judging by the sounds, several teams outside seemed to have encountered powerful vengeful spirits and were locked in a fierce battle. Then, a voice rang out arrogant yet tinged with panic. Hold the damn line, all of you. Anyone who dares take a step back, I'll kill them when I get out. It was Chen Feng. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the already dilapidated wooden door to the dean's office was kicked open from the outside. Chen Feng, leading his battered and broken squad, stormed in, looking utterly disheveled. Trailing behind them were several stragglers from other teams, each pale-faced and still shaken. Hot on their heels were 3 vengeful spirits clad in tattered hospital gowns, their bodies twisted and faces hideously distorted. The emanating from these spirits was even more intense than that of the head nurse they had encountered earlier. Rampaging Patient Elite, Level 10, Skills, Mental Screech, Vengeful Claws. Quick! Barricade the door. Chen Feng bellowed at his henchman the moment he entered. His henchman scrambled to close the door, but the three vengeful spirits were already snarling and lunging forward. Get out of the way! Chen Feng's eyes hardened as a bursting fireball coalesced in his hand, which he hurled viciously toward the doorway. Boom! The violent explosion sent the three vengeful spirits reeling backward, billowing black smoke from their bodies. Yet the flames inflicted only minimal damage. Enraged, they charged forward once more. Chen Feng's fireball also engulfed the two henchmen blocking the doorway. With agonized screams, they were instantly consumed by flames and collapsed to the ground, their fate unknown. Feng! Brother Feng! The surviving henchman stared at his comrade lying in a pool of blood, his voice trembling. Shut up! The dead are dead. It was their honor to buy me time. Chen Feng said coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Xiāo Ran and Wang the fatso inside the office. When he spotted the diary in Xiāo Ran's hands, emanating an unusual aura, greed flared in his eyes. Xiāo Ran! Hand over what you're holding. He didn't even ask what it was, demanding it outright with an utterly domineering tone. In his eyes, every valuable item in this dungeon belonged to him, an A-rank genius. Xiāo Ran, a mere F-rank, had found the treasure purely by luck. He had no right to possess it. Hand it over, and I might consider letting you be my lackey, sparing your life. Chen Feng's face twisted into a cruel grin as he closed in on Xiāo Ran step by step. Behind him, the motley crew he'd gathered all wore greedy expressions as they surrounded Xiāo Ran and Wang Fatty. They all recognized it. The item in Xiāo Ran's hands was undoubtedly the crucial artifact for this dungeon. Seeing this, Wang Fat immediately raised his shield, blocking Xiāo Ran's path. He roared, Chen Feng. Have you no shame? If you're capable, go find it yourself. What kind of skill is stealing from others? Shame? Chen Feng snorted as if hearing the biggest joke in the world. In this world, strength is your face. I'm stronger than him. What's his is mine. Attack. Whoever seizes the diary gets 1,000,000 credit points from me. Where there's a big reward, there'll be brave men. The eyes of that motley crew instantly turned red. One by one, they roared, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Fat Wang. Meanwhile, the three vengeful spirits temporarily held back at the doorway broke through the defenses once more, launching indiscriminate attacks on everyone inside the office. In an instant, the small dean's office descended into utter chaos. Throughout it all, Xiāo Ran paid Chen Feng no mind. He merely lowered his head and slowly opened the dusty diary. Chapter 18, The Bloodstained Notebook. October 3rd, cloudy. That damn black fog has shrouded the hospital for 3 days now. All communication devices have failed, trapping us here completely. Worse still, patients are beginning to exhibit symptoms of persistent high fever and delirium. Conventional treatments prove utterly ineffective. Xiāo Ran's gaze swept calmly over the neat yet hurried handwriting filling the diary's pages. Surrounding him were deafening battle cries, the clang of weapons, and the piercing wails of vengeful spirits. Fat Wang stood alone at the very front, like a mountain, holding the line. His Vajra barrier talent was pushed to its absolute limit. The massive tower's shield glowed with golden light, deflecting most attacks. But the sheer number of assailants, combined with the constant psychic assaults from those 3 level 10 vengeful spirits, placed him under immense strain. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the skin between his thumb and forefinger had been torn open by the shockwaves, blood streaming freely. Fatso! You won't last much longer. Get the hell out of the way if you don't want to die. A senior student swung his battle axe wildly, hacking at Wang Fatso's shield. Put! If you want to touch my brother Ran, you'll have to step over this fat old man's dead body first. Wang Pang roared, spitting in the attacker's face. Meanwhile, Chen Feng wasn't idle either. Relying on his powerful A-grade talent, he continuously unleashed fireballs to suppress the 3 vengeful spirits. But he soon realized his flame attacks had negligible effect on these pure spiritual entities. Each strike could only slightly fade the black aura surrounding them before it quickly returned to its original state. Damn it! What the hell are these things? Chen Feng fumed, realizing he was caught in an awkward predicament. He desperately wanted to seize the diary from Xiāo Ran's hands, yet he had to divert his attention to deal with these indestructible vengeful spirits. Meanwhile, Xiāo Ran, the center of this storm, seemed utterly detached. His entire mind was immersed in the despair-filled world described within the pages of that diary. October 7th, light rain. Death has begun. The first victim was Old Man Zhang from Ward 307, Building B. He was perfectly fine yesterday. This morning, during the nurse's rounds, they found him cold to the touch, yet his face bore an eerie smile. What was most terrifying was that half an hour later, his corpse sat up on its own from the hospital bed. October 12th, heavy rain. The situation spiraled completely out of control. More and more people died, only to transform into monsters that attack the living. We called them wraiths. Physical attacks were nearly useless against them. Only a few high-level strategists with unwavering willpower could inflict damage using source energy. But the wraiths were overwhelmingly numerous, and our manpower was severely stretched thin. Warner, she'd been working non-stop for 72 hours without sleep. I was truly worried about her health. In the diary, the name Wanner appeared with increasing frequency. Between the lines, the author's affection and concern were palpable. Xiāo Ran's eye of truth could even decipher the complex emotions within these writings. Emotion analysis, affection 40%, concern 35%, exhaustion 15%, fear 10%. October 15th, thunderstorm. No. Wanner, she started running a fever too. Her symptoms are identical to those infected patients. Why? Why her? I can't lose her. I absolutely can't. The writing on this page is extremely sloppy, pressed so hard it pierces the paper. One can imagine the utter collapse and despair the author must have felt at that moment. I must save her. I must. I remember now. In that forbidden ancient text, deep within the library's recesses, there's a record of an ancient ritual life grafting. It allows one to exchange a healthy life for a dying one. Though the success rate is extremely low, and the cost immense, I have no other choice. Reading this, Xiāo Ran's pupils contracted slightly. The truth began to surface. October 17th, overcast. The ritual requires a special medium, a scalpel imbued with sufficient life essence. I found it, the one I use most often. It has saved hundreds of lives and declared hundreds dead. It couldn't be more fitting. A sacrifice was also needed, a healthy, vibrant, human being. I didn't want to do this. I am a doctor, my sacred duty is to save lives. But for Wanner. I'm sorry, that new, healthy intern. I will remember you forever. November 1st, blood moon. I failed. I utterly failed. The ritual produced an unknown mutation. Wanner, she turned into a sky full of light points in my arms, leaving me forever. Yet the vengeful spirit of that intern became entangled with my own soul. I can feel my sanity being devoured. I am turning into a monster. I am consumed by hatred. I hate this world, I hate this catastrophe, and most of all, I hate my own incompetence and stupidity. This scalpel, stained with sin, I sealed within the wall of the innermost operating room on the 3rd floor. I never want to see it again, ever. Wanner. I'm sorry. If there is another life, I only wish to be an ordinary person, to watch the sun rise and set with you. The diary abruptly ended here. On the final page, only one word was written in blood: regret. Xiāo Ran slowly closed the diary. Everything became clear. The vengeful spirit director was none other than the diary's owner, Dr. Zhang. Unable to accept the death of his beloved Wanner and the sins he had committed, he was ultimately consumed by endless remorse and resentment, transforming into this dungeon's final boss. That scalpel was his object of obsession and the only key to purify him. Wanner. Xiāo Ran murmured the name softly. The instant the name left his lips, the entire hospital suddenly shook violently. A terrifying aura, so powerful it felt suffocating, erupted from the deepest recesses of the hospital. Roar. A roar unlike any human voice, filled with endless agony and fury, reverberated within every person's mind. In the office, the attackers surrounding Wang Fatty and the 3 raging vengeful spirits all froze in place. Immediately, the 3 level 10 elite vengeful spirits, as if summoned by some force, let out terrified shrieks. Their bodies dissolved into 3 streams of black smoke, passing straight through the walls and flying toward the source of the roar. Meanwhile, the players attacking Wang Pengzi turned deathly pale, clutching their heads as they wailed in agony. My head. It hurts so bad. It's a mental shock. The boss has been alerted. Only Qin Feng, possessing an A-tier talent and stronger mental fortitude, managed to stifle a groan and stagger back 2 steps. Yet his expression darkened to the extreme. The final boss is coming out. He stared in horror toward the depths of the hospital. Wang Pengzi finally caught his breath. Retreating to Xiāo Ran's side, he gasped heavily, his face still pale with fear. Brother Ran, that commotion was terrifying. The main event is about to begin. Yet not a trace of tension showed on Xiāo Ran's face. He tucked away the diary and glanced outside the office. At the end of the corridor, Bai Qiushui and her team were rushing toward them. They had clearly been drawn by the commotion as well. Their team looked equally battered, each member bearing injuries, clearly having endured a fierce battle themselves. Bai Qiushui's gaze locked onto Xiāo Ran the instant she saw him. When she confirmed he was unharmed and had secured the crucial item, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes, but more than anything, it was relief. Xiāo Ran. What did you find? She asked urgently as she hurried over. I found the ticket to hell, and I found the key to escape it. Xiāo Ran spoke, his gaze shifting past her toward the depths of the corridor. The darkness there seemed to come alive, writhing and gathering. A terrifying figure, 5 meters tall, slowly took shape, a monstrosity woven from endless black mist, resentment, and shattered souls. Wrathful spirit Dean Lord class boss, level, status? The eye of truth had failed again. This meant the boss was at least level 15 or higher. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Xiāo Ran grabbed Wang Fat and turned to sprint in the opposite direction. 3rd floor, operating room. Chapter 19, something in the wall. Run? Why run? The boss is right there. If we focus our fire, we could. Within Bai Qiushui's team, Joey the A-tier talent Earth Guardian watched Xiao Ran's back as he turned and sprinted away without a second thought, utterly baffled. In his view, the final boss had already appeared. Now was the perfect moment for all teams to unite and take it down in one decisive push. Shut up! Follow him! Bai Qiushui snapped sharply, cutting him off. Her instincts told her Xiao Ran must have his reasons for this. In the previous dungeon, her own overconfidence had led her to make a fatal mistake. This time, she chose to trust Xiao Ran unconditionally. But, Qiushui. Zhou Yi tried to argue. No buts. This is an order. Bai Qiushui's voice was cold and unquestionable. If you don't want to die, follow him. With that, she turned first and followed Xiao Ran's footsteps closely. The rest of the team, though puzzled, saw Bai Qiushui's unwavering resolve and gritted their teeth as they followed suit. On the other side, Chen Feng watched the direction Xiao Ran fled, a cold sneer of contempt spreading across his face. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. He runs the moment he sees the boss. He turned to the frightened rabble beside him and shouted, "Snap the hell out of it, everyone! The boss is right before our eyes. This is our chance to make a name for ourselves. Whoever deals effective damage to the boss will be rewarded with a set of D-grade gear from the Chen family." Spurred by the generous reward and seeing Bai Qiushui's team flee too, some regained their nerve, especially with their own numbers overwhelmingly superior. Brother Fang's right. What the hell are we afraid of? Let's fight it. The S-rank geniuses have all fled. If we stay, all the glory will be ours. Chen Feng grinned triumphantly. In his eyes, Bai Qiushui and Xiao Ran were nothing but cowards cowed by the boss's might. He would stay behind and claim the boss's first kill right before everyone's eyes. He would prove that he, Chen Feng, was the strongest genius in Jiangcheng. Everyone, prepare to focus fire. Blast it to hell. Chen Feng raised both hands high. A fireball, larger than any he'd ever conjured, coalesced in his palms, radiating terrifying heat. Third floor, operating area. The air was thicker than anywhere else in the hospital. The air felt frozen solid, each breath like inhaling a cold blade. The doors to the operating rooms lining both sides of the corridor were all tightly shut. The glass panes were covered in dark red handprints, as if countless people had desperately struggled against them from within. Brother Ran, is this the place? Wang the Fat held his shield, nervously scanning the surroundings. He felt countless pairs of eyes staring at them from the darkness. Yeah, the one at the very end. Xiao Ran's footsteps didn't falter as he strode straight to the very end of the corridor. Here, a room labeled Special Grade Sterile Operating Room stood. Its door was a heavy, lead-lined radiation shield with no glass, only deep, bone-piercing claw marks etched into its surface, testimony to the horrors that had unfolded within. This is it. Xiao Ran halted, his gaze not fixed on the door but instead drawn to an unassuming wall beside the operating room. Bai Qiushui and her team followed, panting heavily. Xiao Ran, what are we doing here? The boss is clearly downstairs. Joey couldn't help but question again. Xiao Ran ignored him, turning instead to Wang Fatso. Fatso, see that wall? Starting from the bottom left corner, hit the third brick with everything you've got. Ha? Smash the wall? Wang Fatso froze. Don't ask questions. Just do it. Got it. Though confused, Wang Fatso immediately obeyed. He took a deep breath, channeling all his source energy into his right arm. His B-rank talent, Vajra Barrier, activated, causing his entire arm to glow with a metallic sheen. Ha! He roared, his fist as big as a clay pot smashing down with tremendous force onto the brick Xiao Ran had pointed out. Boom! A deafening roar. Plaster flew everywhere, bricks shattered. That seemingly impenetrable wall was shattered by Fat Wang's single punch, leaving a gaping hole. Holy hell! Am I that strong? Wang Fatso stared at his fist, stunned. He knew he was powerful, but never imagined it could reach such extremes. What he didn't know was that Xiao Ran had instructed him to strike precisely at the wall's weakest structural point revealed by the Eye of Truth. There's something inside the wall, a sharp-eyed girl in the group pointed at the hole and gasped. Everyone turned to look. Behind the shattered bricks, embedded in the wall, sat a square-foot-long black box entirely cast from lead. Its surface was engraved with eerie runes, as if sealing something within. What is this? Bai Qiushui stared at the box, her eyes filled with shock. She instantly understood. Xiao Ran wasn't running away at all. From the very beginning, his target wasn't the boss, it was this thing hidden within the wall. This was the true strategy. Meanwhile, she and Zhou Yi had been foolishly scheming to confront the boss head-on. The realization made Zhou Yi's face flush with embarrassment. He finally grasped where the gap between himself and Xiao Ran truly lay. It wasn't a difference in innate talent, it was a dimensional strike on the level of thinking. Ignoring the stunned stares of the others, Xiao Ran stepped forward, reaching out to retrieve the lead box. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the box. Stop! A thunderous shout erupted from behind them. Turning around, they saw Chen Feng standing at the corridor entrance, surrounded by a few defeated henchmen, his face twisted with venomous hatred. Chen Feng looked utterly disheveled. Blood covered his body, one arm twisted unnaturally, clearly a serious injury. Of the dozen or so henchmen behind him, only 3 or 4 remained, each in disarray, their eyes filled with terror.
Chen Feng? What are you doing here?
Where's the boss downstairs?
Zhou Yi exclaimed.
Don't even mention it, one of Chen Feng's henchmen cried out, his voice trembling.
That wasn't the boss at all. It was a monster. Our attacks didn't do a thing to it.
It only needed one move, just one move. And most of our men were wiped out. The group sucked in their breath at the news. Over a dozen people, including several C-rank experts, couldn't even withstand a single move? Just how terrifying was this boss? Chen Feng ignored the henchman's wailing. His eyes locked onto the lead box embedded in the wall, his breathing growing ragged. He might be dim-witted, but he knew anything hidden so meticulously within a wall had to be the most crucial treasure in this dungeon.
Xiāo Ran.
I knew you were up to no good, you good for nothing. You must know some secret. A maniacal grin spread across Chen Feng's face. Hand over that box. Or else, we'll both go down together today. As he spoke, he raised his intact hand. A wildly unstable flame, laced with black arcs of electricity, danced frantically in his palm. It was the precursor to his planned source energy explosion. The explosion of an A-rank genius possessed enough power to obliterate this entire corridor. You're insane. Bai Qiushui's face paled as she shouted harshly. I am mad. Mad because you bastards drove me to it. Chen Feng raved, seemingly possessed. If I can't live in peace, none of you will either. Give me the box. The tension instantly reached a breaking point. Yet Xiāo Ran seemed oblivious to the threat, calmly reaching for the lead box. He gently pulled the box from the wall. It felt cold and heavy in his hands. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from it, a mixture of sin, regret, and despair. Xiāo Ran could feel his eye of truth going into a frenzy of warning. Warning! High concentration soul contamination detected. Unauthorized contact will result in immediate soul erosion, transforming the victim into a fragment of the vengeful spirit. He glanced at the box, then at Chen Feng, who looked like a rabid tiger. A sudden twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. You want it? He weighed the box in his hand. Here. With that, he actually tossed the lead box toward Chen Feng with a casual flick of his wrist. Chapter 20, even S-Class can't hold out. Everyone was stunned by Xiāo Ran's sudden move. Bai Qiushui froze. Fat Wang froze. Even Chen Feng, who had been shouting about mutual destruction, froze. He instinctively reached out and caught the heavy lead box hurtling toward him. You really gave it to me? Chen Feng could scarcely believe his eyes. He'd only intended to threaten them with self-destruction to force the surrender of the treasure, never expecting it to go so smoothly. Had this useless fool been scared out of his wits? He stared down at the lead box in his hands, his eyes blazing with wild joy and greed. Ha 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 ha. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. Just a little scare, and he hands over the treasure like a good boy. He laughed maniacally with triumph, already envisioning himself slaying the boss, earning an SSS rank evaluation, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Xiāo Ran. You know your place. Once I claim the first kill, I might spare you a proper burial. He couldn't wait, reaching out to open the lead box engraved with eerie runes. Don't touch it. Bai Qiushui's expression darkened. She sensed an ominous foreboding in Xiāo Ran's unnervingly calm demeanor and urgently warned him. But it was too late. Chen Feng's hand had already touched the latch of the lead box. The instant his fingertips made contact. Buzz! An invisible black ripple erupted from the lead box. Ah! Chen Feng let out a shrill scream that sounded inhuman. The lead box in his hand felt like a red-hot branding iron. He tried to throw it away, but his hand seemed glued to it. He couldn't shake it off. Thick, dark vapors surged madly from the box's cracks, like flesh-eating maggots burrowing up his arm and into his body. His skin began to wither and turn ashen at a visible pace. His eyes instantly darkened to pitch black, no whites remained, only endless venom and madness. My hands, my power. Aha! He could feel it clearly. The source energy within him was being devoured and corrupted by that black mist. His prized grade talent, the Fiery Master, offered no resistance whatsoever against this soul-level corruption. Save me. He looked at his henchmen in terror, but they had long since been petrified by this bizarre scene, retreating in panic, too afraid to approach. He turned his pleading gaze toward Bai Qiushui. But Bai Qiushui merely stared back coldly, gripping her sword tightly, her gaze guarded. You reap what you sow. Finally, Chen Feng's desperate gaze fell upon Xiāo Ran, the very instigator who had tossed him the box. Xiāo Ran remained standing in place, watching him with an expression of calm detachment. His gaze was like that of someone observing a clown performing his final, pathetic act. Chen Feng understood instantly. He had been tricked. This wasn't some treasure at all. It was a trap. A deadly cursed object. Xiāo Ran had known from the very beginning how dangerous this thing was. He had deliberately tossed it to him. Xiāo Ran. Even as a ghost. I will never let you off. Chen Feng mustered his last ounce of strength to utter a venomous curse. Then, his body stiffened violently. The last glimmer of life in his eyes was completely swallowed by darkness.
His entire being transformed into a walking corpse radiating intense resentment. Ding!
Conqueror Chen Feng has been completely corrupted by the sin of the Wrathful Spirit Dean and transformed into the dungeon elite monster Flame Wrathful Spirit.
Roar! The transformed Chen Feng let out a roar to the heavens.
Black flames erupted from his body, unleashing an aura more powerful than the combined might of the 3 level 10 combined.
No! He's been turned into a monster.
Joey shouted in horror, instantly summoning an earthen wall to shield the group.
Brother Ran, this. Wang Fatso stared at Xiāo Ran in utter shock.
He knew Rangu was formidable, but never imagined he could be this powerful.
Winning without bloodshed, using others' blades to kill, effortlessly eliminating a major rival, even transforming the opponent into a monster. His methods were utterly unfathomable.
Xiāo Ran paid no heed to the other's shock. His gaze fixed on the lead box that had fallen from Chen Feng's hands onto the ground. By now, the runes on the box had completely faded, and the terrifying aura of corruption had weakened by more than 90%. Chen Feng had purified this cursed object for Xiāo Ran with his own life. Xiāo Ran stepped forward and calmly picked up the lead box. This time, there was no trace of abnormality.
He opened the box. Inside, a layer of black velvet lined the interior.
A surgical knife, simple in design yet gleaming with a sinister cold light, lay quietly within.
Upon the blade, it seemed as though countless tormented souls wailed in agony. Unique quest item, the Scalpel of Sin.
Obsession object, imbued with all the sins and regrets of the Wraithly Dean.
Special effect, possession of this item enables soul dialogue with the Wraithly Dean.
The instant the scalpel was seized.
Boom!
The entire hospital building began to shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment.
Downstairs, the terrifying aura belonging to the final boss surged several-fold. It's coming!
Bai Qiushui declared, his expression grave. Countless faces contorted in agony began to emerge from the ground beneath their feet. Hands formed from black mist, hands of resentment, reached up from the earth, clawing at their ankles.
Quick! To the central operating room. That's its core domain, the only place we can eliminate it completely.
Xiāo Ran, scalpel in hand, bellowed and charged first toward the deepest part of the surgical zone.
The others dared not delay and immediately followed.
They traversed the corridor swarming with vengeful hands until they finally reached an enormous circular metal door.
Etched upon the door was a vast, eerie blood-formed magical array.
This was the very heart of the entire dungeon, the central operating room. The newly transformed Chen Feng, now a flame wraith, stood guard like a loyal sentinel before the door.
His emotionless black eyes fixed intently on them. I'll handle him!
Joey roared, charging forward. He knew this was his only chance to contribute to the team.
Everyone else, follow me inside.
Without hesitation, Xiāo Ran led the remaining members around the lot in battle between Joey and the flame wraith, violently shoving open the heavy metal door. The sight beyond the door made everyone gasp in shock. It was an immense circular chamber, resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. At its center stood a massive operating table. Upon it, the Wrathful Spirit Dean, a form composed of endless black mist and resentment, floated motionless. Its form was more solid and terrifying than the apparition they had seen downstairs. Countless faces twisted in agony flickered within its shadowy body, emitting silent wails. The surrounding spectator seats of the arena were densely packed with a multitude of various forms. Doctors, nurses, patients, all stared down at the intruder below with hollow, numb eyes. This was the lair of the vengeful spirits. The instant Bai Qiushui stepped into the operating room, the boss's eyes, two blazing crimson orbs, locked onto her.
A colossal psychic shockwave surged toward her like a tsunami.
Bai Qiushui grunted softly, feeling as though a heavy hammer had struck her brain.
Darkness instantly engulfed her vision.
Countless illusions surged wildly through her mind.
The mocking faces of the crowd at the awakening ceremony.
The disappointed gazes of her clan elders.
Chen Feng's arrogant humiliation. But the clearest image was Xiāo Ran's face, etched with utter disappointment, and those icy words, "We are even now." No.
Bai Qiushui clutched her head in agony, her will teetering on the brink of collapse. Even an S-class talent proved so fragile against a pure, soul-targeted psychic assault.
She couldn't hold on any longer.
As she was about to be swallowed by the illusion and sink into utter ruin. Just then, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. A cool, pure energy flowed through that hand into her body, instantly dispelling all the illusions in her mind. Bai Qiushui snapped back to her senses, gasping for breath, her back drenched in cold sweat. She turned to see Xiāo Ran's calm face. "Stand behind me," Xiāo Ran said softly. His voice seemed to carry a strange magic, instantly calming her wildly beating heart. Instinctively, she obeyed and retreated behind Xiāo Ran. In that moment, she felt that slender silhouette was the strongest fortress in the entire world.
Chapter 21, Dean, your wife is calling you home for dinner.
Roar! Seeing his psychic assault fail against Bai Qiushui, only to be effortlessly deflected by an ordinary person who seemed to emit no energy fluctuations whatsoever, the Wraith Dean erupted in fury. Its massive, black mist body began churning violently, causing the temperature in the entire central operating room to plummet to freezing point. The numb spectators in the surrounding stands seemed jolted awake, each emitting piercing shrieks.
The sounds coalesced into a destructive sonic wave, sweeping madly toward the figures in the arena. Fatso! Up the shield!
Xiāo Ran shouted without turning his head.
Got it! Ran! Wang Fat roared, slamming his massive tower shield into the ground. Vidra barrier! Unshakable as a mountain. Buzz! A golden light barrier, more dazzling than any before, instantly expanded outward, enveloping Xiāo Ran, Bai Qiushui, and her remaining team members. The devastating sonic wave crashed into the golden barrier, sending visible ripples outward, yet it couldn't penetrate even an inch. Holy crap! Fatso, how did your talent get so much stronger?
A surviving support-type girl from Bai Qiushui's team stared at Wang Fatso in shock. She remembered clearly that back in the office, Wang Fatso's shield had been strong, but nowhere near this absurdly powerful. It was practically a real turtle shell.
Haha, all thanks to the protective talisman Brother Ran gave me. Wang Fat proudly patted the Peachwood talisman hanging on his chest.
The dual blessings of the Calm Spirit Talisman and Peachwood Amulet had skyrocketed his mental resilience, significantly boosting the stability of his innate abilities. Hearing this, the others once again stared at Xiāo Ran, standing at the very front, with expressions that suggested they were looking at a monster.
This guy not only is he twisted himself, but he can turn everyone around him twisted too?
Seeing his sonic attack fail, the Wraith Dean grew even more frenzied. It extended a massive claw formed from black mist, tearing through space with terrifying force, and slammed it down toward the golden light barrier. The sheer power of this strike was several times more terrifying than the one that had instantly annihilated Chen Feng's team earlier.
Fatso! Say the word if you can't hold it.
Bai Qiushui shouted anxiously, her longsword already gathering frost, ready to provide backup at any moment.
Relax, sis, ahem, bye. With this fat lord here, the sky won't fall. Wang Fat's face flushed crimson as he summoned every ounce of strength. Boom!
The colossal claw on the light barrier collided with a thunderous crash.
The entire ground shook violently.
The tiles beneath Wang Fatso's feet shattered into pieces. The immense force crushed him, bending him double as his legs sank deep into the ground. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his lips. But he held his ground, stubbornly resisting the force. The golden light shield was covered in cracks, but it did not shatter. Good job. Bai Qiushui couldn't help but praise. A B-rank tank withstanding a full power strike from a Lord-class boss without falling? No one would believe it if you told them. Yet everyone knew this was merely the first strike. Seeing his first strike fail, the Wraith Dean raised his claws once more. Wang Pengzi's shield was already on the verge of shattering. There was absolutely no way it could withstand a second blow. At that critical moment, Xiāo Ran moved. He unleashed no earth-shattering skills, nor did he draw upon any world-ending artifacts. With calm, measured steps, he walked out of the golden shield's protective range, alone, toward the raging final boss radiating an aura of destruction.
Xiāo Ran! What are you doing? Come back!
Bai Qiushui screamed, her heart leaping into her throat.
Brother Ran! Wang Fatso cried out in panic.
But Xiāo Ran paid no heed to their cries. He simply walked on, neither fast nor slow. His figure appeared as insignificant as an ant before the colossal, mountain-like figure of the wrathful Spirit Dean.
It seemed as though the next moment, he would be utterly swallowed by the endless darkness and resentment. The wrathful Spirit Dean's crimson single eye noticed this and daring to challenge it.
It abandoned its assault on the light barrier, instead aiming its mountain-crushing claw squarely at Xiāo Ran and brought it down with brutal force.
It's over. Those two words echoed in everyone's mind.
Bai Qiushui couldn't bear to watch and closed her eyes. Yet the expected scene of flesh and blood scattered everywhere did not materialize. Xiāo Ran halted his advance less than 10 meters from the boss. He lifted his head, gazing up at the colossal claw descending like a dark cloud, his face devoid of fear. Slowly, he raised the scalpel in his hand, a blade stained with endless sin and regret. The moment the scalpel appeared, the colossal claw, mid-swing, froze solid in midair. The entire colossal body of the boss began to tremble violently. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the scalpel, filled with terror, agony, struggle, and a deep, profound regret. It recognized this blade. This blade had ended the life of its beloved. This blade had also unleashed its endless torment. You made a mistake, but you are not beyond redemption. Xiāo Ran's voice rang out clearly in the deathly quiet operating room. Through the special effect of soul dialogue, he transmitted his voice directly into the depths of the vengeful spirit's soul. Roar! The wrathful spirit director emitted a low, agonized growl. The human faces within its body struggled even more violently. It remembered every colleague and patient it had killed. It remembered the innocent intern it had sacrificed as an offering. Endless guilt surged like a tidal wave, threatening to drown its sanity completely. But someone is still waiting for you. Xiāo Ran's voice pierced through the darkness like a ray of light, cutting through the endless guilt. He offered no grand philosophies, no lectures. With the calmest tone, he uttered the name buried deepest within the vengeful spirit's soul, the one it longed to hear most. Dr. Zhang. Your wife is waiting for you to come home for dinner. Boom! Those words exploded like a billion thunderclaps within the wrathful spirit director's soul. It was a billion times more powerful than any S-rank talent, more devastating than any god-tier forbidden spell.
1. Waner.
The colossal, terrifying form composed of black mist began to tremble violently, then melted away like ice and snow.
All resentment, all darkness, all suffering at this moment, it all crumbled to dust.
As the black mist dissipated, it revealed the soul of a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, his scholarly features now streaked with tears. It was the dean, Dr. Zhang. He looked at Xiāo Ran, his eyes no longer filled with venom or madness, but only boundless gratitude and relief.
"Thank you," he murmured softly.
Then he lifted his head and gazed toward the dome of the operating room. A warm, sacred light descended from above, enveloping him. Within the light, the gentle, beautiful figure of a woman slowly materialized. She reached out her hand, a tender smile on her face.
"Aja, I've been waiting for you, for a very long time." Waner. Dr. Zhang's soul could no longer hold back.
It transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward that figure.
Two souls, long tormented, finally embraced tightly within the light.
Then, sharing a smile, they walked hand in hand deeper into the light, until they vanished from sight.
The entire central operating room was bathed in light once more.
The oppressive aura of terror that had hung over everyone vanished without a trace. The dungeon was cleared. Yet in the arena, whether it was by Xiao Wang Fatso, or the surviving team members, all stood frozen in place as if petrified, staring blankly at the solitary figure holding a scalpel, standing alone in the center of the field.
Their minds were blank. And that simple, unadorned phrase, echoing endlessly in their minds. "Dean, your wife is calling you home for dinner." Chapter 22, Unique Title. Soul Comforter. Dead silence. In the vast central operating room, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone remained immersed in the miraculous scene that had just unfolded, unable to snap out of it. They had witnessed firsthand how a Lord-tier boss, powerful enough to inspire utter despair, had been defeated with a single sentence. This method of clearing a dungeon had completely shattered their understanding of what was possible. Wang Fatso's jaw dropped wide open. The shield in his hands clattered to the floor, yet he remained utterly oblivious. The gaze he now fixed upon Xiāo Ran was no longer that of a mere mortal. It was the reverent stare reserved for a deity walking among men. Bai Qiushui, meanwhile, stared blankly at Xiāo Ran's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions. Awe, curiosity, reverence, admiration, a complex web of emotions tangled within her heart. She had thought his command to detonate the power plant during their last mission in the zombie siege dungeon was already a stroke of genius. But compared to today's feat, that was nothing. One was exploiting the rules for a clever victory. This one, however, had shattered the enemy at the very core of their soul. The gap between them was immeasurable. Only now did she truly grasp the meaning behind Xiāo Ran's words, "What I know far exceeds your imagination." He was like an all-knowing prophet, privy to every secret in the world. While everyone remained frozen in shock, a series of cold, booming system alerts thundered through the entire dungeon space and simultaneously exploded within each person's mind. Congratulations to the player Xiāo Ran for achieving a perfect clear of the dungeon-haunted hospital using the special method Peaceful Purification. Achievement unlocked, unique clear for the dungeon. Dungeon settlement in progress. Adventurer Xiāo Ran discovered and completed all hidden quest chains during this trial, purifying the final boss through zero combat. This action caused a disruptive impact on the dungeon's core mechanics. Overall rating, SSS Mercy. Another SSS rank. Hearing this familiar rating, the group remained stunned yet felt slightly prepared. After all, such a performance deserved nothing less than SSS rank. Anything else would be an outrage. But the subsequent reward left everyone's eyes widening once more. SSS rated reward, plus 20,000 EXP, plus 15 free attribute points, plus 5 skill points. Achievement reward for uniqueness clearance, unique title, Soul Comforter. Obtained hidden quest chain final reward, special skill book Requiem. The barrage of announcements left everyone reeling. Unique. Unique title? Did I hear that right? The support type girl in Bai Qiushui's team let out a disbelieving shriek. The title system was an extremely rare component within the Conqueror framework. Most titles were merely honorary designations for accomplishing certain feats, offering no actual attribute bonuses. Those that did grant attributes were exceedingly rare, requiring the fulfillment of extremely demanding conditions. As for unique titles, they were legendary, meaning only one person in the entire server could possess it. Its value surpassed even an S-grade equipment piece. And now, such a legendary title had been effortlessly claimed by Xiāo Ran AF tier talent? Everyone's gaze grew intense, brimming with envy and admiration. Yet Xiāo Ran, the center of attention, was utterly preoccupied with his own experience. He was immersed in a golden shower of light. The massive influx of experience points sent his level skyrocketing from 4 LV.5, LV.6, LV.7. The golden light flashed 3 times in succession before his level finally stabilized at 7. A surge of power, several times stronger than before, coursed through his body. All his base attributes saw a dramatic leap in enhancement. More importantly, those 15 precious free attribute points. Without hesitation, Xiāo Ran allocated them all to intelligence once more. Intelligence, 2540. Instantly, it felt as if his brain had been connected to a supercomputer. His mental processing speed and psychic power surged once more. The entire world became clearer and more transparent to his eyes, and the analysis speed of his Eye of Truth increased several-fold. Opening his title bar, he saw the unique title glowing with a soft white light. Soul Soother Unique. Type, Passive Title. Effect 1, Soul Guardian. Your soul is protected by the world's rules, granting you 50% final damage reduction against all mental, soul-based, charm, and curse attacks. Effect 2, Affinity with the Dead. You emit an aura that reassures undead, spirits, and undead creatures. These beings start with plus 30 initial affinity toward you and will not actively attack you except when enraged or in a state of chaos. Insane. Absolutely insane. Xiāo Ran stared at these two effects, unable to suppress his inner astonishment. The Soul Guardian effect was like gaining a top-tier mental defense item out of thin air. He'd never have to fear being ambushed by mental attacks again. And Affinity with the Dead was nothing short of a god-tier skill for exploring undead-themed dungeons. This meant that as long as he didn't go out of his way to provoke them, most ghosts and zombies would politely give him a wide berth upon sight. This wasn't an F-rank guide, it was a necromancer. His gaze shifted back to the skill book. Special skill book, Requiem. Upon use, grants the support skill Requiem. This skill consumes a large amount of source energy to chant a requiem, soothing and purifying undead and spectral creatures within a designated area. It has a chance to remove them from combat or even directly send them to the afterlife. Another god-tier skill. Though purely supportive with no damage output, in certain dungeons, this skill's utility could be more terrifying than any S-rank ultimate move. This means he could potentially solo an entire undead dungeon by singing his way through it. Learn. Without hesitation, Xiāo Ran activated the skill book. Melodies of sorrow and sanctity flowed through his mind, eventually becoming second nature. Only after completing this did he open his eyes, satisfied. He glanced at Joey, who lay unconscious on the ground after the boss vanished, then at Shen Feng beside him, the flame wraith reduced to half a body by black flames, utterly devoid of life. He shook his head. Let's go. Time to leave. He said to Bai Qiushui and the others, who were still in shock. Oh, okay. Bai Qiushui snapped out of her daze and hurriedly helped her injured teammates to their feet. She approached Xiāo Ran, opening her mouth to speak, only to find that any words seemed utterly inadequate in the face of what had just unfolded, a scene that felt nothing short of miraculous. Thanks? Apologies? Neither could possibly express even 1/10,000th of what she felt inside. In the end, she simply retrieved a bottle of emerald green potion radiating life energy from her storage space and handed it to Xiāo Ran. This is our Bai family's secret formula, Fountain of Life. It rapidly restores source energy and mental power. You must have expended a great deal. Xiāo Ran glanced at the vial. Fountain of Life, perfect quality, grade B recovery potion. Effect, instantly restores 50% of source energy and mental energy, then continuously restores health over the next 10 minutes. It was indeed a valuable item. A single bottle could fetch at least 500,000 credit points on the black market. He didn't hesitate, accepting it. Thanks. Just then, the instance's teleportation countdown began. Warning, dungeon closing. All participants will be forcibly teleported out in 60 seconds. Beams of white light began to glow around each player. Chapter 23, Can I join your party? As the light faded, familiar sunlight and the clamor of voices enveloped Xiāo Ran once more. They had returned to the Academy Square. The scene was almost identical to their last return. Scattered across the square, dozens of survivors sat or lay sprawled about. But this time, most of their wounds were not physical. Many stared blankly, their faces as pale as gold paper, as if their souls had been drained. Some clutched their heads, muttering incoherently, clearly deranged. Others, like Chen Feng's henchmen, had fallen into deep comas, utterly unconscious. Quick! Mental health department instructors. Come here immediately. Students are having mental breakdowns over here. These ones have damaged source force cores, get them to the emergency center immediately. Chaos erupted across the plaza. The instructors assigned to assist were overwhelmed, their faces grim. Their expressions darkened even more than last time as they stared at the data displayed on the light screen. Mortality rate. 18%. Mental injury rate. 65%? One instructor's hands trembled as he stared at the figures. While the mortality rate was significantly lower than the previous zombie siege mission, this mental damage rate was terrifyingly high. This meant that out of every 100 who entered, over 60 would emerge alive only to become little darlings. Or lunatics, their careers as strategists effectively over. In a way, this was more cruel than outright death. Lockdown. Report to the highest level immediately. Designate Ghost Hospital as a forbidden zone. The head mentor's roar echoed across the entire plaza. He knew this incident was far more severe than the last. Amidst the chaos, Xiāo Ran, Wang Fatso, and several members of Bai Qiushui's squad stood out like a sore thumb. Though they appeared somewhat weary, their mental state was noticeably superior to everyone else's. Xiāo Ran, in particular, maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. His clothes were spotless, as if he'd just returned from a routine hospital checkup. The head instructor's gaze locked onto that familiar figure the instant he appeared. It was him again. The head instructor felt his heart skip a beat. He strode to the light screen. When he saw the top entry, a golden record that shimmered even more brilliantly than last time, radiating a hint of sanctity, his breath nearly caught in his throat. SSS rank Mercy Evaluation recipient, Xiāo Ran. Record creator for Dungeon Peaceful Purification, Xiāo Ran. Unique title Soul Comforter recipient, Xiāo Ran. The head mentor fell silent. The other mentors beside him also fell silent. Every remaining conscious player across the entire plaza fell silent. If one SSS rank achievement was a stroke of incredible luck, then what about 2 consecutive times? Especially in 2 instances where both mortality and mutation rates were absurdly high. Even more absurd was the evaluation this time, Mercy? The clearance method was peaceful purification? What the hell kind of god tier move is this? You call a terrifying dungeon where over 100 people go in and most come back insane, Mercy? Everyone's mind was filled with question marks. Xiāo Ran. The head instructor approached Xiāo Ran, opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Ask him what happened inside. How he earned an SSS rank. These questions had already been asked last time. He could no longer explain it away with good luck or being carried by an S-rank genius. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the eerie silence. It's him! It's him! He's not human. He's a monster. A senior who had narrowly survived Qin Feng's squad suddenly pointed at Xiāo Ran, screaming hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression frenzied. He talks to ghosts. He even spoke to the boss. The boss listened to him and then just vanished. Brother Qin Feng, he killed him too. He tossed a cursed box at Brother Chen and he turned into a monster. He's a devil. A devil. The senior's words exploded like thunder among the crowd. What? Qin Feng is dead? That a rank genius, the direct descendant of the Chen family, actually died in the newbie dungeon? Killed by Xiāo Ran? The boss vanished on its own after hearing Xiāo Ran's words? Each piece of information was utterly explosive, completely shattering everyone's worldview. Silence. The head instructor roared, his overwhelming source energy pressure instantly enveloping the entire hall, forcing the frantic senior to fall temporarily quiet. His expression turned grim. Chen Feng's death was no trivial matter. The Chen family wielded immense influence in Zhongcheng. If handled poorly, this incident could trigger a massive uproar. He fixed his gaze on Xiāo Ran and demanded in a deep voice, Xiāo Ran. Is what he said true? Did you kill Qin Feng? All eyes once again converged on Xiāo Ran. This time, the stares held no trace of curiosity or envy. Instead, they were filled with scrutiny, suspicion, and a hint of fear. Facing the barrage of accusations, not a single ripple stirred across Xiāo Ran's face. He didn't even bother using Bai Qiushui as a shield anymore. He merely gave the enraged senior a cold glance before addressing the head mentor, reporting, Mentor. Chen Feng's death was an accident. He attempted to seize the critical mission artifact from my possession. I explicitly warned him of its danger, but he refused to heed my warning. He forcibly tried to take it and was ultimately consumed by the curse bound to the artifact, transforming into a monster. As for the final boss, I merely fulfilled its unresolved obsession, granting it liberation. Xiāo Ran spoke with casual indifference, yet every word struck like a heavy hammer, pounding into the hearts of everyone present. He admitted it. He indirectly admitted that Qin Feng's death was connected to him. He also admitted that the mysterious peace purification was his doing. This time, no one believed it was mere luck. No one thought he was being carried by others. Everyone now regarded the F-rank youth before them with a completely new gaze, one that blended awe and fear. His F-rank. Could it be father's F? Someone murmured quietly in the crowd. The word spread like a virus through the crowd. Damn, that makes sense. Have you ever seen an F-rank pull off something like this? This isn't F-rank, he's clearly everyone's dad. Father tier talent utterly terrifying. From now on, don't call him Xiāo Ran, call him Ran Daddy. For a moment, murmurs and exclamations echoed in waves. From that instant, the label of F-rank waste was torn off completely, replaced by an even more absurd yet far more fitting title, the God tier master. The head instructor listened to the surrounding murmurs, his jaw twitching as he felt his blood pressure spike. He knew this matter had spiraled beyond his control. He could only wave his hand weakly and say, all survivors, report to the medical station immediately for registration, then disperse. All details regarding this dungeon run are classified as top secret. No one is permitted to discuss this privately. Violators will be expelled immediately. With that, he hurriedly led his men away, escorting the senior student who was still babbling incoherently off the premises. The crowd began to gradually disperse. Yet as each person departed, they couldn't help but glance back at the youth standing in the center of the plaza, his expression serene. Their eyes held not a trace of contempt. Soon, only Xiāo Ran, Bai Qiushui, and a few others remained on the square.
Wang Fat rushed excitedly to Xiāo Ran's side, his face glowing with admiration.
Brother Ran. You're officially the undisputed boss of our academy now. You're incredible.
Xiāo Ran rolled his eyes at him helplessly. Just then, Bai Qiushui stepped before him. Unlike last time, she didn't lower her head. There was no hesitation or awkwardness in her stance. She simply lifted her head, meeting Xiāo Ran's eyes with her crystal-clear gaze, utterly earnest. In the final silence that filled the room, she voiced the question that had gone unanswered before the dungeon teleportation. Her voice was crisp and resolute, tinged with a hint of hope she herself hadn't even noticed.
Xiāo Ran, may I join your team? Chapter 24, Dragon Shield Bureau. The wind across the plaza carried a peculiar scent, a mix of disinfectant and blood stirring the strands of hair at Bai Qiushui's forehead. She stood there, eyes fixed unwaveringly on Xiāo Ran, repeating that earth-shattering question once more. Her voice was soft, yet it carried clearly to Xiāo Ran and Wang Pengzi's ears. Xiāo Ran, is your team still looking for members? Wang Pengzi was the first to react, his chubby face brimming with excitement and disbelief. Bye. You want to join us, he stammered, feeling as if he were dreaming. This was Bai Qiushui, Jiangqing's foremost prodigy, the S-rank Frostblade Saint, born into a distinguished family, with the ethereal beauty of a fairy, and the dream girl of every boy in the entire school. And she was close friends with Brother Ran. Wang Fatty instinctively glanced at Xiāo Ran, his eyes pleading and urging, Ran, say yes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yet Xiāo Ran's reaction was strangely calm. He didn't answer immediately, merely staring at Bai Qiushui before him. He had to admit, she looked very different today. The Bai Qiushui of the past had always been aloof, like a sacred snow lotus, beautiful, yet radiating an icy pride that kept others at arm's length. But now, she had shed all that pride. Her clear eyes held a sincerity and openness he had never seen before. Xiāo Ran understood perfectly well. He knew Bai Qiushui wasn't acting on impulse. The experiences of 2 consecutive dungeons had shattered her pride as an S-rank prodigy, forcing her to confront the harsh reality and recognize the value within herself that transcended any talent rating. She was intelligent. She understood that following him would yield far more than going it alone. From a rational standpoint, accepting her brought Xiāo Ran nothing but benefits. An S-rank powerhouse as his combat support, backed by a deeply rooted, influential family in Jiangqing, she could help him avoid countless unnecessary troubles. But, unbidden, Xiāo Ran's mind drifted back to the day of the awakening ceremony. Her eyes had met his, filled with disappointment and distance. And those words, spoken by his own mouth, were even. Xiāo Ran was not a forgiving man. Some scars don't heal just because you want them to. He could collaborate with her for mutual benefit, but he couldn't trust her completely like he trusted Wang the Fat. At least, not yet. My team? Xiāo Ran finally spoke up, chuckling softly as he gestured toward Wang Fatso beside him, then pointed at himself. A B-rank tank and an F-rank guide? You call this a team? Bai Qiushui hurriedly interjected, it counts. Of course it counts. A team isn't about numbers, it's about. Depends on what? Xiāo Ran cut her off. It depends on whether you can trust each other enough to have your back covered, right? Bai Qiushui froze at the question. She opened her mouth but found herself speechless. Yes, trust. Between her and Xiāo Ran, that was precisely what was most lacking now. She had pushed him away with her own hands, and now she wanted to come back? It wasn't that easy. Seeing her speechless, that vague knot of frustration in Xiāo Ran's heart seemed to unravel a little. He wasn't trying to deliberately make things difficult for her. He just wanted her to understand that once certain things were broken, they could never be restored to their original state. Bai, you're a smart person, Xiāo Ran's tone softened slightly. You should know we're not meant for each other. You're a prodigy with boundless potential, while I just want to earn a modest living, take care of my brother and family, and live a stable life. Bai Qiushui felt a pang of panic. She heard the rejection in Xiāo Ran's words. She wanted to say she could lower her standards, relinquish all command authority, even hand over every dungeon reward to Xiāo Ran. But she knew that saying any of this would only make him look down on her even more. Wang Fatso watched helplessly from the sidelines, utterly baffled as to why Brother Ran would push away such a gifted talent offered right to him. Brother Ran, having an extra person could actually be helpful. Fatso, shut up. Xiāo Ran shot him a glare. Wang Fatso immediately shut his mouth, looking aggrieved. An awkward silence settled over the square. Bai Qiushui bit her lower lip so hard her nails dug into the flesh. She refused to accept this. She refused to give up so easily. She took a deep breath, preparing to speak again, to say something to salvage the situation. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the square's entrance. Freeze, everyone! Dragon Shield Bureau investigation in progress. The commanding shout instantly captured everyone's attention. A dozen operatives in black uniforms, each bearing a golden dragon shield emblem on their chest, strode swiftly into view. Leading them was a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man. His hawk-like gaze swept across the square, finally settling precisely on Xiāo Ran. You are Xiāo Ran? The man approached Xiāo Ran, his voice devoid of emotion. A powerful sense of oppression washed over him. Xiāo Ran's Eye of Truth instantly provided feedback. Name, Xin Wu, level 35, occupation, leader of the 3rd Action Team, Jiangcheng branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Talent, a rank, Hawk Psylocke. Status, scrutinizing, vigilant. A level 35 powerhouse. With that kind of power, he could probably crush every student on the square with one hand. It's me, Xiāo Ran replied calmly, his mind racing. Why are Dragon Shield Bureau agents here? And are they after me? Could it be related to the Chen family? Chen Feng's death is connected to you. You're coming with us. Xin Wu's words confirmed Xiāo Ran's suspicions. 2 agents behind him stepped forward, ready to take Xiāo Ran into custody. Hold on. A cold, sharp command rang out. Bai Qiushui stepped forward, blocking Xiāo Ran's path. She met Xin Wu's gaze without flinching. Uncle Qin, this is a misunderstanding. Chen Feng's death was his own doing and has no direct connection to Xiāo Ran. I can vouch for that. Xin Wu frowned upon seeing Bai Qiushui. Niece Qiushui? What are you doing here? His tone softened slightly. This isn't your concern. Step aside. I won't. Bai Qiushui stood her ground. Everyone present can testify, Chen Feng coveted the crucial artifact Xiāo Ran found. He ignored warnings and was struck down by the curse's backlash. Xiāo Ran never once attacked him. That's right. I can vouch for it too. Wang the Fat, shield raised, stood on Xiāo Ran's other side, his deep voice booming, that Chen Guy was asking for it. What the hell does it have to do with my bro Ran? Xin Wu watched the 2 figures shielding Xiāo Ran, one the eldest daughter of the Bai family, the other a young member of the Wang clan, and his expression darkened. He hadn't expected this F-rank kid named Xiāo Ran to have members from both families sticking their necks out for him simultaneously. I don't care about the details. Someone's dead, and someone has to take responsibility, Xin Wu snorted coldly. The Chen family is already in an uproar. I must bring someone back today to report. Are you 2 trying to obstruct justice? His overwhelming aura pressed down on them once more. Bai Qiushui and Wang Fat both paled under the pressure, stumbling backward. Though geniuses, their ranks were still too low. The gap between them and a level 35 powerhouse was simply too vast. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Xiāo Ran gently patted Bai Qiushui and Wang Fat on the shoulders, signaling them to step back. Alone, he stepped forward, calmly meeting Xin Wu's gaze. Team leader Qin, I'll go with you. Brother Ran. Xiāo Ran. Wang Panzi and Bai Qiushui both grew anxious. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Xiāo Ran gave them a reassuring look. The innocent will be proven innocent. I trust the Dragon Shield Bureau will deliver a fair investigation. With that, he proactively extended both hands. Xin Wu gave him a deep look, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had seen countless criminals facing the Dragon Shield Bureau, some panicked, others fierce on the outside but weak within. But someone like Xiāo Ran calm from start to finish, as if discussing a trivial matter unrelated to himself was a first. This kid was either genuinely innocent or possessed psychological resilience that bordered on terrifying. Take him away. Xin Wu waved his hand. 2 agents stepped forward, cuffing Xiāo Ran with shimmering energy-charged handcuffs and escorting him out. From start to finish, Xiāo Ran never once looked back. Watching that receding figure, Bai Qiushui felt a surge of something called worry wash over her for the very first time. She clenched her fists, pulled out her light brain, and dialed a number without hesitation. Grandfather, it's me, Qiushui. I need your help. Chapter 25, The Chen Family's Wrath. Jiangcheng, Chen Family Manor. Deep within the estate, an antique study was thick with an oppressive atmosphere that felt almost tangible. An elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, his hair streaked with gray yet his spirit sharp and alert, sat in a grand armchair. He rolled 2 walnuts between his fingers, his expression dark enough to reign. He was Chen Tianxiong, the current head of the Chen family, a formidable figure whose every move sent shockwaves through Jiangcheng's underworld. Kneeling on the study floor, covered in wounds and utterly dejected, was a young man, the senior classmate who had narrowly survived the ghost hospital alongside Chen Feng. Master! Master, you must avenge young Master Feng. The youth wept uncontrollably, his tears streaming down his face. It was all that good for nothing Xiāo Ran. Him. He used treacherous schemes to kill young Master Feng. Young Master Feng died so horribly. Chen Tianxiong remained silent, listening intently. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Chen Feng's father, Chen Hai. At that moment, Chen Hai's eyes were bloodshot, his face etched with grief and fury. Dad! Feng can't die for nothing. That little bastard Xiāo Ran will tear him limb from limb, make him wish he were dead. Chen Hai's voice was hoarse and venomous. Shut up! Chen Tianxiong barked coldly. The walnut in his hand cracked with a sharp snap, crushed into powder by his bare hands. Chen Hai flinched in fear, daring not to utter another word. An A-grade genius, accompanied by over a dozen skilled fighters, was killed by an F-grade good-for-nothing in a rookie dungeon. Chen Tianxiong spoke slowly, his voice low but carrying a bone-chilling coldness. If word got out, whose face do you think would be lost? Chen Hai's head drooped even lower. Useless. All of you are useless. Chen Tianxiong slammed his fist on the table. The century-old rosewood surface instantly cracked. You worthless lot have brought utter disgrace upon the Chun family. He rose and paced back and forth in the study. That Xiāo Ran. Have you thoroughly investigated his background?
We have, Patriarch. A figure in black robes, standing in the shadows, answered respectfully. Xiāo Ran, 18 years old, commoner background.
Both parents are ordinary workers.
He has a younger sister attending middle school.
During the awakening ceremony, he awakened an F-rank talent, guide. The entire city mocked him.
But the very next day after his awakening, he participated in the Academy's newcomer trial dungeon, Zombie Siege, earning an SSS rank evaluation and the first kill. Today, in the haunted hospital dungeon, he once again secured an SSS rank evaluation and a unique title. The man in black reported the gathered intelligence in full detail. The study fell into a deathly silence.
Chen Hai's expression shifted from anger to shock, finally settling into profound apprehension. 2 consecutive SSS rank evaluations? A unique title? Is this something an F-tier talent could possibly achieve? Bull. Hidden strength? Or some extraordinary encounter?
Chen Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in his cloudy old eyes.
As a seasoned veteran, he instantly sensed something amiss. This kid named Xiāo Ran was no ordinary fellow. He must be hiding some colossal secret. Dad, what do we do now? Chen Hai was at a loss. The Dragon Shield Bureau has already taken him away. Wei? The Dragon Shield Bureau? Chen Tianxiong sneered coldly. A mere Qin Wu? He can't quell the fury of the Chen family.
You, right now, go apply pressure to the Dragon Shield Bureau.
Tell them the direct descendant of the Chen family died under mysterious circumstances. They must give us an explanation. If he's alive, bring him back. If he's dead, bring back his body.
But Dad, what if that Xiāo Ran really has some powerful connections?
Chen Hai hesitated. Background? Chen Tianxiong's eyes hardened with ferocity. In Jiangcheng, my Chen family is the ultimate power.
No matter what kind of demon he is, he killed my grandson, he must pay with his life.
And a cruel curve touched Chen Tianxiong's lips.
I'm also quite interested in the secret that boy possesses. A secret that could turn an F-grade failure into a super genius.
Tell me, what if that secret fell into the hands of our Chen family? Chen Hai's eyes lit up instantly. He understood his father's meaning.
Revenge was one thing, but seizing the treasure was the ultimate goal.
I understand, father. I'll handle it immediately.
Chen Hai declared excitedly.
Go. Chen Tianxiong waved his hand dismissively. Remember, keep it clean. Don't alert the academy for now.
Once the Dragon Shield Bureau hands him over, we'll have plenty of ways to make him spill every last secret.
Jiangcheng Academy, Principal's office.
The white-haired old principal sipped his tea leisurely, reviewing the incident report on the ghost hospital incident displayed on his light brain. His expression betrayed no surprise, as if everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated.
Knock knock knock. The office door was knocked. Come in. The head mentor pushed open the door, his expression grim. Principal, there's trouble.
Chen Hai of the Chen family just personally led a group to the Dragon Shield Bureau, demanding by name that they hand over Xiāo Ran.
Oh? The old principal set down his teacup and asked with interest, what did the Dragon Shield Bureau say? Team leader Qin Wu stood firm under pressure, insisting everything must follow protocol and an investigation must come first. But, the Chen family likely won't let this rest. The head instructor spoke with concern. Moreover, the Bai and Wang families have also sent representatives to the Dragon Shield Bureau, explicitly demanding Xiāo Ran's protection.
Now, the 3 major families are on the verge of a standoff at the Dragon Shield Bureau's gates all over a newcomer.
Interesting.
Truly interesting, the old principal chuckled.
An F-rank kid stirring up the 3 major families of Jiangcheng? That's something we haven't seen in decades. Principal. This is no time for jokes, the head instructor snapped. That old fox Chen Tianxiong is notorious for his ruthlessness.
He'll defend his own blindly, no matter the cost. If Xiāo Ran falls into his hands, he won't survive the night.
Shouldn't our academy? Should what? The old principal glanced at him. Step in to protect him? Shouldn't we? He's a super genius who's earned SSS level evaluations twice in a row. Our academy must protect such talent, the head instructor exclaimed passionately. Genius?
The old principal shook his head. A genius incapable of protecting himself isn't a genius, he's a death sentence. Right now, he brings our academy not glory, but colossal trouble.
Then what are you suggesting? The head mentor's heart sank. Was the principal abandoning Xiāo Ran? Don't rush to conclusions.
The old principal lifted his teacup and took another sip.
The bait has been cast.
Now we wait to see whether the fish takes the hook first, or the fisherman loses patience. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, fixed on the direction of the Dragon Shield Bureau. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, revealing nothing of his true thoughts.
Dragon Shield Bureau, interrogation room.
Xiāo Ran sat leisurely in his chair, the specially designed energy cuffs on his wrists already removed. A steaming cup of tea sat before him. Sitting across from him was none other than the stern-faced team leader, Xinwu. Xinwu studied an interrogation report in his hands, his brow furrowed into a knot. The report contained the testimonies of Bai Qiushui, Wang Fatso, and several other survivors. All the accounts were astonishingly consistent. Chen Feng had provoked the confrontation, coveted the treasure, ignored warnings, and ultimately caused the tragedy. Xiāo Ran had acted in self-defense from start to finish, without even lifting a finger. Legally and by the rules, Xiāo Ran was innocent. You don't seem nervous at all? Xinwu set down the report and looked at Xiāo Ran. Why should I be nervous? Xiāo Ran lifted his teacup, blowing on the steam. I haven't done anything wrong. Do you realize the chaos you've caused out there? Xinwu's tone carried a hint of resignation. The Chen family wants your blood, while the Bai and Wang families are determined to protect you. My little dragon shield bureau is turning into an arena for the three major clans. That's not my concern. Xiāo Ran took a sip of tea and said indifferently, that's your headache, team leader Qin. You. Xinwu was thoroughly exasperated by his unyielding attitude. Was this kid genuinely fearless, or just a reckless fool who didn't know his place? Kid, I'll be blunt with you, Xinwu sighed, leaning forward and lowering his voice. Your confession works in your favor. By the book, I could release you soon. But the moment you step outside these doors, I guarantee you the Chen family will come after you like rabid dogs. Even with the Bai and Wang families protecting you, open attacks are easier to dodge than hidden daggers. That old fox Chen Tianxiong keeps plenty of shadowy, ruthless henchmen under his thumb. How many times do you think you can fend them off? Xinwu's words were spoken with genuine candor. While he admired Xiāo Ran's composure, he didn't believe an 18-year-old could stand up to a colossus like the Chen family. So? Xiāo Ran set down his teacup and looked at him. Team leader Qin's suggestion is for me to stay here a few more days? Stay a few days? Xinwu gave a bitter laugh. The pressure the Chen family is putting on me means I can only keep you here for 24 hours at most. After 24 hours, I have to let you go. 24 hours is enough. Xiāo Ran nodded, a smile spreading across his face that Xinwu couldn't quite decipher. Enough for what? Enough time for all those spectators outside to set up their stage. Xiāo Ran stood up and walked to the window of the interrogation room. Outside the window lay the bustling nightscape of Jiangcheng. Neon lights flickered, and traffic flowed like a river. Yet behind that bustling facade lay countless hidden currents and deadly threats. Team leader Qin, thank you for the tea. Xiāo Ran turned to face Xinwu. I'll be leaving precisely 24 hours from now. As for the Chen family, if they truly wish to play, I have no objection to playing along and playing even harder. His voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable confidence. Xinwu stared at the youth before him, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Chapter 26, Priceless Spoils. Upon returning to the temporary restroom arranged by the Dragon Shield Bureau, Xiāo Ran's first action was to lock the door before beginning to tally the spoils from this ghost hospital mission. Time was tight, he had less than 24 hours. He had to convert every resource into tangible strength within that time frame. Leveled up from 4 to 7, with all attributes increasing significantly, that's the foundation. Xiāo Ran opened his attribute panel, surveyed the now quite impressive numbers, and nodded with satisfaction. Name, Xiāo Ran. Level, 7 1000 8000. Talent, God Tier Guide Disguise, F Tier Guide. Title, Soul Comforter Unique. Attributes, Strength 18, Agility 19, Intelligence 40, Constitution 18. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 5. Skills, Eye of Truth Basic, Basic Lightning Control LV.4, Requiem LV.1. 40 Intelligence. This stat likely surpasses most spellcasters below level 10. This signifies that both his total source power and skill potency have reached a truly terrifying level. 5 skill points, how should I spend them? Xiāo Ran stared at the skill panel, deep in thought. He had two options. First, he could continue leveling up Basic Lightning Control. This skill was his primary offensive tool. The higher its level, the more devastating its damage. The second was to enhance the newly acquired support divine skill, Requiem. Though this skill dealt no damage, it could prove remarkably effective in specific situations. Thunder Control LV.4 has unlocked the AoE skill Lightning Chain, which should suffice for now. As for the Chen family, they certainly won't confront me openly in the dungeon. They'll likely resort to underhanded tactics instead. Xiāo Ran's mind raced. Like assassination. The best counter to assassination is counter control and survival tactics. He recalled the title, Soul Soother, which granted a 50% reduction in mental damage. Yet even that wasn't absolute protection. What if the enemy had some special cursed item that could bypass the Soul Guardian's protection? At that thought, Xiāo Ran hesitated no longer. He immediately allocated all 5 skill points to Requiem. Ding! 5 skill points consumed. Requiem upgraded to LV.6. Requiem LV.6, active passive skill. Consumes substantial source energy to chant a Requiem, soothing and purifying undead and spectral creatures within a designated area. Has a high chance of removing them from combat or even directly exorcising them. New passive effect, Soul Sanctuary.
Creates an invisible 5-meter radius field around your body. Any hostile mental attacks, curses, or enchantments entering this field have their effects weakened by 60% and a 30% chance of being instantly purified. Holy! It actually unlocked a passive effect. Seeing this newly added soul sanctuary, Xiāo Ran was stunned himself. This was practically a tailor-made anti-ambush skill for him. A 60% effect reduction, combined with the 50% final damage reduction from the Soul Soother title, stacking these together would grant near total immunity to most mental attacks. From now on, anyone attempting to ambush him with mind control or curses would likely have their skills purified before they could even cast them. Now I feel completely secure, Xiāo Ran nodded with satisfaction. With his skill points spent, it was time to deal with the loot. He'd gathered quite a few valuable items in Ghost Hospital. Xiao Ying's Candy 3, life-saving potions that grant immunity to fatal psychic attacks. Calm Spirit Talisman, a top-tier D-grade accessory granting a 30% boost to mental resistance. The Director's Diary, a quest item detailing the dungeon's core secrets. Though useless now, selling it to the Academy's research department should net him a decent amount of merit points. And then there was the B-grade potion, Fountain of Life, gifted to him by Xiaoshui. These items were priceless treasures beyond market value. But what he needed most right now wasn't these items, it was money. A large sum of money that could rapidly upgrade his gear. Last time I sold materials and made over 300,000. After buying some basic supplies, I'm down to just over 200,000 now. It's nowhere near enough. Xiāo Ran opened his Lightbrain account, stared at the numbers, and shook his head. A decent piece of D-grade gear could easily cost hundreds of thousands. He was currently clad in beginner's cloth armor, his only offensive capability being lightning control, while his defense relied entirely on Fat Wang. This wouldn't do. He had to gear himself up as soon as possible. Looks like I'll have to pull out those few items I've been saving. Xiāo Ran opened his system inventory, his gaze settling on the materials he'd brought back from the Zombie Siege dungeon, items he'd never brought himself to sell. Energy conduction coil, core material for crafting the charging module of a D-grade electromagnetic gun. High-strength insulating adhesive, used to craft E-grade insulated combat armor. And most crucially, the remnant of the Thunder Core residue he had absorbed and fused. Thunder Core residue, a highly concentrated energy crystal left behind after fusing a divine fragment, still containing pure lightning power. A top-tier material for crafting lightning-attributed weapons or equipment. These 3 items are the real prize. Especially that Thunder Core residue, if sold on the market, it would absolutely cause a sensation. But then there's the problem. Such a precious item, if casually listed on the black market, would not only drive down its price but also likely attract unnecessary trouble, risking exposure of his identity. He understood the principle: the man is innocent, but the treasure brings guilt. I need to find a reliable, capable, and discreet channel. Xiāo Ran's mind immediately conjured the image of Wang Fatso's honest, chubby face. He recalled Wang Fat mentioning something about his family running an auction house. With that thought, Xiāo Ran dialed Wang Fatso's Lightbrain. Beep, beep. The call rang for an agonizingly long time before being answered, revealing Wang Fatso's breathless voice on the other end. Hello? Ran Gu. Are you okay? My dad said you were taken away by the Dragon Shield Bureau. Damn it, those bastards from the Chun family are scum. I was just about to gather people to block the entrance of the Dragon Shield Bureau. From the other end came the furious roar of Wang Pingzi's father. You little brat. Get back here. Think things aren't chaotic enough already, huh? Hearing the commotion on the other end, Xiāo Ran felt a warm glow in his heart. Fatso, I'm fine, he said with a laugh. The Dragon Shield Bureau is treating me like royalty. I called to ask you something. What is it? Brother Ran, just say the word. If it's within my power, I'll walk through fire and water without batting an eyelid. Wang Fatso pounded his chest in assurance. Nothing that serious, Xiāo Ran chuckled. I just wanted to ask, does your family run an auction house? You bet. Wang Fatso perked up instantly. My Wanbao Tower is the biggest auction house in Jiancheng. What's up, Ran? Got something to sell? Yeah, I've got a few good pieces. Looking for a reliable channel to sell them? Then come to me. Totally reliable. Wang Fatso exclaimed excitedly. Brother Ran, I'll tell you, my dad's been dying to meet you. He's been nagging me non-stop, saying anyone who could keep me, this troublemaker, alive through 2 mutant dungeons must be a god. He insists I bring you over to our place. Perfect timing. My dad's at the auction house today. Are you free now? I can come pick you up. I can't get out, Xiāo Ran sighed helplessly. My movements are restricted. Damn it. Those bastards. Wang Fatso cursed again. No worries, Ran. If you can't come out, I'll go in. Hold on, I'll have my dad demand your release from the Dragon Shield Bureau right now. No. Xiāo Ran quickly stopped him. Don't complicate things. Here's what we'll do, have your dad come to the Dragon Shield Bureau to see me under the pretense of appraising an item. Remember, keep it low-key. He didn't want to stir up too much trouble. What he needed now was to quietly build his strength and fire the first shot. Got it. Brother Ran, just wait here. I'll get right on it. Wang Fatso declared before hanging up in a flurry of excitement.
Xiāo Ran set down his light brain and exhaled deeply.
Everything was ready. All that was missing was the final push. Chen family, are you ready to receive my first grand gift? Chapter 27, can you handle this? Half an hour later, a knock sounded at the lounge door.
Xinwu personally escorted a portly, smiling middle-aged man inside. The moment the man spotted Xiāo Ran, his eyes lit up. He strode forward in 2 strides and extended both hands warmly.
Well now. This must be our young hero, Xiāo Ran? I've heard so much about you. I'm Wang Diffu's father, Wang Fugue. Just call me Uncle Wang.
Wang Fugue's hand was thick and soft. As they shook hands, he discreetly slipped a black card into Xiāo Ran's palm. Wanbao Tower Supreme Black Card, top-tier VIP credential granting full access to all premium services at Wanbao Tower, plus 1 annual priority purchase right for designated auction items. Xiāo Ran's heart stirred, and he accepted it without showing any emotion. This Wang Fugue certainly knew how to make an impression.
Presenting such a generous gift upon their first meeting expressed gratitude, strengthened their connection, and did so without seeming abrupt. Hello, Uncle Wang, Xiāo Ran responded with a smile. Fatso. Defa has been looking out for me in the dungeon too. Ha ha ha. That kid's a simple soul. Following around a young hero like you is a blessing he earned over 8 lifetimes.
Wang Fugue laughed, his eyes narrowing into slits.
As he spoke, he scrutinized Xiāo Ran from head to toe.
The youth before him looked ordinary, with no powerful energy fluctuations emanating from him. But his eyes were too bright, piercing enough to see straight through a person's soul. And that unhurried composure, it didn't belong to an 18-year-old boy at all, but rather to a cunning strategist who'd weathered countless storms. Having spent half his life navigating the cutthroat business world, Wang Fugue had seen countless people. He was certain his son's friend was no ordinary man, a true dragon among men, a phoenix among fish. Ahem. Xinwu cleared his throat beside them, interrupting their mutual business flattery. Mr. Wang, this is the Dragon Shield Bureau, not your family's reception room.
Cut to the chase. You have 10 minutes. Yes, thank you for your leniency, Team Leader Qin.
Wang Fugue bowed and scraped hastily, then turned to Xiāo Ran.
Dear Xiāo Ran, I heard from Defa that you have some matters you'd like Wanbao Tower to handle? MHM. Xiāo Ran nodded. Without further ado, he retrieved the 3 items from his system backpack and placed them on the table. A palm-sized energy crystal flickering with purple lightning.
A seemingly ordinary metal coil that emitted peculiar energy fluctuations. And a roll of black, rubber-like substance. The moment the thunder core residue appeared, the air in the entire lounge seemed to freeze. A pure yet violent thunderous force instantly filled the air. The fluorescent lights in the room crackled with static, flickering erratically as if ready to explode at any moment. The smile on Wang Fugue's face froze instantly. Though not a combatant himself, as the owner of Jiangqing's largest auction house, he had seen treasures numbering at least 8,000, if not 10,000. At a glance, he recognized that this purple crystal stone was absolutely beyond D-grade. It might even be a top-tier C-grade material. Beside him, Xinwu, who'd been maintaining a stern, aloof expression, suddenly saw his pupils contract sharply. As a level 35 A-grade powerhouse, his perception of energy far surpassed Wang Fugue's. He could distinctly sense the thunderous energy contained within that crystal stone. Its purity and sheer magnitude were staggering. If used to forge a weapon, this material could undoubtedly create a top-tier lightning attribute divine weapon of C-grade or higher. This. Wang Fugue's breathing grew ragged. He tentatively reached out, wanting to touch it yet too afraid to do so. Residue from a lightning core, Xiāo Ran stated flatly. Dropped by a level 10 Lord tier boss. The words exploded like thunder in Wang Fugue and Xinwu's minds. A level 10 Lord tier boss. They knew exactly what he meant, the electromagnetic berserker zombie king that appeared at the end of the zombie siege dungeon. So, this item dropped from that boss. And it had been obtained by the very youth standing before them. Wang Fugue's gaze toward Xiāo Ran had completely changed. What had started as admiration had now turned into profound awe. This was no mere fish in a pond, this was clearly a true dragon lurking beneath the surface. Gulp. Wang Fugue swallowed hard, struggling to steady his racing heart. He pointed at the other 2 items and asked, then, what about these 2? Energy transmission coils, the core components for crafting a D-grade electromagnetic gun. High-strength insulating resin, the primary material for crafting E-grade insulated combat suits. Xiāo Ran explained concisely. Though not as earth-shattering as the Thunder Core residue, these 2 items were equally scarce strategic materials on the market. Especially the coil. The Jiangqing military had been researching electromagnetic weapons for years, stalled by technical bottlenecks in the charging module. This coil was nothing short of a godsend for them. Wang Fugue felt his heart pounding in his chest. He knew he had struck gold today. Any one of these 3 items, if brought out into the open, would cause a significant stir in Jiangqing. Together, they were enough to unleash a bloody storm at Wanbao Tower's upcoming quarterly auction. We must acquire them. Absolutely. Wang Fugue rubbed his hands together in excitement.
Xiāo Ran, my dear nephew, name your price. Whatever Wanbao Tower can afford, I won't haggle. He had made up his mind even if it meant selling everything he owned, he would secure these 3 items. This wasn't merely business, it was an immense favor. Building a relationship with such a future superpower was more important than any amount of profit. Xiāo Ran observed his fervor, smiled, and held up 3 fingers. 3 million? Wang Fuguei asked tentatively. In his view, selling all 3 items together for 3 million credit points was absolutely a bargain price. However, Xiāo Ran shook his head. Not 3 million. He paused, then slowly continued, what I mean is, 3 tasks. 3 tasks? Wang Fuguei and Qin Wu both froze in surprise. Exactly. Xiāo Ran nodded. Money isn't what I need right now. I need Wanbao Tower to do 3 things for me. First, spread the word about these 3 items as quickly as possible. I want everyone in Jiangqing's upper circles to know that a batch of top-tier lightning attribute materials is about to be auctioned at Wanbao Tower. Second, schedule the auction to begin in exactly 24 hours. I intend to use this auction to draw everyone's attention. Third. Xiāo Ran's gaze shifted to Qin Wu, a meaningful smile curling his lips. I need team leader Qin to secure my release without charge 1 hour before the auction begins. And to casually reveal my whereabouts to certain individuals who've been deeply concerned about me. After hearing Xiāo Ran's 3 demands, Wang Fuguei and Qin Wu both sucked in sharp breaths. They instantly grasped Xiāo Ran's intent. He was going to lure the snake out of its hole. He intended to use the highly anticipated auction as bait. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he would force the Chen family to make their move against him. What a brilliant strategy! How ruthless! This youth's strength is unfathomable, but his cunning and audacity are truly terrifying. But how would he pull it off? Well, Xiāo Ran looked at the 2 men. These 3 items in exchange for these 3 tasks. Is this a deal your Wanbao Tower is willing to make? Wang Fuguei hesitated for less than 3 seconds. He slammed his hand on his thigh. We can handle it. Rest assured, young master. Leave this matter to me. Within 24 hours, I guarantee it will be taken care of perfectly. He knew this was a high-stakes gamble. Win, and Wanbao Tower would be forever bound to Xiāo Ran, a true dragon whose future was limitless. Lose, and offending the Chen family could bring considerable trouble. But Wang Fuguei was born a gambler. He took the gamble. Qin Wu, meanwhile, gave Xiāo Ran a long, complex look. He said nothing, but silently nodded. It was his tacit approval of Xiāo Ran's plan. Chapter 28, The Principals Meeting. After seeing off Wang Fuguei, who was flushed with excitement, the lounge was once again left with only Xiāo Ran and Qin Wu. Do you realize how much you've escalated this? Qin Wu stared at Xiāo Ran, his tone laced with caution. That old fox Chen Tianxiang values his reputation above all else. By cornering him in front of the entire city, he'll stop at nothing to destroy you. Isn't that exactly what you want to see? Xiāo Ran countered. Qin Wu froze, then let out a bitter laugh. He knew his thoughts had been read by this youth. The Dragon Shield Bureau, as an official enforcement agency, had long sought an opportunity to crack down on powerful families like the Chens who operated in the gray zone. But the Chen family's roots ran deep in Jiangcheng, their network vast and intricate, leaving no suitable opening. Now, Xiāo Ran's emergence presented a perfect opportunity. A gifted youth with a clean background who also harbored a blood feud against the Chen family. He was practically a blade tailor-made for the Chen family. You brat! Qin Wu pointed at Xiāo Ran, speechless for a moment. Aren't you afraid of messing up and dragging yourself down too? I never take risks I can't control, Xiāo Ran replied with a confident smile. His boldness stemmed from a solid foundation. Not only would he use this auction to force the Chen family out into the open, but he would also trample them underfoot before the eyes of everyone present. He would use the Chen family's blood to show all of Jiangcheng that Xiāo Ran was not someone to be trifled with. Qin Wu stared into his confident eyes and fell silent. He realized he was finding it harder and harder to read this youth before him. Just then, the door to the lounge was knocked upon once more. This time, a young girl dressed in the civilian uniform of the Dragon Shield Bureau entered. Team leader Qin, the academy's principal, is here in person. He insists on seeing Xiāo Ran. The girl's voice carried a hint of tension. The academy's principal? Qin Wu and Xiāo Ran both froze. He was the pillar of Jiangcheng Academy, a reclusive, elusive legend who rarely showed his face. Rumor had it his power had reached the pinnacle of Jiangcheng, making him a true top-tier powerhouse. Why would he personally come here? And specifically to see Xiāo Ran? Quickly usher him in. Qin Wu dared not delay, immediately rising to greet him at the door himself. Soon, an elderly man dressed in a plain gray Zhongshan suit entered, accompanied by Qin Wu. His hair was streaked with gray, yet he appeared vigorous and alert, a gentle smile always playing on his lips. He looked like an ordinary old man from next door, carrying no aura of a powerful warrior whatsoever. Yet the moment Xiāo Ran's eye of truth fell upon him, it sounded a frantic alarm. Name, Lin Sunyuan, level, occupation, principal of Jiangcheng Academy. Talent? Status? A string of question marks.
This was the second time Xiāo Ran had encountered such a situation. The last time had been when facing that level 15 plus Lord tier boss, the wrathful Spirit Dean. Yet this seemingly harmless old principal before him exuded an oppressive aura even more terrifying than that of the vengeful Spirit Dean. It was a primal terror, a sense of returning to the essence of things, fused with the very laws of the universe.
You must be Xiāo Ran?
Lin Songyuan gazed at Xiāo Ran with a warm smile, his eyes gentle as if a benevolent elder were observing a younger relative. Good day, Principal. Xiāo Ran composed himself and bowed respectfully. Maintaining proper respect before an absolute powerhouse was essential. No need for formalities. Lin Songyuan waved his hand dismissively, settling himself onto the sofa. Team leader Qin, would you mind giving us a moment alone? Of course. Qin Wu dared not refuse, bowing and scraping as he hurriedly withdrew, closing the door behind him.
The lounge was now empty except for Xiāo Ran and Lin Songyuan. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment.
Young man, you're quite impressive. Lin Songyuan broke the silence first, his gaze filled with admiration as he looked at Xiāo Ran. 2 consecutive SSS rank evaluations, a first kill, and a unique title. Our Jiangcheng Academy hasn't seen a prodigy like you in 20 years.
Principal, you flatter me.
It was just a bit of luck, Xiāo Ran replied modestly. He knew that any concealment or lies would be futile before such an old monster.
Luck? Lin Songyuan chuckled. If 1 time was luck, then 2 times is skill.
And besides, to toy with that little fox from the Chun family like that's not something luck alone can explain. He clearly knew about Xiāo Ran and Wang Fugui's plan. Xiāo Ran's heart sank, and he remained silent. I didn't come here today to interrogate you about how you did it. Lin Songyuan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, as relaxed as if he were in his own home. I'm here to tell you something and incidentally, to make a deal with you.
Please proceed, Principal. The Academy can take the blame for the Chen family affair, Lin Songyuan said slowly, setting down his cup. As long as you remain at Jiangcheng Academy, that old fox Chen Tianxiong won't dare touch you openly.
This is the Academy's promise and protection for every gifted student. Xiāo Ran's heart stirred at these words. He understood that this was the Academy's true foundation. A top-tier institution capable of nurturing countless powerhouses would never fear a mere Chen family.
However, Lin Songyuan shifted his tone, the Academy's resources aren't given freely. We protect you, and you must prove your worth to the Academy in return. Here it comes.
Xiāo Ran knew the main point was about to be made. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
How do I prove it? Xiāo Ran asked.
Simple enough, Lin Songyuan replied, a sly smile spreading across his face like an old fox's.
In 1 month, the Summer Nation's 7 great academies will hold their Newcomer King Tournament, a competition held only once every 5 years. At that time, the 7 most prestigious Conqueror Academies in the nation will each send their 5 strongest new recruits to the imperial capital to compete for supremacy. I want you to represent Jiangcheng Academy in this tournament.
And bring back the championship title.
The Rookie King Tournament. Xiāo Ran's eyes lit up instantly. He knew this tournament well.
It was arguably the highest stage any newcomer strategist in all of Xia Kingdom could dream of. Those who made a name for themselves there were invariably top-tier geniuses destined to become future titans.
And the champion would receive unimaginable rewards and glory. What do you say? Dare you accept?
Lin Songyuan looked at Xiāo Ran, his gaze carrying a hint of assessment.
This wasn't merely a task, it was a test.
A test of Xiāo Ran's courage and ambition.
Why me? Xiāo Ran didn't answer immediately, instead countering, isn't there that S-rank genius by Qiu Shui in the academy?
In terms of raw combat strength, she should be stronger than me right now.
That little girl is indeed talented. But she lacks something, Lin Songyuan shook his head.
She lacks that ruthless drive you possess, the kind that dares to pierce holes in the heavens.
Moreover, Lin Songyuan's gaze grew deeply meaningful, the rules for this tournament are unique. It's not just about combat prowess.
I need a leader who can command a team and create miracles.
And you are the most suitable candidate I see.
Xiāo Ran fell silent. He knew this was a tremendous opportunity, but it came with immense risk. Once he represented the academy in battle, he would be thrust into the spotlight. Every secret he held could potentially be exposed. But fortune favors the bold. He wanted to grow stronger quickly, to protect his family, to truly take control of his own destiny in this cruel world. He must seize every chance to climb upward. All right. Xiāo Ran lifted his head, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity.
I accept this mission. Ha ha ha. Excellent. 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 Lin Songyuan clapped his hands in laughter, his face radiating admiration.
I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Rest assured, now that you've accepted the mission, the academy won't shortchange you. Lin Songyuan spoke as he drew an ancient-looking token from his robe and handed it to Xiāo Ran. Crafted from an unidentified wood, it bore a bold, vigorous engraving of the character Lin.
Principal's token, Jiangcheng Academy's highest authority token.
Bearer may access all cultivation chambers, libraries, and resource repositories below Grade A without restriction.
This is my token of trust, Lin Songyuan stated. From this day forward, all academy resources are open to you. Take whatever you need. I have only one demand, bring me back a championship trophy in 1 month. I will not fail you. Xiāo Ran solemnly accepted the token. He knew that from this moment onward he had finally established a firm foothold at Jiangcheng Academy. His future stage would no longer be confined to the small city of Jiangcheng, but the entire Xia Kingdom and beyond to a wider world. Chapter 29 by Qiushui's Resolve. While Xiāo Ran was being summoned by the principal, Jiangcheng by Family Manor, a black hovercar descended slowly onto the estate's helipad. The door opened and Bai Qiushui stepped out, looking slightly weary. Miss Bai, you're back, an elderly butler in a tailcoat greeted her respectfully. Where is my grandfather? Bai Qiushui inquired. The old master is waiting for you in his study. Bai Qiushui nodded and proceeded without pause toward the ancient-looking building deep within the estate grounds. The Bai family study shared a similarly antique decor, yet unlike the oppressive gloom of the Chen residence, it radiated the refined elegance and grandeur of a scholarly lineage. An elderly man clad in white training robes, radiating an ethereal, sage-like presence, sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. He was the White family's pillar of strength, Bai Qiushui's grandfather, Bai Jingting. A figure of unfathomable power, he had been a legendary powerhouse in the Xia Kingdom 2 decades prior. Grandfather, Bai Qiushui approached and bowed respectfully. You're back. Bai Jingting slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was serene yet profound, as if capable of seeing through all things in the world. Sit. Bai Qiushui sat down on the nearby cushion. I've heard about the incident in the dungeon, Bai Jingting spoke slowly. Tell me what happened. Is that boy named Xiāo Ran truly as extraordinary as the rumors claim? Bai Qiushui paused for a moment as if gathering her thoughts. Then, she recounted everything that had transpired in the haunted hospital to Bai Jingting, leaving out only the core secrets involving Xiāo Ran. From how Xiāo Ran initially used the staff passage to evade danger, to how he played games with the little girl's ghost to obtain crucial clues. Then, how he exploited Chen Feng's greed to neutralize the cursed object without shedding a drop of blood. Finally, how he purified the ultimate boss, one that had even her, with her S-tier talent, feeling utterly hopeless with a single sentence. She recounted the entire process in meticulous detail, without the slightest embellishment or subjective judgment. Yet it was precisely this most objective account that proved most shocking. A prolonged silence fell over the study. Bai Jingting kept his eyes closed, listening quietly, his face expressionless. Only after Bai Qiushui finished speaking did he slowly open his eyes, exhaling a long breath. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. He murmured, unable to contain his awe. This approach to tackling challenges, this insight into human nature and the rules, it transcends the realm of mere genius. I've lived nearly a century and witnessed countless prodigies of extraordinary talent, including your father, who was once hailed as the capital's foremost genius. Yet compared to this Xiāo Ran, they all fall short. Bai Jingting's words sent a jolt through Bai Qiushui's heart. She knew how discerning her grandfather's judgment was. In all of Xia Nation, there were likely few who could earn such a description as falling short from him. And now, this assessment was being given to a youth with an F-grade talent. Grandfather, I know what you're going to say, Bai Jingting waved his hand dismissively. There's definitely something wrong with his talent rating. An F-grade pathfinder? That's probably the biggest joke of the century. A person who can see through the fundamental rules of a dungeon and converse directly with souls. If their talent isn't God tier, then there is no such thing as God tier in this world. Divine. Bai Jingting's words once again sent shockwaves through Bai Qiushui. Though she had suspected Xiāo Ran's talent was extraordinary, she had never dared to consider it divine level. For that was simply too ethereal and elusive. Then, how should our Bai family treat him? Bai Qiushui voiced her most pressing concern. Treat him? Bai Jingting glanced at her and countered, Qiushui, what do you think? Why did you step forward to protect him today, right in front of the Dragon Shield Bureau? Bai Qiushui froze at the question. Yes, why had she done that? Was it to repay him for saving me and my team? Or was it because she couldn't bear to see such a prodigiously talented individual destroyed by the Chen family out of a desire to preserve talent? Or perhaps, was it the subconscious fear of losing that figure again, the one she had once pushed away with her own hands? Her heart was in turmoil. If you cannot see your own heart, you cannot see the path ahead. Bai Jingting's voice resonated like a great bell, striking deep within Bai Qiushui's heart. Our Bai family never seeks enemies, but we fear no confrontation. The Chen family may be powerful, but they haven't reached a point where we would bow our heads. You did well today. In that situation, choosing to stand by him was the most correct decision you've ever made in your life. A look of satisfaction spread across Bai Jingting's face. A man who can pull off 2 miracles in a row when cornered, his future is limitless. Investing in him now, even just to build goodwill, is a surefire win for our Bai family. Besides, Bai Jingting's gaze softened as he looked at his granddaughter. You two were childhood sweethearts, weren't you? Bai Qiushui's face flushed crimson. Grandpa. Grandpa's been there. I understand, Bai Jingting chuckled. That boy is proud and has been hurt in love. Getting him to accept you again won't be easy.
But you are my granddaughter, Bai Jingting's granddaughter.
You mustn't let your spirit falter. If there's something you want to do, go for it. Grandpa will always be your strongest support. Bai Jingting's words flowed like a warm current into Bai Qiushui's heart. The last vestiges of confusion and hesitation vanished from her heart. She stood up and bowed deeply to Bai Jingting. Thank you, grandfather. I know what I must do now. Her gaze hardened with unprecedented resolve. She was going to find Xiāo Ran. Not as an S-class prodigy nor as a helpless weakling in need of rescue, but as an equal, a comrade in arms who could fight alongside him. She would prove her worth through her actions. She would make him understand that Bai Qiushui was worthy of standing by his side. Academy, Gravity Training Room A03. This was the Academy's premier training facility, second only to the S-class exclusive chambers. Ordinary students must spend a fortune in merit points just to train here for an hour. Now, Xiāo Ran strode in with the principal's order in hand. He directly adjusted the training room's gravity to 5 times normal. A crushing pressure instantly enveloped his entire body. In his previous state, he likely wouldn't have been able to stand steady. But now, at level 7, his attributes had significantly improved. Combined with the permanent physical enhancement gained from absorbing the remnants of the lightning core, he merely felt a slight heaviness in his body before quickly adapting. He didn't rush into cultivation. Instead, he opened his light brain and began browsing all available information on the Newcomer King tournament. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated. The tournament consists of 3 stages: individual points competition, team survival competition, and the final arena challenge. All participants are the most outstanding geniuses from Xia Nation's 7 major academies, with an average level exceeding 10. Among them, several seeded contestants from the Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic Capital Academy have even reached level 15. As he reviewed the data, Xiāo Ran's brow furrowed slightly. The pressure was immense. Currently only at level 7, despite possessing various hidden cards, the gap in levels was still too obvious. Within a month, he must find a way to catch up. Just as he was deep in thought, the door to the cultivation room opened. Bai Qiushui entered. Today, she wore a more streamlined white martial arts uniform, her long hair pulled back into a neat ponytail. Her entire presence radiated a heroic spirit, like a sharp sword poised to leave its scabbard. I've been looking for you for a while, she said, walking straight up to Xiāo Ran and getting straight to the point. What is it? Xiāo Ran looked up at her. It's still the same question. Bai Qiushui's gaze was clear and resolute as she met Xiāo Ran's eyes directly. Is your team still short on members? I thought I made myself perfectly clear last time, Xiāo Ran replied, his tone as level as ever. No, you didn't, Bai Qiushui shook her head. You only told me we're not cut from the same cloth. But you never told me whether your team actually needs an S-rank swordsman specializing in offensive combat. Let me finish, Bai Qiushui cut him off. I know you're powerful, so powerful you don't need anyone. But one person's energy is ultimately limited. You need time to strategize, to think, to uncover clues others overlook. And I can buy you that time. You need the sharpest sword to cut through every thorn in your path. I can be that sword. You need a solid backing to handle the troubles of reality. My family can be that backing. In one breath, she laid out her value clearly before Xiāo Ran. Not a hint of coyness, not a trace of emotional manipulation. It was the purest form of a transaction. Xiāo Ran stared at her, falling silent. He had to admit Bai Qiushui was right. He did need a powerful enforcer, and he did need an ally who could handle his affairs. And Bai Qiushui was undoubtedly the best choice. Fine. After a long pause, Xiāo Ran finally nodded. Chapter 30, The First Test of Teamwork. Hearing that word, Bai Qiushui's taut nerves finally relaxed. She could feel the sweat forming in her palms. Those words had nearly drained every ounce of courage she possessed. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. However, Xiāo Ran's tone shifted abruptly, causing Bai Qiushui's newly settled heart to leap back into her throat. Joining my team is possible. But you must pass my test. Test? Bai Qiushui paused, then nodded without hesitation. All right. What kind of test? In her mind, Xiāo Ran's test would surely be incredibly difficult. It would either involve single-handedly taking on some powerful monster or completing an impossible task within a strict time limit. She braced herself for the harshest challenge imaginable. Yet Xiāo Ran's next words left her utterly stunned. It's simple, Xiāo Ran shut off his light brain and stood up. Come with me to a place. Half an hour later, Academy Dungeon Hall. Wang Fatty, summoned by Xiāo Ran's communication, stared blankly at the 2 figures before him. Brother Ran, what's going on here? Starting today, she's our reserve member, Xiāo Ran explained succinctly. Holy crap. Really? Wang Fatso nearly jumped up in excitement. Sis, ahem, bye. Welcome. Welcome. A warm welcome. Bai Qiushui flushed at the sister-in-law and lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. Alright, cut the crap. Xiāo Ran patted Wang Fatso on the shoulder. Let's go run a dungeon. Run a dungeon? Hell yeah. Wang Fat rubbed his hands together, his excitement palpable. Bro Ran, where are we going? Slaughter dragons in lava caverns or explore the necropolis? My new gear is itching to get out there. He assumed that with their current strength, they'd definitely be tackling those popular C rank or even B rank dungeons. Neither. Xiāo Ran shook his head. He walked up to the instance selection screen and tapped it lightly with his finger. The screen displayed a dungeon name so familiar it was practically ingrained in everyone's memory. F-rank dungeon, Goblin Mine. Fat Wan's excitement froze on his face. Bai Qiushui also looked up, his face frozen in shock. Goblin Mine? Isn't this the lowest level instance meant for those newly awakened players who haven't even participated in the rookie trials yet? The strongest monster inside was just a level 3 goblin squad leader. With their current strength, going in would be like adults picking on kindergarten kids. Brother Ran, you didn't click the wrong one, did you? Wang Fat rubbed his eyes, asking uncertainly. No mistake. That's the one, Xiāo Ran confirmed. This is my trial? Bai Qiushui couldn't help but ask. Sending her to farm the goblin mine? What exactly was this testing? Her speed at killing minor monsters? Exactly. Xiāo Ran nodded. Turning to face Bai Qiushui, who still looked utterly confused, he said earnestly, this trial is simple. Once you're inside the instance, I don't want to see any of you actively killing a single goblin. Your mission isn't to clear the dungeon, but to uncover the true reason why the goblins in this mine have recently turned frenzied. Don't kill monsters? And find the cause? Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui were utterly baffled by Xiāo Ran's unconventional challenge. Running a dungeon without killing monsters? Is that even running a dungeon? And the reason for the goblins' rampage? Isn't the background story for low-level dungeons just something the system randomly generates? Who would actually bother to investigate that? What? Can't do it? Xiāo Ran observed their expressions and asked calmly. No. We can do it. Bai Qiushui immediately replied. Though she didn't understand, she knew Xiāo Ran must have a deeper purpose for this. This test certainly wasn't about her combat prowess. But something else entirely. Got it. We'll follow Brother Ran's lead. Wang Fatso declared just as quickly. Though his mind was filled with question marks, obeying Brother Ran's orders had become second nature to him. Let's go then. Xiāo Ran said, stepping first into the faintly glowing portal. Bai Qiushui and Wang Fat exchanged a glance before following suit. A flash of light later, the trio materialized in a dark, damp mine shaft. The air was thick with the earthy stench of damp soil and the distinctive, pungent odor emanating from the goblins. Chirp chirp. The moment they landed, 7 or 8 green-skinned, short-statured goblins wielding wooden clubs and stones burst out from a nearby fork in the tunnel. Uttering incomprehensible cries, they charged at the trio. Watch out. Wang Fat instinctively raised his shield, positioning himself at the front. Bai Qiushui gripped his sword hilt as the aura of an S-rank powerhouse erupted, sending a chill that dropped the surrounding temperature several degrees. A massacre seemed imminent. Freeze. Xiāo Ran's calm voice echoed behind them. Both froze in their tracks. Meanwhile, the goblins had already charged forward. Just as their clubs were about to smash into Wang Pangzi's shield, Xiāo Ran moved. He did not use any attack skills. Instead, he fully unleashed his newly acquired unique title, Soul Soother. Hum. An invisible, gentle aura rippled outward from him in an instant. The 7 or 8 goblins, who had been snarling and baring their teeth like ferocious demons moments before, froze instantly upon contact with this aura. The savagery and madness in their eyes faded at a visible pace. Replaced instead by curiosity and affection? Squeak? A bolder goblin tilted its head, eyeing Xiāo Ran cautiously as it edged closer. It even dropped the wooden club in its hand, extending its green claw to gently nudge Xiāo Ran's pant leg. Then it turned back to its companions, chirping excitedly. As if saying, look! This person smells good. He's not a bad guy. The remaining goblins also dropped their weapons and gathered around, circling Xiāo Ran like a group of curious little ones. This scene left Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui, watching from behind, utterly dumbfounded. Holy, this is actually happening? Wang Fat's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He'd run this dungeon countless times, but this was the first time he'd ever seen monsters not attack players. Instead, they came running over to cuddle up. This is not scientific. Bai Qiushui was equally stunned. She could sense an aura emanating from Xiāo Ran that felt incredibly soothing and reassuring, even to her. This aura seemed to exert a fatal attraction on these low-intelligence creatures. Is this your innate ability? She couldn't help but ask. I suppose so, Xiāo Ran replied casually. He couldn't very well say it was the effect of the unique title he'd just acquired. He crouched down, pulled a candy he'd bought along the way from his backpack, unwrapped it, and handed it to the boldest goblin. The goblin hesitated, then cautiously took it. It sniffed it with its nose before sticking out its tongue to lick it. Sweetness exploded across its taste buds. Its already large eyes widened even further. Chirp chirp chirp. It let out the most excited squeal of its life, clutching the candy and dancing around.
The other goblins, seeing their companion with candy, stared longingly at Xiāo Ran, their mouths making eager cries. Xiāo Ran smiled and pulled out a few more candies, distributing them among the goblins. In an instant, the entire mine echoed with the goblins' joyful chattering as they devoured their treats. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui stood behind, watching this fairy tale scene unfold before them, feeling their worldviews being repeatedly shattered. Had they come to clear a dungeon? No. They were following Father Xiao to deliver warmth to the goblin kindergarten. Chapter 31, The Secret of the Goblin Mine. Alright, now that you've had your sweets, can you show us the thing that's been bothering you? Xiāo Ran smiled as he addressed the goblins before him, who now regarded him as a candy god. Despite the language barrier, thanks to the affinity granted by his title, Soul Soother, these low IQ goblins actually understood his meaning. The leader goblin finished his candy, then licked the wrapper like a precious treasure before stuffing it into his tattered pocket. Then, it nodded at Xiāo Ran, pointed toward the depths of the mine, and uttered a series of chitter-chatter sounds. It says the thing that makes them so aggressive is at the very back of the mine. That's their leader's territory, they're never allowed near it. Xiāo Ran instantly understood its meaning. Lead the way. The lead goblin nodded excitedly and immediately took the lead, paving the way ahead. The other goblins swarmed around Xiāo Ran like loyal guards, as if protecting their king. Wang Pingzi and Bai Qiushui trailed behind, staring blankly at this fantastical procession of humans and goblins. They had given up trying to make sense of it. After all, just follow Brother Ran and it'll be fine. Along the way, they encountered several more patrols of goblins. But without exception, those goblins who had been so aggressive moments before made way for Xiāo Ran and his goblin guard as soon as they saw him, even flashing him fawning expressions. The entire goblin mine felt like his own backyard in front of Xiāo Ran, completely unobstructed. This is more effective than any stealth skill, Bai Qiushui couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She began to grasp the true purpose behind Xiāo Ran's test this time. He wasn't testing her combat prowess, but rather demonstrating a completely new approach to tackling dungeons, one she'd never encountered before. A way of understanding and manipulating the rules that transcended combat. Soon, guided by the goblin scout, they reached the deepest part of the mine. It was a vast, naturally formed underground cavern. At its center stood a crude throne constructed from stone and animal hides. Seated upon it was a goblin twice the size of ordinary ones, with deep green skin, bulging muscles, and a massive stone axe in hand. He sat there, scratching his head in irritation. This was the final boss of this dungeon, the Goblin King. Goblin King Elite Boss, Level 5, Status, Enraged Unknown Energy Corrosion, Weakened. Behind the Goblin King lay a narrow fissure. Waves of faint red, visible energy mist continuously seeped out from the fissure. The Goblin King stood exposed within this crimson haze. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavy, and his body radiated an extremely unstable energy fluctuation. Clearly, it was enduring immense agony. Squeak! The guide goblin pointed at the crack, then gestured toward the enraged Goblin King, uttering an anxious cry directed at Xiāo Ran. I understand, Xiāo Ran nodded. That thing is affecting you. He turned to look at Bai Qiushui. Now, it's your turn. Me? Bai Qiushui froze for a moment. Your trial has only just begun, Xiāo Ran's expression turned serious. I want you to eliminate that red energy source without killing the Goblin King. And tell me what it truly is. This was the true core of the trial. Observe, analyze, then resolve the issue with the most appropriate method. Not like before, when he resorted to brute force at the first sign of trouble. Bai Qiushui took a deep breath. She knew Xiāo Ran was giving her an opportunity, a chance to prove herself. She couldn't let him down. Closing her eyes, she channeled the innate power of the S-rank Frostblade Saint in an entirely new way. Instead of condensing her source energy into lethal sword chi, she transformed it into the sharpest perception, extending it toward the fissure. The icy chill collided with the raging crimson energy. The true nature of that energy instantly crystallized in Bai Qiushui's mind. Burning hot, ferocious, filled with corrosive properties and radioactivity. It's a mana crystal vein. Bai Qiushui's eyes snapped open, her face etched with shock. And it's an exceptionally high-grade, fire attribute mana crystal. Magic energy crystals were an extremely precious strategic resource in this world. They contained immense elemental energy, serving as the core material for crafting high-grade equipment and powering large-scale magical arrays. A single fist-sized ordinary magic energy crystal could fetch millions on the black market. And here, there was an entire vein. Though only a small portion had been exposed, its value was already beyond estimation. No wonder these goblins have gone berserk, Bai Qiushui instantly pieced together the puzzle. Their bodies simply cannot withstand such high concentrations of fire element radiation. Over time, they become corrupted by the energy, just like this Goblin King driven mad until they explode from the strain. Good analysis, Xiāo Ran nodded approvingly. So, how do we deal with this? Bai Qiushui glanced at the Goblin King, still writhing in agony, then shifted her gaze to the fissure, which continued to emit a crimson mist. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Seal the fissure with earth magic? No. That would only mask the problem, the energy would still leak out elsewhere. Use brute force to destroy the vein? Even worse, that would trigger a violent energy explosion, leveling the entire mine.
Then, a bold idea gradually took shape in her mind.
She extended her hand, and a long sword formed entirely of pure ice crystals coalesced in her palm. But this time, she did not point the blade at the Goblin King.
Instead, she aimed it at the crack.
Since it's fire-attributed energy, my extreme cold power should be able to seal it temporarily. Bai Qiushui declared, hurling the ice crystal sword from her hand with all her might.
The sword transformed into a streak of blue light, piercing the crack with pinpoint accuracy, utterly silent.
Hum! A visible blast of frigid cold erupted violently from the sword's tip.
Crack! Crack! Thick, blue ice spread at an astonishing speed around the crack.
In less than 10 seconds, the fissure still emitting crimson mist was completely frozen solid, transforming into a crystal-clear ice wall.
The fiery elemental radiation that had unsettled every goblin was now completely sealed off. Roar! Wah!
In the center of the cavern, the frenzied Goblin King's crimson glow began fading at a visible pace.
The bloodshot in its eyes gradually faded. Its agonized roar transformed into a low, muffled whimper.
It shook its massive head, still somewhat dazed. It surveyed the surrounding goblins who worshipped it like a god, then glanced at Bai Qiushui, who stood like a goddess of snow with her ice sword in hand. Finally, its gaze settled on Xiāo Ran, who had remained utterly calm throughout. Though not the brightest, it understood that these few before it had saved both itself and its kind.
Slowly, it rose from its throne.
Then, under the stunned gazes of all present, it laid its massive stone axe across its chest and knelt on one knee before Xiāo Ran. It performed a gesture of submission reserved only for true rulers.
Chapter 32, Welcome to my team.
The Goblin King's submission came from the depths of its heart. Not only was it grateful to Xiāo Ran for ending its suffering, but it also sensed an irresistible affinity and trust emanating from Xiāo Ran's very soul.
Ding! The Goblin tribe's affinity towards you has risen to adoration. Ding! You have gained dominion over the Goblin mine. From this moment onward, all resources here belong to you.
A series of system notifications echoed in Xiāo Ran's mind.
A knowing smile spread across Xiāo Ran's face. This was the true hidden reward of this F-rank instance.
Most adventurers who entered simply treated these goblins as mobs for grinding experience and materials, hacking and slashing their way through before finally taking down the Goblin King as the final boss.
At best, they'd get some junk materials dropped by goblins and a pitiful amount of experience points.
But they would never know that by shifting their approach and resolving the situation through peaceful means,
what they could gain instead would be an entire vein of priceless mana crystals.
Rise, Xiāo Ran said calmly to the Goblin King.
The Goblin King rose, seeming to grasp yet not fully comprehend, then respectfully retrieved a worn wooden box from beneath its throne and presented it to Xiāo Ran. Xiāo Ran opened the box.
Inside lay a fist-sized crystal, translucent and radiant, its interior seeming to burn with fire. It was the highest grade fire spirit crystal produced from that very vein. Fire spirit crystal, a grade rare material.
Contains the purest fire elemental energy.
Can be used to forge a grade or higher fire attribute weapons or equipment, or absorbed directly to significantly enhance the strength and potential of fire attribute talents.
Grade A material.
If sold on the market, this would fetch at least tens of millions of credit points.
And it's practically priceless. Even a major clan like the Chen family would be green with envy at the sight of this.
Holy!
A grade material. Fat Wang stared at the crystal, practically drooling. He's now completely sold. Hanging with Brother Ran?
Forget just getting a share of the spoils, it's like feasting on a full Manchu Han imperial banquet every single day. Bai Qiushui's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder.
Her gaze fixed on Xiāo Ran, filled with awe and a hint of admiration. Only now did she grasp Xiāo Ran's true purpose in bringing her here. He wasn't just testing her, he was teaching her.
Teaching her how to break free from fixed patterns of thought and uncover the true treasures hidden beneath the surface. This ability to turn stones into gold was 10,000 times more precious than any S-rank talent.
Ding!
Congratulations to the Conqueror team for peacefully resolving the Goblin Mine anomaly incident.
Hidden achievement unlocked, Goblin Savior. Dungeon settlement in progress. Overall rating, SSS class Wisdom. SSS rank rewards, plus 5,000 EXP, plus 5 free attribute points, plus 2 skill points. Another SSS rank. Though it was only an F-rank dungeon, the rewards weren't substantial in terms of EXP or attribute points.
But the rating itself spoke volumes. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui both felt a warm surge coursing through their bodies as their levels each rose by 1.
Xiāo Ran, too, gained precious attribute and skill points once more.
Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 free attribute points to intelligence once more.
Intelligence, 40-45.
He allocated the remaining 2 skill points to Basic Lightning Control. Basic Lightning Control LV.4 LV.6, New Technique, 3, Lightning Armor consumes 30 source energy. Forms a lightning-based armor over the body for 10 minutes, significantly boosting physical defense and lightning resistance.
Inflicts counter damage and paralysis on melee attackers.
Another new skill unlocked.
And it's a powerful offensive-defensive buff skill. This move finally compensates for Xiāo Ran's weakness as a mage, his fragile physique. With thunder armor active, he could even stand and trade blows with low-level warriors. After completing all this, the teleportation light of the dungeon began to glow around the three of them. Before departing, Xiāo Ran waved goodbye to the reluctant goblins. He knew this mine would become his personal resource hub from now on. Whenever he wished, he could return to mine this priceless vein of ore. A flash of white light transported the trio back to the dungeon lobby. The newbies still queuing up to enter the goblin mine gave them curious glances as they emerged. Ha! Isn't that Senior by Xiao? Why would she be grinding the goblin mine? And that fat guy, I recognize him. It's Wang Defu, the B-rank diamond barrier player. And the guy next to them, isn't that Xiāo Ran, the dad tier legend who pulled SSS rank gear twice in a row? Holy crap! These three legends are teaming up to farm the fish pond? Whispers erupted instantly. Xiāo Ran paid no heed. He turned to look at Bai Qiushui beside him, a faint smile touching his lips. The trial is over. He extended his hand. Welcome aboard, my team. Bai Qiushui looked at his outstretched hand, at the sincere smile on his face. It was the first time in years she had seen that smile on his face free of any trace of distance or coldness. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She reached out and clasped his hand tightly. The sunlight was perfect at that moment. Wang Fatso, watching this scene straight out of a romantic drama, flashed a simple, honest smile. He knew that their divine squad, destined to astonish the entire world, was officially formed from this day forward. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, a distant relative of the Chen family held a light brain, bowing and scraping as he reported into the phone. Yes, third master, rest assured. We've confirmed it. That little punk Xiāo Ran took Wang Defu and Bai Qiushui into some trash F-rank dungeon today, something called Goblin Mine. Yes, that's the one. They must have been scared out of their wits by the Chen family's pressure, hiding away in a place like that. Rest assured, sir. I've already assigned personnel to monitor them around the clock. The moment they dare to emerge or venture into any dangerous area, we'll immediately. A cold, icy voice came through the phone. No need to wait. The family head can't wait any longer. Tonight, make him vanish from this world forever. Chapter 33, The New Team's Objective. With the team officially formed, the atmosphere among the three grew considerably more harmonious. Brother Ran, Bai, where should we go now? Should we celebrate, or keep grinding dungeons to slap some sense into those who look down on us? Fat Wang asked excitedly, brimming with enthusiasm. Not so fast, Xiāo Ran shook his head. We must take things step by step. Right now, we have more important matters to attend to. What is it? Bai Qiushui asked curiously. She now held every one of Xiāo Ran's decisions in high anticipation. First, we need to dispose of the loot we just acquired. Xiāo Ran waved the wooden box containing the fire spirit crystal. This thing is too hot to hold on to. We must exchange it for usable resources as soon as possible. Second, prepare for the Rookie King tournament in a month. The Rookie King tournament? At the mention of the name, both Wang Fatty and Bai Qiushui perked up. They knew this tournament well. It was the holy grail for every newcomer strategist in the entire Xia kingdom. Brother Ran, you mean, we're going to enter that tournament? Wang Fat asked excitedly. Not us, Xiāo Ran corrected him with a glance. I'm the one entering. Ha? Wang Ponzi froze. Why just you? Can't we go together? The Rookie King tournament rules state that each academy can only send 5 contestants. Moreover, these 5 must be selected through the academy's internal qualifying rounds, Bai Qiushui explained from the side. As an S-rank prodigy, she had long been designated as the team captain for Jiangcheng Academy, so she was well versed in the rules. That's right, Xiāo Ran nodded. The principal granted me a special exemption, but if you two want to go, you'll have to win your spots in the upcoming qualifiers. Qualifying tournament? What's so tough about that? Wang Fatso immediately pounded his chest. With my B-rank tank strength, plus my classmate, an S-rank powerhouse, making it into the top 5 is a sure thing, right? It's not that simple, Bai Qiushui shook her head, her expression grave. I've heard this year's rules are different from previous years. Plus, in our class, besides us, there are several hidden A-rank powerhouses who've kept a low profile. Their strength is unfathomable. More importantly, Bai Qiushui's gaze shifted to Xiāo Ran. The Chen family won't let us secure our spot in the competition that easily. Her words cooled the excitement on Wang Fatso's face. Indeed, their greatest enemy now wasn't the hidden geniuses, but the Chen family. Chen Feng was dead, and the Chen family would never let it rest. They would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to target them in the upcoming qualifying rounds. What's there to fear? Xiāo Ran laughed. If they don't come looking for trouble, I'd find it boring. I'm determined to win the Rookie King tournament. Anyone who dares stand in my way will be crushed beneath my feet along with their entire clan. Xiāo Ran's words radiated unparalleled confidence and dominance. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui looked at him, their blood boiling with excitement. This was the man they had chosen to follow. Enough chatter. Xiāo Ran's smile vanished as he began assigning tasks. Fatty, go home immediately. Use Wanbao Tower's channels to spread the word about this fire spirit crystal. He handed the box containing the fire spirit crystal to Wang Fatso. Remember, make it as high profile as possible. Say it was dropped from a hidden boss in an F-rank dungeon in unprecedented A-grade material. Huh? Say that? Wang Fatso looked puzzled. But won't that expose us? That's exactly the point. A cold smile curled at Xiāo Ran's lips. I want everyone to know that Xiāo Ran not only earns SSS tier evaluations, but can also dig gold out of trash heaps. I'll make sure anyone with designs on me weighs the cost before acting whether they dare risk losing a golden touch. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui instantly grasped Xiāo Ran's intent. He was raising his own value. He was positioning himself to become a hot commodity, someone everyone wanted to court, yet no one dared to offend lightly. This way, should the Chun family attempt to move against him again, they'd face pressure from all sides. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Got it, Brother Ran. I'll handle it right away. Wang Fatso solemnly took the box and dashed off. And you? Bai Qiushui looked at Xiāo Ran and asked. Me? Xiāo Ran smiled. I'll go secure a powerful sponsor for our new team. With that, he turned and headed toward another part of the academy. That was the area housing the forging and alchemy departments. Jiangcheng Academy, Alchemy Department, Special Grade Laboratory. A woman clad in a white lab coat, her hair disheveled and thick glasses perched on her nose, looked slightly neurotic as she frantically conducted experiments amidst a sea of bottles and jars. She was the head of Jiangcheng Academy's Alchemy Department and the most renowned alchemist in all of Jiangcheng, Su Muyue. A madwoman renowned for her eccentric temperament, obsession with research, and complete detachment from worldly affairs. No. The energy circuit stability is still insufficient. Why? Where exactly did it go wrong? Su Muyue tugged at her hair in frustration, crumpling a freshly failed experiment report into a ball and tossing it onto the floor. The entire lab floor was already littered with discarded paper balls. Just then, a knock sounded at the laboratory door. Who is it? Didn't I say no one is to disturb me? Su Muyue snapped impatiently. Director Su, it's me, Xiāo Ran. Xiāo Ran's calm voice came from outside the door. Xiāo Ran? Don't know you. Get lost. I have something here that might just solve the technical bottleneck you're facing with the electromagnetic weapon charging module. Xiāo Ran's words struck Su Muyue like a bolt of lightning. She snapped her head up, her eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. What did you say? She lunged toward the door and yanked it open. When she saw the smiling youth outside holding a metal coil, she froze in place. Leave the thing behind, and you can get lost. Su Muyue snapped back to her senses and lunged to snatch the energy transmission coil from Xiāo Ran's hand. Xiāo Ran quickly withdrew his hand, dodging the grab. Director Su, please wait. Meanwhile, the Chen family's assassination plot was quietly unfolding. Night fell. 3 figures clad in black, their presence utterly concealed, appeared beneath Xiāo Ran's dilapidated apartment building like ghostly specters. They were the Chen family's most elite assassins. Each was a battle-hardened professional assassin, ranked above level 15. Their target this time was merely a level 7 rookie. To them, this was nothing more than an armed picnic, easy and enjoyable. The target is on the 6th floor, Unit 602. His parents and younger sister are all at home. The captain's orders are to eliminate every last trace, leave no survivors. Understood. The 3 exchanged glances, then vanished like 3 wisps of black smoke, slipping silently into the darkness of the hallway. Chapter 34, Night Visitors. Dressed in plain black tracksuits, hoods pulled tight, and masks covering their faces, they concealed themselves completely within the shadows. Unless one deliberately looked, their presence would go unnoticed. Is this the place? 6th floor, 602? The leader's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. He was Ghost Claw, leader of the Chen family's elite strike team, Shadow. A man who had forged his reputation in the underworld through countless bloodshed. Correct, Captain. A lean shadow beside him replied. His codename was Viper. Intelligence confirms the target, Xiāo Ran, resides here with his parents and a middle school-aged sister. Our last recon confirmed the lights were still on, the entire family should be present. You all know the master's orders. Ghost Claw's eyes, visible through the slits of his mask, flashed with a scorpion's venomous coldness. Cut the grass and uproot it. Leave none behind. Especially that boy, Xiāo Ran. Make sure he dies the most painful death possible. Understood. Viper and the other burly, bear-like Shadow Bull responded simultaneously. They were professionals. Killing was as simple to them as eating or drinking. And this time, their targets were merely a rookie who had awakened less than a month ago, barely a level 7, along with 3 unarmed civilians. In their eyes, this wasn't even a mission, more like a post-dinner stroll to aid digestion. A level 7 rookie, and the family head sends all 3 of us? Isn't that a bit overkill? Man Nyo grumbled in his deep, rumbling voice. He relished crushing enemies head-on, not sneaking around to kill a few ordinary people like this, utterly devoid of challenge. Shut up, barbarian bull, Ghost Claw shot him a cold glance.
Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. If the head has arranged this, there must be a reason. That kid managed to take down young Master Phone. He's definitely not as simple as he seems. I say young Master Phone was just careless. What tricks could an F-rank talent possibly pull? Bull snorted disdainfully. Cut the chatter. Let's wrap this up fast, Poison Snake urged. After we're done here, I want to grab a drink at nightfall. Heard they got some fresh new faces today. Ghost Claw said nothing more, merely making a gesture. In an instant, the three figures dissolved into faint, weightless shadows, drifting like willow catkins into the dilapidated apartment building, one so rundown it didn't even have an access control system. Inside the stairwell, the motion-activated lights had long since failed from neglect. Pitch blackness reigned, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The air was thick with a damp, musty stench and the sour odor of household trash. Beneath his mask, Ghost Claw's brow furrowed involuntarily. He couldn't fathom how a so-called genius who had achieved an SSS rank evaluation twice in a row could possibly live in a place worse than a slum. It was deeply abnormal. The trio's footsteps landed on the dust-covered stairs without a whisper. Their breathing was suppressed to the extreme, as if they had completely merged with the surrounding darkness. Soon, they reached the 6th floor. The security door of room 602 was an ancient model, its red paint peeling away in patches to reveal rusted metal beneath. Warm yellow light seeped through the door crack, accompanied by faint whiffs of cooked food and the slightly noisy evening news broadcast from a television inside. It has been reported that during the recent Ghost Hospital dungeon run, another prodigy emerged from Jiangcheng Academy in our city, achieving a perfect clear with an SSS tier rating. Currently, this prodigy has been placed under protective isolation by the Dragon Shield Bureau. Official details remain undisclosed. Ghost Claw's ears twitched, picking up every word inside with crystal clarity. He could even make out the voice of a middle-aged woman speaking with evident satisfaction. Oh, look at that. Could it be our Xiāo they're talking about on TV? Mom, what are you thinking? That's impossible. Our Xiāo is only F rank. That's an SSS rank genius we're talking about. A crisp young girl's voice retorted. What's wrong with F rank? Didn't your brother get an SSS rank last time? I bet it's him. That kid's always been so determined. He must have secretly done something big again without telling us. Alright, stop guessing. Let's eat. Whether it's him or not, as long as he's safe and sound, that's all that matters. A warm, middle-aged male voice ended the discussion. The room settled back into its warm, ordinary atmosphere. But Ghost Claw's gaze grew even colder. What a picture of a happy, harmonious family. Too bad. In just a few minutes, this place would turn into a bloody hell. He gave the venomous snake and the wild bull another signal. Operation commences. Viper pulled a black card, thin as a cicada's wing, from his chest. Soundproof barrier card, D rank consumable. Upon activation, creates a barrier within a designated range that blocks sound and energy fluctuations for 10 minutes. This was standard equipment for their assassination operations. It ensured they wouldn't alert any neighbors when they made their move. Viper silently affixed the card to the doorframe of room 602. An invisible ripple instantly spread out, enveloping the entire room 602 along with the small area around the doorway. From this moment onward, no matter how loud the commotion inside the room, those outside would hear nothing, feel nothing. After completing these preparations, Ghost Claw stepped forward. He didn't choose to force the door open, that would be too crude. Instead, he pulled a peculiar metal tool from his pocket, shaped like a master key. Universal lockpick, a specialized tool crafted by master artisans, capable of silently unlocking 99% of physical locks rated below Class C. He slowly inserted the lockpick into the rusty keyhole. His movements were light and deliberate, radiating the calm and confidence of a professional. He could even picture the family inside, still happily enjoying their dinner, utterly unaware of the impending doom about to befall them. This sense of controlling another's life and death gave him a sickening thrill. The lockpick turned gently. Click. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible. The lock opened. Beneath the mask, Ghost Claw's lips curled into a cruel smile. He gripped the doorknob, poised to slowly push open this gateway to hell. Chapter 35, Agreement Reached. At the very moment the Chen family's assassins were about to strike down Xiāo Ran's family. Jiangcheng Academy, Department of Alchemy, Special Grade Laboratory. The atmosphere here stood in stark contrast to the warmth of that dilapidated apartment building, filled with the pungent smell of chemicals and a frenzied academic energy. Xiāo Ran calmly observed the woman before him, a fierce lioness who had transformed into a ravenous wolf at his mere word. Su Mu Yue. Head of the alchemy department at Jiangcheng Academy, barely over 30, yet already recognized as one of the most gifted masters in the field of alchemy in Xia Nation. Of course, her other nicknames circulated even more widely within the academy: Madwoman. A research maniac who could go 3 days and nights without sleep for her studies, casually tossing away materials worth millions as if they were trash. At this moment, the Madwoman's eyes glowed with a green light that made even Xiāo Ran feel a chill. That gaze didn't seem to be looking at a person, but rather at a priceless treasure. No, to be precise, she was fixated on the energy transmission coil in Xiāo Ran's hand.
Where did you get this thing? Su Muyue's voice trembled with excitement. She had been stuck on the electromagnetic weapon charging module project for 3 solid years. To solve the energy loss and instability issues during transmission, she had tested hundreds of materials, burning through astronomical sums of the Academy's funds, yet never found a perfect solution. Now, just one glance at the seemingly ordinary metal coil in this youth's hands was enough for her alchemist's intuition to declare it the perfect answer she'd been dreaming of. Its intricate internal structure and naturally formed energy circuit were nothing short of a masterpiece. You needn't concern yourself with this, Xiāo Ran chuckled, flipping the coil between his fingers. I'll just ask, Director Su, do you want it? Of course I want it. I've been dreaming about it. Su Muyue made no attempt to hide her desire, her eyes fixed on the coil so intently she could practically taste it. Alright then, let's talk business. Xiāo Ran pulled over a chair beside him, sat down without waiting for an invitation, and assumed a negotiating posture. A deal? Su Muyue froze for a moment before waving her hand impatiently. Cut the crap. Name your price. How much? $1 million? $2 million? As long as my lab's budget allows, I'll pay whatever it takes. In her view, any problem solvable with money wasn't a problem at all. Money? Xiāo Ran shook his head. Director Su, do you really think someone capable of producing something like this would be short on funds? Su Muyue froze again. Indeed, core materials of this caliber not just in Jiangchang, but even at the top auctions in the capital would spark a mad scramble among major factions. Its value was simply beyond monetary measurement. The fact that this youth had brought it to her instead of an auction house meant he clearly wasn't after money. Then what do you want? Su Muyue's expression finally turned serious. She shed her eccentric demeanor, her gaze sharpening like that of a shrewd merchant. I want a powerful sponsor, Xiāo Ran stated bluntly. A sponsor? Exactly. Xiāo Ran nodded. In 1 month, the 7 Great Academy's Rookie King tournament begins. I need a set of top-tier gear, custom-made for me and my team. I'll provide the core materials and design concepts. You and your lab will be responsible for turning them into reality. In return, this energy transmission coil is yours. Furthermore, I can promise you priority purchasing rights for all rare materials I bring back from future dungeons. Xiāo Ran's words flowed with clarity and precision, sounding less like an 18-year-old youth and more like a seasoned veteran who'd navigated the business world for years. Su Muyue fell silent after hearing this. Her mind raced. Crafting a full set of top-tier gear for a rookie team? This was no small undertaking. The manpower and resources required would be astronomical. But the rewards were equally tempting. A single energy transmission coil alone could propel her to breakthrough progress in electromagnetic weaponry, potentially even earning her the highest honor in Xiao Nation's alchemy circles, the Golden Hammer Award. Not to mention the promise of priority purchasing rights for rare materials. A golden touch capable of extracting A-grade materials from F-grade dungeons. Su Muyue understood better than anyone the immense value of such a promise. This was like latching onto a walking gold mine. No matter how she calculated it, this deal was a steal. Your team? Who's in it? What's the setup? Su Muyue inquired. 3 numbers so far, Xiāo Ran replied. A B-tier talent tank with Diamond Barrier, an S-tier talent main DPS with Frostblade Saint, and an F-tier talent support with Pathfinder, that's me. A B-tier tank, an S-tier swordsman. Su Muyue nodded. This lineup was incredibly impressive, definitely a top contender for the Rookie King tournament. But when she heard the last part, her brows furrowed. An F-tier Pathfinder? You? She scrutinized Xiāo Ran from head to toe, her eyes brimming with skepticism. You're not joking, right? An F-tier support entering the Rookie King tournament? Are you going as a mascot? Director Su, do you think an F-rank support could produce this? Xiāo Ran held out the coil in his hand once more, presenting it before her. Su Muyue stared at the coil, radiating an enchanting glow, and fell silent. Indeed, when had this world become so fantastical? Could an F-rank really defy the heavens like this? Alright. Su Muyue no longer hesitated. She slammed her hand on the table, her eyes blazing with unprecedented intensity. I'll take this deal. Forget a single set of gear. If you can keep supplying materials of this caliber, I'll turn the entire alchemy department into your personal logistics factory. She was a madwoman, but she wasn't foolish. She understood what this youth before her represented. He represented countless new possibilities for the future of alchemy. Pleased to do business with you. Xiāo Ran smiled and extended his hand. Happy collaboration. Su Muyue reached out as well, clasping his hand firmly. Holding Xiāo Ran's hand as if it were the world's most precious treasure, she exclaimed excitedly, Quickly tell me all your design concepts for the equipment. I can't wait. Should it prioritize offense or defense? Do we need to add elemental damage? Should we engrave counterattack runes? Or maybe we could try the latest energy conversion technology. Watching Su Muyue instantly shift into work mode and become a chatterbox, Xiāo Ran smiled wryly. Working with this research maniac was convenient, but sometimes it was exhausting. He cleared his throat, interrupting her torrent of words. Director Su, hold on.
Before we discuss gear, I have a small item here I'd like your help appraising.
He reached into his backpack and pulled out another item.
It was the grade A material obtained from the goblin mine, the fire spirit crystal. The moment this fist-sized red crystal, seemingly filled with flowing magma, appeared in the lab,
the entire lab's temperature shot up by over 10 degrees. The air itself seemed to warp under the intense heat. Su Muyue's face froze in astonishment.
Staring at the crystal, her mouth slowly gaped open, her eyes widened like copper bells, and she forgot to breathe.
Grade A. Fire Spirit Crystal? Chapter 36, The Shock of the Fire Spirit Crystal. As one of Xian Nation's foremost alchemists, how could she not recognize this legendary material?
A grade rare material fire spirit crystal. This thing only existed theoretically in the deepest, most dangerous core zones of a grade or higher lava-type dungeons. Only through thousands of years of sedimentation and compression of the purest fire elemental energy could such a tiny fragment possibly form. Its value was beyond monetary measure. Any weapon, if forged with even a fingernail-sized fragment of fire spirit crystal powder, would instantly transform from an ordinary item into a top-tier C-grade fire attribute divine weapon. For any fire affinity adept, obtaining a single fire spirit crystal and directly absorbing its energy could not only catalyze a quantum leap in their innate potential but potentially shatter their bottleneck, elevating their talent tier outright. For fire attribute cultivators and alchemists, this substance is nothing short of a supreme sacred relic. Yet now, a fist-sized piece of top-grade fire spirit crystal so pure it seemed to contain flowing magma within was casually produced by a mere youth. It was like pulling an ordinary sweet potato from a street vendor's stall. The sheer visual and psychological impact caused Su Muyue's brain to freeze for a full dozen seconds. Director Su, rein in your gaze, you're practically drooling. Xiāo Ran couldn't help but chuckle at her dazed expression, offering a gentle reminder.
Ha! Oh. Su Muyue snapped back to reality.
She instinctively wiped her mouth, only to find nothing there.
Her pretty face flushed instantly. She took several deep breaths before finally calming her wildly racing heart. She looked at Xiāo Ran again, her gaze completely transformed. If the earlier energy transmission coil had made her see Xiāo Ran as a promising, untapped treasure boy worth collaborating with, then this, fire spirit crystal, had utterly shattered her understanding of the world. She felt every theoretical framework she'd built over 3 decades in materials science and alchemy shatter into pieces before this youth. Extracting an A-grade material from an F-grade dungeon?
This wasn't just a touch of gold, this was a god of creation.
Who exactly are you?
Su Muyue's voice carried a hint of awe she hadn't even noticed herself.
Didn't I tell you? Just an F-rank guide.
Xiāo Ran remained as calm and composed as ever.
F-rank. Su Muyue's lips twitched. Like hell I believe you. If you're F-rank, then what am I? An alchemist master? I'd be worse than a kindergarten kid. She stopped dwelling on Xiāo Ran's identity, knowing it was pointless to ask.
Her mind was now consumed by something else entirely.
This means you'll be working with me too?
Her voice brimmed with anticipation, like a little girl waiting for candy.
Of course. Xiāo Ran nodded. Like I said, I'll provide the core materials and design concepts. You handle turning them into reality.
This fire spirit crystal is the core material I prepared for the primary weapon of our team's S-rank member, the Frostblade Saint.
Frostblade Saint? Using fire spirit crystal for a weapon? Su Muyue froze, instinctively protesting, are you out of your mind?
Ice and fire are two completely opposing, extreme elemental energies. Forcing them together will only trigger violent energy conflicts, causing the weapon to explode instantly.
That's the most basic alchemical common sense. I know. Xiāo Ran smiled. His smile held a confidence Su Muyue couldn't fathom, as if he understood everything. Conventional methods won't work, of course. But
he extended a finger and gently tapped the fire spirit crystal.
Eye of Truth, activate.
All the underlying rules and energy structures of the fire spirit crystal instantly decomposed and ended within his mind.
But what if, instead of fusion, we employed the principle of canceling annihilation?
Xiāo Ran spoke slowly. Use the fire spirit crystal as the core of the blade, then employ 10,000-year-old cold iron for the hilt and spine.
Separate these two extreme energies using a special rune circuit.
When the wielder by Qiushui infuses her frost-cold sword energy into the hilt, the 10,000-year-old cold iron amplifies that energy and channels it toward the spine. Then, at the instant she unleashes her most devastating strike, a special trigger causes the icy energy within the spine to collide with the fiery energy at the blade's core. The instant annihilation of ice and fire generates a pure, destructive annihilation energy far surpassing the combined power of either force. Director Su, how powerful do you think such a strike would be? Xiāo Ran's voice was not loud, but each word struck Su Muyue's mind like a heavy hammer. She froze completely.
Counteracting annihilation? Using the annihilation of two opposing energies to generate an even more powerful destructive force? This line of thinking, this concept was simply genius. No, it's madness. Utter, unbridled madness, the kind that dares to pierce a hole through the heavens. This completely transcends the boundaries of existing alchemical theory. It's creating an entirely new, uncharted theoretical realm.
Su Muyue felt her body trembling slightly from sheer excitement.
She gazed at Xiāo Ran as if he were a god. A god who had opened the door to a new world for her. I get it. I finally understand.
She slammed her palm against her thigh, her eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor.
Annihilation energy. Yes. Annihilation energy. Ha ha ha. How could I have missed it? I'm such an idiot. She paced the lab like a madwoman, muttering to herself.
The rune circuits can be isolated using the Hermes closed loop. No, that causes too much energy loss. We should use that reverse spiral structure you mentioned earlier. That way, energy loss can be reduced to under 3%.
The switch in the hilt can be triggered by psychic power. No, that's too slow. Use source energy resonance instead. As long as the user's source energy fluctuations reach a certain threshold, it triggers automatically. That's the only way to achieve instant activation. Ha ha ha. I get it. I understand everything now. Su Muyue seemed possessed.
She rushed to a massive lab table, grabbed a pen, and began frantically sketching on a sheet of white paper. Countless intricate formulas, esoteric runes, and precise structural diagrams flowed effortlessly from her pen. Xiāo Ran watched her, not interrupting. He knew he had successfully bound this research maniac to his cause. And it was entirely of her own volition she had practically begged to join him. A top-tier alchemy master, along with the entire resources of the alchemy department behind her, would now be at his disposal. Pleased to collaborate, Director Su. Xiāo Ran stood up, placing the fire spirit crystal and the energy transmission coil together on the lab bench. Then he turned, ready to leave. He knew the next steps no longer required his attention. He had more pressing matters to attend to, like heading home to welcome those reckless guests. Wait! Su Muyue suddenly looked up and called out to him. Is there something else? What's your name? She asked. Xiāo Ran. Xiāo Ran. Su Muyue silently repeated the name. Then, with an unprecedented seriousness in her tone, she declared, from today onward, you are the honorary advisor for life to the alchemy department of Jiangcheng Academy. I said it. Anyone who dares to object can come find me. With that, she lowered her head once more, immersing herself in her frantic calculations and designs, never once glancing back at Xiāo Ran. Xiāo Ran smiled faintly and turned to leave the laboratory. Night had deepened. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 37, The Gates of Hell. Meanwhile, the Ghost Claw's hand had already grasped the cold metal doorknob. He could sense the warm yet fragile aura of an ordinary household seeping through the door's crack. He could even smell the aroma of braised pork. It stirred a flicker of irritation within him. He hated that smell, the scent of happiness and warmth. For he hadn't experienced that feeling in a very, very long time. Ever since the day he was chosen by the Chen family to become a death soldier, his world had been reduced to darkness, blood, and endless slaughter. He turned his wrist, preparing to push open the door that separated these two worlds once and for all. Then, he would let the hellfire consume the false happiness within, burning it to ashes. Yet, just as his wrist tensed to exert force. Click! The door swung open from the inside, of its own accord. Ghost Claw's movements froze abruptly. The venomous snake and the wild bull behind him instantly tensed their bodies, like two leopards poised to strike. The situation had changed. The door slid open slowly, revealing a boy in ordinary home clothes who looked harmless enough. In his hands, he held a bowl of freshly served, steaming hot rice. He froze for a moment upon seeing the three hooded, masked figures standing in the doorway, their ominous aura palpable. Then, a shy yet warm smile spread across his face. Oh my, are you three here to fix the pipes? My dad just finished eating and was about to come out. Please come in, it's cold outside. The boy spoke while enthusiastically stepping aside to clear the doorway, gesturing invitingly. Ghost Claw. Venom Snake. Barbarian Bull. Three battle-hardened, top-tier assassins who had killed countless enemies froze solid in that moment. They had imagined countless possibilities. There's a trap behind the door. The target was lying in wait. In fact, they'd already been spotted, and the enemy was calling for backup. But they never imagined what awaited them would be such a warmly welcoming scene. Plumbers? Bro, look at our outfits and demeanor. Do we look like plumbers? We're here to wipe out your entire family. Inviting us in so warmly like this, isn't that a bit disrespectful to our profession? Why aren't you coming in? What are you standing at the door for? The teenager, Xiāo Ran, urged the stunned trio. My mom even prepared some fruit for you. Come in and have some. He called out into the house. Dad. Mom. The plumbers are here. Coming. Xiao Guoqiang's hearty reply echoed from inside the house. Moments later, Xiao Guoqiang and Xiao Huiyun rose from the dining table, their faces lit with simple smiles as they approached the doorway. Oh my, you must be exhausted, working so late. Come in and sit down, have some water first, Xiao Huiyun greeted them warmly. Brother, is it Uncle Zhang and the others? A little girl with a ponytail poked her head out from the room, asking curiously. The 3 members of Ghost Claw were utterly dumbfounded. They felt their brains couldn't quite keep up. Was this entire family a little off their rocker? The unmistakable, icy killing intent radiating from them, even ordinary people would sense something was off from 10 meters away, right? Yet this family not only failed to sense it, they actually mistook them for plumbers? Could it be that our disguise had reached the realm of returning to simplicity? Captain, what do we do now? Viper whispered, his voice lowered to a frequency only the 3 of them could hear. Ghost Claw's eyes flickered through several expressions in an instant. Play along with their game. That was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Since the enemy was so eager, it would save them the trouble of acting. Once inside, shut the door. In such a confined space, the 3 of them could make this family die however they pleased. At this thought, Ghost Claw's eyes turned cold and cruel once more. He discreetly signaled to poison Snake and Bull. Then, he lowered his voice, making it sound as hoarse and ordinary as possible. We're here to fix the pipes. With that, he stepped first through the open door to hell that awaited them. Viper and Bull followed closely behind. The moment the last man, the burly Bull, fully entered the room. Bang! The security door behind them slammed shut with a gust of wind. Click! The sound of the lock automatically engaging echoed distinctly in the quiet room. The room's lighting seemed to dim considerably in that instant. The warm smiles on the faces of Xiao Guoqiang and Xiao Huiyun, who had been enthusiastically greeting them moments before, vanished. They stood there silently, staring at them with an odd, almost corpse-like gaze. A chill ran down Ghost Claw's spine. An extremely ominous premonition instantly surged through his mind. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Attack, he snapped, abandoning all pretense. He had to strike first before the enemy could react. Too late. A calm voice sounded beside his ear. It was the youth. He didn't know when, but the boy had already set down his rice bowl. Now, arms folded, he watched them with leisurely composure. His face still bore a smile. But that smile was no longer shy or warm. Instead, it was a cold, amused grin like a cat toying with a mouse. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the gates of hell have opened wide for you. As Xiao Ran's words fell. Crackle. Blinding blue arcs of lightning erupted like frenzied silver serpents, surging madly from the walls, ceiling, floor, and even the cracks between the tiles beneath their feet. In that instant, the entire cramped living room transformed into a despairing cage forged from raging thunder and lightning. It's a trap. Retreat. Ghost Claw's pupils contracted violently. He let out a horrified shriek and, without a second thought, lunged toward the door that had just closed. But it was too late. The once dilapidated security door was now covered in a dense, blue web of electricity. He slammed headfirst into it. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire room. Ghost Claw's entire body convulsed violently from the savage electric current. Foam churned at his mouth, his hair stood on end, and wisps of black smoke rose from his skin. The venomous snake and the wild bull behind him were equally unable to escape. The floor beneath their feet seemed to transform into a colossal electromagnet, pinning them to the spot, utterly immobilized. Countless arcs of electricity surged madly through their bodies. Ugh! Ah! The bull's massive, bear-like frame convulsed violently under the savage current, muscles spasming uncontrollably and swelling. Finally, with a dull, explosive crack, his blood vessels burst one by one. Before he could even utter a full scream, he collapsed stiffly, becoming a charred corpse. As for Poison Snake, he was paralyzed by the electricity, collapsing limp to the ground, only his eyes still darting in terror. His eyes, fixed on the youth slowly approaching them, were filled with endless terror and despair. He finally understood why the master had sent all 3 of them. But in the end, he had still underestimated him. Chapter 38, Touch My Family, Die. The cramped living room was filled with a thick, acrid smell of burning flesh. It resembled roasted meat, yet was far more pungent, an odor so nauseating it made one want to vomit. Xiao Huiyun and Xiao Yu had long since fled into their room, terrified by the bloody and eerie scene before them, slamming the door shut. Only Xiao Guoqiang, a man who had lived his entire life as an honest, hard-working soul, stood tall and straight before the door to his wife and daughter's room. A kitchen knife was clenched in his hand. Though his legs trembled uncontrollably, his eyes fixed on the unwelcome intruders showed no sign of retreat. Only the primal fury of a father and husband, determined to protect his family, burned within them. Who the hell are you? He bellowed at the 2 figures still twitching on the floor, his voice a hollow threat. Dad, don't be afraid. A calm voice sounded from behind him. Xiao Ran gently patted his father's shoulder, pulling him behind him. They're not here to fix the pipes. They're here to deliver takeout. Xiao Ran looked down at the 2 assassins on the ground, now utterly helpless, and a bright smile spread across his face. Delivery? Xiao Guoqiang froze, unable to grasp his son's meaning. But when he met his son's calm, confident gaze, his wildly pounding heart inexplicably settled. He sensed that his son seemed different from before. Who are you? On the ground, the gaunt shadow codenamed Viper struggled to lift his head. Staring at Xiao Ran as he slowly approached, he croaked hoarsely.
His body still twitched uncontrollably from the lingering electric current. His pride, speed and venom had no room to manifest within this absolute domain of lightning. He couldn't comprehend it. How could a level 7 novice possibly set up such a terrifying trap? This wasn't a trap, it was a magic formation. A chain lightning formation rated C-class or higher, something only a high-level formation master could create. And how did the other party know they were coming? How had they managed to lay such a trap in advance, right in their own home? All their intelligence was wrong. Completely wrong. Who I am doesn't matter. Xiāo Ran walked up to him, crouched down, and looked down at him with contempt, as if observing a pitiful rat whose tail had been caught. What matters is that you shouldn't have come here. And you certainly shouldn't have set your sights on my family. Xiāo Ran's voice was soft and matter-of-fact, yet to the viper's ears, it sounded colder and more terrifying than any vicious curse. He could sense the icy killing intent radiating from the youth before him, an aura that treated all living things as worthless straw dogs. This was not the gaze of an 18-year-old boy. It belonged to a demon king who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What do you want? Venom's voice cracked with fear. He was afraid. He was truly terrified. He'd rather face 100 fully armed armies than confront this boy before him, one who smiled like an angel yet struck with the cruelty of a demon. What do I want? Xiāo Ran smiled. I want nothing. I just want your master to witness a good show. As he spoke, he extended his hand and gently touched the viper's forehead. A faint, almost imperceptible arc of electricity flowed from his fingertip into the viper's mind. Eye of Truth plus basic lightning control. This was a new application Xiāo Ran had just developed. By stimulating the cerebral cortex with a faint electrical current, it allowed him to access the most superficial yet profound fragments of memory without damaging the target's brain. Though not as forceful as high-tier mental magic that could directly search souls, it excelled in stealth and left no lasting side effects. The venomous snake's body convulsed violently. Countless chaotic images began to surface before his eyes. The scene of his first murder. Scenes of his decadent, hedonistic nights at the Nightfall Club. And the scene at the Chen family estate where he accepted the mission. Chen Tianxian's sullen, aged face. Chen Hai's venomous glare. Everything flashed through Xiāo Ran's mind like a rapid succession of slides. So that's how it was. Seconds later, Xiāo Ran withdrew his fingers. He had obtained all the information he sought. The Chen family, the assassins, cutting off the roots. Very good. Very good indeed. A terrifying cold gleam flashed in Xiāo Ran's eyes. Originally, he had only intended to play along with the Chen family, inflicting enough damage to make them feel the pain. But now, he had changed his mind. Since you wish for my entire family to die, then I'll make the entire Chen family pay. You, what did you do to me? Poison Snake stared at Xiāo Ran in terror. His mind felt like it had been stirred with a spoon. Utter chaos. Nothing. Just helped you recall your sinful life. Xiāo Ran stood up, no longer paying him any mind. He turned his gaze to the captain, Ghostclaw, who had remained silent from the start, staring intently at him with eyes filled with shock, apprehension, and a hint of madness. He was the strongest of the three, and the only one who, despite being severely wounded in the lightning array, hadn't been completely incapacitated. Now, he leaned against the corner, gasping for breath with great effort, one hand quietly reaching into his robe. There, concealed within, lay his final trump card. A highly compressed source energy bomb. Its power was sufficient to level the entire building. He knew he was finished today. But even in death, he would drag this terrifying youth down to hell with him. I advise you not to move. Xiāo Ran's voice rang out once more. The ghostly claw's movements froze abruptly. He realized with horror that his little maneuver had been seen through once again. How did you? How do I know? Xiāo Ran smiled. Because from the moment you stepped into this building, every beat of your heart, every breath you take, has been under my control. Why do you think I set the trap inside the house? I wanted to see just how professional the Chen family's loyal henchmen really are. Well, I must say, you've disappointed me. Xiāo Ran shook his head, his face wearing an unmistakable look of contempt. You dared to barge in without even performing the most basic target verification or environmental reconnaissance. Is this your idea of professionalism? You're dumber than the goblins I encounter in dungeons. Xiāo Ran's words pierced Ghostclaw's heart like poisoned steel needles. Insult. This was a blatant insult. He, Ghostclaw, had roamed the dark underworld for over a decade. The number of powerful foes who had fallen by his hand was no less than 80, if not 100. When had he ever suffered such a humiliating insult? And by a mere wet behind the ears brat. You little bastard. I'll kill you. Ghostclaw's reason was utterly shattered by rage. Roaring, he violently pulled the source energy bomb glowing with a dangerous crimson light from his chest, ready to press the activation button. But in the split second before his finger touched it, a bolt of blue lightning thicker and more ferocious than any before pierced his chest like Thor's spear materializing from thin air. ZZZZT. Ghostclaw's body stiffened violently. He lowered his head, staring at the bowl-sized, charred hole in his chest, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He hadn't even seen how his opponent had struck. Why?
He managed to utter the last 3 words of his life with great difficulty. Because you harbored the intent to kill my family. Xiāo Ran's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. And anyone who dares to harm my family has only one fate. Death. With that, he slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a menacing lightning armor, formed from countless tiny arcs of electricity, slowly took shape. It was the new skill he had just unlocked, Thunder Armor. And that deadly bolt of lightning moments ago had erupted from this very Thunder Armor. Ghost Claw stared at the Thunder Armor radiating an aura of destruction, his eyes finally revealing endless, utter despair. He finally understood what kind of monster he was facing. His body slumped limply to the ground. The Source Energy Bomb, his last-ditch trump card, slipped from his grasp and rolled away. By this point, all 3 elite assassins dispatched by the Chun family had been eliminated. Xiāo Ran, however, hadn't even taken a single step away from this living room. Chapter 39, Is this what an F rank can do? The living room was deathly quiet. Only the occasional crackle of electricity and the faint whistling of wind outside the window broke the silence. Xiao Guoqiang stared blankly at the 3 corpses on the floor, bodies that could scarcely be called human anymore. He glanced at his son, now clad in thunder and lightning armor, standing there like a god descended from the heavens. It felt like he was living through some absurd, surreal nightmare. This was still his son? The one who had awakened an F-rank talent and been mocked by the entire city? This was clearly a god of death who could decide others' fates in the blink of an eye. Ran. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat parched and dry, unable to utter a single word. Dad, it's okay now. The thunder armor on Xiāo Ran's body slowly dissipated, and he reverted to the ordinary-looking teenager in casual home clothes, appearing harmless as ever. He walked over to his father and steadied his slightly weak body. They won't bother us anymore. Xiao Guoqiang gazed at his son's calm face, his heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. There was lingering fear, astonishment, but above all, an indescribable pride. His son had grown up. He had become a man who could shield this family from life's storms, a pillar of strength. Good boy. He patted Xiāo Ran's shoulder, his tiger-like eyes glistening with tears. Xiāo Ran smiled, then turned and walked to the tightly closed bedroom door. He knocked softly. Mom, yeah, come out. It's safe now. There was no response from behind the door. Only the faint, suppressed sound of sobbing could be heard. Xiāo Ran sighed. He knew the bloody scene they just witnessed must have terrified them. Especially his younger sister, Xiaoyu, only 15 years old. She'd never witnessed anything like this before. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. There, his mother, Xiao Huiyun, clung tightly to his sister. Both huddled in the corner of the bed, trembling violently. Xiaoyu's face was buried in her mother's embrace, her small shoulders heaving with sobs. When Xiao Huiyun saw Xiao Ran enter, her eyes brimmed with complex emotions. There was worry, there was affection, but also a hint of something she couldn't quite name herself, a fear of the unknown power. Ran, you. Mom, I'm sorry I scared you. Xiao Ran walked over to them, crouching down gently. Brother. Xiaoyu lifted her head, her tear-streaked face etched with terror and unease. Just now, those people, and you. She didn't know how to describe what she had just witnessed. Her brother, enveloped in thunder and lightning like a god descending from the heavens, brought her immense comfort yet also a sense of unfamiliarity and distance. Yeah, don't be afraid. Xiao Ran reached out and gently wiped the tears from her face. No matter what I look like, I will always be your dearest brother. Everything I've done is only to protect you, to protect our family. His voice seemed to carry a strange magic, slowly calming Xiaoyu's wildly beating heart. She gazed into her brother's clear, resolute eyes and nodded firmly. Yes. I believe you, brother. Xiao Huiyun watched this tender scene unfold before her, the fear in her eyes gradually replaced by maternal tenderness. Yes, no matter what her son had become, he was still her child. As long as he was safe, as long as he could protect himself and this family, that mattered more than anything else. All right, no more crying. She ruffled both children's hair, her face breaking into a smile that was strained yet infinitely tender. Mom will make some midnight snacks. You must both be starving. After calming her family, Xiao Ran returned to the living room. His gaze fell upon the 3 bodies lying on the floor, and his brow furrowed slightly. These 3 had to be disposed of. And they had to be disposed of cleanly, without leaving a trace. More importantly, their deaths had to be maximized for value. He pulled out his light brain and dialed the number he'd only ever called once. The call was answered almost instantly. Xiao Ran? Xin Wu's voice came through, tinged with surprise and tension. What's going on? He knew that Xiao Ran calling him at this hour couldn't possibly be about inviting him for tea. Good evening, team leader Qin. Xiao Ran's tone was as relaxed as if chatting with an old friend. My apologies for disturbing you so late. I have 3 rats that accidentally wandered into my house. I was wondering if you could help me deal with them. Mice? Xin Wu froze, then snapped to attention. His voice instantly turned grave. Are they from the Chun family? Xiao Ran responded non-committally.
3 of them professional assassins, all level 15 or above.
One specializes in poison, another is a brute force type, and the third seems to be their leader. Right now, they're all lying peacefully on the floor of my living room. A long, deathly silence hung on the other end of the line. Xinwu felt as if his brain had been bombarded by a massive explosion.
3. Level 15 or above. Professional assassins. Just gone? And in the enemy's own home?
He had suspected that Xiāo Ran's audacious trap must have been backed by something substantial.
But he never imagined Xiāo Ran's backing would be this formidable.
So formidable that even he, a level 35 veteran, felt his heart skip a beat.
A level 7 newbie, in his own home, had counter-killed 3 professional assassins above level 15? You call that F rank? If this was F rank, then didn't that make the so-called A rank elites of the Dragon Shield Bureau worse than trash? You're not hurt, are you? Xinwu managed to ask, though even he knew the question felt redundant. Me?
Xiāo Ran chuckled.
I was just thinking about grabbing a bowl of instant noodles for a late-night snack. You tell me if I'm hurt. Xinwu.
He felt his worldview being trampled into the ground and rubbed raw once again by this kid named Xiāo Ran.
Send me the address. I'm bringing reinforcements immediately.
Xinwu cut to the chase, his voice growing more serious than ever. He knew this matter had completely spiraled beyond his control.
He must report this to the highest authorities immediately.
A newcomer capable of killing 3 level 15 assassins with only level 7 strength. His value could no longer be described as merely a prodigy. Hanging up the phone, Xiāo Ran glanced out the window. The night remained deep and dark. But dawn was approaching. The Chen family. He murmured the name softly, his eyes flashing with a cold, detached gaze as if looking upon a corpse.
This is only the beginning.
Chapter 40, The Despair of the Chen Family.
Chen Family Manor, Study. Chen Tianxiong remained seated in the armchair, eyes closed in meditation. He was not asleep.
He was waiting. Waiting for Ghost Claw and the others to bring back the intelligence he demanded.
In his view, this was hardly a mission requiring patience for results.
3 elite assassins, each above level 15, were sent to deal with a level 7 rookie and 3 ordinary people.
It was like 3 tigers hunting a single sheep. The only suspense lay in how many pieces the lamb would be torn into.
What preoccupied him now was the secret hidden within that boy named Xiāo Ran. The secret that allowed F-tier talent to unleash potential rivaling or even surpassing that of S-tier. Once they obtained this secret, the Chen family could potentially cultivate more Xiāo Rans. Then, forget about a mere city like Jiangqing, even the top aristocratic families in the imperial capital would have to bow to the Chen family. At this thought, a greedy smile crept across Chen Tianxiong's wrinkled old face. He could already envision the Chen family, under his leadership, ascending to the pinnacle of glory in Xiao Nation.
Master.
The study door creaked open. The black-clad figure who had been standing in the shadows stepped inside, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor.
Is it done? Chen Tianxiong asked indifferently, not even lifting his eyelids. No, not yet.
The figure's voice grew even quieter.
Chen Tianxiong slowly opened his eyes.
A flicker of displeasure crossed his cloudy, aged gaze.
What do you mean, not? Did Ghost Claw and the others fail? Impossible.
Even if Xinwu of the Dragon Shield Bureau had personally intervened, it would be impossible to eliminate all 3 of them in such a short time.
It's not a failure.
The black-clad figure swallowed hard, his voice trembling even more violently. They've lost contact. Just 5 minutes ago, the life soul lamps of Ghostclaw, Venom Snake, and Bull had all 3 of them simultaneously extinguished.
Boom!
It felt like thunderclaps echoed within Chen Tianxiong's mind. He leapt to his feet from the armchair, a terrifying aura erupting from him. Every object in the study trembled violently under the force of this aura.
What did you say?
His voice was like a bitter wind from the depths of hell, cold and piercing.
Their soul lamps extinguished?
The life soul lamp was a secret technique used by every major clan to monitor the vital status of their core members. As long as the soul lamp burns, the person lives. When the soul lamp extinguishes, the person perishes. 3 soul lamps extinguished simultaneously. This meant that Ghost Claw and his 2 companions had all died within mere minutes. How could this be? Chen Tianxiong's first reaction was disbelief. This was the elite death squad his Chen family had cultivated at immense cost. They were the ace in the hole, specifically trained to carry out the most dangerous and difficult assassination missions. Even when sent to assassinate a level 30 city lord tier powerhouse, they had at least a 50% chance of returning unscathed. Yet now, they had fallen to a mere level 7 rookie? And in the enemy's own home? This ING sounds like a mythical tale? The intel, is it confirmed? Chen Tianxiong's voice trembled. Absolutely true. The black-clad figure kept his head bowed, unable to meet the family head's gaze. Just moments ago, the Dragon Shield Bureau suddenly deployed a large contingent of armed personnel, sealing off the residential building where the target was located. Our informant inside reported that the Dragon Shield Bureau personnel carried out 3 charred corpses from room 602. And the one leading the operation was Xinwu. Xinwu.
At the sound of that name, Chen Tianxiong's pupils contracted sharply. He understood instantly. This was a setup. A trap meticulously crafted for the Chen family from the very beginning. That kid named Xiāo Ran? He wasn't some lamb led to slaughter. He was a prehistoric beast in sheep's clothing. He deliberately feigned weakness, deliberately revealed his family address, deliberately provoked the Chen family. Everything he did was to lure them into the trap. Then, right under everyone's noses, he would wipe out every assassin the Chen family sent. After that, he'd deliver these 3 corpses as the most compelling evidence straight into the hands of the Dragon Shield Bureau. How ruthless! What a venomous scheme! Chen Tianxiong felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He had ruled Jiangcheng for decades, convinced he could read every heart in the city. Yet today, he had been utterly outmaneuvered by an 18-year-old youth. Put! A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. It stained the floor in front of him crimson. Master! The black-clad man paled in shock and rushed forward to support him. Get away! Chen Tianxiong shoved him away. His aged face was now twisted with savagery and madness. He had lost. He knew this round he had lost. He had lost, utterly and completely. Not only had he lost 3 elite assassins, but more crucially, he had personally handed his opponent a potentially fatal leverage point. Assassinating a strategist, one who was also a key cultivation target of the academy, and endangering his family. Any one of these 3 charges would be sufficient for the Dragon Shield Bureau to impose the harshest sanctions upon the Chen family. Not to mention the Bai and Wang family's 2 bitter rivals standing by, watching with bated breath. He could almost foresee how their Chen family stocks would plummet overnight. The relentless pressure their family's businesses would face. It was over. Everything was over. He, Chen Tianxiong, had schemed his entire life only to fall at the hands of an F-grade loser he had looked down on from the very beginning? How utterly ironic. How utterly laughable. Xiāo Ran. Chen Tianxiong clenched his fists so tightly his fingernails dug deep into his palms. Blood dripped steadily through his knuckles, splattering onto the floor. The greed and ruthlessness that had once filled his eyes vanished. Instead, they held an unprecedented depth of despair and terror. He knew that from tonight onward, the skies over Jiangcheng would change. The Chen family would no longer be the dark cloud capable of obscuring that sky. They would become a single fallen leaf, utterly torn apart by the raging storm. Chapter 41, Killing the Heart. The Chen family's doom. The Jiangcheng branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau was ablaze with lights. Xinwu stared at the 3 bodies on the morgue table, now completely charred, his expression heavy with gravity. Beside him, the forensic pathologist carefully scraped residual tissue samples from the corpses with specialized tools. Anything? Xinwu asked in a low voice. It's difficult, the forensic pathologist shook his head, his forehead glistening with sweat. All 3 victims were instantly obliterated from the inside out by an extremely high-intensity lightning energy, completely destroying all their vital tissues. This method of attack. I've only seen similar descriptions in the archives, in records about lightning-type E rank or higher power users. Moreover, judging by the residual energy fluctuations at the scene, the attacker's mastery of lightning has reached an unimaginable level. All the energy was perfectly concentrated on the 3 victims, causing almost no collateral damage to the surrounding environment. It was, like the most precise surgical procedure. The forensic pathologist's voice brimmed with shock and disbelief. Xinwu's heart sank. Surgery? He couldn't help but recall the teenager in the interrogation room chatting and laughing with him, as if everything was under his complete control. That youth's composure, confidence, and those eyes that seemed to see through everything. Was he truly a rookie who had only awakened his abilities less than a month ago? Reporting to the team leader. Just then, a young team member rushed in breathlessly. Chen Tianxiong, head of the Chen family, just suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and was rushed to First People's Hospital. He's currently undergoing emergency treatment, but his condition is extremely critical. What? Xinwu jolted in shock. That old fox Chen Tianxiong, had he actually been driven to a cerebral hemorrhage at this critical juncture? And there's more. The team member handed over an urgent report. Just half an hour ago, our surveillance detected an all-out attack on all publicly listed stocks under the Chen family's control by an unknown force. Within 10 minutes of the market opening, nearly 30 billion yuan has already evaporated. Meanwhile, the Bai and Wang families simultaneously launched a full-scale crackdown on all of the Chen family's real-world enterprises. Now, the entire underworld of Jiangcheng has descended into utter chaos. As he listened to this barrage of reports, only one thought remained in Xinwu's mind. Fast. Too fast. From the deaths of those 3 assassins, to Chen Tianxiong's collapse, to the Chen family's businesses being targeted across the board. Everything unfolded within a single hour. This was no hasty act of revenge. This was a meticulously planned, precise, deadly, and interconnected series of strikes. And the one who orchestrated it all. Xinwu's mind once again conjured the image of that youth. Was it him? A chill shot up his spine and froze at the back of his skull. This youth didn't merely seek to kill, he sought to destroy souls.
He didn't just want the Chen family members dead, he wanted the entire Chen family, this colossal entity that had stood tall in Jiangcheng for over a century, to collapse overnight, leaving no trace behind. What a terrifyingly cunning scheme. What a ruthless method. Lu, leader. The young team member watched Qin Wu's shifting expression and whispered, What should we do now? Should we intervene? Intervene? Qin Wu gave a bitter laugh. How could we intervene? We don't even know who the enemy is yet. No, we do know. A deep, authoritative voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Qin Wu turned to see the academy's former principal, Lin Sangyuan, who had appeared at the doorway without anyone noticing. Behind him followed Xiāo Ran, the youth who should have been under protective isolation in the rest area. Principal! How did you? Qin Wu exclaimed in shock. If I hadn't come, my precious student would have torn the sky over Jiangcheng to shreds, Lin Sangyuan said with a chuckle, though his gaze was as sharp as a blade. He glanced at the 3 charred corpses on the mortuary bed, then at Xiāo Ran beside them, before speaking slowly. Good work, kid. But too much of a good thing is bad. The Chen family may be rotten to the core, but its roots remain. If pushed too far, its death throes could prove far more troublesome than anticipated. Moreover, those above us don't want to see Jiangcheng plunged into widespread turmoil just because one family fell. So, let's stop here. Lin Sangyuan's words sounded like an order, yet also like a proposal. Xiāo Ran looked at him, saying nothing. He knew the principal was right. His purpose for tonight had been achieved. The Chen family was finished. Chen Tianxiong would be severely weakened, if not killed outright. The scattered remnants of his forces no longer posed any threat to him or his family. Pursuing them to the bitter end would only invite unnecessary trouble. All right. Xiāo Ran nodded. I'll follow the principal's lead. A promising young man, Lin Sangyuan nodded with satisfaction. What he admired most about Xiāo Ran was precisely this quality. Knowing when to advance, and even more crucially, when to retreat. He possessed courage, strategy, and a keen sense of proportion. Such a young man would go far in the future. Team leader Qin, Lin Sangyuan turned to Qin Wu. These 3 shall be classified as fanatical followers of the Abyss cult who attempted to assassinate the Academy's prodigy and were killed on the spot. I believe this outcome will satisfy all parties. The Abyss cult. At the mention of that name, Qin Wu's pupils contracted sharply. That was an evil organization classified as the highest threat level by the entire Xiao nation. Pinning this blackmail on them meant that even if the Chen family had the most grievous grievances, they wouldn't dare utter a single word. Worse still, they'd have to actively cooperate with the Dragon Shield Bureau to destroy all evidence related to the incident, terrified of being implicated. Brilliant. Brilliant indeed. This move, diverting blame and cutting off the root cause, completely severed the Chen family's escape route. I understand. Qin Wu saluted Lin Sangyuan with military precision. He knew that from this night onward, the Chen family would cease to exist in Jiangcheng. And a new, rising power, one impossible for anyone to ignore, had quietly stepped onto the stage of history. All right, the matter is settled. We should be going. Lin Sangyuan patted Xiāo Ran's shoulder. Kid, don't forget I'll be watching your performance in a month. With that, he turned and vanished into the night with Xiāo Ran. Qin Wu stood alone, staring blankly at the 3 charred corpses, speechless for a long time. He felt that everything he'd experienced tonight was more thrilling than the sum total of his past 10 years. This world is becoming more and more incomprehensible. He couldn't help but utter a heartfelt sigh. Chapter 42, The Auction. Everyone was watching. The next day dawned bright and sunny. But for Jiangcheng's high society, the day was dark and stormy. 2 earth-shattering pieces of news exploded like bombs, spreading through every social circle within a single morning. First, the Chen family had fallen. The colossal powerhouse that had dominated Jiangcheng for nearly a century had collapsed overnight. The patriarch, Chen Tianxiong, had suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and remained in critical condition in the intensive care unit, his life hanging in the balance. His son, Chen Hai, had been formally arrested by the Dragon Shield Bureau on suspicion of colluding with the cult organization, the Abyss sect. The harshest judgment of the law awaited him. All assets under the Chen family's umbrella saw their stocks plummet and their capital chains snap. They were voraciously carved up by the Bai and Wang families, along with other opportunistic forces who pounced at the first sign of trouble. In the blink of an eye, they were devoured clean. A once mighty dynasty vanished without a trace in the river of history, failing to even create a ripple. The second piece of news, however, was even more shocking and electrifying. Jiangcheng's largest auction house, Wanbao Tower, would host an unprecedented emergency top-tier auction tonight. Only 2 items would be featured as the auction's grand finale. One was an unprecedented A-grade rare material, the Fire Spirit Crystal, dropped from a hidden boss in an F-grade instance. The other is the core component that could resolve the technical bottleneck plaguing Jiangcheng's military and alchemy circles for years, the electromagnetic weapon charging module, the energy conduction coil. Either of these items alone would be enough to send the entire city of Jiangcheng into a frenzy. What made the story even more fascinating was their origin. An F-rank dungeon. Hidden boss. Everyone knew this pointed to one person. That mysterious youth Xiāo Ran who, in just a few short days, had transformed from a citywide laughingstock, an F-rank failure, into a god-tier powerhouse impossible for anyone to ignore. In an instant, the eyes of every faction in Jiangqing turned toward tonight's auction at Wanbao Tower. They weren't merely after the two artifacts capable of reshaping the power landscape. They were here for the mysterious alchemist who wrought these miracles. They all wanted to see what this youth was made of. They were even more eager to know how much profit they could gain by cultivating a relationship with him. Soon, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. The entrance to the 10,000 Treasures auction house was already teeming with people and bustling with traffic. Luxury hover cars, each worth a fortune, filled the entire parking lot. One after another, influential figures who could cause an earthquake with a single stomp in Jiangqing stepped out of their vehicles. Among them were guild masters, leaders of elite mercenary groups, business tycoons whose wealth rivaled nations, and even several military figures in uniform, their shoulders adorned with stars of command. Each of them would be the center of attention anywhere else. But today, they all reigned in their imposing presence, quietly lining up to enter. For they knew the true star of today's auction was not them. It was that mysterious youth who had yet to show his face. Inside the auction house, within a luxurious VIP box, Wang Fugue nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Watching the surveillance feed filled with dignitaries he'd only ever seen on TV, he felt his heart pounding so hard it threatened to leap out of his throat. In his entire life, he'd never witnessed such a grand spectacle. "Dad, relax," Wang Fatso said casually from beside him. "It's just an auction. Compared to what we encountered in that dungeon last time, this is nothing. You little brat, what do you know?" Wang Fugue glared at him impatiently. "This isn't just an auction. It's a high-stakes game that will determine the future of Jiangqing. And our Wanbao Tower is the dealer in this game." He glanced at Xiāo Ran, sitting leisurely on the sofa sipping tea, his heart filled with awe and relief. Thankfully, he had bet correctly back then. "Brother Ran, why aren't you too nervous at all?" Wang Fugue looked at Xiāo Ran's calm expression and Bai Qiushui's equally composed demeanor, puzzled. "What's there to be nervous about?" Xiāo Ran smiled. "We're not the main characters. We're just here to watch the show." That was exactly right. He had come today to watch the show. To watch the big shots fight tooth and nail over the bait he'd thrown out. Bai Qiushui nodded with a smile. After yesterday's adventure in the goblin mine, she had developed an almost blind trust in Xiāo Ran. She believed that no matter what happened, as long as this young man was present, everything would be under his control. Ding! 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 At exactly 8 o'clock, the auction's opening gong sounded punctually. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Spotlights focused on the center of the auction podium. A stunningly beautiful auctioneer, dressed in a qipao and radiating allure, stepped onto the stage holding a small gavel. "Distinguished guests, good evening. Welcome to Wanbao Hall for tonight's emergency special auction. I know you've all come here tonight for those two legendary treasures. So I won't waste any more time. Now, please welcome our first item up for auction." The auctioneer's voice was filled with allure. Two hostesses in cheongsams carefully carried a tray covered by a crystal dome onto the stage. The moment the crystal dome was lifted, a searing, violent surge of energy instantly swept through the entire venue. Every pair of eyes was utterly transfixed by the fist-sized red crystal, its interior seemingly filled with flowing magma. Fire Spirit Crystal. Grade a rare material, Fire Spirit Crystal. Starting bid, 5 million credit points. Each increment must be no less than 500,000. Bidding begins now. The auctioneer's voice had barely faded. 10 million. A burly man seated in the front row, his entire body radiating fiery aura, was the first to rise, instantly doubling the bid. He was the leader of Jiangqing's largest guild, Fiery Fist, a level 45 A grade, explosive flame warlord. This Fire Spirit Crystal was practically tailor-made for him. President Li thinks 10 million will secure this Fire Spirit Crystal? That's a bit of an underestimation of us, don't you think? A soft, effeminate voice echoed from another private box. "I bid 15 million. 20 million. 25 million. 30 million. The price began to skyrocket at a jaw-dropping pace. The entire auction hall descended into a frenzy. Everyone's eyes burned with greed, as if it weren't a crystal but the key to the divine throne. In the VIP box, Wang the Fatso stared at the constantly fluctuating astronomical figures on the screen, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Holy, it's already 30 million? He felt his heart trembling. He knew this thing was valuable, but he never imagined it would be this valuable. Meanwhile, Xiāo Ran calmly sipped his tea, as if none of this concerned him. In the end, the Fire Spirit Crystal was successfully bid on by Chairman Li of the Blazing Fist clan for a staggering 58 million. When the hammer fell, Chairman Li nearly leapt out of his chair in excitement. And this was only the beginning. When the second item, the energy transmission coil, was brought out, the atmosphere in the entire venue surged to a new climax. Especially among the military bigwigs seated in the front row, their eyes practically shot flames. This item is not open for credit point bidding. The beautiful auctioneer flashed a mysterious smile.
The seller has specified he wants only one thing in return: an item that can save his life during the Rookie King tournament. Chapter 43, The Ran Series Equipment.
The auctioneer's words left the entire hall stunned. No one had anticipated that this enigmatic golden touch would make such a seemingly simple yet incredibly difficult demand.
What exactly was the Rookie King tournament? It was the ultimate arena where the nation's most brilliant geniuses clashed in a brutal battle royale. The trump card needed to survive in such a place. Could it possibly be ordinary? A buzz of discussion filled the hall. Many pulled out their most prized possessions, eager to test them. Some displayed D-rank defensive scrolls, others C-rank substitute dolls, and one even produced a B-rank talisman boasting absolute defense. But the beautiful auctioneer merely smiled and shook her head. Clearly, none of these items met the mysterious seller's standards. Just as everyone thought, the energy transmission coil was about to go unsold. The military bigwig in the front row, bearing 2 stars on his shoulders, slowly rose to his feet. He didn't produce any physical item. He merely addressed the auctioneer with a single, calm sentence. Informed the seller that the military owes him a favor. Furthermore, we pledge to provide him with 1 instance of unconditional Eastern Wind Express support during the Newcomer King tournament. Boom! Those words carried more impact than any B-grade or A-grade equipment. Dongfeng Express. That was the Xia Nation military's most mysterious and powerful strategic strike force. Legend has it their support can span thousands of kilometers, delivering a tactical missile capable of obliterating a small city with pinpoint accuracy with global reach. Exchanging a strategic-level missile strike for the core component of a D-class weapon? That's an outrageously extravagant deal. Everyone was stunned by the military's audacity. The beautiful auctioneer paused for a moment, relaying the terms through her earpiece to the backstage team. Seconds later, she received a response. A radiant smile spread across her face. Sold. The highly anticipated auction came to a close. And with this auction, Xiāo Ran's name resounded throughout the entire city of Jiangcheng. Everyone knew that Jiangcheng Academy had produced a mysterious alchemist capable of extracting A-grade materials from F-grade dungeons. Not only did the Bai and Wang families stand behind him, now another formidable power had joined their ranks, the military of Xia Nation. For a time, Xiāo Ran's fame even eclipsed that of S-rank prodigy Bai Qiushui. Countless factions began frantically seeking information about him, desperate to establish connections. Yet Xiāo Ran, the very catalyst of this upheaval, had already slipped away from the 10,000 treasures pavilion without a trace. He now had more important matters to attend to. The next day, Jiangcheng Academy, Alchemy Department, Special Grade Laboratory. When Xiāo Ran returned to this place, Su Muyue sat there with enormous dark circles under her eyes, her own eyes bloodshot. She cradled the fire spirit crystal, as if caressing her own child. Scattered around her lay over 100 sheets of draft paper covered in intricate design blueprints. You're here. Seeing Xiāo Ran, Su Muyue looked as if she'd spotted a lifeline. She dashed forward in a single bound, grabbed his arm, and exclaimed excitedly, Quick! Quick! Tell me your complete design concept for that sword of oblivion. I'm stuck on the energy counterpoint nodes in the rune circuit. She hadn't slept a wink all night over this problem. No rush. Xiāo Ran smiled, pulling several items from his backpack and placing them on the lab bench. One was the highest grade, Goblin King's Rock, mined from the Goblin Caverns. A roll of high-strength insulating adhesive, brought back from the zombie siege dungeon. And the Thunder Core residue, left over after he absorbed and fused it. Before we begin, let's design the gear for the other 2 first, Xiāo Ran said. Su Muyue glanced at the materials on the table, her eyes lighting up once more. Though these items weren't as earth-shattering as the Fire Spirit Crystal, each was a top-tier rare material. Especially that Thunder Core residue, the pure lightning energy it contains sent a shiver down even this alchemy master's spine. Alright. You tell me. I'm listening. Su Muyue perked up instantly, grabbing paper and pen like a diligent elementary student taking notes. First, the tank, Xiāo Ran pointed at the Goblin King's Rock and explained, Fatso's innate talent is Diamond Barrier, pure physical defense. But his weakness is glaringly obvious. His resistance to elemental damage and psychic shock is practically zero. So his gear must compensate for this weakness. My idea is to use this Goblin King's Rock as the primary material to craft him a set of heavy armor and a tower shield. Inside the armor and shield, we'll engrave 2 sets of rune arrays using mithril and stardust. One is an energy absorption array. It absorbs 30% of elemental damage and converts it into pure energy, storing it at the array's nodes. The other is a kinetic energy conversion array. It partially converts physical impact force into energy, storing it as well. Finally, install an energy release core at the chest of the armor and the center of the tower shield. When stored energy reaches critical mass, the Fat Man can mentally trigger its release, unleashing a devastating energy shockwave. As Xiāo Ran spoke, he sketched an exquisitely intricate structural diagram and rune design on paper. Su Muyue watched and listened beside him. At first, she could follow his train of thought, but by the end, she was utterly dumbfounded. Absorb elemental damage? Converting physical impact? Then storing that energy to counterattack? This Is this even armor and a shield anymore? This is clearly a mobile humanoid Gundam. This design concept is way ahead of its time. It's revolutionary. If it could actually be realized, it would absolutely pioneer an entirely new design paradigm for tank equipment.
What's this series called? Su Muyue's voice trembled. Let's call it the Immovable Barrier Ran, Xiāo Ran said calmly.
Immovable Barrier Ran.
Su Muyue silently repeated the name, feeling an indescribable aura of dominance wash over her.
Excellent. An excellent name.
Before she could recover from her shock, Xiāo Ran pointed to the other two materials.
Next, my own equipment.
I specialize in lightning magic, but my physical fragility is my greatest weakness. Therefore, I require a robes. Using this roll of high-strength insulating adhesive as the base material, blend in golden silk to enhance its resilience. On the inner layer of the robe, I'll use powder from the Thunder Core residue to inscribe a lightning-gathering energy array. This will significantly boost my affinity with surrounding lightning elements, reduce mana cost when casting spells, and increase skill potency. On the outer layer, I'll engrave a lightning counterattack array. Any enemy attacking me in close combat will suffer intense lightning backlash and paralysis effects. This robe shall be called the Thunder God Robe, Ran. Additionally, I require a pair of gloves. Crafted from the toughest dragon rhino hide, with fragments of Thunder Core residue embedded in the palms and fingertips. They will serve as conduits for my lightning releases, enabling more precise and rapid manipulation of the element.
Call them the Thunder Punishment Gauntlets, Ran. Thunder God Robe. Thunder Punishment Gauntlets.
Hearing these two names, Su Muyue felt her breath nearly stop. Staring at the youth before her, who spoke incessantly as if recounting some trivial matter, only one thought remained in her mind.
A prodigy. A complete and utter prodigy.
She had no doubt that once she personally crafted these pieces of equipment, the entire equipment scene of Xi'an Nation would be utterly revolutionized by this Ran series. And she, Su Muyue, would go down in history as the sole designated blacksmith for this legendary line.
Let's do this. A fierce fire blazed in Su Muyue's eyes. Forget a month. I'm gathering all my students and assistants right now. No. I'm bringing every old-timer from the forging department too. Starting today, the entire logistics department is off the hook. We're working for you. Chapter 44, The Devil's Training Plan.
Su Muyue had completely lost her mind. As Xiāo Ran emerged from the special grade laboratory, he could still hear her excited mutterings behind him, peppered with technical jargon. The energy circuit must employ a three-dimensional structure to minimize attenuation during transmission. No, 3 dimensions aren't enough, we need to construct it using 4-dimensional thinking.
Hermes' closed loop is outdated.
We can reverse engineer the Abyss Cult soul runes to create an entirely new purification loop.
And that immovable barrier? It's a revolution in tank armor. If the energy conversion rate hits 50%, no, 70%, the wearer would be an indestructible mobile artillery piece.
Xiāo Ran shook his head helplessly.
Once this research maniac got immersed, he truly forgot everything else. But that was fine.
What he needed was precisely this kind of mad passion. Only the most unhinged geniuses could turn his equally unhinged ideas into reality.
Stepping out of the alchemy department building, the blinding sunlight made him squint.
Fat Wang had already grabbed the fire spirit crystal and was rushing home to prepare for the auction. Meanwhile, Bai Qiushui waited quietly beneath a large tree nearby. Today, she wore a simple white tracksuit with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail. She seemed less of her usual cool self and more vibrant with youthful energy. Spotting Xiāo Ran emerge, she immediately stepped forward. How did it go? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of concern she hadn't even noticed herself. She knew Xiāo Ran had gone to see Su Muyue about equipment, but Su Muyue's reputation as a madwoman was known to everyone in the academy. She was genuinely worried Xiāo Ran might end up dissected and studied by that lunatic. The deal's done, Xiāo Ran smiled. Starting today, Director Su and her entire alchemy department become our team's exclusive logistics support. Within a month, each of us will receive a brand new, top-tier set of gear custom made just for us.
What?
Bai Qiushui's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She could scarcely believe her ears.
Having Su Muyue, that stubborn, unyielding research maniac who dared to defy even the principal, serve as their logistics support? And craft a full set of top-tier gear? This couldn't be possible. How did you manage that? She stammered.
I just gave her something she couldn't refuse, Xiāo Ran said casually. Of course, he wouldn't mention that it took a great fire spirit crystal and revolutionary design concepts capable of upending the entire alchemy world to finally win over that madwoman. Bai Qiushui watched his calm, composed demeanor, yet her heart churned violently. She realized that the more she interacted with this man, the less she understood him. He was like a bottomless abyss. Just when you thought you'd glimpsed its depths, looking further down revealed it was merely the beginning. Enough of that, Xiāo Ran interrupted her thoughts. From today until the selection tournament begins, we have roughly 20 days left. In these 20 days, we have only one thing to do.
What is it? Training. Xiāo Ran's expression turned stern. Rigorous, ruling training.
He fixed Bai Qiushui with a gaze as sharp as a blade, as if intent on dissecting every flaw within her. Bai Qiushui, despite your S-tier talent, your combat style is far too crude. Bai Qiushui's heart skipped a beat at his words. As the pride of heaven, she had been showered with praise and flattery her entire life. This was the first time anyone had ever told her to her face that her fighting style was crude. In the past, she would have been displeased, perhaps even drawn her sword in defiance. But now, the words came from Xiāo Ran. She could only bow her head humbly, like a student awaiting a teacher's reprimand. Your Frostblade chi is indeed formidable, Xiāo Ran stated bluntly, but your control over it remains stuck at the most basic level of release. You just hurl your cold energy at enemies in the most violent way possible. Against weaker foes, this approach naturally crushes them like dry twigs. But when you face opponents truly your equal or even stronger, your source power won't last more than a few minutes. Take that icebound domain you unleashed in the underground power plant. It looked spectacular, but what did it accomplish? Not only did it fail to eliminate the enemy, it electrocuted your own men into unconsciousness. Xiāo Ran's words pierced Bai Qiushui's heart like needles, leaving her ashamed beyond words. Everything he said was true. Then, what should I do? She lifted her head, her eyes pleading for guidance as she looked at Xiāo Ran. From today onward, forget about your so-called S-rank talent, Xiāo Ran declared. What I want you to do isn't unleash its control. Control? Exactly. Xiāo Ran held up one finger. Start with the simplest task. Within one day, I want you to learn how to use your Frostblade chi to freeze a single ice needle on the water's surface, one strong enough to bear your weight. Then, stand on it and maintain your balance for 1 full minute. Form an ice spike on water? And stand on it? Bai Qiushui was utterly dumbfounded. How could that possibly be done? Condensing cold air into large ice blocks or sharp ice blades was child's play for her. But to precisely control that raging cold energy into an ice needle as thin as a strand of hair, while ensuring its structural strength could bear a person's weight. What kind of perverse, microscopic level of control over energy would that require? Impossible? Xiāo Ran observed her expression and asked calmly. No. I can do it. Bai Qiushui practically gritted her teeth as she uttered those words. She knew Xiāo Ran was pushing her, forcing her to break through her own limits. She couldn't let him down. Very well. Xiāo Ran nodded with satisfaction. There's a tranquil lake behind the academy where no one will disturb us. In 20 days, if I see you still unable to dance upon the water's surface, then our team will no longer have a place for you. With that, he turned away from Bai Qiushui without another word and strode off in the opposite direction of the academy. Bai Qiushui watched his retreating figure, clenching her fists. Dancing on water? Fine. Bai Qiushui, am going to prove you wrong today. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and strode swiftly toward the rear mountain. Her eyes blazed with an unprecedented, fierce fighting spirit. After Xiāo Ran departed, he didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he headed straight for the Academy's A01, the top-tier gravity training chamber. With the principal's order in hand, the entire Academy's resources were at his disposal. He set the gravity level directly to 10 times normal. Terrifying pressure instantly engulfed his entire body. Even with his enhanced physique, he could feel his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Yet he uttered not a sound, gritting his teeth as he silently channeled his source energy, repeatedly tempering his physical form. He understood clearly that his greatest weakness at present lay in his level and base attributes. Though he possessed various divine techniques and trump cards, they would be useless if he couldn't even withstand a single strike from his opponent. Therefore, he intended to use these 20 days to transform himself into an indestructible, humanoid monster. Beyond physical training, he didn't neglect skill practice either. Basic lightning control. Lightning chain. Thunder armor. One by one, he unleashed these skills repeatedly within the gravity chamber. His source energy was drained time and again, only to be swiftly replenished each time with the aid of the fountain of life. Each extreme exertion made his source energy denser and purer. His command over lightning grew increasingly effortless. From barely managing to form a crude lightning armor at the start, he now could freely shape the thunder into any form he desired. Time slipped away day after day in this near-masochistic frenzy of cultivation. Meanwhile, outside, the legends surrounding Xiāo Ran grew ever more intense. The auction at 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had completely ignited the entire Jiang city. Countless factions scrambled frantically to uncover information about this mysterious golden touch. The Bai and Wang families, having openly sided with Xiāo Ran, reaped immense prestige and profit. Countless independent adventurers clamored to join their guilds, hoping to latch onto this golden opportunity. In stark contrast, the Chen family faced a tragic downfall. Chen Tianxiong, the once powerful old tycoon who ruled Jiangchen with an iron fist, ultimately succumbed to his injuries and breathed his last in the hospital. His eyes remained wide open in death, as if he had witnessed something utterly terrifying. The Chen family, too, was utterly torn apart in this storm, its assets completely divided and plundered, reduced to dust in the annals of history. Everyone understood, the winds of change had swept through Jiangcheng. And the one who had stirred up this colossal upheaval was merely an 18-year-old youth who had awakened an F-grade talent. This left everyone in utter disbelief, yet also filled them with profound awe and fear toward Xiāo Ran.
No one dared to regard him as an ordinary F-rank waste anymore.
The title God-tier big shot, which began as a joke, gradually became a universally acknowledged designation, spoken from the heart by everyone. Of course, none of this mattered to Xiāo Ran, who was currently training frantically in the gravity chamber. His eyes held only one goal: the championship of the Rookie King tournament. Chapter 45, A Tour of the C-Class Dungeon. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. The metal door of gravity training room A01 creaked open slowly. A tall, slender youth emerged from within. It was Xiāo Ran, who had been in seclusion for 20 days. At this moment, he was a completely different person compared to 20 days ago. His gaze had grown deeper and more reserved, occasionally flashing with lightning-like brilliance. His aura had grown steadier and more substantial, and every movement carried an indescribable sense of pressure. He opened his attribute panel, surveyed the refreshed data, and nodded with satisfaction.
Name, Xiāo Ran.
Level, 97,510,000. Talent, God Tier Guide Disguise, F Tier Guide. Title, Soul Comforter Unique. Attributes, Strength 25, Agility 26, Intelligence 45, Constitution 25. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. Skills, Eye of Truth Basic Lightning Control LV.6, Requiem LV.6. In just 20 short days, his level skyrocketed from 7 to 9. If word got out, it would absolutely terrify a whole bunch of people. After all, for an ordinary adventurer, climbing from level 7 to level 9 would take at least half a year even if they spent every waking moment in dungeons. Xiāo Ran did it in just 20 days. This was all thanks to the unlimited top-tier resources granted by the principal's decree, coupled with his near-masochistic training regimen. Of course, the greatest contributor was undoubtedly that bottle of B-grade, Fountain of Life. Without it, Xiāo Ran's cultivation efficiency would have been at least halved. Just a bit more experience to reach level 10. Looks like I'll have to run another dungeon. Xiāo Ran thought to himself as he opened his light brain, preparing to contact Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui. He planned to tackle a higher-level instance before the selection tournament began, both to refine the team's coordination and to test the results of their 20 days of training. Just then, his light brain suddenly received an official academy-wide announcement. Zhangcheng Academy Urgent Notice: the internal selection tournament will commence in 3 days. Competition format: Team Survival Match. Map: C-Class Simulation Instance Death Swamp. Rules: all participants will be randomly teleported to various locations within the map. Points: crystals will spawn randomly throughout the area. Shattering crystals or eliminating members of opposing teams will yield points. The competition lasts 24 hours. The top 5 teams by final points will qualify to represent the academy in the Rookie King tournament. Special note: all means are permitted in this competition. Death is your own responsibility. Reading the notice, Xiāo Ran's eyebrows arched slightly. C-level simulation dungeon? Death swamp? And they even allow players to kill each other? Interesting. Looks like the academy is getting serious this time. Without hesitation, he immediately sent a rally call to Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui. Half an hour later, at the rear mountain of the academy, by the tranquil lake. Fat Wang had arrived long ago, now brimming with anticipation for every one of Xiāo Ran's summons. Brother Ran. You finally emerged. I tell you, these past 20 days you were secluded, the outside world nearly went mad. The Chen family is completely finished. Now the entire Jiangcheng is buzzing with legends about your dad being a god-tier big shot. Ha, it's awesome. Wang Fatso exclaimed excitedly the moment they met. Xiāo Ran smiled, but his gaze drifted toward the lake. Upon the tranquil lake, a white figure danced gracefully, her toes lightly tapping upon countless ice needles as fine as cow hair, formed from the frigid cold. Her movements were light and graceful, like a fairy gliding across the waves. Each leap, each spin landed precisely on the next newly formed ice needle. The entire sequence flowed like clouds drifting across the sky, brimming with beauty. Yet only the truly powerful could discern the terrifying mastery of energy contained within. Impressive, Xiāo Ran murmured, watching Bai Qiushui on the lake's surface with genuine admiration. In just 20 short days, she had truly achieved it. This was not merely talent, but also that unyielding, astonishing perseverance. Hearing Xiāo Ran's voice, Bai Qiushui halted her dance. Her form flickered, appearing before Xiāo Ran as if by teleportation. Her clear, cool eyes met Xiāo Ran's, sparkling with confidence. Have I passed? She asked. Barely passed, Xiāo Ran nodded. What do you mean barely? Ran, didn't you see? Bai's performance was nothing short of divine. Wang the Fat stood nearby, voicing his indignation on Bai Qiushui's behalf. Bai Qiushui merely smiled, saying nothing. She knew that getting a barely pass from Xiāo Ran, a guy with such insane standards, was already the highest praise imaginable. Alright, enough chit-chat. Xiāo Ran's expression turned serious. You've all received the notice for the selection trials, right? Both nodded. The C-rank instance, Death Swamp. This is both a challenge and an opportunity for us, Xiāo Ran stated. Before the competition begins, I plan to take you to a real location for some advanced acclimatization.
Where? Asked Wang Fat. A Real C rank instance, Xiāo Ran replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What?
Wang Fat and Bai Qiushui were stunned.
A Real C rank instance? Though their strength had surged, their average level was still only around 8. 3 people challenging a C rank dungeon that could wipe even a B rank team? This wasn't training, it was suicide. Brother Ran, you're not joking, right? The 3 of us going to farm a C rank dungeon? Wang Fat asked uncertainly. Who said we're going to clear it?
Xiāo Ran chuckled.
We're going sightseeing. 1 hour later, Jiangcheng Dungeon Administration Bureau.
This was the hub for all officially certified mid to high level dungeons in Jiangcheng.
Unlike the E and D level dungeon halls in the academy, the atmosphere here was far more grim.
The comings and goings were dominated by teams of professional raiders, tough-looking, well-equipped professionals. They cast curious and slightly contemptuous glances at Xiāo Ran and his 2 companions, 3 students in academy uniforms who still looked rather young.
Hey, where'd these school kids come from? This isn't the place for you lot.
Probably some spoiled rich kids from a big family trying to polish their credentials.
Can't even afford decent bodyguards. A C-rank dungeon isn't a joke.
At least 80, if not 100, rookies die here every year. Xiāo Ran ignored the murmurs entirely. He strode directly to the instance selection screen, his fingers swiping swiftly across it. Finally, his finger paused on a sinister-looking purple-black dungeon icon.
C-rank dungeon, nest of venom.
Dungeon description: an abandoned chemical plant 30 kilometers outside the city has been overrun by an unknown venomous species. Deadly toxic fumes permeate the facility, while hordes of mutated, poisonous spiders lurk within. Recommended level, LV.15 plus, 5-player party. Death rate, 35%. Reading the dungeon description sent chills down both Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui's spines. Venom. Spiders. These 2 words combined were every adventurer's worst nightmare. Deadly poisonous mist meant constant health drain and debuffs. Spiders, meanwhile, meant inescapable web traps and ambushes lurking from every angle. Among all C-rank dungeons, this one ranked among the most challenging.
Brother Ran, are you sure this is the one?
Wang Pingzi's voice trembled slightly. This is the one, Xiāo Ran confirmed. His choice of this dungeon was deliberate. First, his thunder armor inherently possessed exceptional resistance against toxins and spider webs. Second, his eye of truth allowed him to ignore all poison mists and traps. Most crucially, he'd spotted a line of golden text hidden from others in the dungeon's description. Hidden hint: deep within the nest of venom grows a 1,000-year-old venom dragon grass, the core ingredient for crafting top-tier antidotes and forging poison-infused weapons. Poison dragon grass. This was his true objective. He chose to enter the dungeon, then strode straight toward the portal shimmering with purple-black light before anyone could react. Hey! You kids! Have you lost your minds? The professional dungeon runners around them were stunned to see the 3 of them actually dare to enter the venomous nest. To them, it was no different from suicide. But Xiāo Ran gave them no chance to dissuade him. Bai Qiushui and Wang Fat had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. A flash of light. The trio vanished into the portal, leaving behind a group of professional adventurers in the hall, staring at each other in disbelief, convinced they'd just witnessed 3 adorable little creatures. Chapter 46, You fight the monsters, I pick up the loot. Upon entering the instance, waves of acrid chemical fumes, a sickening blend of rotten eggs and sulfuric acid, instantly assaulted their nostrils. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui instinctively held their breath while simultaneously using their source energy to form protective shields around their bodies. Cough. Ran, this stink is unbearable. Wang Fat boomed, feeling his throat burn. They now stood within a vast, abandoned factory workshop. Rusted machinery and pipes loomed everywhere, while a dark green, bubbling viscous liquid oozed across the floor. A faint green toxic mist hung in the air. Just one breath made them feel dizzy and weak. Ding! You have entered a moderate toxic mist zone. You will lose 10 HP per second and enter a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 10%. A series of debuff notifications flashed across Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui's system panels. Damn it! We've barely entered and we're already taking continuous damage. How are we supposed to fight like this? Wang Fatso's expression darkened. Bai Qiushui frowned as well. She could feel her source energy being steadily eroded by the toxic mist, draining at least 30% faster than usual. Yet when they glanced at Xiāo Ran, he seemed completely unfazed. He hadn't even activated his protective shield, just standing there in the toxic mist. He took a deep breath and wore an expression that could only be described as enjoyment. The air's quite nice. Fat Wang. Bai Qiushui. Both felt their brains weren't quite up to the task. Bro, this is deadly poisonous fog. And you call this nice air? Is the air in your house made from sulfuric acid and rotten eggs? Brother Ran, are you okay? Wang Fat asked uncertainly. Me? Xiāo Ran chuckled, gesturing toward the electrifying lightning armor that covered his body, a dazzlingly cool suit formed from countless tiny arcs of electricity. See that?
Thunder Armor.
Immune to toxins, impervious to all poisons.
Thunder Armor, unlocked at LV.6, proves far more potent than its description suggests.
Not only does it grant immense physical defense and lightning counterattack damage, but it also creates an absolute energy field that completely seals out all negative energies, poisons, curses, mental corruption, and more. It could be said that as long as the Thunder Armor remained intact, Xiāo Ran was invulnerable to all attacks. Holy crap! Bro, this skill is insane. Wang Fatty stared at the sleek lightning armor, his eyes sparkling with envy. Bai Qiushui's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder.
Immunity to toxins?
This ability was practically a game-breaking bug in many specific dungeons.
Alright, enough drooling.
Xiāo Ran pulled 2 gas mask-like devices from his backpack and tossed them over. These are purifying respirators I had director Su Rush produce overnight using high-strength insulating adhesive and some special materials. Wearing them will filter out 90% of toxins.
The two hurriedly put them on. Sure enough, the pungent odor vanished instantly and the health depletion alerts on their system panels ceased. Holy crap! Ran GE, you even prepared this? You're practically Doraemon. Wang Punzi exclaimed excitedly. Let's go. We don't have much time.
Ignoring his praise, Xiāo Ran quickly assessed their direction and led them deeper into the workshop. His Eye of Truth had already mapped out the entire factory and pinpointed the locations of every monster.
3 venomous lurkers are hanging from the pipes on the left. Don't alert them. That pool of green water up ahead?
A swarm of corrosive slime monsters lurks beneath it.
Go around it.
Hold up, a squad of elite venomous spiders patrols the corner ahead. We'll take the ventilation shaft beside it. Throughout the journey, Xiāo Ran moved like a god with a full map cheat, guiding the 2 others with pinpoint precision to avoid every unnecessary fight. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui trailed behind him, feeling as though they were merely sightseeing. Watching traps and monsters that would be deadly to other teams get effortlessly bypassed, their admiration for Xiāo Ran reached unimaginable heights. This was the crushing power of information asymmetry? Terrifying. Just as they passed through a massive warehouse, the sound of intense combat erupted ahead, mixed with furious human shouts. Hold your ground. Damn it. How can there be so many spiders? Team 2. Team 2, focus on pulling aggro. Don't let them charge through. Healer. Heal the tank. He's about to go down. The 3 quietly climbed atop a shipping container and peered down. In the center of the warehouse, a well-equipped raid team of over 20 players was surrounded by hundreds of millstone-sized, venomous spiders, attacking them relentlessly. The team's composition was quite impressive. At the forefront stood a burly man over 2 meters tall wielding a massive axe. Each swing generated a whirlwind, cleaving 7 or 8 spiders clean in half. Beside him stood 2 equally formidable shield warriors, holding the front line with unwavering resolve. Rearguarding the party were a dozen ranged damage dealers and healers. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, dazzling spells rained down upon the spider horde like a storm, exploding into clouds of flesh and blood. It's the Mad Axe mercenaries. Bai Qiushui instantly recognized the group. They're one of the top 3 mercenary guilds in Zhangcheng. Their leader, Mad Axe Li Kuei, is a level 38 berserker incredibly powerful. Holy crap! Even they're struggling this badly? Wang Fatty watched the brutal carnage below, his heart sinking. Though the Mad Axe mercenaries held numerical superiority and were well equipped, they still faced perilous danger against the relentless, fearless tide of spiders. Their formation had been shattered into disarray. Several ranged attackers, caught off guard by poor positioning, were ensnared by spider webs spewed from the ceiling. Instantly engulfed, they were swallowed whole before they could even scream. They made 2 mistakes. At that moment, Xiāo Ran spoke calmly from the side. First, they shouldn't have started the fight in this warehouse. The open space gave the spiders the chance to attack from all directions, even from the ceiling. Second, and most fatal, Xiāo Ran gestured towards several inconspicuous exhaust fans still humming in the warehouse corner. They didn't destroy those poison mist amplifiers immediately. Toxic mist amplifiers? Bai Qiushui followed his finger, puzzled. Exactly. Xiāo Ran nodded. Those exhaust fans weren't just circulating the toxic mist, they were purifying and amplifying the energy within it before releasing it. That energy is deadly poison to us, but to these venomous spiders, it's the most potent stimulant imaginable. They're all in a frenzied state now, with attack power and speed boosted by at least 50%. The frenzied Axe mercenary corps isn't facing a bunch of ordinary C-rank monsters right now, they're up against a horde of crazed, drug-fueled maniacs who've lost all fear of death. After hearing Xiāo Ran's analysis, Bai Qiushui and Wang Fat both sucked in a sharp breath. Watching the mercenaries below, now bloodthirsty and frenzied, a hint of pity flickered in their eyes. To them, these men were essentially risking their lives to challenge a game set to hell difficulty. And the solution to all this might just be written in some inconspicuous corner they'd overlooked. So, Ran, should we go down and help them? Wang Fat still couldn't bear to watch. Help? Xiāo Ran shot him a look and retorted, you think if we went down now and told them, hey guys, you've got the wrong place. You should be smashing those exhaust fans first, they'd believe us? Wang Fat imagined the scene and promptly shook his head.
No way. Not only would they not believe them, but they'd probably mistake them for little cuties. Or worse, assume they were trying to take advantage of the chaos and attack them too. So let them keep fighting, Xiāo Ran said, his tone utterly calm. They're drawing all the spiders' attention over there. Perfect. It makes it easier for us to get what we want. With that, he led the two others silently sliding down the other side of the container. Circling the entire battlefield, they headed toward an inconspicuous small door deep within the warehouse, labeled hazardous material storage. That was where the venom dragon grass grew. Meanwhile, the Axe mercenaries, locked in a bloody battle, remained utterly oblivious that three little mice had slipped right under their noses. They were still fighting tooth and nail for those pitiful scraps of experience points and materials. Little did they know that the true treasure of this dungeon had already been claimed. Chapter 47. This boss has a strange weakness. The door to the hazardous materials storage room was a heavy, blast-proof door forged from a special alloy. A massive, rust-stained padlock hung upon it. Beside it sat a complex electronic combination lock, its display flickering with a dangerous red glow. Triple encrypted explosion-proof door, crafted from military-grade alloy, capable of withstanding physical and energy attacks below Class B. The electronic combination lock is damaged and connected to an internal high-voltage grid. Any incorrect attempt will trigger a lethal electric shock trap. Holy crap! How do we get through this thing? Wang Fatty stared at the impregnable door, stumped. Break it down with brute force? Don't be ridiculous. If it can withstand Class B attacks, his puny arms and legs would be like tickling it. Crack the code? Even less likely. The damn thing was broken and connected to the grid. Touch it and you're dead. Leave it to me. Bai Qiushui stepped forward. She desperately wanted to prove her worth to Xiāo Ran. She walked to the door and studied it carefully. She avoided the dangerous electronic lock, instead fixing her gaze on the massive physical lock head that looked more like a decorative ornament. She extended a slender finger, its tip gathering a thread of frigid cold finer than a strand of hair. Then, she carefully inserted the thread of cold into the rusty keyhole. This was the result of her relentless training over the past 20 days. Her mastery of frost energy had reached an almost microscopic level of precision. The cold energies swiftly spread and danced within the keyhole. With her eyes closed, Bai Shueqiu felt the intricate internal structure of the lock composed of hundreds of tiny components instantly materialize in her mind through the feedback of the cold energy. Found it. The structural weakness lies at the position of the third spring latch. Her eyes snapped open as the cold energy at her fingertips erupted in an instant. Snap! An extremely faint, almost inaudible crack came from inside the keyhole. Immediately after, a soft clatter. The massive lock, which had seemed indestructible, fell off the door on its own. Got it! Bai Qiushui's face broke into a smug smile. She turned to look at Xiāo Ran, like a little girl who'd scored a perfect 100, waiting for her parents' praise. Not bad, Xiāo Ran nodded approvingly. Looks like you haven't been slacking off these past 20 days. Receiving Xiāo Ran's affirmation, Bai Qiushui felt sweeter than honey inside. Wow, Bai, you're amazing. Wang the Fatso exclaimed with genuine admiration. This approach of solving problems with skill rather than brute force had truly opened his eyes. Xiāo Ran pushed open the heavy blast door. Beyond it lay a vast space resembling a plant cultivation greenhouse. But instead of flowers and plants, it housed rows of bizarrely shaped, mutated plants that exuded a potent, toxic aura. At the very center of the greenhouse stood a plant towering 3 meters high. Its entire body was a deep purple, shaped like a coiled dragon, with a sinister black flower blooming at its apex. This was the poison dragon grass. Millennial poison dragon grass Lord Tier material, a highly toxic plant formed over 1,000 years by absorbing the Earth's most and venomous energies. Its roots and stems are one of the primary ingredients for refining the 9-turn resurrection pill. Its blossoms contain the dragon soul venom capable of eroding souls, making them the top-tier material for crafting forbidden weapons. Guardian, venomous spider queen Lord Tier boss, level 20, status, sleeping. Seeing the information on the poison dragon grass, Xiāo Ran's heart skipped a beat. 9-turn resurrection pill. That was the legendary S-grade pill said to resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bones. Its value was beyond estimation. And the dragon soul venom sent a chill through him. A venom potent enough to corrode the soul. If used against an enemy. Xiāo Ran dared not dwell on the thought. He knew he had struck gold once again. A treasure so immense it could shake the entire Xia kingdom to its core. Brother Ran, is that the venomous dragon grass? Wang Fatty whispered, staring at the plant radiating an ominous aura. MHM. Xiāo Ran nodded, but his gaze fell beneath the poison dragon grass to the enormous nest below, resembling a small hill and woven from countless strands of white spider silk. There lay the lair of this dungeon's final boss, the venomous spider queen. The boss is sleeping down there. What do we do? Should we just attack, or? Bai Qiushui was also feeling tense. A level 20 Lord Tier boss possessed power far surpassing that of the previous level 15 Wraithdean. If they fought head-on, their current strength gave them less than a 10% chance of victory. Attack? Why attack? Xiāo Ran smiled instead. He pointed toward the greenhouse's dome. It was made of special, light-transmitting glass. Outside the dome, the midday sun beat down mercilessly. What do you see up there? Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui followed his finger and froze for a moment. The sun? What about it? The nest of venom, thriving in the most and toxic of places. And this particular poisonous dragon grass represents the pinnacle of such malevolent entities. Xiāo Ran spoke slowly, like a patient and guiding teacher. What do you think such a thing fears most? At those words, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Bai Qiushui's mind. She understood instantly. It's the purest, most potent yang energy, the essence of pure yang. Correct. Xiāo Ran snapped his fingers. And in this world, the purest, most potent form of pure yang energy is the true fire of the sun. The reason the venomous spider queen chose to build her nest in this glass-domed greenhouse is to exploit these special pains to filter out the deadly sun's true fire from sunlight. So our task is quite simple. A mischievous grin spread across Xiāo Ran's lips. All we need to do is shatter that glass. Let the midday sun beat down directly upon it. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui stared in stunned silence. You can play with it like that? This boss's weakness is just too bizarre. It's actually afraid of sunlight? If the ex-mercenaries out there, still fighting tooth and nail against those little spiders, found out about this, wouldn't they spit blood in rage on the spot? We're fighting our guts out here, and the boss's true form is sleeping soundly somewhere else, scared of sunlight? This is absolutely ridiculous. But Ran, that glass dome is so high up, and it looks incredibly thick. How are we supposed to shatter it? Wang Fat raised a crucial question. Well, Xiāo Ran glanced at Bai Qiushui. That'll depend on the performance of our S-rank genius. Bai Qiushui instantly understood his meaning. She drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of frost-cold energy within her body without reservation. This time, she didn't condense the power into a sword. Instead, she compressed it. And compressed it further. Finally, in the palm of her hand, it formed a crystal-clear arrow only as long as her forearm, composed entirely of deep blue mystical ice. Piercing Cloud Arrow. This was the most powerful single-target piercing skill she had mastered over the past 20 days, guided by Xiāo Ran's teachings. It abandoned all area of effect damage, channeling every ounce of power into a single point. Its sole pursuit was the ultimate penetration. Go! Bai Qiushui's command rang out sharply. The ice crystal arrow in her hand transformed into a blue streak of light, nearly invisible to the naked eye, shooting skyward. Its target, the very center of the dome. There, at the very core of the glass dome's structure, its most vulnerable point. Boom! A crisp sound, like shattering crystal, echoed through the air. The seemingly indestructible glass dome, the instant it was struck by the ice crystal arrow, began to crack like a spider web, radiating outward from the point of impact. Then, it shattered with a thunderous crash. Crash! Countless shards of glass rained down from the sky. Beams of scorching golden sunlight, carrying the aura of destruction, pierced through the shattered dome like divine swords, precisely illuminating the enormous white spider nest below. A piercing shriek, sharp enough to shatter eardrums, erupted from within the nest. The mound-like nest instantly burst into golden flames. A colossal spider over 10 meters in size, its body covered in purple pus-filled sores and 8 legs like razor-sharp spears, struggled to crawl out of the flames. This was the venomous spider queen. Yet now, this formidable Lord-tier boss was engulfed in blazing sun-true fire. Those golden flames seemed to be its nemesis, voraciously devouring its vitality and venomous energy. Its health bar plummeted at a visible rate. Venomous spider queen, health 80%. 60%. 40%. It writhed in agony, rolling on the ground, struggling to evade the deadly sunlight. But the entire greenhouse was now bathed in sunlight, there was nowhere to flee. Finally, after a full minute of piercing, wretched howls, its movements gradually ceased. Its massive body, scorched by the sun's true flames, reduced to a pile of black ash. Ding! Congratulations to the Conqueror team for successfully defeating the final boss of the C-rank instance, Venomous Nest, Venomous Spider Queen. First clear achievement unlocked. Dungeon settlement in progress. Witnessing this scene that felt like a blow from a higher dimension, Wang Fatty and Bai Qiushui were utterly numb. Clearing a top-tier C-rank dungeon felt to them like a leisurely sightseeing trip, effortless and carefree. And all because they had chosen the right people to follow. Chapter 48, the selection tournament begins. Overall evaluation, SSS rank insight. SSS rank evaluation reward, EXP plus 30,000, free attribute points plus 20, skill points plus 5. Obtained first kill unique reward, Venom Sack of the Venomous Spider Queen grade A. Obtained hidden quest reward, Millennium Venom Dragon Grass Lord grade. A series of system announcements echoed once more within the minds of the three. Boom! A golden light, more dazzling than any before, erupted from Xiāo Ran's body and shot skyward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV.10. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to LV.11. 2 levels in a row.
Flooded with massive amounts of experience points, Xiāo Ran's level finally broke through the 10th level barrier, reaching level 11.
An unprecedented surge of immense power coursed through his body.
He felt every bone and muscle, every inch of flesh and blood, undergoing a wondrous transformation. This was the leap in life's tier that came after breaking through level 10. Without hesitation, he allocated all 20 precious free attribute points to intelligence. Intelligence, 4565. Instantly, his mind felt like it had transformed into a true supercomputer. His mental processing speed and psychic power intensity reached terrifying new heights. Eye of Truth underwent a new transformation. Core Ability 1, Eye of Truth Intermediate activated. You can now not only decipher the underlying rules of phenomena but also make limited modifications to them. Modify. Seeing those two words made Xiāo Ran's heart skip a beat. This is just too goddamn insane. If the previous Eye of Truth merely allowed him to decipher the world's code, now, he possessed the preliminary authority to modify that very code. Though limited, it was enough to enable him to accomplish things he'd never dared dream of before. For instance, transforming an ordinary stone into solid steel by altering its molecular structure. Or transforming an ordinary iron sword into one that cuts through iron like mud by altering the rules governing its blade's sharpness. This was no longer mere alchemy, it was the embryonic form of a creator. Xiāo Ran suppressed the surge of excitement within him and turned his attention back to those 5 skill points. He chose not to further enhance lightning control or requiem, as both skills were already sufficiently powerful. He intended to save these skill points to unlock an entirely new, more powerful ability. Only after completing this did he turn his gaze to the 2 rewards that could be called God tier. Venom Sac of the Venomous Spider Queen Grade A sac containing the essence of the Spider Queen's lifetime venom. Can be used to temper weapons, imbuing them with venom and corrosion effects also serves as a key ingredient for crafting Grade A or higher venom-based potions. Millennial Venomous Dragon Grass Lord Grade Material, a deadly plant formed over 1,000 years by absorbing the Earth's most and toxic energies. Its roots are one of the primary ingredients for refining the 9-turn resurrection pill. Its flowers contain the dragon soul venom capable of eroding souls, making them the ultimate material for crafting forbidden weapons. Either of these items alone could unleash a bloodbath across the entire Xia kingdom. Brother Ran, we've struck it rich. Wang Fatso stared at the 2 treasures radiating ominous light, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Bai Qiushui's eyes also sparkled. Though born into the Bai family and having seen countless treasures, she had never laid eyes on natural treasures of this caliber before. Not bad, Xiāo Ran nodded, stowing both items into his system backpack. Let's go. It's time to head out. The fight outside should be wrapping up soon. When the trio returned to the instance lobby, chaos had erupted outside. Just moments ago, the record for the Venomous Nest dungeon on the Dungeon Management Bureau's display screen had been shattered. Venomous Nest, clear record, 15 minutes 27 seconds, SSS rank insight evaluation, first kill. Clearing team, Xiāo Ran, Bai Qiushui, Wang Defu. The moment this record appeared on the display screen, the entire instance lobby fell into a deathly silence. All the professional adventurers, whether queuing up or just emerging from dungeons, froze in place as if petrified, staring blankly at the record blazing with blinding golden light. 15 minutes? SSS tier rating? First kill? Venom Nest? They rubbed their eyes, doubting their own vision. Is this some kind of international joke? The Venomous Nest, that's a death trap ranked among the top 3 hardest C-tier dungeons. Even elite mercenary groups like Mad Axe would get their asses kicked every time they went in. It'd take them at least 3 to 5 hours to clear it. And now, someone had cleared it in just 15 minutes? And it was a first kill? And they got an SSS rank evaluation? The most outrageous part? The team that cleared it only had 3 members. And they looked like 3 wet behind the ears school kids? Did I see that right? That Xiāo Ran, isn't he the student who just went in earlier? And that S-rank genius Bai Qiushui, along with that B-rank tank Wang Defu. 3 people. 15 minutes, cleared the Venom Nest. I feel like my entire 20+ years as a guide have been wasted. Are they even human? They're clearly 3 gods. God-tier masters, terrifying beyond belief. While everyone was still reeling in shock and self-doubt, the portal's light flickered. The members of the Mad Axe mercenary group finally teleported out of the dungeon, looking utterly battered and bruised. Nearly every one of them bore injuries, and several were even carried out by their comrades. The group of over 20 had entered with fierce momentum, but fewer than 15 remained upon their exit. Captain Li Kuei's rugged face bore the marks of exhaustion and lingering fear. They had barely fought their way out of that cursed warehouse, paying the price of 7 or 8 brothers' lives. As for the boss? They hadn't even caught a glimpse of it. Damn it! I'm never coming back to this hellhole. Li Kuei slammed his massive axe into the ground, cursing under his breath. Captain, we took a huge hit this time. Lost 8 brothers, and didn't even get a decent drop. The deputy captain beside him looked utterly dejected. Enough, shut up. Li Kuei waved his hand impatiently. Consider it money well spent for a lesson learned.
If anyone dares suggest coming back to the venom nest again, I'll be the first to break their legs. Just then, he noticed the strange atmosphere around them. Everyone was staring at them with pitying eyes, as if they were some kind of cute little creatures. What are you all staring at us for? Li Kuei felt uneasy under their gaze. A mercenary captain he knew well hesitated before approaching. He patted Li Kuei's shoulder and pointed at the record on the light screen. Old Li, how long have you been in there? About 4 hours. Why? Ah. The captain sighed, saying nothing more. He just gave Li Kuei a look that said, "Take care, brother." Li Kuei looked up at the light screen, utterly confused. When he saw that record 15 minutes SSS rank, first kill, he froze solid. His mind went completely blank. A full dozen seconds passed. Put. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. 15 minutes. SSS rank. First kill. He muttered these words in a daze, feeling his entire worldview crumble. He couldn't comprehend it. Was this world gone mad, or had he lost his mind? Xiāo Ran and his 2 companions remained blissfully unaware of the uproar unfolding outside. After leaving the Dungeon Management Bureau, they headed straight back to the academy. Only 2 days remained until the selection tournament. They needed to seize every last minute for final preparations. Wang Fatso took the poison dragon grass rhizome to seek out Su Muyue, asking her to help refine several top-tier antidote pills as a precaution. Bai Qiushui, meanwhile, took the grade A venom sac of the deadly spider queen back to her clan, intending to enlist the clan's top smith to infuse her sword with potent poison. As for Xiāo Ran, he locked himself once more inside the gravity training chamber. His goal was to push his cultivation level even higher before the competition began. 2 days later. Central Martial Arts Arena, Jiangcheng Academy. The place was already packed with people. Nearly all students and instructors not on missions had gathered here. Their gazes were fixed on the massive portal at the center of the training ground, radiating spatial fluctuations. That was the entrance to the C-rank simulated dungeon, the Death Swamp, the very arena for this selection tournament. Did you hear? This selection tournament is hell-level difficulty. Yeah, Death Swamp is notorious for its harsh environment and relentless monsters. And they're allowing mutual attacks? It's basically a battle royale. Wonder who'll break through the chaos and snag one of those precious 5 spots this time. No question about it, it'll be Senior Bai Qiushui. She's an S-rank prodigy. Not necessarily. I heard our class has several hidden A-rank powerhouses whose strength isn't much weaker than Senior Bai's. And what about Xiāo Ran? That dad-tier powerhouse. He's the guy who cleared SSS rank 3 times in a row. I think he's the real front-runner. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, the competition's chief instructor stepped onto the elevated platform. Clearing his throat, he announced in a resonant voice. The Jiangcheng Academy Rookie King Tournament internal qualifying round officially begins now. All contestants, enter the portal. Chapter 49, this isn't a competition, it's a sightseeing tour. At the head instructor's command, hundreds of vibrant new strategists surged toward the massive portal like a tidal wave. Every pair of eyes burned with fervor, every spirit brimming with battle intent. The Rookie King Tournament. It was the stage every newcomer dreamed of. To make a name for oneself there meant instant stardom. Acknowledged by the crowd, the newcomers' eyes shone with determination. So even if this qualifying round was hellishly difficult, they would give their all to fight for those 5 precious spots. Let's go too. In a corner of the crowd, Xiāo Ran spoke calmly to Bai Qiushui and Wang Fat beside him. The 3 of them didn't rush forward like the others. Alright. Brother Ran. Wang Fat excitedly slammed a brand new tower shield just retrieved from Su Muyue onto the ground. A dull thud echoed, causing the entire martial arts arena floor to tremble. It was a massive tower shield, crafted entirely from dark golden metal and engraved with intricate, arcane runes. At its center was embedded a fist-sized, earth-yellow crystal stone radiating a profound aura. It was the core component of the immovable barrier Ran series armor set personally designed by Xiāo Ran and forged overnight by Su Muyue with the combined efforts of the entire alchemy and forging departments. Immovable barrier shield Ran-style prototype. Quality, C-grade upgradable. Materials, Goblin King's Rock, Mithril, Stardust. Effect 1, Indestructible. Physical defense plus 200%. Absolutely blocks all physical attacks below B grade. Effect 2, Energy Absorption. Absorbs 30% of elemental damage, converting it into pure energy stored within the shield's core. Effect 3, Kinetic Conversion. Converts 50% of absorbed physical impact force into energy, storing it within the shield's core. Effect 4, Barrier Impact Active. Consumes all stored energy within the core to unleash a devastating energy shockwave, whose power scales with the amount of stored energy. The moment this tower shield materialized, all eyes in the vicinity were instantly drawn to it. Holy crap! What kind of shield is that? Intense energy fluctuations. C grade. Definitely top tier C grade gear. And look at those runes, seems like it has several special effects too. That fat guy, isn't that Wang Defu with the B grade talent? Where did he get such a treasure? Could it be that big shot Xiāo Ran got it for him? In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Xiāo Ran grew more reverent and greedy. Meanwhile, Bai Qiushui silently gripped a brand new longsword in his hand. Forged entirely from deep blue cold iron, this uniquely shaped weapon bore a blade that appeared to have molten lava flowing across its surface. Ice and fire, two diametrically opposed energies, coexisted in perfect harmony upon a single blade. It was none other than the sword capable of overturning the entire alchemy world, the Ice-Fire Annihilation Sword Ran-style prototype. Though still a prototype, many design concepts remained unfulfilled due to material and technological limitations. Yet its sheer power alone was enough to make any S-rank powerhouse take notice. Watching his two teammates don their brand new Ran series gear, Xiāo Ran nodded with satisfaction. As for himself, he remained clad in his ordinary academy uniform. His Thunder God robe Ran and Thunder Punishment hand Ran were still undergoing final adjustments by Su Muyue. The core material required Thunder Core residue was too precious and difficult to process, preventing their completion before the tournament. But it didn't matter to him. His greatest weapon had never been his gear. It was his mind, capable of seeing through everything. Let's go. Let them scout ahead. The real game begins now. Xiāo Ran spoke, leading the two others through the portal at a leisurely pace. A flash of light, and the world spun. A wave of humid, putrid stench washed over them. The trio found themselves standing in a vast, endless expanse of black swampland. An ankle-deep layer of viscous black mud covered the ground beneath their feet. The air was thick with toxic miasma. In the distance stood grotesquely twisted, withered trees. Occasionally, they glimpsed enormous bubbling mud pools and stark white skeletal remains hidden within the grass. This was the Death Swamp. Holy crap! This place is disgusting. Wang Fatso stared at the mud beneath his feet, his face twisted in revulsion. Bai Qiushui also frowned slightly. Naturally fastidious, she felt an instinctive aversion to such filthy surroundings. You'll get used to it, Xiāo Ran shrugged indifferently. His truth eye had long since activated. The world before his eyes transformed once more into a sea of data and rules pure code. Map, Death Swamp Simulation. Environmental effects, highly toxic miasma 5% to all attributes, movement impairment 20% movement speed. Monster distribution, swamp crocodile LV.10, venomous leech LV.8, carnivorous plant LV.12. Resource distribution, small point crystals 157, medium point crystals 32, large point crystals 5. Hidden information, a swamp heart exists within this map. Locate and activate it to briefly become the ruler of this marsh. As he read the golden hidden message, a familiar curve once again lifted at the corners of Xiāo Ran's mouth. Alright, the sightseeing tour officially begins. He assessed the direction, then led the bewildered Wang Fatty and Bai Qiushui toward a desolate stretch of land where not even birds would defecate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the swamp, a fierce battle erupted. Quick! Focus fire on the guy in blue. He's the healer. Damn it! Which team are these guys from? They're tough as nails. Two elite teams composed of senior students clashed fiercely over a newly spawned medium-sized point crystal. Blades flashed, swords whirled, and magic flew wildly. The scene descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, in another corner of the swamp, a team of 5 shadowy figures clad in black moved silently through the miasma. They were the Chun family's final pawns planted within the academy. Leading them was a young man with a hooked nose. His gaze was as cold and venomous as a snake's. His name was Chen Mo, cousin to Chen Feng, and likewise in a Great Awakened. Yet his talent was more sinister and deadly: shadow assassination. Captain, have we located the Xiāo Ran kid yet? One member inquired. Not yet, Chen Mo shook his head, his gaze sweeping over a special compass on his wrist. A red dot flashed incessantly upon it. But it won't be long now. He licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The family head gave me this bloodline tracking compass for this very day. As long as that brat is still in this dungeon, he won't escape even if he grew wings. Our mission this time isn't about points or rankings. Chen Mo's eyes burned with unbridled fury. We have only one mission. To ensure, at any cost, that brat Xiāo Ran and his 2 companions remain trapped in this swamp forever. Achoo! Wang Fatso, strolling through the swamp, suddenly sneezed. Weird. Why do I feel like someone's cursing me from behind, he said, rubbing his nose. Not cursing you, they want to kill us, Xiāo Ran replied without turning his head. Ha! Wang Fatso gasped. Brother Ran, how'd you know? Just a hunch, Xiāo Ran replied casually. Of course, he wouldn't mention that his truth eye had already clearly identified every hostile red dot across the entire map. Among them, 5 red dots were closing in on their position at breakneck speed. Then, what should we do? Should we find a place to hide? Wang Fatty asked nervously. Hide? Why hide? Xiāo Ran chuckled. I worked so hard to prepare such a grand surprise for them. If they don't come, wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment for me? With that, he led the 2 others into a patch of primeval jungle that appeared even denser, woven from countless massive vines. Meanwhile, on the very clearing they had just left, a medium-sized crystal, radiating brilliant blue light, slowly emerged from the ground.
Had they lingered just one more minute, they could have claimed this crystal one powerful enough to spark bloody battles among the teams outside. Brother Ran, we seem to have missed something, Bai Qiushui said regretfully, gazing at the towering blue light behind them. Missed? Xiāo Ran shook his head. No, we just left some worthless junk for those who need it. True treasures don't look like this. He pointed deep into the jungle, toward an inconspicuous cave hidden beneath a thick tangle of vines. Come on. Our throne is inside. Chapter 50, The Swamp Throne. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui followed Xiāo Ran as they plunged headlong into the primeval jungle, a place that looked anything but hospitable. Brother Ran, where are we headed? Wang Pingzi asked curiously as he used his brand new, oversized shield to push aside vines thicker than his own arms. This place feels eerier than that swamp earlier. It doesn't seem like the kind of spot where crystals would spawn. Bai Qiushui felt equally puzzled but kept her questions to herself. After surviving the goblin mines, she'd learned the most crucial lesson: never try to predict Xiāo Ran's actions using normal logic. You might think he was strategizing how to evade enemies on the first floor. In reality, he might already be on the 5th floor, plotting how to take the entire dungeon down. So now, her role was to watch quietly, learn, and when Xiāo Ran needed her, to hand him her sharpest sword without hesitation. Who said we came for crystals? Xiāo Ran led the way, his steps light and swift, as if treading not on soft, decaying soil but a smooth, paved road. His eye of truth had already scanned every corner of this jungle, leaving nothing hidden. Twisted vines, affected by swamp miasma, exhibiting minor mutations. Possesses weak aggression, actively. Carnivorous plant rhizome, buried underground, its main body lies 30 meters ahead. Level LV.12, currently dormant. Ancient totem pole ruined, likely a relic of some ancient tribe, bearing faint traces of faith energy. Seems connected to a core secret of this swamp. Countless pieces of information cascaded through his vision like a waterfall. What others deemed worthless, even perilous, was to him a treasure trove of exploitable resources and fragments piecing together the truth. If we're not here for the crystal, then what? Sightseeing? Wang Fat scratched his head, even more confused. Pretty much, Xiāo Ran chuckled. But before sightseeing, we need to secure our VIP lounge for this tour. He pointed deep into the jungle, toward an inconspicuous cave nearly indistinguishable from the mountainside, layered and covered by countless thick, dark green vines. That place? Wang Fatso followed his finger. The cave was pitch black, its entrance overgrown with moss, looking like some beast's lair. Exactly, Xiāo Ran replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Our throne is inside. Throne? Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui exchanged glances, both seeing deep, incomprehensible confusion in each other's eyes. A throne? In a pitch-black cave? But Xiāo Ran offered no further explanation. Instead, he led them straight toward the cave entrance. The cave entrance was larger than expected, colder and more damp than imagined. A peculiar stench, a mix of earthy dampness and rotting vegetation, wafted from the opening, making one want to retch. Brother Ran, I feel like something's in here. Wang Fat nervously gripped his shield. He sensed a faint, elusive aura of danger emanating from the depths of the cavern. Bai Qiushui drew her Ice-Fire Annihilation sword. Its blade radiating a tangled aura of icy cold and scorching heat that dispersed much of the surrounding miasma. Relax, it's one of us, Xiāo Ran waves dismissively, his expression calm. Our own people? In this pitch-black hellhole, where could our own people be? Just as the two were puzzled, a rustling sound like a snake slithering suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. Then, a colossal creature emerged slowly from the darkness. Its entire body was composed of dark green vines and black sludge, featuring 8 legs and a massive carnivorous flower head. Swamp Guardian Elite, Level 15, Status, Guardian Heart of the Swamp, Special Action Logic, attack all unauthorized units attempting to approach the core area. Holy! A Level 15 Elite monster. Wang Fatty yelped in terror, instinctively thrusting his shield in front of Xiāo Ran. This creature was a full size larger than the venomous Spider Queen boss they'd faced earlier in the venomous nest. Its enormous carnivorous flower head was densely packed with razor-sharp teeth like blades. Just looking at it sent chills down one's spine. Bai Qiushui's expression also darkened. The long sword in her hand instantly burst into brilliant blue light, poised to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. Yet, the seemingly terrifying Swamp Guardian halted abruptly when it crawled within 10 meters of them. Its enormous carnivorous flower head tilted slightly, as if appraising the 3 uninvited guests before it. Finally, its gaze settled on Xiāo Ran. Then, under the utterly stunned gazes of Wang Fatty and Bai Qiushui, the mountain-sized monster slowly lowered its monstrous head, its massive body slumping to the ground. It performed a ritual of complete submission, akin to the ancient vassal prostrating himself before his sovereign. This is possible? Wang Fat felt his jaw nearly dislocate. If the goblins in the cave had merely shown affection toward Xiāo Ran, now, this level 15 elite monster was submitting to Xiāo Ran with utter, soul-deep devotion. What the hell was going on? Bai Qiushui was equally stunned. Watching Xiāo Ran's retreating figure, she sensed this man was becoming increasingly shrouded in mystery. She could sense an aura emanating from him that felt comforting and reassuring to her.
But surely this aura couldn't be so powerful that it made a level 15 elite monster kneel instantly? Didn't I tell you? We're on the same side.
Xiāo Ran smiled as he approached the sprawled swamp guardian. He reached out and gently patted its enormous, razor-toothed carnivorous flower head. Far from attacking him, the creature nuzzled his hand affectionately with its massive petals, like a big dog fawning over its owner.
Wang Fatty and Bai Qiushui were utterly numb.
They felt less like they were tackling a C-rank death dungeon and more like they were accompanying an incognito king on an inspection tour of his domain.
Alright, rise.
Show us your collection, Xiāo Ran commanded.
The swamp guardian immediately obeyed, rising to its feet and respectfully clearing the path behind it. Behind it lay a seemingly ordinary stone wall. But Xiāo Ran knew it was merely a disguise. He stepped forward, extended his hand, and felt along the stone wall for a moment. Then, at an inconspicuous indentation, he pressed lightly. Rumble. A deep, rumbling sound, like the turning of gears, echoed from within the stone wall. The massive stone wall slowly parted from the center, sliding open to reveal a spiral staircase. Revealing a spiral staircase, paved with blue stone slabs, leading down to the underground level. A surge of pure life energy, 100 times more potent than outside, washed over them from below the stairs. Just one breath felt invigorating, as if every cell in the body was rejoicing. This. Bai Qiushui's face was etched with shock as he sensed this crystalline energy. Let's go, Xiāo Ran murmured, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Our throne awaits below.
He was the first to step down the stairs.
Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui hurriedly followed.
The staircase wasn't long, descending roughly 100 meters before they emerged into an enormous, naturally formed underground cavern. This cavern was at least 10 times larger than the one in the goblin mine. The cavern's dome was studded with countless moonstones, each emitting a soft white glow that illuminated the entire space as brightly as daylight. At the cavern's center lay a colossal lake, its diameter exceeding 100 meters. The water was crystal clear, revealing a dreamlike emerald green hue. At the lake's center lay a small island formed from white jade. Upon the island stood a massive, ornate throne, carved from an unknown crystal that shimmered with multicolored light. The throne was empty. Yet it radiated an innate, supreme majesty, as if born to rule the world. Holy, holy. Wang Fatso stared at the throne, its splendor beyond description, drool nearly dripping from his mouth.
Brother Ran, you meant this thing? This wasn't just a throne.
This was clearly a divine throne. Bai Qiushui was equally stunned by the surreal scene before her. She couldn't fathom that beneath a swamp filled with death and decay lay such a place, like a hidden paradise.
What are you two standing around for?
Xiāo Ran glanced at the dazed pair and chuckled. Come on, let's go claim our spoils of war. With that, he lightly tapped his toes against the ground. His entire body seemed weightless as he stepped onto the crystal-clear lake surface, advancing step by step toward the small white jade island at the lake's center.
With each step he took, the lake's surface beneath him automatically crystallized into a pure, translucent lotus flower formed from pure energy, supporting his body. Lotus blooms with every step. In that moment, Xiāo Ran appeared to Wang Fat and Bai Qiushui like a deity walking among mortals. Chapter 51, Activating the Heart of the Swamp. When Xiāo Ran's feet finally touched the pure jade island, the entire cavern seemed to hum with delight. The crystal stone throne at the lake's center, radiating multicolored light, shone brilliantly, as if welcoming its true master's return. What on earth is going on? Bai Qiushui mimicked Xiāo Ran's actions, using her cold energy to freeze the ground beneath her feet. She cautiously stepped onto the island, staring at the unbelievable scene before her, feeling her understanding of reality being shattered time and again. Wang Fatso was even more direct. Relying on his thick skin and tough constitution, he dove headfirst into the emerald lake water, dog paddling his way to the island's edge before scrambling ashore on all fours. Holy crap! Ran, this lake water is packed with life energy. Just soaking in it wiped away all the fatigue from these past 2 days of training. He shook the droplets from his body and shouted excitedly. This lake is called the Fountain of Life. All the vitality from this entire marsh converges here, Xiāo Ran explained calmly. His eye of truth had already analyzed everything here with crystal clarity. Scene, heart of the swamp core area. Special environment, the Fountain of Life contains the purest life energy, capable of cleansing the physical body, purifying the soul, and significantly accelerating cultivation progress. Core item, Swamp Throne, forged from fragments of the ancient world tree blended with countless rare treasures. It serves as the highest authority control hub for the entire Death Swamp simulated instance. Status, unactivated. Activation method, requires the infusion of two fundamentally opposing yet equally pure primordial energies ice and thunder to counterbalance each other and activate its core yin-yang transformation array. The ultimate control hub. Xiāo Ran gazed at the magnificent throne, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He knew he'd gambled right again. This so-called heart of the swamp wasn't some hidden quest or secret boss at all. It was the GM backend of this simulated instance. Once activated, he could control all the rules within this instance to a certain extent. For instance, altering terrain, manipulating monsters, or even directly modifying other contestants' scores. This was the true meaning of a dimensional strike. Bro Ran, is this the throne you mentioned? Wang the Fat rushed to the crystal throne, reaching out to touch it curiously. It felt icy cold to the touch, yet carried a warm, smooth sensation, as if it possessed a life of its own. Don't touch it. Bai Qiushui hurriedly warned. This clearly wasn't an ordinary object who knew what restrictions or traps might be embedded within it. It's fine. It's waiting for me. Xiāo Ran smiled as he approached the throne, gently placing his hand on its armrest. Hum. A majestic, ancient-sounding bell toll echoed throughout the entire cavern. The entire throne erupted in an unprecedented, dazzling rainbow of light. Countless ancient and mystical runes emerged from the throne's surface, swirling around Xiāo Ran's body like living entities. A colossal torrent of information, seemingly containing the essence of the entire world, surged into Xiāo Ran's mind in an instant. The origins of this swamp, its ecosystem, the rules governing every corner. Everything was laid bare before Xiāo Ran in this instant, without reservation. Ding! Host compatibility with the swamp throne detected at 99%. Proceed with binding? Bind! Xiāo Ran silently commanded without hesitation. Binding initiated. Energy infusion detection. Host possesses thunder primordial energy. Meets 1 activation condition. Warning! Lack of frost primordial energy for balance. Forced binding will cause throne energy to spiral out of control, collapsing the core magic array. Immediately inject pure frost primordial energy. The system's warning tone sounded urgently within Xiāo Ran's mind. Xiāo Ran's expression shifted slightly. He knew the critical moment had arrived. He whipped his head around to face Bai Qiushui beside him, his gaze sharpening to an intense, grave focus. Bai Qiushui. Present. Bai Qiushui's heart leapt at the unprecedented gravity in his expression. I need your help now, Xiāo Ran said rapidly. Place your hand on the other armrest of the throne. Then, pour every ounce of your purest frost-cold sword energy into it without holding back. I need your power to act as a coolant to balance the thunder energy I'm channeling. This process could be dangerous. If the energy spirals out of control, both of us could be torn to shreds by this immense force. Are you afraid? Xiāo Ran stared intently into her eyes. This was not merely a task, but her final trial. A test of whether she truly possessed the resolve and courage to place her very life entirely in his hands. Bai Qiushui gazed into his eyes, which seemed to pierce through her soul, without a moment's hesitation. She didn't even have a moment to think. She simply nodded firmly. Then, she stepped forward and placed her delicate yet terrifyingly powerful jade-like hand gently upon the other armrest of the throne. A faint, exquisite smile graced her face. I'm not afraid. As long as I'm with you, even death holds no fear for me. Her voice was soft, yet it carried a resolve and steadfastness that seemed to transcend life and death. Xiāo Ran's heart trembled violently. Looking at the girl before him, who had entrusted everything to him without reservation, the ice in his heart formed from disappointment and betrayal seemed to melt a little in that moment. All right. He drew a deep breath, gathering his composure. Are you ready? Then let us begin. As Xiāo Ran's words fell, 2 utterly distinct yet equally pure primal energies erupted from their palms with a thunderous roar. One was a raging, dazzling blue lightning bolt, brimming with destructive energy. The other was icy cold, a deep, soul-freezing azure frost. Thunder and ice. Destruction and stillness. 2 diametrically opposed, extreme forces collided violently at that moment through the throne as their medium. Boom! The entire subterranean cavern began to shake violently, wildly, and frantically. The fountain of life within the lake was churned by this colossal energy, unleashing towering waves. Above, the moonstones embedded in the dome could not withstand the force of the impact. One by one, they shattered and extinguished. The entire space plunged into a flickering, apocalyptic scene of light and shadow. Holy! Holy! Ran Ge. Bai Tongxue. Are you two trying to tear this place apart? Wang Fatso was knocked back repeatedly by the energy's aftershock. He desperately planted the immovable barrier shield into the ground to barely steady himself, his face etched with sheer terror. At the epicenter of the energy collision, Xiāo Ran and Bai Qiushui endured pressure beyond imagination. Bai Qiushui felt only a fury of thunderous power, violent enough to tear everything apart, surging along the throne's armrest and violently backfiring upon her body. The frost-cold sword energy within her retreated step by step before this overwhelming force. Put! A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of her lips, turning her already pale, delicate face deathly white in an instant. Her body swayed precariously, as if she might collapse at any moment. Hold on! Just as she was about to collapse, Xiāo Ran's steady, powerful voice rang in her ear. Immediately, a warm, large hand suddenly covered her delicate hand resting on the armrest from behind. A gentle yet overwhelmingly immense surge of pure thunder energy flowed through that hand and into her body. But this thunderous energy did not attack her. Instead, like the gentlest guardian, it blocked, neutralized, and dissolved all the violent lightning that had been backfiring upon her. Bai Qiushui felt her body, which had been on the verge of collapse, instantly relax. She turned her head and saw Xiāo Ran's face slightly pale from overexertion of his source energy, yet still wearing a confident smile. Her heart raced faster than it ever had before.
Trust me, Xiāo Ran murmured softly to her.
Bai
Qiushui nodded firmly, her eyes now devoid of any distracting thoughts, filled only with absolute trust in the man before her.
Once more, both of them poured every ounce of their focus into channeling energy into the throne.
Thunder and ice began to swirl and merge within the throne's core formation in a profoundly mystical manner.
Ultimately, they coalesced into a slowly rotating Tai Chi diagram, distinctly black and white. The yin-yang transformation array activated.
The instant the formation crystallized, an energy torrent more colossal and terrifying than any previous surge erupted violently from the throne. This energy was no longer mere thunder or ice. Instead, it was a primordial, chaotic energy, one that seemed to contain both the rules of creation and destruction. This energy did not surge toward Xiāo Ran and Bai Qiushui. Instead, it surged straight toward the figure before them, the fat man who had stood like a mountain, steadfastly guarding them from the very beginning. Holy! Wang Fatso watched the tsunami-like torrent of energy bearing down on him, terrified out of his wits. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Gritting his teeth, he channeled every ounce of his source energy into the shield before him, preparing to endure this fatal blow that could pulverize him into dust.
Chapter 52, I am the king of this swamp. Ran. Bai. Run. I'll cover you.
In the final moment before the energy torrent engulfed him, Wang Fatty summoned every ounce of strength to unleash the most desperate, anguished roar of his life.
He knew he was doomed.
But he had no regrets. To shield brother Ran, whom he admired most, and the goddess in his heart from this fatal blow, dying for it was worth it. He closed his eyes, preparing to meet his end. Yet the excruciating agony that should have torn him apart never came. Instead, he felt something indescribable, warm, and comforting. He cautiously opened one eye. Then he was utterly dumbfounded. Instead of obliterating him upon contact with the shield of immovable barrier before him, the torrent of chaotic energy which had seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth did not blast him away. Instead, it surged like a torrent into the shield's central core, a dull yellow crystal, as if it had found an outlet for its fury. The entire shield erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling earthen glow. The intricate runic arrays on the shield's surface, personally designed by Xiāo Ran, lit up one after another. The energy absorption array, the kinetic energy conversion array. At this moment, the two core arrays were pushed to their absolute limits. Wang Fatso could distinctly feel waves of energy so immense they threatened to burst him, surging through the shield and into every fiber of his being. His body swelled like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding. He felt every inch of his muscle, every meridian, being violently torn apart by this energy, only to be reassembled in an even more powerful form. The excruciating pain made him let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Yet amidst this agony, he sensed an unprecedented surge of immense power. His level began to skyrocket at a rocket-like speed. LV.8. LV.9. Boom! A dazzling golden light erupted from his body, shooting skyward. His level had broken through the 10-level barrier in just a few seconds. His life tier had undergone a quantum leap. I broke through? Feeling the surging source energy within him, as vast as the Yangtze River, and the immense surge in his strength, Wang Fatty was completely dumbfounded. He looked down at his shield, still devouring chaotic energy, then glanced back at Xiāo Ran and Bai Qiushui, who were still frantically channeling power into it. His mind went completely blank. This is actually possible? He took a beating. Not only did he survive, but he actually benefited from the misfortune and broke through? What kind of god-tier move was this? What he didn't know was that Xiāo Ran had calculated everything from the very beginning. That terrifying torrent of energy was, in truth, the purest, attribute-less primordial energy expelled by the Swamp Throne during its activation process. For ordinary adventurers, this energy was a potent elixir. But for the shield on Wang Fatso's side, the specially designed Ran series shield crafted by Xiāo Ran himself, boasting the two monstrous abilities of energy absorption and kinetic energy conversion. This was nothing short of a banquet from heaven. Fatso. Snap out of it. Steady your mind. Channel that energy to temper your flesh. This is the greatest opportunity of your life. Xiāo Ran's voice rang out in his mind just in time. Wang Fatty jolted awake, snapping back to reality. He dared not hesitate, quickly sitting cross-legged and following Xiāo Ran's instructions to channel the immense energy still surging into his body with all his might. Meanwhile, as the chaotic energy was expelled, the activation of the Swamp Throne finally entered its final stage. The Tai Chi diagram, woven from lightning and ice, spun faster and faster until it crystallized into a pure, golden character for King, a mark radiating supreme majesty deeply imprinted upon the throne's backrest. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the Swamp Throne. Ding! You have obtained temporary supreme authority over this map, Swamp King. Swamp King temporary authority. 1. Full map vision. Your will encompasses the entire Death Swamp. The positions and statuses of all units within the map, including participants, will be displayed in real time within your mind. 2. Environmental alteration. You may expend source power to modify the swamp's environment to a limited extent. Examples: creating quagmires, sprouting vines, adjusting miasma concentration.
3. Rule manipulation. By expending significant source power, you may selectively alter certain map rules.
Examples include modifying the spawn locations and timers of point crystals, or enhancing weakening monsters within designated zones.
Note, this permission is temporary and valid only during the current competition.
As Xiāo Ran scanned the system panel listing these godlike permissions, a smile slowly spread across his lips, a smile that seemed to embody divine control over all things.
It was done. From this moment onward, he was the sole ruler of this deadly swamp. Slowly, he released his grip on the armrest. The massive influx of energy ceased. He turned to face Bai Qiushui, her face pale and body swaying from exhaustion, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace. Then, from his backpack, he retrieved the bottle of grade B potion she had once given him, the fountain of life, and brought it to her lips. "Drink it," he murmured, his voice uncharacteristically tender. Bai Qiushui flushed crimson at his sudden, intimate gesture, her heart pounding wildly. Gazing at his face mere inches away, weary yet undeniably handsome, she found herself opening her mouth and gulping down the precious potion in one swift motion. A surge of pure life energy instantly spread through her body, restoring her nearly depleted source power at an astonishing rate. All right, the first phase of preparations is complete.
Xiāo Ran steadied her as she regained her footing, then turned his gaze toward the cave's entrance. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick rock layers, seeing the 5 black rats representing the Chen family above the swamp, searching for them like headless flies.
It's time to welcome our guests.
His voice was soft, yet carried a chill of murderous intent that sent a shiver down Bai Qiushui's spine.
Death Swamp, a primeval jungle region.
Shen Mo's face was so dark it could have dripped water.
Damn it!
What the hell is going on? He muttered under his breath, staring at the bloodline tracking compass in his hand, its needle spinning wildly. Just moments ago, the red dot on the compass representing Xiāo Ran's location had vanished abruptly. Instead, the entire compass needle began spinning wildly out of control, as if subjected to some intense energy interference. "Captain, could it be that kid discovered our tracking and used some special device to jam the compass signal?" one team member cautiously asked.
Impossible. Shen Mo dismissed the idea flatly.
This bloodline tracking compass is a grade B artifact the family head paid a fortune for on the black market in the imperial capital. Unless the target possesses a grade A or higher jamming artifact, there's absolutely no way to block its tracking.
Then, what do we do now?
We've been circling this godforsaken forest for nearly an hour and haven't found a single trace, another team member said impatiently. They'd come here to kill, not play hide and seek. Just then, the entire Death Marsh suddenly shook violently. A colossal energy fluctuation, powerful enough to make their hearts race, flashed through the depths of the forest where they stood.
It's over there. Shen Mo's eyes lit up instantly.
He snapped his head up, staring toward the inconspicuous cave direction, covered in countless vines.
That kid must be inside. He was definitely up to something earlier. Maybe he triggered some hidden treasure. Shen Mo's breathing quickened. A greedy light flared in his eyes. Move. Quickly. We absolutely cannot let him get his hands on the treasure. He roared, charging madly toward the cave first. The 4 teammates behind him scrambled to follow. They seemed to already envision the glorious scene, trampling that kid named Xiāo Ran underfoot, snatching all his treasures, and ascending to new heights overnight. What they failed to notice, however, the moment they stepped onto the jungle path leading to the cave. The seemingly ordinary, twisted vines and grotesque dead trees around them appeared to come alive. Their branches twisted silently in the darkness, shifting positions. Behind them, the very path they had just traversed vanished without a trace. A despairing net woven from the entire jungle had silently descended upon them. Chapter 53, Welcome to my hunting ground. Captain, something's not right. The black-clad assassin bringing up the rear abruptly halted, his voice tinged with alertness and unease. His name was Ghost Shadow, the scout with the keenest senses in this squad. What is it? Shen Mo turned back, asking impatiently. His mind was consumed by thoughts of the treasure that might lie within the cave, leaving him no room for anything else. We seem to be circling back to the same spot, Ghost Shadow's voice carried uncertainty. I left a mark on that tree earlier. Now we're back here again. He pointed to a nearby tree, oddly shaped like a twisted human face. Sure enough, an inconspicuous fork-shaped mark carved with a dagger was etched into the trunk. Shen Mo's expression changed instantly. He finally understood. This jungle was too quiet. They had been charging through it for over 10 minutes now. By all logic, they should have already passed through this area and reached that cave. Yet not only had they not seen the cave, they hadn't even encountered a single low-level swamp monster. This was highly unusual. Is this a ghost wall? Or an illusion? Another team member asked, his voice trembling slightly. In a dungeon, encountering such eerie phenomena rarely boded well. Everyone, stay calm. Shen Mo forced himself to remain composed, barking the order sharply. After all, as an A-tier awakened with exceptional talent, his mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary members. He pulled a faintly silver glowing orb from his pocket. Truth-piercing orb, D-grade consumable. Upon activation, dispels all C-grade or lower illusions and confusion arrays within a 20-meter radius. This was one of the trump cards he had specifically prepared for this operation. He channeled his source energy into the orb. A silver halo instantly radiated outward from him. Under the silver light's illumination, the surrounding scenery began violently distorting and rippling, like reflections in water. But seconds later, when the silver light faded, the surrounding scenery remained exactly the same, that same distorted jungle. Nothing had changed. How is this possible? Chen Mo stared at the pearl of truth in his hand, now dull and lifeless, reduced to an ordinary stone. His face was etched with utter disbelief. Even a D-grade pearl of truth couldn't break this illusionary array? Could this illusion array be ranked C-grade or higher? Impossible. This was merely a C-rank simulated dungeon. How could a large-scale environmental illusion array above C rank possibly exist here? There was no record of such a thing in the Academy's archives. A chill crept up from the depths of Chen Mo's heart. He felt as though he had been trapped in a custom-made snare from the very beginning. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, a bone-chilling scraping sound erupted from the grasses surrounding them on all sides. Something's coming. Prepare for combat. Chen Mo's expression hardened instantly as he assumed a fighting stance. The 4 teammates behind him drew their weapons simultaneously. Back to back, they formed a defensive formation, their eyes fixed warily on the surrounding darkness. Moonlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting mottled patches across the ground. Within the shifting shadows, massive, menacing figures slowly emerged from the grass. Those were swamp crocodiles. But these swamp crocodiles bore no resemblance to the ones described in their files. The swamp crocodiles in the records were no more than 3 meters long, with ordinary grayish-brown skin. Yet these before them each exceeded 5 meters in length. Their bodies were covered in black, steel-like scales. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty, crimson light. Visible wisps of black miasma coiled around their forms. Mutated Swamp Mad Crocodile Elite, Level 13, Status, Berserk Swamp Heart Empowered, Special Abilities, Venomous Bite, Death Roll. Holy! What the hell are these things? One team member let out a startled yelp upon seeing these monsters, which were far stronger than anything described in the records. Level 13 elite monsters. And, over a dozen of them at once. Ghost's voice trembled with fear. Though this team consisted of elite members averaging around level 12. But facing over a dozen mutated beasts with strength comparable to B-tier dungeon elite monsters? They had absolutely no chance. Don't panic. They only look scary. Focus fire. Take one down first. Chen Mo forced down his own fear and bellowed. He knew that if morale collapsed now, they were truly doomed. His form flickered, and in an instant, he vanished into the shadows beneath his feet. A rank talent, Shadow Assassination, activated. The next second, he materialized behind a swamp-mad crocodile. His poison-coated dagger, like the fangs of a venomous snake, silently pierced the monster's nape. This was one of his signature moves, Backstab. Capable of inflicting fatal damage on opponents of equal rank. However, clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. His dagger, sharp enough to slice through steel plates, struck the black scales of the swamp-mad crocodile, yet it only left a shallow white mark. It hadn't even broken through the defense. How is this possible? Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. The attacked swamp crocodile whipped its head around, its blood-red eyes locking onto him. Roar! It let out a furious roar, its massive tail, as thick as a steel whip, whipping through the air with a tearing sound as it lashed out violently toward Chen Mo. Terrified out of his wits, Chen Mo instinctively activated Shadow Leap, narrowly evading the deadly blow. Boom! The colossal tail struck the spot where he had stood moments before, cleaving a tree so thick it took 2 men to embrace it cleanly in two. Meanwhile, the situation behind him was even more dire. Their attacks landed on the swamp crocodiles like scraping therapy, failing to inflict any meaningful damage. Instead, the monsters broke their formation with a single death roll. Ah! A piercing scream. One team member, unable to dodge in time, had his thigh clamped in the jaws of a swamp crocodile. The razor-sharp teeth instantly pierced through his armor, sinking deep into flesh and blood. A black, foul-smelling poison swiftly spread through the wound, engulfing his entire body. His face turned purple before anyone could blink. Before he could even struggle, his body convulsed violently, foam spilling from his mouth as he died instantly. Third brother. Another teammate's eyes bulged with fury. He raised his long sword and swung it wildly at the crocodile that had killed his comrade. But it was useless. The swamp crocodile merely shook its head impatiently. Its immense force hurled him and his blade flying, slamming him hard into a tree. He lay there, unconscious and possibly dead. In less than a minute, 2 members of their 5-man elite assassination squad had already fallen. The remaining 2, Chen Mo and Ghost Shadow, were covered in wounds and driven to the brink of despair. No, impossible, this can't be happening. Chen Mo scanned the surroundings, his face etched with despair and terror as he met the gaze of over a dozen pairs of eyes, each glowing with a blood-red light. He couldn't comprehend it. Why? Why would such terrifying mutated monsters appear in a mere C-level simulation instance? This defied all logic. Unless... A chilling, maddening thought surfaced in his mind.
Unless these monsters in this jungle had been manipulated by someone from the very beginning.
Inside the cave, Xiāo Ran sat leisurely upon the ornate marsh throne.
Before him was a massive light screen composed of pure energy. The screen clearly displayed real-time footage of Chun Mo and his companions being savagely attacked by over a dozen mutated swamp-mad crocodiles in the jungle.
Holy! Ran GE. What the hell are you doing? Streaming this?
Wang Fatso stared at the screen, then glanced at Xiāo Ran seated on the throne, manipulating everything like some shadowy mastermind. His worldview felt shattered once more.
Didn't I tell you?
I prepared a little surprise for them. Xiāo Ran smiled, extending a finger to lightly tap the light screen. Deep within the jungle, the swamp crocodile that had killed Chen Mo's teammate suddenly emitted an even thicker cloud of black miasma. Its body swelled to twice its previous size. Its attacks grew even more ferocious.
Holy! It can actually enhance itself on the spot?
Wang Fatso watched the scene, his jaw nearly hitting the ground.
This wasn't a surprise at all. This was outright slaughter.
Now he finally understood what Xiāo Ran meant when he spoke of becoming the king of this swamp. In this deadly swamp, Xiāo Ran was the omnipotent soul deity. Bai Qiushui stood quietly by, watching the scene unfold on the light screen. Her beautiful eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Awe, reverence, and a hint of deep fascination she hadn't even noticed herself. She realized she seemed to be growing increasingly captivated by this enigmatic man who always managed to create miracles.
It's about time, Xiāo Ran remarked indifferently, his gaze fixed on the figure of Chun Mo on the light screen, a man driven to utter desperation, his eyes now void of nothing but despair and madness. The appetizer is served. Time for the main course to take the stage. With that, he extended his finger once more and lightly swiped across the screen. Deep within the jungle, the dozen or so swamp crocodiles that had been attacking Chun Mo and Ghost Shadow suddenly halted their assault, as if obeying some command. Slowly, they retreated to either side, parting to reveal a dark path leading deeper into the jungle. Chun Mo and Ghost Shadow, panting heavily as they huddled together, watched this eerie scene unfold. Far from feeling relieved, an even stronger sense of foreboding rose within them. They knew the true horror was about to arrive. Sure enough, at the very edge of their vision, within the deepest darkness, a monstrous beast, towering 10 meters tall, emerged with heavy, deliberate steps. Its body was covered in scales resembling rotting tree bark, a fearsome single horn protruded from its forehead, and a massive tail trailed behind it. It resembled a colossal Godzilla. Each step made the earth tremble beneath its feet. Swamp King Hydra Lord Class Boss, Level 20, status, fully awakened by the heart of the swamp. No! When Chun Mo saw the monster's appearance and the purple gold name above its head signifying a lord-level boss, the taut string of his sanity snapped completely at that moment. He let out a shrill, inhuman scream of utter despair. Then he spun around and scrambled frantically toward the direction he had come, crawling and rolling in his desperate flight. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die in this godforsaken place. Yet he had barely taken 2 steps. The ground beneath his feet suddenly, without warning, transformed into a bottomless, swirling, black mud pit. He didn't even have time to utter a scream. His entire body was instantly dragged into the endless darkness by that immense suction. Chapter 54, Hunter and Prey. Captain. The lone scout, Ghost Shadow, watched helplessly as their captain was instantly swallowed by the eerie black mud, not even a ripple forming on the surface. The sight terrified him to his very core. Without a second thought, he spun to activate his displacement skill, desperate to flee this hellish battlefield. But the moment he channeled his source energy, a thick, dark green vine, covered in backward-facing thorns, appeared as if out of thin air and wrapped around his ankle like lightning. Instantly, hundreds upon hundreds of identical vines erupted from every direction like frenzied venomous snakes bursting forth from the earth, tree trunks, and grassy thickets. In an instant, he was completely enveloped, wrapped into a massive, airtight green bundle. No! Let me go! Let me go! The ghostly figure thrashed wildly within the vine prison, its screams echoing. But his pitiful strength proved utterly insignificant against these vines, hardened by that part of the swamp to steel-like resilience. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying mountain-like beast, the Swamp King Hydra, approached him step by step with heavy, deliberate strides. Those enormous, lava-like eyes gazed down at him coldly, as if observing an insignificant, lowly insect. Then it slowly opened its gaping maw, wide enough to swallow a truck hole. A foul, hot stench, a mixture of thick sulfur and rotting flesh washed over him. No! The ghostly figure let out the last, most desperate scream of his life. The next second, his voice abruptly ceased. The entire world plunged into eternal darkness. Inside the cave, Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui stared blankly at the blood-soaked, Hollywood disaster movie-level spectacle unfolding on the light screen, speechless for a long while. A top-tier assassination squad, led by an A-ranked genius and boasting an average level exceeding 12. Gone, just like that? From start to finish, they hadn't even managed to brush against Xiāo Ran's hem. They were simply toyed with to death by all manner of unfathomable environmental traps and mutated monsters? Wang Fat struggled to swallow.
He turned his head, staring at Xiāo Ran, who sat as composed as ever upon his throne with eyes that could have gazed upon a god, no, a devil.
Ran. Brother Ran.
His voice trembled. You did all this?
What else?
Xiāo Ran chuckled, stretching lazily as he rose from the throne and flexed his stiff limbs.
It wasn't like they just had bad luck, fell into a mud pit, and got eaten by monsters, was it? Wang Fatso. Bai Qiu Shui. Silence fell once more.
They realized they were increasingly unable to keep up with Xiāo Ran's thought process. Not only was this guy insanely powerful, but his heart was as black as coal.
Killing someone is no big deal. But what about him?
First, he lured his victims into a labyrinth where death was inevitable. Then, he unleashed a horde of undefeatable mutant monsters, slowly eroding their confidence and hope, bit by bit. Finally, when the victim's spirit collapses and only despair remains, he summons the ultimate boss, one utterly impossible to resist. With the cruelest, bloodiest methods, he obliterates them completely.
This isn't murder.
This is clearly a meticulously planned, sadistic torture game. And they were the only two spectators in this game. A chill crept up from the depths of both their souls. They suddenly realized that being Xiāo Ran's teammates might be the luckiest thing that ever happened to them. For they couldn't begin to imagine the horrific fate that awaited anyone who dared stand against him.
Alright, snap out of it.
Xiāo Ran remained unaware that in his teammates' minds, he had just ascended from god to devil. He clapped his hands, dispelling the energy barrier with a wave. The trash is cleared.
Time to harvest our points.
With that, he drew a new light screen in the void. Displayed upon it was the real-time points leaderboard for the entire Death Swamp A. First place, Thunder Squad, points, 2850.
Second place, Windrunner Squad, points, 2600.
Third place, Holy Light Guardians, points, 2450. 127th place, Immortal Squad Xiāo Ran, by Qiushui Wang Defu, points, 0.
That's right, 0 points.
They were inside, activating the throne and slaughtering Chen Mo's squad, having a blast.
Yet they ended up with 0 points. Damn it! Ran, how the hell did we end up with 0 points?
Wang the Fatso screamed at the glaring 0 on the screen.
Didn't we just take out 5 of them?
The rules state that killing members of other teams earns points.
But,
Xiāo Ran shrugged. They were killed by monsters.
What does that have to do with me? Fat one.
Suddenly, he realized the system's ruling seemed perfectly logical.
Then, what do we do now?
The competition's almost halfway over.
Can we still catch up if we chase them now? Wang Fatso grew anxious.
If they ended up getting eliminated for not having enough points, it would be a huge embarrassment.
Why the rush?
Xiāo Ran remained completely unfazed.
Who said we need to chase them now?
He pointed at the names of the top scoring teams on the leaderboard. The workers have already boosted our points to near the top. What we need to do now isn't scramble for scattered little crystals, but to wait until they've consolidated all their points. A smile spread across Xiāo Ran's face, one that sent chills down Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui's spines, like a hunter eyeing its prey. Then we'll go and take them, both the players and their points. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Death Swamp, an even more intense and high-stakes battle was unfolding. The Thunder Team and the Windrunner Squad, the top two teams currently dominating the leaderboard, had clashed head-on over the sole large-scale point crystal about to spawn in this contested zone.
Xiao Feng, are you truly prepared to go down fighting with Thunder Squad over this crystal?
The Thunder Squad captain, a burly youth shrouded in crackling lightning, brandished his thunder warhammer as he bellowed at the opposing squad nearby. His name was Raymond, and among this year's newcomers, he was widely regarded alongside by Qiushui as the other A-rank prodigy with genuine potential to vie for the Rookie King title. His talent was exceptionally rare and formidable, an A-grade Thunder Dominator. The youth facing him, known as Xiao Feng, was no pushover either. His form was ethereal, surrounded by blue wind blades, a carefree smile playing on his lips. He was the other hidden A-rank prodigy, the son of wind, Xiao Feng. Big thunderhead, no need to make it sound so harsh, Xiao Feng chuckled lightly.
What's this about both sides going down?
This is fair competition.
A massive point crystal worth a full 1,000 points.
Whoever claims it becomes the champion of this selection tournament.
Such a huge prize, does your Thunder team really expect to gobble it all up? That's downright domineering. Cut the crap. Xiao Feng, I'll ask you one more time, are you giving it up or not? Raymond's patience had clearly run dry. Lightning began to dance wildly across the surface of his Thunder Warhammer. No.
Xiao Feng's smile faded, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. If you've got the guts, come and take it yourself.
Fine. Very well. Raymond laughed bitterly in rage.
Since you refused the wine offered, don't blame me for being impolite.
Thunder team. Form ranks.
He roared the command. The 4 elite B rank members behind him instantly formed an intricate formation, shielding him at its center. Chapter 55, the struggle between the clam and the sandpiper benefits the fisherman.
The Thunder God descends.
Raymond raised his warhammer high and roared to the heavens.
Boom!
A thick, barrel-like purple lightning bolt crashed down from the heavens, striking his warhammer with brutal force.
Crackle, crackle, crackle. The frenzied power of thunder instantly engulfed his entire body. His body began to swell and grow at a visible pace. A formidable, menacing lightning armor, composed entirely of pure purple lightning, covered his entire body. His aura surged several-fold in that instant. This was the ultimate form of the A-class, Thunder Sovereign. Xiao Feng. Prepare to die. Raymond, his transformation complete, strode forward like a true god of thunder, each heavy step carrying him closer to Xiao Feng. With each step he took, the ground beneath his feet was scorched black by the raging lightning. Xiao Feng watched his demon godlike form, and the ease on his face vanished completely, replaced instead by an unprecedented gravity. He knew what followed would be a truly grueling battle. Yet, what none of them noticed was this. Less than 500 meters from their battlefield, atop a withered tree, 3 figures stood silently, watching as if they were at a show, enjoying the spectacle of this so-called top-tier showdown with keen interest. Holy crap! That guy Raymond is crazy strong. Ran, his lightning armor is right up there with yours. Wang the fatso couldn't help but exclaim at the dazzling spectacle below. All flash and no substance, Xiao Ran merely sneered dismissively. His command of lightning is still stuck at the most primitive stage of energy projection. His power is too scattered. True lightning should be restrained, concentrated, a single, lethal strike. As he spoke, he extended a single finger. A slender, nearly imperceptible golden arc of electricity silently coalesced at his fingertip. Though minuscule, the arc contained a destructive aura so dense it seemed capable of piercing anything, sending a chill down Bai Shui's spine. She had no doubt that this tiny arc alone possessed power that likely rivaled the full-strength strike of the transformed Raimon below. Was this the gap? Enough. We've seen enough of the show. Xiao Ran dispersed the arc from his fingertips. Time to reclaim what belongs to us. He glanced at the massive points crystal at the center of the two teams, slowly rising from the ground, radiating brilliant golden light. A sly, fox-like grin spread across his face. Below, the battlefield had reached a fever pitch. Thunder's wrath. Raymond, transformed into the Thunder God, functioned like a human artillery piece. Each swing of his warhammer unleashed thick chains of lightning that lashed wildly through the Windrunner Squad's formation. Though the Windrunner Squad members moved with grace and blinding speed, they faced constant peril under this indiscriminate, wide-area barrage. Several times, they narrowly avoided being struck by the lightning chains. Xiao Feng. Is all you know how to do is scurry around like a rat? Raymond bellowed in rage, watching the slippery Xiao Feng evade relentlessly. He detested opponents like this, impossible to strike down, impossible to outrun. Heh, big head Raymond, what do you know? This is called tactics. Zhao Feng's figure flickered across the battlefield like a ghost, evading Raymond's attacks while effortlessly directing his own team. Xiao Wu. Use Wind Bind to restrict that shield warrior's movement. Little 7. Use Whirling Wind Blade to slice through their rear line healer. His command was clear and decisive, each order striking directly at the weak points in the Thunder Team's formation. Under his command, the Windrunner Squad operated like a precision-engineered, high-speed machine. Though visibly outmatched by Raymond, they sustained no significant casualties. Instead, it was the Thunder Team's support player, tasked with protecting the backline, who faltered. Zhao Feng seized the opening, unleashing a devious vacuum wind blade that sliced clean through the throat, ending the player instantly. Damn it! Raymond's eyes instantly turned red at the sight of his fallen teammate. He held nothing back, channeling every ounce of his lightning power into the warhammer in his grasp. Die, all of you! Overload Thunderstorm! He roared, smashing his warhammer violently into the ground. Boom! Centered on him, a devastating thunderstorm erupted over 50 meters in diameter, woven from countless frenzied purple lightning bolts. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The entire battlefield was instantly engulfed by this sea of purple lightning. No! Retreat! Zhao Feng's face paled. He never expected that Madman Raymond would unleash his ultimate move so abruptly. This move, Thunderstorm, was the ultimate technique of Thunderlord, possessing immense power but equally terrifying energy consumption. Once unleashed, Raymond himself would be left weakened for several minutes. It was pure suicide, a tactic that would cripple the enemy at the cost of crippling himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Feng immediately led his team in a frantic retreat. But it was already too late. The speed of the thunderstorm was too fast. A team member lagging slightly behind was instantly swept up. Before he could even utter a scream, the raging lightning tore him to shreds. He dissolved into countless specks of light scattered across the sky, eliminated from the fight. Even Zhao Feng himself was grazed by the storm's edge. His entire arm was scorched black, throbbing with excruciating pain and numbness. Guh! Guh! Madman! You lunatic! Zhao Feng clutched his wounded arm, glaring at Raymond, who knelt on the ground, gasping for breath after exhausting his source energy and reverting to human form. His voice was a mix of shock and fury. This round, though the Windrunners had lost a member, they clearly came out ahead compared to the Thunder Team. Thunder Team had not only lost a support member, but now their core leader was also incapacitated. It was safe to say they had effectively withdrawn from the championship race. Heh, cough cough. Raymond lifted his head, gazing at Zhao Feng. A grim smile twisted his face. Xiao Feng, you think you've won? That massive point crystal is mine.
Xiao Feng ignored him, his gaze burning as it fixed on the center of the battlefield. There, a massive crystal, radiating brilliant golden light like a miniature sun, had fully emerged from the ground.
Shatter it, and their Windrunners squad would claim 1,000 points, overtaking all rivals to become the undisputed champions.
Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his arm, he led the remaining 3 members step by step toward the colossal crystal. Victory was within reach. Yet, just as his fingers were about to touch the crystal, a calm voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, abruptly echoed above them all.
Nice fight. You've all been quite dedicated. But the game must end here. Who was that?
Xiao Feng, Raymond, and all their surviving teammates jerked their heads up, staring toward the source of the voice. Above them, perched atop the crown of the tallest, twisted, dead tree,
5 figures had silently materialized there, seemingly out of nowhere.
Leading them was a young man with an arrogant demeanor. The other 4 stood in a straight line behind him, following his lead.
Interesting. They've actually blocked my perception.
Xiāo Ran and his group hadn't anticipated anyone else harboring the same intentions. That these individuals could block his perception despite his extensive authority suggested they possessed something of immense value. Chapter 56, The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Who are you? Raymond struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with alarm and dread as he stared at the 5 unfamiliar figures perched atop the tree. He hadn't sensed their approach at all. He was an A-rank, Thunder Sovereign, with an extremely keen perception of energy fluctuations around him. Yet these people seemed to appear out of thin air, silent and motionless, as if they had been standing there all along.
This was terrifying. Xiao Feng, too, shed his usual carefree grin. His expression grew more solemn than ever before. His gaze locked onto the silver glowing orb held by the defiant youth at the front, his mind churning with shock. A spatial shielding orb? His extraordinary background meant his knowledge far surpassed that of common geniuses like Raymond. He recognized it instantly. That orb was a legendary B-grade strategic artifact, forged by master-level alchemists specializing in spatial arts using the exceedingly precious void crystal. Its sole function was to create a barrier within a certain range that could shield against all energy perception and spatial fluctuations. Under this barrier's cover, they were like entering a secluded, independent space imperceptible to outsiders. And they couldn't escape using any teleportation-type items or skills either. This item is priceless on the black market. Each crystal alone could buy an entire small city. What kind of background did these opponents have? How could they possess such extravagant treasures? And to use them in this so-called rookie selection tournament? This wasn't a competition at all, it was cheating. A dimension-lowering attack. Who are we? Perched atop the tree, the arrogant youth snorted derisively at Raymond's question, as if hearing the most laughable joke imaginable. A bunch of ants not even worthy of having our names remembered, and you dare ask our identities? His voice dripped with unmasked contempt and arrogance. You! Raymond trembled with rage at the young man's insolent attitude, nearly gasping for breath. He, Raymond, was a force to be reckoned with at Jiangcheng Academy. When had he ever suffered such utter humiliation? Alright, big head lay, cut the nonsense. Xiao Feng restrained the impulsive Raymond, knowing this matter wouldn't end peacefully today. He looked at the defiant youth and said in a deep voice, "Friend, since we're all here to compete, let's draw a line in the sand. Both our teams have paid a heavy price for this large point crystal. You're trying to reap the rewards now, isn't that a bit against the rules?" He attempted to pressure the other side with the Academy's rules. Yet the defiant youth only laughed again, a laugh laced with even more contempt and utter recklessness. Rules? Ha, rules are only meant to bind weaklings like you. In the eyes of us true strong ones. His gaze swept slowly over the faces below, faces twisted with anger, fear, or resentment, before he finally uttered 2 words with utter indifference. I am the rule. The moment the words fell, the 4 black-clad guards behind him moved. Their figures plunged like 4 bolts of black lightning from the treetops, dozens of meters above. No flashy skills, no dazzling magic. Only the purest, most extreme killing techniques. A dual-bladed guard materialized like a specter before the Thunder team's last remaining shield warrior, who stubbornly clung to resistance. The shield warrior didn't even have time to react, only seeing a blur before his eyes. Thud! 2 cold, gleaming blades pierced precisely through the gap in his shield and into his throat. Instant kill. Another towering guard charged straight at Raymond. Though weakened from unleashing his ultimate ability, Raymond was still an A-rank prodigy. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. He roared in fury, raising his warhammer to fight to the death. But the tall guard merely snorted in contempt. He extended a hand and barehanded seized Raymond's warhammer, still crackling with residual lightning. What? Raymond's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Catching his lightning-charged warhammer barehanded? Is this even human? The towering guard gave him no time to process the shock. He clenched his fist around the hammer and pulled with all his might. Snap! A bone-chillingly sharp crack. The warhammer, forged from C-grade rare metal, shattered under his bare hands. In the next instant, his other hand clamped down on Raymond's throat like iron pincers, hoisting the massive man into the air with one arm as easily as lifting a small chicken. Let go of me. Raymond's face turned the color of liver, his limbs flailing feebly in the air. The strength and lightning he prided himself on seemed utterly laughable and powerless against this monster. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and his Windrunner squad weren't faring much better. Their vaunted speed seemed like kindergartners racing against two equally swift assassin guards. No matter how they dodged or changed direction, their opponents shadowed them relentlessly. Then, with the simplest, most direct, and deadliest methods, they reaped their lives. No, please don't. The sole female healer of the Windrunner squad watched in terror as the female assassin approached her step by step, a cruel smile on her face. Her face drained of color as she stumbled backward. But her retreat was utterly futile against her opponent. Thud! A poison-tipped dagger pierced her heart silently from behind. She hadn't even seen how the attack had been delivered. In less than 30 seconds. The Thunder Team and Windrunner Squad, two top-tier squads widely regarded as the most promising contenders for the championship, who had just moments ago been locked in a fierce, unyielding battle, were now like two flocks of sheep scattered by wolves, slaughtered with ease. Only Raymond and Xiao Feng, both a-tier geniuses equipped with life-saving gadgets, survived though severely wounded and knocked unconscious. Every other member was eliminated. The entire process unfolded with fluid precision and ruthless efficiency. It was nothing short of a one-sided, devastating blow. After completing their task, the four guards returned to the arrogant youth's side, as if they had merely handled a trivial matter. The arrogant youth hadn't moved a muscle throughout the entire ordeal. He merely looked down from above at the chaotic battlefield below, a bored curve forming at the corner of his mouth. How tedious. He shook his head, then shifted his gaze toward another part of the jungle. That direction was precisely where Xiāo Ran and the others had been hiding. After watching the show for so long, it's about time you came out, isn't it? His voice was soft, yet it carried an oddly piercing quality, reaching the ears of Xiāo Ran and his companions hundreds of meters away with crystal clarity. You rats hiding in the shadows. Chapter 57, a true S-class genius? Holy! We've been spotted. Fat Wang jumped in fright at the voice, nearly tumbling from the tree. He lowered his voice, nervously addressing Xiāo Ran. Bro Ran, these guys are way too strong. Those two A-class geniuses, Raymond and Xiao Feng, were like paper dolls in front of them, gone in seconds. What do we do now? Maybe we should make a strategic retreat? Though he had confidence in his new shield, seeing the four guards below killing machines incarnate still sent shivers down his spine. They were simply not opponents on the same level. Bai Qiushui's beautiful face was equally clouded with gravity. She stared intently at the arrogant youth leading them, her grip on the Icefire Annihilation sword tightening unconsciously. Her mind raced, frantically recalling every detail about this man. Soon, a name and a similarly defiant face merged in the depths of her memory. Lin Xian. The peerless prodigy from the Lin family of the imperial capital, hailed as the most promising candidate in nearly a century to break through to SSS tier talent. She had once glimpsed him from afar at an exchange gathering for the young generations of major elite families, hosted by the highest echelons of the Xia nation. Even then, he had carried himself with utter arrogance, as if he alone reigned supreme above all others. He had even declared before everyone present that, aside from the few monsters at the Imperial Capital Academy, all the so-called geniuses from other academies were nothing but worthless trash in his eyes, utterly unworthy of a fight. Everyone had dismissed him as an arrogant fool. But now it seemed he truly had the credentials to back up that arrogance. His name is Lin Xian. Bai Qiushui took a deep breath and relayed the information he knew to Xiāo Ran and Wang Fatso, the young master of the Lin family, one of the four great families of the imperial capital. His awakened talent is among the most elite even within the S-rank tier, the most aggressive one, spatial cleavage. Rumor has it he broke through level 15 half a year ago. Now, he's likely even higher. And those four men behind him are the shadow guards specially trained for him by the Lin family. Each is AB rank or higher powerhouse who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, obeying only his commands. S rank, spatial cleavage. Level 15 or higher. Shadow guards above B rank. Hearing this string of terms, each one suffocating enough to take one's breath away, Wang Fatty felt his legs go weak. How the hell was he supposed to fight this? This wasn't a rookie selection tournament at all. It was like gods descending to the newbie village to crush the weaklings. No wonder even Raymond and Xiao Feng lost so decisively. He finally understood why that earlier battle had been such a one-sided slaughter. Ran, bro, what the hell are we fighting for? Let's get the hell out of here. Better safe than sorry. Wang Fatso said, his face twisted in despair. Yet Xiāo Ran's face showed not a trace of tension or fear. He simply watched Lin Xian below with keen interest, the man who stood there, a mocking expression on his face, waiting for them to reveal themselves. A hint of amusement even touched the corners of Xiāo Ran's lips. Name, Lin Xian. Level, 17. Talent, S rank, spatial cleavage. Skills, spatial cleaving blade, dimensional slash, void walking. Equipment, B rank, spatial shield orb, B rank, boots of the dimensional walker, C rank, shadow slayer leather armor.
Weaknesses: extreme arrogance, utter disregard for others, relatively limited combat experience, understanding of rules confined solely to the application of his innate talent.
Interesting. Xiao Ran's eye of truth had thoroughly scanned every detail of Lin Xian's information.
Indeed, he was formidable. Whether it was level, talents, or equipment, he nearly crushed all other newcomers at this stage, even surpassing his own publicly recorded stats by more than a notch.
But, so what?
To Xiao Ran, this so-called peerless prodigy was like a 3-year-old child wielding a legendary divine weapon.
He knew only that the blade was sharp enough to take a life.
But he had no idea what materials it was forged from, the principles behind its crafting, its strengths, or its weaknesses. He certainly didn't know that under certain specific conditions, this blade wouldn't just fail to harm others, it could even turn on him. Such a person was nothing but a joke before those who truly mastered the rules.
Run? Why run?
Xiao Ran patted Wang Fatso on the shoulder and chuckled. They went to all that trouble to set up the stage for us.
If we run off now, wouldn't that be a huge slap in the face? Ha! Wang Pengzi froze, not grasping Xiao Ran's meaning. What did he mean, set the stage for us?
They're here to crash the party, aren't they?
Come on, let's go meet him.
With that, Xiao Ran actually leapt down from the treetops, landing lightly before Lin Xian and the others. Bai Qiushui and Wang Fatty had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow suit. Oh, finally decided to show yourselves? Lin Xian watched the trio descend from the sky, his mocking smile growing even wider. His gaze lingered briefly on Wang Fat's seemingly formidable, immovable barrier shield, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes.
AC grade turtle shell? Looks pretty intimidating, but in front of me, it's no different from paper.
Then his gaze settled on Bai Qiushui. The moment he saw her breathtaking beauty and her aura as cold and pristine as the peak of a snow-capped mountain, his eyes instantly flared with an unabashed, raw desire for possession and conquest.
Qiushui, it's been a while. His voice softened considerably, yet the innate arrogance remained undiminished.
Never expected to see you here. Even less expected you'd be hanging around with such trash.
This is truly disappointing.
He shook his head as he spoke, his face contorted with anguish, as if Bai Qiushui's actions were a betrayal to him.
Lin Xian.
Bai Qiushui's fair face instantly froze over with icy fury at his insulting words.
Watch your words. Xiao Ran is my captain. And my teammate.
She stepped forward, shielding Xiao Ran behind her, declaring her stance with an unprecedented firmness in her voice.
Captain? Teammate?
Lin Xian heard these words as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. He froze for a moment, then erupted into a wild, unrestrained laugh.
Ha 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 ha. An F rank. Leading an S rank team? Bai Qiushui. Did you lose your mind in that dungeon? Or could it be?
His laughter abruptly halted.
His gaze instantly turned icy and venomous.
He fixed his gaze on the youth shielded behind Bai Qiushui, a youth who had remained utterly calm throughout, as if none of this concerned him.
Or did you worthless piece of trash, use some underhanded trick to manipulate her? Chapter 58. Does an F rank dare lay claim to an S rank?
Lin Xian's words brimmed with undisguised malice and murderous intent. In his eyes, Bai Qiushui, an S-rank prodigy, was like a phoenix in the heavens, noble, sacred, and worthy only of another S-rank genius like himself.
Xiao Ran, however, an F-rank failure, an ant born of common stock, didn't he even have the right to look up to her, let alone stand beside her, much less become her captain. This was the most blatant insult and provocation to him and to all true geniuses. Therefore, this good-for-nothing must have resorted to some underhanded means. Like in those pulp novels, using some kind of mind-altering drug or holding some leverage over Bai Qiushui to blackmail and control her. That's it. That must be it.
This thought only fueled the nameless rage burning within Lin Xian's heart. The look in his eyes toward Xiao Ran shifted from initial contempt and disdain to an unmasked, icy killing intent.
So you're that F-rank guide who got lucky? I hear your name is Xiao Ran?
He advanced step by step toward Xiao Ran. The 4 shadow guards behind him stood like 4 towering iron pillars, radiating a suffocating pressure that completely sealed off any escape route for Xiao Ran and his 2 companions.
Listen up, loser.
Lin Xian stood before Xiao Ran, towering over him as he delivered each word with deliberate emphasis, his tone as final as a death sentence. An S-rank prodigy like Bai Qiushui isn't someone like you not even dust can touch.
Now I'm giving you a chance. Kneel immediately, kowtow 3 times, then crawl away from her like a dog. Otherwise.
A cruel, blood-red glint flashed in his eyes. I'll make you understand what it means to be trapped between life and death.
Who the hell do you think you're calling a piece of? Fat Wang couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this. Insult him? Fine. But insult Brother Ran, the man he admired most? Absolutely not.
He roared with fury, unleashing the full power of his B-rank talent, the Vidra barrier. His massive frame hurtled forward like a cannonball, the colossal, immovable barrier shield, raised high as he slammed into Lin Xian with brutal force. He would make this arrogant upstart understand just how impenetrable his shield truly was.
Overestimating your abilities. Facing Wang Fatso's ferocious charge, Lin Xian didn't even lift an eyelid.
The towering shadow guard beside him, the same one who had crushed Raymond's warhammer barehanded, merely snorted coldly. Stepping forward, he unleashed a single, simple punch. No source energy fluctuations, no flashy techniques. It was the purest, most primal explosion of raw physical strength. Boom! A thunderous crash so deep it made everyone's heart skip a beat. The giant Shadow Guard's fist collided violently with Wang Fatso's immovable barrier shield, a shield capable of withstanding B-class attacks. Then, before Wang Fatso's eyes, filled with disbelief and horror, his shield crafted from the C-grade rare material, Goblin King's Rock, personally inscribed with a dual defense magic array by Master Su Muyue, and the pride of his arsenal, began to crack like a spider web from the point of impact. Immediately, an overwhelming, irresistible force surged from the shield. Thud! Wang Fei felt as though he'd been struck head-on by a prehistoric beast charging at full speed. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. His entire body, shield and all, flew backward like a... He slammed into a large tree over 10 meters away, then slid limply down its trunk, unconscious and unresponsive. Fatso! Bai Qiushui cried out in alarm, instinctively lunging forward to check on Wang Fatso's injuries. But another Shadow Guard materialized before her like a ghostly apparition, blocking her path. I am your opponent. The Shadow Guard was a woman with a fiery figure and a seductive face, yet her gaze was colder than the ice of Siberia. Get out of my way! Bai Qiushui, both shocked and enraged, unleashed a blinding burst of light from her Ice-Fire Annihilation Sword. She had no time to heed Xiāo Ran's earlier teachings. All she wanted now was to tear this obstacle blocking her path to shreds. Ice-Fire! Lotus Blossom! She cried out, pushing her control over the energy to its absolute limit. A breathtakingly beautiful yet utterly destructive ice-fire lotus, woven from the extremes of frigid ice and searing flame, blossomed silently at her sword's tip. Then, with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, it shot toward the female Shadow Guard. This was the most powerful attack skill she had mastered over the past 20 days. Its power was sufficient to instantly annihilate any opponent below level 15. Yet, facing this potentially fatal strike, the female Shadow Guard's face showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. She merely curled her lips in disdain. Then she extended two slender fingers, white as jade. With a gentle pinch, the beautiful ice-fire lotus, brimming with destructive energy, was casually caught between her fingers. Then, with a slight tightening of her fingers, bang! The ice-fire lotus shattered instantly. It dissolved into a sky filled with ice crystals and sparks, vanishing into the air. What? Bai Qiushui's pupils suddenly contracted. She felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched her heart in a brutal grip. Her most powerful strike had actually been crushed between the opponent's two fingers? How could this be? S-rank talent? Frostblade Saint? The female Shadow Guard gazed at Bai Qiushui's stunned expression, her face breaking into a sneer. Before us, your pitiful strength is no different from a child playing house. With that, her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, she materialized behind Bai Qiushui. A cold, poison-tipped dagger pressed silently against Bai Qiushui's snow-white, slender neck. Still want to save your fat teammate now? Coldness, despair, helplessness. A tidal wave of negative emotions completely engulfed Bai Qiushui. Only then did she grasp the vast, unbridgeable chasm separating her from these true monsters, crawling from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lin Xian hadn't glanced once at the two battlefields where the outcomes had already been decided. It was as if everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. His gaze remained fixed on Xiāo Ran. Watching this youth who remained utterly calm throughout, as if the fate of his two teammates, beaten to the brink of death, held no consequence for him, the loathing and murderous intent within him reached its peak. Now both your teammates have fallen. What do you have left to rely on? He advanced step by step toward Xiāo Ran once more, a cruel and triumphant smile playing on his lips. I've changed my mind. I won't give you another chance to beg for mercy on your knees. I'll break your limbs with my own hands, gouge out your eyes, and cut out your tongue. Then I'll let you rot away here like a maggot, slowly and hopelessly. I'll make you understand the consequences of an F-rank daring to lay a finger on an S-rank. He raised his right hand. Fine black spatial ripples, like cracks, began to slowly emerge from his fingertips, radiating a heart-stopping aura of utter destruction. Yet, faced with this lethal threat, Xiāo Ran's face showed not a trace of fear. He even smiled. He looked at the so-called S-rank genius before him, who was acting like a madman and believed he had everything under control, and shook his head gently. Then, in a tone that seemed both pitying and mocking, he spoke slowly. Finished? Chapter 59, You Know Nothing About Power. This seemingly emotionless, weightless utterance struck Lin Xian's ears like a thunderclap. The cruel, triumphant grin on his face froze instantly. He glared fiercely at the youth before him, a youth who dared to speak to him in such a tone even as death approached, feeling his dignity challenged like never before. Useless trash. You're asking for death. He roared in fury, hesitation gone. The black rift blade formed at his fingertips, sharp enough to tear through space itself, slashed viciously toward Xiāo Ran's throat. Yet, at the very instant he was about to strike, Xiāo Ran spoke once more. S-rank talent? Spatial cutting? His voice remained calm, tinged with a hint of curiosity. Is it that impressive? Lin Xian's movements froze abruptly.
He stared at Xiāo Ran as if unable to believe his ears, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Impressive? Was this even a question a worthless F-rank trash like him had the right to ask? This felt more humiliating than being slapped in the face. You insolent insect. How dare you question my talent? Lin Xian trembled with rage, feeling as though his lungs were about to burst. He swore he would make this brat before him die. A death more miserable than any other in this world. I'm not questioning your talent. Xiāo Ran watched his furious, flustered expression, shook his head, and a hint of pity flickered across his face. I'm just pitying you. Pity me? Lin Xian snorted as if hearing the most laughable joke of the century. You, a worthless F-rank trash, dare say you pity me, an S-rank genius? Exactly. Xiāo Ran nodded, his gaze growing profound, as if he could see through the very essence of all things. You possess S-rank talent, yet you have no clue what true power really is. You're like a child guarding a mountain of gold, knowing only to throw gold at people. You don't realize that gold can be forged into sharper weapons, used to buy more powerful allies, or even to establish entirely new rules that everyone must obey. Your understanding of power is far too shallow. Xiāo Ran's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the tolling of morning bells and evening drums, echoing clearly in the ears of Lin Xian, Bai Qiushui, and all who remained conscious. Bai Qiushui froze. Watching Xiāo Ran stand before Lin Xian, speaking eloquently as if lecturing an ignorant student, she felt her heart struck by an unprecedented shock. Yes. Wasn't Xiāo Ran describing her very own shortcomings? She possessed the S-rank talent of the Frostblade Saint, yet knew only the most crude methods to unleash her cold energy. Without Xiāo Ran's guidance, she might never have grasped the entirely new realm of controlling power with such meticulous precision. And though Lin Xian was stronger than her, what fundamentally distinguished him from her former self? They were both slaves to their talents, not masters of their power. Shut up! Shut up! You worthless piece of trash! What do you know? Lin Xian was utterly stung by Xiāo Ran's words. His most cherished talent, the very power he relied on for survival, had been dismissed as worthless by an F-rank failure. This feeling was more painful than death itself. His reason was utterly consumed by rage. Right now, I'll show you what true power really is. He roared, channeling every ounce of his source energy into the black spatial blade at his fingertips. Space itself began to violently warp and wail under the immense energy. A terrifying spatial fissure, several meters long and pitch black, as if it could devour all light, slowly took shape before him. This was the true might of his innate talent, Space Slash. Capable of effortlessly cleaving a small mountain in two. Die, you worthless trash! He snarled, about to thrust this space fissure capable of obliterating everything toward Xiāo Ran, who stood mere inches away. But at that very moment, Xiāo Ran smiled. Gazing at the spatial fissure radiating an aura of annihilation, his face showed not a trace of fear, only a faint, mocking amusement as if watching a tedious circus performance. No. He shook his head gently. You know nothing of power. With that, he slowly raised his right hand. No lightning gathered, no skill unleashed. He merely snapped his fingers with a crisp pop. Snap. The sound was faint. But in the instant that snap echoed, the entire world seemed to shift. Gurgle, gurgle. The once solid black earth beneath their feet suddenly began churning violently without warning. Like a pot of thick, boiling black porridge. Giant black bubbles continuously rose from the depths, then exploded with a bang. Waves of even thicker, more foul-smelling miasma surged madly from the bursting bubbles. What is happening? Lin Xian's pupils contracted sharply. He realized with horror that the ground beneath his feet was visibly softening and becoming viscous. A terrifying suction force, powerful enough to drag his entire body into the earth, surged up from beneath his feet. Quicksand! No! A mud pit! The shadow guards behind him also paled in shock. They tried to struggle, to jump out. But the more they struggled, the stronger the pull became. Their bodies sank inch by inch, beyond their control. Trivial trick! Break it! Lin Xian was both shocked and furious. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the fully formed spatial fissure before him down with all his might, slashing it into the muddy pit beneath his feet. He would use his most powerful attack to tear this damned muddy swamp along with the entire land into shreds. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The terrifying black fissure, powerful enough to tear apart space itself. It vanished without a trace, swallowed up as if it had vanished into thin air. Not even the slightest ripple was stirred. What? Lin Xian's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His most powerful strike, capable of cleaving mountains, had actually been swallowed by a mere muddy pool? How could this be? This completely defied everything he knew about the conservation of energy. Didn't I tell you? A calm voice tinged with mockery echoed faintly in his ear. In this swamp, I am the rule. Xiāo Ran watched the so-called S-rank genius, half submerged in the mud, his face etched with horror and disbelief. The smile on Xiāo Ran's own face grew even more amused. Since you're so fond of this swamp, so eager to trample the rules with your power, then today, I'll let this swamp give you a proper welcome. Welcome to my hunting ground. Chapter 60, The Swamp's Welcome Ceremony. Hunting ground?
Half submerged in the muddy pit, Lin Xian froze at Xiāo Ran's flippant remark.
Then, an unprecedented wave of humiliation and rage erupted from his core like a volcano. Who was he? He was the young master of the Lin family of the imperial capital. A peerless prodigy who had awakened the S-rank ability, spatial severance. A man destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Yet now, he was trapped in this filthy mud by an F-rank waste of space, in a manner bordering on humiliation. And the other dared to brazenly declare this his hunting ground? What did he take himself for? Prey? Xiāo Ran. You damned good for nothing. Do you think these cheap tricks can trap me?
Lin Xian looked like a madman. He frantically channeled the source energy within his body, unleashing countless tiny spatial blades that slashed wildly around him, attempting to tear apart the viscous mud clinging to his form. Yet it was useless. The mud seemed alive. No matter how fiercely he sliced, it would reassemble from all directions at an even faster pace, binding him tighter. The situation was even worse for the shadow guards behind him. The towering shadow guard who had crushed Raymond's warhammer barehanded was now swallowed up to his chest by the mud. His terrifying strength, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, was utterly useless in this treacherous quagmire where he found no foothold. He could only rage like a giant elephant trapped in a swamp, roaring in futile fury as he struggled. The female shadow guard who had crushed Bai Qiushui's strongest strike with just 2 fingers now paled with terror. Her vaunted speed and skill had become a mockery in this quagmire, or even a foothold was impossible. Her poison-tipped dagger flashed relentlessly, yet each strike only carved feeble, futile gashes into the viscous mud. They were like flies caught in a spider's web. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank.
Well, young Master Lin?
Xiāo Ran stood calmly on a patch of solid ground nearby, arms crossed as he looked down on Lin Xian's pitiful struggle in the mud. A cat-like smile played on his lips.
Is my little mud pit providing you with adequate hospitality?
How did you do this? Lin Xian stared fixedly at Xiāo Ran, his eyes filled with horror and incomprehensible confusion.
He couldn't comprehend it. The other was clearly just an F-rank guide. How could he possibly manipulate the environment of this swamp?
This was beyond the realm of talent. This was clearly something only the creator of this instance or a god who controlled its core rules could achieve.
Want to know?
Xiāo Ran smiled at the look on his face, a mix of rage, fear, and a hint of longing.
Beg me. If you kneel and beg me right now, maybe I'll be in a good mood and tell you. You're dreaming.
Lin Xian spat out another mouthful of blood in rage.
For him, the esteemed young master of the Lin family, an S-rank prodigy, to kneel and beg a worthless F-rank?
This was worse than death. You've got guts. Xiāo Ran nodded approvingly, then snapped his fingers.
Since young Master Lin dislikes this gentle approach, then let's switch to something more stimulating.
As his words faded. Rustle. A spine-chilling, dense rustling sound erupted once more from the dense, twisted jungle surrounding them on all sides.
Swamp crocodiles?
The female shadow guard who had just subdued Bai Qiushui turned deathly pale at the sound. She recalled the nightmare-like, bulletproof, and superhumanly strong mutated swamp crocodiles they had encountered not long ago.
Sure enough.
Before their horrified eyes.
1, 2, 10, 20.
More numerous, larger in size, and emanating a more frenzied aura than before, the mutated swamp-mad crocodiles slowly crawled out of the dark jungle. Their lantern-like crimson eyes locked onto the helpless delicacies trapped in the muddy swamp.
Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths, lined with razor-sharp teeth.
No, don't come closer. Lin Xian stared at the dark, surging tide of monsters, an army of steel-like beasts. The emotion he had been forcing down deep inside fear finally erupted, completely beyond his control. He was afraid. He was truly terrified. He could face death without flinching. But he dreaded being torn limb from limb, piece by these hideous, filthy monsters devoured alive. That was 10,000 times more terrifying than death itself.
Xiāo Ran. I was wrong. Make them stop, I beg you.
Faced with the most primal fear of death, he finally abandoned his ridiculous so-called dignity, screaming hysterically for mercy.
Oh?
Xiāo Ran scratched his ear, feigning surprise.
Young Master Lin, what did you just say? The wind is too loud, I didn't catch that. I said I was wrong. Please spare me. If you spare me, I'll give you anything you want. Money, equipment, martial arts techniques. Our Lin family has everything.
Lin Xian had completely broken down.
Like a dog begging for mercy, he frantically promised Xiāo Ran every conceivable benefit.
Behind him, the shadow guards watched their young master reduced to the lowliness of an ant, their eyes filled with despair and sorrow. They knew that from this moment onward, Lin Xian's proud heart as a powerful warrior had been utterly shattered. Even if he managed to leave this place alive today, he would never again be able to hold his head high before Xiāo Ran for the rest of his life.
Why didn't you just do this sooner?
Xiāo Ran watched his pitiful, tear-streaked face and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he waved his hand gently toward the swarm of swamp crocodiles poised to pounce and feast.
Alright, that's enough for the appetizer.
The rabid, bloodthirsty beasts, upon seeing Xiāo Ran's gesture, actually halted in their tracks. A deeply human-like regret flickered in their crimson eyes. With a reluctant growl, they slowly retreated back into the dark jungle. Lin Xian and his shadow guards watched this eerie scene unfold, each letting out a long sigh of relief. They felt as though they had narrowly escaped death's door. But their relief was short-lived. Xiāo Ran's demonic voice echoed in their ears once more. "Don't get too excited just yet. I was just saying the appetizers are done. As for the main course..." He lifted his head, glancing into the deepest recesses of the jungle, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "It's only just begun." As his words faded. Boom! 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 A series of heavy, terrifying footsteps, like an earthquake, slowly approached from the depths of the jungle. The entire earth trembled violently beneath the impact of those footsteps. Lin Xian and his shadow guards looked up in horror. At the edge of their vision, the terrifying colossus they had glimpsed in their hallucinations, 10 meters tall as a mountain, covered in rotting scales, a monstrous horn piercing its skull. The Swamp King, the Hydra, was slowly emerging from the darkness, its footsteps capable of crushing everything in its path. This time, it was no illusion. It was a true descent. Chapter 61, The Despair of an S-Rank Genius. As the 10-meter-tall, prehistoric beast-like Swamp King Hydra emerged from the darkness, Lin Xian felt his very soul tremble. As the young master of the Lin family of the imperial capital, he had encountered countless formidable monsters, at least 800, if not 1,000. He had even glimpsed a level 40 Lord-tier boss guarding the final gate of an A-rank instance from afar. Yet none had ever instilled such overwhelming, primal fear and despair within him. This wasn't mere suppression through level or raw power. It was a crushing dominance, at the very level of the rules themselves. He could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from that monster had fused completely and perfectly with this death swamp. It was the swamp. This swamp was it. To fight it here was tantamount to declaring war on the entire world. Impossible. This is just a C-rank simulation instance. How could a monster of this caliber appear here? Lin Xian's lips trembled. His face, usually smug and arrogant, was now contorted beyond recognition by sheer terror. The shadow guards beside him were all petrified with terror. Daggers clattered to the muddy ground as they collapsed, too numb to struggle. They stared blankly, hopelessly, at the moving mountain advancing step by step toward them. The Hydra's pace was slow, yet each step felt like a stomp on their hearts, turning every beat into a death countdown. Within the cavern, atop the throne. Holy, holy. Ran, you summoned the final boss? Wang Fatso stared at the suffocatingly terrifying colossus on the projection screen, his words stumbling out. His legs felt like jelly. This thing was terrifying. If it got loose, forget about Jiangcheng Academy, it could easily flatten the entire city of Jiangcheng. Calm down, Fatso. Xiāo Ran crossed his legs, casually cracking sunflower seeds. Who knows where he pulled them from, as he replied with leisurely composure, I told you this was a sightseeing trip. What's the fun in visiting places without any unique features? Fat Wang. Watching his brother Xiāo Ran look more relaxed than he would at the movies, Wang Fei felt his worldview being ground into the dirt once again. Treating a level 20 Lord tier boss as a tourist attraction? Who would believe that? Won't it go berserk? Bai Qiushui asked, her voice tinged with worry. She could sense the terrifying energy contained within that Hydra. She had no doubt that if this thing went berserk, even Xiāo Ran, the temporary king of the swamp, wouldn't be able to control it. Relax, Xiāo Ran chuckled, gesturing toward the throne beneath him. As long as I'm seated here, it'll be more obedient than your pet husky. I've only temporarily awakened its power, borrowing it for now. Once this tournament ends, it will fall back into slumber until the next person capable of activating this throne appears. Of course, that might take until the cows come home. After hearing Xiāo Ran's explanation, Bai Qiushui finally exhaled in relief. But when she looked at Xiāo Ran again, her gaze was filled with an indescribable complexity. How many secrets did this man still conceal? Deep within the jungle, the shadow of death had completely engulfed Lin Xian and his companions. The nine-headed serpent had advanced directly before them. Its enormous head, as massive as a small mountain, slowly lowered. Its eyes, like molten lava, blazing with raging flames, coldly surveyed the lowly ants in the muddy pool who had utterly abandoned all resistance. No, please don't. Lin Xian stared at the gaping maw large enough to swallow him and the muddy swamp hole. The stench of hot, foul breath spewing from the colossal jaws, he potent enough to melt steel, finally snapped the last thread of his sanity. He wept. He wept uncontrollably, like a helpless child about to be led to the slaughterhouse. What S-rank genius? What young master of the Lin family of the imperial capital? What supreme ruler above heaven and earth? In the face of absolute, inescapable death, all of it seemed utterly laughable, utterly powerless. Proceed. Inside the cave, Xiāo Ran watched the utterly broken Lin Xian on the light screen and issued his final command in a calm voice. He was no saint. For those who sought to kill him, he never showed mercy. Roar! In the jungle, the Hydra received the command. A flicker of human-like excitement and bloodlust flashed in its massive lava eyes.
It opened its abyssal maw, vast enough to devour everything, poised to strike down the two desperate souls in the muddy swamp. But at that critical moment, a flash of resolute madness suddenly flickered in the eyes of the fiery figured, enchantingly beautiful female shadow guard. Young master! Run! She let out a piercing scream. Then, her body exploded like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. Boom! A colossal, black shockwave of destructive energy erupted from her center. The self-detonation of a level 15 B rank assassin. The sheer power of this energy was terrifying. Yet even against the colossal hydra, it only caused a momentary pause. But the muddy swamp that had trapped Lin Xian and the towering shadow guard was violently torn open at the explosion's epicenter, creating a massive gap. Go! The towering shadow guard reacted with lightning speed. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity bought with his comrade's life, he hurled several treasures to detonate in succession, buying mere moments of hesitation from the hydra. Then, grabbing the stunned, petrified Lin Xian beside him, he activated his final survival skill. Blood Shadow Escape. His body transformed into a crimson afterimage, streaking toward the jungle's edge at a terrifying speed that defied the limits of sound. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time the hydra recovered from the countless explosions, the two ant-like figures had already vanished at the edge of the jungle. The duck that was almost in the bag flew away. The hydra unleashed a deafening roar, filled with boundless fury. The entire death swamp trembled violently beneath its fury. Within the cave, atop the throne, Xiāo Ran watched the two red dots escaping on the light screen. Far from showing anger or surprise, instead, a hint of amused interest flickered across his lips. This is interesting. Looks like the Lin family really gave them quite a few treasures. But a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, like a hunter finally baring his fangs upon spotting prey. Do you really think you can escape like this? Chapter 62, Kneel and Call Me Father. Brother Ran, they've escaped. Wang Fatty stared at the two rapidly receding red dots on the screen, his voice tinged with panic. He never imagined that in such a desperate, doomed situation, the enemy would still possess the courage to go down fighting and the final card to destroy everything along with themselves. Escape? Xiāo Ran smiled, a smile laden with meaning. In this swamp, without my permission, not even a god can escape. He rose slowly from the throne, stretching lazily to loosen his stiffened limbs. Well, the show's nearly over. It's time to personally meet our esteemed guest who has traveled so far. As he spoke, his figure began to slowly fade into transparency before the stunned gazes of Wang Fatty and Bai Qiushui. Finally, like ripples on water, he dissolved into the throne behind him and vanished. What the hell? Ran, where is he? Wang Fat stared at the empty throne, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Bai Qiushui wore an equally stunned expression. She could sense that Xiāo Ran's presence hadn't vanished. Instead, in a way she couldn't comprehend, it had fused completely with the throne itself, with the entire underground cavern, and even with the entire death swamp. In this moment, he seemed to become the very embodiment of the swamp itself. Death Swamp, Outer Perimeter. A crimson afterimage streaked through the twisted jungle and viscous mud pools at a terrifying speed bordering on teleportation. The tall shadow guard's face was as pale as paper. The arm clutching Lin Xian's hand trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging from the sheer force exerted. Blood Shadow Escape was his ultimate life-saving technique. By sacrificing half his life essence, he gained superhuman speed and the ability to pierce any obstacle for a brief period. This unique skill book was the only loot he had ever obtained from a hidden boss in an A-rank dungeon, after narrowly escaping death 9 times. He had believed he would never need to use it in his lifetime. But he never imagined he'd be forced to use it in a mere C-rank rookie selection tournament. Faster. Faster. If we can just escape this damn jungle, we'll be safe. The towering shadow guard roared frantically within his mind. He could feel the terrifying aura behind him, like an avalanche or a tidal wave, closing in at breakneck speed. The monster was catching up. Useless. You worthless piece of trash. Run faster. Lin Xian, clutched in his grasp, finally began to regain his senses from the extreme terror he had just endured. Instead of gratitude, he hurled curses at the towering shadow guard desperately trying to save him. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, you useless piece of trash, how could we have been discovered? How could I be in such a miserable state? When I return to the clan, I'll make sure my father throws you and your entire family into the snake pit to feed the snakes. He blamed every ounce of failure and humiliation on this guard who was burning his life to save him. Hearing the venomous curses, the tall shadow guard's eyes, which had remained cold and numb, flashed with deep sorrow and self-mockery. Yes. What was he, after all? Nothing more than a dog bred by the Lin family, ready to sacrifice his life for his master at any moment. In that split second of distraction, his body, charging forward at breakneck speed, suddenly froze. He realized with horror that the space ahead of him had begun to violently distort. As if an invisible giant hand was recklessly kneading this very expanse of heaven and earth.
He tried to halt, but once the blood shadow escape was activated, it couldn't be stopped in an instant. He could only watch helplessly as he crashed headlong into that warped, distorted space twisted like a funhouse mirror. The world spun wildly. When his vision finally cleared, he realized he and Lin Xian had been transported back to that terrifying jungle, the very place they had just risked their lives to escape, filled with death and despair. Before them, the youth who seemed to control everything like a god stood there, arms crossed, perfectly composed, a devilishly amused smile playing on his lips. "Welcome back." Xiāo Ran greeted the two returning guests with a smile. "Young Master Lin, didn't I tell you? Without my permission, no one escapes." "You, who are you? Human or ghost?" The towering shadow guard stared at the youth who seemed to teleport before them, his voice thick with endless terror and despair. His heart, as solid as rock for a top-tier assassin, shattered completely in that instant. Spatial leap? No. No. This wasn't a spatial jump. He had clearly sensed it. This very space had come alive. It was this jungle, this swamp, that had actively sent them back. Manipulating space? No. It was manipulating the rules. This youth, he could manipulate the rules within this instance. He is the god of this world. Whether I'm human or ghost doesn't matter. Xiāo Ran didn't answer his question. He merely turned his gaze toward Lin Xian, who was now pale as a ghost and collapsed on the ground. "What matters is, our game isn't over yet." He walked toward Lin Xian step by step. "Didn't you just say you wanted me to kneel? And make me kowtow? And make me crawl away like a dog?" With each word, he took another step forward. His aura surged relentlessly with each step. A chilling, soul-freezing terror, a palpable intent to kill completely enveloped Lin Xian. "No, don't come closer, don't come closer." Lin Xian watched the youth approaching him step by step, like the very incarnation of death descending. Terrified out of his wits, he scrambled backward through the mud on all fours. His once handsome face was now twisted and grotesque with utter terror. Where was even a trace of the arrogance and pride of that S-rank genius from before? Scared now? Xiāo Ran stopped in front of him. He slowly crouched down, looking down from above at this so-called peerless prodigy whose dignity had been utterly crushed beneath his feet. A brilliant yet utterly cruel smile spread across his face. "I recall you seemed quite fond of me calling you something earlier?" "Oh, right. Dad?" He reached out and gently patted Lin Xian's face, caked with mud and tears. His voice was as soft as if he were whispering the sweetest words to a lover. "Now, kneel. Call me father. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your worthless life." Chapter 63, Go Back and Deliver a Message. You. Lin Xian collapsed limp in the mud. Staring up at the youth who now looked down on him with utter contempt, as though he were nothing but trash, he felt his very soul trembling wildly from the sheer humiliation. Make him kneel? And call some F-rank loser father? This was 10,000 times more agonizing than death itself. What? Unwilling? Xiāo Ran watched the twisted expression on his face, a mix of rage, fear, and a hint of stubborn defiance, and his smile grew even wider. Seems young Master Lin still has some backbone after all. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his hands, then whistled softly into the darkness nearby. In that case, there's no other choice. Nine-headed serpent, come out for dinner. Roar. As his words faded, a terrifying roar filled with boundless fury and bloodlust exploded from the jungle behind them. The monstrous beast, towering 10 meters tall like a mountain, once again emerged from the darkness with heavy, deliberate steps. Its massive eyes, like molten lava, locked onto Lin Xian. Its gaze brimmed with unmasked greed and hunger for its prey. "No, don't come closer." Lin Xian stared at the reincarnation of death descending once more. The thread of dignity he had barely managed to hold on to snapped completely at that moment. He didn't want to die. He truly did not want to die. He still had his prime years ahead, boundless wealth and power to amass, the Lin family legacy to inherit, and the pinnacle of this world to stand upon and look down upon all living beings. How could he die here? Die in this filthy, disgusting, stinking hellhole? Father! Father! I was wrong. I was wrong. Father! I beg you. Please spare me. Faced with the most primal fear of death, he finally abandoned everything completely. He knelt in the mud like a true, lowliest, tail-wagging, begging dog, frantically kowtowing to Xiāo Ran. The loud thuds of his head striking the ground and the piercing cries of father, wails that seemed to come from the depths of his soul echoed through the deathly silent jungle. Standing not far away, the towering shadow guard watched his once lofty, arrogant young master now reduced to a pitiful, dust-like state. Two streams of murky tears, whether from sorrow or relief, no one could tell, trickled down his cold, numb eyes. Inside the cave, Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui watched this iconic scene unfold through the light screen, both falling into a prolonged silence. Wang Fat's face radiated an indescribable, supreme sense of satisfaction and delight. Arrogant bastard. See what you get for looking down on our Rangu. Now you know who the real boss is, huh? Serves you right. Bai Qiushui's inner turmoil ran even deeper. Watching Lin Xian, whose dignity had been utterly crushed by Xiāo Ran in the most brutal manner, she felt not a shred of sympathy. Instead, an inexplicable, sickening thrill stirred within her.
She knew this thought was dangerous and abnormal. But she couldn't control it. She simply believed that anyone who dared to insult Xiāo Ran, anyone who dared to harm Xiāo Ran, deserved a punishment 100 times, 1,000 times more miserable than this. As she watched Xiāo Ran's back on the holographic screen, still calm and composed as if performing some trivial task, an unprecedented fiery intensity flashed in her cold, clear eyes. This man was hers. No one could take him away. Good boy. Deep within the jungle, Xiāo Ran listened to the heartfelt cries of father and nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand gently at the 9-headed serpent that had already approached Lin Xian, its gaping maw drooling so profusely it nearly dripped onto Lin Xian's face. Alright, go back. No dinner for you today. Roar. Wah. A deeply human look of profound grievance and regret flashed across the 9-headed serpent's massive, lava-like eyes. It shot a reluctant glance at the delicious treat now within arm's reach. Finally, it obediently let out a low growl, slowly turned around, and trudged back into the endless darkness with heavy steps. Lin Xian watched the shadow of death finally vanish, collapsing onto the muddy ground as limp as if pulled from water, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. The relief of surviving the ordeal and the bone-deep humiliation, two utterly contradictory emotions, twisted wildly within him, distorting his handsome face into a grimace of fury. Alright, since you're being so obedient. Xiāo Ran walked up to him, crouching down, his face once again breaking into that angelic, radiant smile. As a reward, I'll let you die painlessly. What? Lin Xian snapped his head up, his eyes filled with disbelieving horror. You said you'd spare me? Did I? Xiāo Ran scratched his head in feigned surprise. Oh, I remember now. I think I said I might spare your pathetic life. But now, I've changed my mind. Because. Xiāo Ran's smile slowly faded. His gaze turned as cold and indifferent as the eternal ice of Siberia. What I hate most is being threatened. The moment the words fell, he extended his hand and gently pressed it against Lin Xian's forehead. Then, the points bracelet on his wrist, the emblem of his contestant status, flashed with light. Ding! Confirm elimination of contestant Lin Xian? Confirm. No. Lin Xian stared into Xiāo Ran's eyes, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, letting out the final, most desperate and unwilling scream of his life. The next second, his body dissolved into a shower of light particles, vanishing from this death swamp he never wished to recall again. The instant he vanished, every piece of equipment on his person, including the great strategic item, space shield orb, and all the points he'd plundered from Raymond and Zhao Feng, clattered to the ground like spoils of war. Xiāo Ran didn't glance at the gear. His gaze settled calmly upon the last survivor standing trembling like a leaf at the edge of the scene, the towering shadow guard. The moment Gao de Yingwei met Xiāo Ran's gaze, all strength seemed to drain from his body. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. He neither begged for mercy nor resisted. He merely looked at Xiāo Ran with an expression bordering on relief, his voice hoarse as he said, "Go ahead. To die by the hand of a master like you is my honor." Xiāo Ran looked at him, silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. "I won't kill you." What? The towering shadow guard froze in shock. "Go back. Tell those still in charge at the Lin household." Xiāo Ran's tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable, regal authority. "Tell them that I, Xiāo Ran, will personally pay them a visit before long. Have them clean their necks and wait." With that, he dismissed the assassin, who was now utterly cowed by fear. Bending down, he calmly picked up each piece of the glittering spoils scattered on the ground. Then he turned and walked slowly toward the cave entrance, leaving only the towering shadow guard kneeling in that cold, death-filled muddy pool, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 64, Top of the Leaderboard. Moments later, Xiāo Ran's figure appeared in the cave like a ghostly apparition, utterly silent. Ran! Wang Fatty was startled by Xiāo Ran's sudden appearance, scattering sunflower seed shells everywhere. Just moments ago, he and Bai Qiushui had been debating whether Rangu had become the very essence of this swamp, destined to remain here as its mountain bandit chief forever. What? Don't recognize me? Xiāo Ran couldn't help but chuckle at the ghost-struck look on his face. No. Wang Fat hurriedly waved his hands. He ran over to Xiāo Ran, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his face brimming with admiration and curiosity. Bro Ran, what was that move you pulled just now? The guy just vanished? I thought you'd ascended to immortality. Bai Qiushui approached as well, her cool, clear eyes equally filled with inquiry and curiosity. She could sense that Xiāo Ran now carried a subtle shift from before. His aura seemed to form an almost imperceptible connection with this space and the surrounding flora, making him appear even more mysterious and unfathomable. Just a little trick, Xiāo Ran explained casually. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that he'd used the privileges of the Swamp Throne to temporarily merge his consciousness with the underlying rules of this simulated instance, achieving GM-like abilities like teleportation and worldwide announcements. Such rule-level abilities were too earth-shattering to reveal just yet. Ignoring the two curious onlookers, he dumped the entire haul looted from Lin Xian onto the ground. Clink! Clank! Instantly, the entire cavern shimmered with the alluring glow of various equipment and items. Holy crap! We're rich! Wang Fatso stared at the pile of at least a dozen pieces of gear, each radiating an extraordinary aura.
His eyes instantly turned into credit point symbols, and he was practically drooling. This was the entire fortune of an S-rank genius, the young master of the Lin family from the imperial capital. While most of it had been dropped by his shadow guards, the items Lin Xin himself had carried were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Calm down, Fatso. Act like you know what you're doing. Xiāo Ran shot him a disdainful glance before crouching down to meticulously inventory the spoils. His eye of truth had already scanned every item's details with crystal clarity. The first item he picked up was a crystal-like orb emitting a faint silver glow. This thing blocked my perception. Xiāo Ran tossed the orb in his hand. Space-blocking orb. Quality, B-grade rare. Effect, upon activation, creates an independent subspace barrier within a 500-meter radius. The barrier blocks all energy detection and spatial fluctuations, preventing the use of any teleportation-type skills or items. Duration, 30 minutes. Note, forged from void crystals, it can be recharged after energy depletion. This item is a strategic-grade artifact with no market price on the black market, typically held only by top-tier factions for executing the most critical assassination or suppression missions. A grade B strategic item. Bai Qiushui stared at the bead, her beautiful face etched with shock. Born into the Bai family, she understood its value and rarity. This wasn't something a newcomer could possess, not even an ordinary A-rank powerhouse could afford it. The Lin family of the imperial capital had truly spared no expense for their precious treasure. Nice piece. We'll need this for our tactical operations later. Xiāo Ran promptly stowed the priceless orb into his system inventory without hesitation. Next, he picked up several pieces of equipment that had dropped from Lin Xian's body. A pair of black boots that looked ordinary yet seemed to blend into the space around them. Boots of the Dimension Walker. Quality, B grade. Effect, movement speed plus 50%. Grants the skill Void Walk, allowing the wearer to step into dimensional rifts for 3 seconds, granting immunity to all physical attacks. Cooldown, 10 minutes. A lightweight black leather armor crafted from the hide of an unknown magical beast. Shadow Slayer leather armor. Quality, C+ grade. Effect, physical defense plus 80, magic resistance plus 50. Slightly absorbs light, enhancing concealment in shadows. No wonder he's a big shot from the capital. His gear is way better than anything these country bumpkins in Jiangcheng have. Xiāo Ran marveled as he examined the items. Though in his eyes, the design philosophy behind these items remained stuck at the level of simple stat stacking, nowhere near as revolutionary as his own Ran series. Still, their quality and rarity were undeniably top tier. But now, it's all mine. He tossed all the gear into his backpack without a second thought. While he had no use for it himself, whether he took it back for Su Muyue to study or simply auctioned it off at the 10,000 treasures pavilion, it would fetch a fortune large enough to make anyone green with envy. Scattered on the ground were additional B and C grade weapons and consumables dropped by the shadow guards. Xiāo Ran collected every last piece without exception. Only after finishing this did he leisurely open the points bracelet on his wrist. He glanced at the leaderboard. Rank 127, Immortal Squad, points, 0. Alright, it's time to give those who look down on us outside a little shock. Xiāo Ran chuckled, then transferred all the points he had inherited from Lin Xin, the massive sum contributed by Raymond, Zhao Feng, and Lin Xin's own team into his own team's account in one go. Ding! Immortal Squad gains plus 6,560 points. Meanwhile, outside the Death Swamp, at the Central Martial Arts Arena of Jiangcheng Academy, tens of thousands of students and instructors gathered before the massive light screen, watching the live battle of the selection tournament with tense excitement. Look! The Thunder Team and Windrunner Squad are clashing. Right in the central zone. Holy crap! This is what you get when two A-rank geniuses clash. The special effects are more thrilling than watching a movie. Raymond's Thunder God's Descent is insane. He's practically a human-sized Gundam. Zhao Feng's Wind Child isn't half bad either. His footwork is so fluid, impossible to pin down. Everyone was in awe of the fierce clash between these two top-tier teams. On the leaderboard, their points remained neck and neck, surging back and forth as they left the other teams far behind. Well, looks like the top 2 spots are theirs this time, remarked an upperclassman with a hint of envy. Not necessarily, another student beside him shook his head, pointing to the team name at the very bottom of the leaderboard that had been stuck at 0 points since the start of the competition. Haven't you forgotten about that dad-tier big shot? Him? The senior sneered dismissively. He hasn't made a move in nearly 12 hours and still has 0 points. In my opinion, he's all flash and no substance. Those SSS rank wins earlier were pure luck, or maybe he was riding senior Bai Qiushui's coattails. Exactly. What can an F-tier player possibly do? Now that we're in the real deal PvP phase, his true colors are showing. Probably hiding in some backwater corner, hoping to coast through till the end of the competition? What a disgrace. In an instant, the chorus of skepticism and ridicule toward Xiāo Ran grew deafening once more. After all, to most people, a team going 12 hours without scoring a single point was utterly absurd and humiliating. Yet, just as their mockery reached its peak, a sudden twist occurred. The Divine Squad, which had been firmly anchored at the bottom of the leaderboard with 0 points, suddenly burst into brilliant light. The number behind it began to surge upward at a speed impossible to track with the naked eye, frenetically, exponentially. 1,000. 2,000. 4,000. 6,000. Finally, under the stunned, ghost-stricken stares of everyone present, that number settled firmly at 6,560, a terrifying figure suffocating enough to leave anyone breathless. And the name Divine Warriors shot up the rankings like a rocket, blasting from the very bottom straight to the very top. First place. And it claimed the top spot with a commanding, overwhelming, absolute advantage. Its points exceeded the combined total of second, third, fourth, all the way down to 10th place. The entire central arena fell into a deathly silence. Those who had been mocking Xiāo Ran moments ago now felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on their throats, leaving them utterly speechless. Their faces were etched with absurdity, shock, and utter disbelief. Only one thought remained in their minds. What the hell just happened? Up on the dais, the head instructor and principal Lin Sun Yuan were equally frozen in place. Staring at the blindingly high score of 6,560 perched at the top of the rankings, they felt their hearts skip a beat. Old Lin. The head instructor swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he turned to the veteran principal beside him who had maintained an unflappable composure throughout, as if everything were under his control. Was this part of your plan too? Ha! The old principal lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam. A sly, box-like smile spread across his face. I merely gave him a key. As for what kind of door he'll unlock with it, that depends entirely on his own abilities. Chapter 65, First Place, Time to Chill. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Amidst the crowd at the training ground, a pale-faced youth stared fixedly at the glaring number on the light screen, letting out a hysterical scream. He was a member of the Thunder team. During the brutal battle against the Windrunner squad moments ago, he had been eliminated early due to severe injuries. He had believed that after paying such a heavy price, his captain, Raymond, would at least secure a top 5 finish for the team. But he never imagined the final outcome would be this. Not only did their Thunder Force team suffer a complete wipeout, but even the second-place Windrunners squad vanished from the leaderboard. Replacing them was a team that had scored 0 points since the tournament began, now astonishingly surging to the top in an instant. What does this mean? It points to only one possibility. That god-tier team called Xiāo Ran had wiped out both of their top squads in a way they couldn't comprehend. Monsters. This thought spread like a plague through the minds of all the surviving or eliminated competitors. Gazing upon that lofty name, their eyes held none of the previous skepticism or scorn. What remained was the most primal, most pure, fear of an unknown, incomprehensible power. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Xiāo Ran, lay leisurely on a smooth slab of white jade beside the fountain of life. Legs crossed, he savored the fruit peeled for him by Xiaoshui. This is good. Quite sweet. He accepted a segment of orange offered by Xiaoshui, popped it into his mouth, and nodded with satisfaction. Watching him relax as if on a seaside vacation, Xiaoshui couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears at the absurdity of it all, especially when he thought of the chaos unfolding outside, likely driven mad entirely because of him. This man always managed to accomplish the most earth-shattering deeds with the utmost calm. Brother Ran. We're in first place now. And by a landslide. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. Fat Wan was jumping up and down beside him, overcome with excitement. He had just regained consciousness from that transformative energy infusion. Not only had his level surged to 10, but his immovable barrier shield had also absorbed that immense chaos energy, causing its quality to leap from C rank to B rank. Now, he felt like a human tank. Even facing a level 20 Lord tier boss, he was confident he could tank a few hits. Calm down, Fatso, Xiāo Ran shot him a look. This is nothing yet. It's just a minor qualifying match. Our goal is the vast starry seas. The vast starry seas? Wang Fat scratched his head, puzzled. He means the Rookie King Tournament Championship, Xiaoshui explained softly from the side, a faint smile playing on her lips. Somehow, she'd grown effortlessly attuned to understanding Xiāo Ran's words, those phrases others dismissed as adolescent fantasies or wild flights of fancy. Perhaps this was what they called a meeting of minds? At that thought, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Right. The Rookie King Tournament Champion. Wang Fat slapped his thigh, his excitement reigniting instantly. Bro Ran, with our points this high, we're already solidly in first place. What should we do next? Should we go out and keep dominating, eliminating everyone else, or kill what? Xiāo Ran cut him off impatiently. What's the fun in all that fighting? We're civilized people. Besides, haven't you read the rules? They're selecting the top 5 teams, not just the first place winner. If we wipe out everyone now, what's the point of the academy selecting anyone? That old fox of a principal will definitely come after me again. Fat Wan thought about it and realized he had a point. Then we just stay here until the competition ends? What else? Xiāo Ran rolled his eyes. We've got food, drinks, the fountain of life to bathe in, and, lovely scenery to admire.
Isn't that better than wallowing in those filthy, stinking swamps outside?
As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Bai Qiushui beside him, her face flushed as red as a ripe apple. Bai Qiushui flinched under his gaze, quickly lowering her head. She pretended to peel another orange in her hands with intense focus, not daring to lift her eyes. Wang Fatso observed the subtle, pink bubble-filled atmosphere of mutual attraction between the two, his face breaking into a lecherous, know-it-all grin. Hee, Brother Ran is absolutely right. This place is perfect. This place is amazing. It's practically paradise on earth. Ran Ji, Bai Tongxue, you two chat here. I'm gonna take a dip over there to solidify the breakthrough I just made. With that, he hoisted his massive shield and plunged back into the emerald green life spring with a splash, leaving only his round, plump head bobbing up and down on the surface. For a moment, the entire jade white island was left with only Xiāo Ran and Bai Qiushui. The atmosphere instantly grew a bit awkward. Bai Qiushui broke the silence first. She held out the freshly peeled, translucent orange in her hand toward Xiāo Ran, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You should have some too. Sure. Xiāo Ran smiled as he accepted it. Looking at the once privileged princess before him, her head bowed low, her ears flushed crimson, the last trace of resentment born from the estrangement during the awakening ceremony finally vanished completely in that moment. Perhaps people truly do change. Once, burdened by her family's expectations and the pressures of the outside world, she had chosen a path that led her further and further away from him. But now, she was willing to set aside all her pride for him, even placing her very life unreservedly in his hands. That was enough. Xiao Shui. He murmured the intimate name he hadn't spoken in ages. Bai Qiushui's body trembled violently. She lifted her head, her eyes as clear as autumn water filled with disbelief, surprise, and overwhelming emotion. What did you just call me? I said. Xiāo Ran gazed into her eyes, his face breaking into an incredibly tender, radiant smile. Once this competition is over, let's go home and have dinner together. My mom's braised pork belly is absolutely delicious. Boom! Bai Qiushui felt as if the most dazzling fireworks had exploded in her mind. She could no longer contain the overwhelming emotions surging within her like a tidal wave. She threw herself forward, clinging tightly to the man before her, the man she'd lost and now found again. Tears fell silently like pearls from a broken string. Time flowed slowly in this warm and tranquil atmosphere. Outside, the world remained a sea of blood and carnage. Countless teams fought tooth and nail, bloodied and battered, vying for the remaining 4 spots. Yet the divine warriors, at the very epicenter of the storm, seemed to have vanished entirely from this world. Their score remained frozen at the intimidating 6,560 points, never budging an inch. This only deepened everyone's awe and dread. The unknown is always the most terrifying. To them, the man named Xiāo Ran and his enigmatic team were like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. No one knew when they would reappear. No one knew who their next target would be. This fear of the unknown was even more agonizing than direct combat. Finally, after everyone's agonizing wait, the 24-hour competition period came to an end. Ding! The Academy's internal selection tournament has officially concluded. All surviving participants will be teleported back to the training grounds in 10 seconds. 10-9-8. Within the cavern, Xiāo Ran slowly rose from the throne he had occupied for over a dozen hours. He glanced at the breathtakingly beautiful girl beside him, who had fallen into a deep sleep, her head resting heavily on his shoulder from exhaustion and excitement. Then he glanced at the chubby fellow soaked in the fountain of life until his skin was as white as a piglet, still snoring away. A resigned smile spread across his face. All right, lazy pig, time to wake up. Time to go home. Chapter 66, the match ends, the entire arena erupts. As the teleportation's white light faded, blinding sunlight and thunderous cheers instantly engulfed Xiāo Ran and his 2 companions. They had returned to the familiar, yet strangely unfamiliar Central Martial Arts Arena. Tens of thousands of students and instructors stood all around the arena, gazing at them with eyes bordering on fervor. Their gazes held shock, admiration, awe, and curiosity. Only the previous scorn and mockery were absent. Xiāo Ran! Xiāo Ran! Xiāo Ran! God-tier legend. The eternal deity. Divine squad. Number 1 under heaven. Who started it first? No one knew. But soon, the entire training ground erupted in a unified, feverish roar. The roar swelled wave after wave, threatening to tear the Academy's dome apart. Holy crap, is this for us? Wang the Fat was utterly stunned by the spectacle unfolding before him. This was the first time in his life he'd experienced such superstar-level treatment. Surrounded by younger students going wild and screaming for them, even some seniors who usually acted all high and mighty, he felt like he was floating on air. Awesome. Bai Qiushui was equally stunned by the frenzied atmosphere. As an S-tier genius, she had been the center of attention her entire life. But she had never witnessed such genuine, pure, and utterly selfless adoration and fervor before. She knew these cheers weren't for her, the S-rank prodigy. They were cheering for the man standing beside her, the one who had created all these miracles. She instinctively turned her head to look at Xiāo Ran. Yet she discovered that the man who should have been the center of attention bore not a trace of excitement or pride on his face. He stood there calmly, as if the thunderous cheers around him had nothing to do with him. His gaze was deep and serene, as if he had long since seen through all the world's superficial glamour. This detached state of mind once again filled Bai Qiushui with a profound sense of awe, as if gazing upon an unreachable mountain peak. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. From the other side of the training ground, dozens of medical personnel in uniform rushed out through the portal, carrying stretchers. Lying on the stretchers were the fortunate survivors of this brutal selection tournament. Most were covered in wounds, their clothes torn and tattered, their faces etched with exhaustion and lingering terror, as if they had just crawled out of hell. Raymond and Zhao Feng, the two once arrogant air-ranked geniuses, now lay unconscious on stretchers like two dead dogs, being carried out. The tall shadow guard, the last of Lin Xian's shadow guards who had narrowly escaped the jaws of the Hydra, was in an even more pitiful state. Though he bore no visible wounds, his eyes were hollow and vacant, his mouth muttering incoherently. "Demon! He's a demon! Don't come near! Don't come near!" He seemed to have witnessed something utterly terrifying, his mind completely shattered. When these battered survivors appeared on the martial arts field alongside Xiāo Ran, Bai Qiushui, and Wang Fatso, all three neatly dressed, refreshed, and looking as though they just returned from a pleasant outing in the countryside. The stark, visually jarring contrast caused the frenzied cheers of the entire crowd to falter. Immediately, an even more thunderous, frenzied roar erupted. Holy! This contrast is brutal. One side looks like refugees crawling out of hell, the other like gods returning from a Maldives vacation? Are these guys seriously in the same dungeon? God-tier boss, terrifying beyond belief. I hereby declare myself Ran Daddy's #1 brainless fan from this day forward. On the high platform, the head mentor watched the surreal scene below, his lips twitching as he felt his blood pressure skyrocket once more. He turned to the old principal beside him, who remained as calm as ever, as if he'd anticipated all this. His voice was dry as he asked, "Principal, is this really okay?" "What's the problem?" the old principal countered. He's crippled everyone. Raymond and Zhao Feng, those were our academy's two most promising talents after Bai Qiushui. Now, thanks to him, they'll likely be bedridden for at least 10 days to a fortnight. And don't even get me started on that Lin Xian from the capital. Though he was eliminated and isn't in mortal danger, I hear he suffered severe psychological trauma. Ever since returning, he's been holed up in his room, clutching his quilt and shivering uncontrollably, constantly crying out "Dad." The more the head instructor spoke, the more absurd it sounded. Ha! The old principal merely chuckled upon hearing this. Young people need to learn from setbacks. If we don't show them what it means that beyond the heavens lie greater heavens, and beyond men lie greater men, they'll forever wallow in their own laughable pride, like frogs in a well. As for that Lin Xian, a barely perceptible cold gleam flashed in the old principal's eyes. That old fox from the Lin family has dared to extend his reach into our Jiangcheng Academy. Does he truly believe Lin Sangyuan is a pushover? This time, it's just a small lesson for him. If he dares to do it again, it won't be as simple as eliminating some punk. The head mentor felt a chill run through him. He knew the principal was genuinely furious. He dared say no more, hastening to the podium instead. Clearing his throat, he prepared to announce the final results of the selection tournament. Gazing down at the youth below, worshipped with fervent eyes by countless admirers, his heart swelled with complex emotions. He knew that from this day forward, the sky over Jiangcheng Academy would change. A new era, one belonging to the Godfather-level big shot, was about to dawn. Silence. He amplified his voice across the entire martial arts arena with his source power. I hereby declare. The internal qualifying rounds for Jiangcheng Academy's Rookie King tournament are officially concluded. The top 5 winners of this tournament, who will represent our academy in the Imperial Capital competition, are. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over the faces below, each filled with anticipation and tension. Finally, his gaze settled upon the youth who had maintained an unflappable composure throughout. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a voice that was both resonant and solemn, unlike anything heard before, proclaiming the name destined to echo throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. First place. Divine Warriors Team. Captain. Xiāo Ran. Chapter 67, Envoys from the Imperial Capital, Principal steps forward. Second place, Wang Defu. Third place, Bai Qiushui. As the head instructor announced these 3 names, the entire martial arts arena erupted once more. A thunderous roar of cheers and applause shook the venue, resounding like rolling thunder that refused to die down. Though everyone had anticipated this outcome, the sheer shock remained unparalleled when it was officially announced. Especially when they saw that S-rank prodigy Bai Qiushui had only secured 3rd place, while the obscure B-rank tank, the Fat King, had claimed 2nd. Utter absurdity and disbelief filled everyone's hearts. But soon, they accepted it. Because they all understood that this ranking wasn't based on individual strength at all. It was based on how close one was to the big shots. Clearly, in the eyes of the big shot Xiāo Ran, his childhood buddy, the one he'd known since diapers, held a slightly higher status than his childhood sweetheart, who had chosen to distance herself at a critical moment. Ha ha ha. I'm second. Upon hearing his name, Fat Wang bounced around like a 300-pound child clutching his beloved shield. He felt his life had reached its pinnacle. Bai Qiushui watched his silly antics, a faint, helpless smile curling her lips. She glanced at Xiāo Ran beside her, his expression still serene as if none of this concerned him. A complex mix of emotions stirred within her. She knew this ranking was Xiāo Ran's deliberate choice. He was using this method to remind her that the rift between them wasn't so easily mended. But she didn't blame him. She even felt it was what she deserved. She lifted her head and looked at Xiāo Ran's profile. In those cold, clear eyes, she saw an unprecedented, unwavering resolve. It was fine. If once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 100 times. Bai Qiushui had resolved to commit to him for the rest of her life. She would fill that crack completely, bit by bit, with her actions. After announcing the top 3, the head instructor symbolically selected 2 more generals from the lower-ranked candidates to complete the 5-member team. The to-be-ranked talents whose names were called were so overcome with excitement they nearly burst into tears on the spot. They knew they'd hit the jackpot, pure luck, like tagging along with the crown prince only to get recommended by default. Alright. This selection tournament has concluded successfully. May our 5 warriors from Jiangcheng Academy showcase their prowess and skill in the upcoming Rookie King tournament, bringing glory to our institution. The head instructor delivered his final ceremonial remarks and prepared to dismiss the gathering. But at that very moment, a crisp, military-like cadence of footsteps, heavy with a menacing aura, suddenly echoed from the entrance of the martial arts arena. Immediately after, over a dozen burly men clad in black suits, each bearing a menacing embroidered character in gold thread across their chests, strode in swiftly. They were led by a stern-faced, cold-eyed middle-aged man. Each radiated an aura of battle-hardened steel. Each was at least a level 20 elite powerhouse. The aura emanating from the middle-aged man at their head was profoundly unfathomable, likely reaching level 30 or higher. This overwhelming aura, brimming with oppression and hostility, instantly swept away the previously fervent and celebratory atmosphere on the martial arts field. All fell silent, staring at the uninvited guests with eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. It's the Lin family from the imperial capital. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew the Lin family, of course. One of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, their power was overwhelming, a true colossus. That they would send representatives to Jiangcheng Academy at this moment, their intentions were all too clear. This was a show of force to demand answers. On the high platform, the chief mentor's expression darkened instantly. He was about to step forward to negotiate. But the old headmaster, Lin Sanyuan, waved him off, signaling him to hold his ground. The leader, a middle-aged man known as Uncle Lin, strode directly to the center of the martial arts arena. His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, swept slowly across the crowd. Finally, they settled precisely upon the youth, who remained utterly composed, as if nothing had occurred. You are Xiāo Ran? Lin Bo's voice was cold and hoarse, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. It was the absolute indifference of a superior holding the power of life and death over an inferior. That's me. Xiāo Ran lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and replied indifferently. Very well. Lin Bo nodded, his face devoid of any unnecessary expression. Our young master suffered severe psychological trauma during this competition. The family suspects someone employed dishonorable, illegal tactics during the event. Therefore, the family head has sent me specifically to request your return to the imperial capital to assist us in our investigation. He deliberately emphasized the words invite and investigation. The threat and domineering intent were unmistakable. The entire martial arts arena erupted in an uproar. Everyone understood this was no invitation to return for an investigation. This was clearly an attempt to forcibly take someone away and then extract a confession through the Lin family's private justice. How tyrannical! How unreasonable! This was nothing short of contempt for Jiangcheng Academy and the very rules of Xiao Nation. Bull! Fat Wang was the first to lose his temper. He raised his massive, immovable barrier shield to block Xiāo Ran, then hurled curses at Lin Bo. It's your so-called young master who couldn't hold his own in a fair fight. He tried dirty tricks and got countered by our brother Ran. Now you can't win, so you want to call your parents for revenge? Is the imperial capital Lin family this shameless? Bai Qiushui stepped forward as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Fatso. The Icefire Annihilation sword in her hand emitted a clear, piercing ring. A bone-chilling killing intent instantly locked onto Lin Bo. This is Jiangcheng Academy, not some playground for your Lin family to run wild. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get past the sword in my hand first. Watching the young man and woman standing like loyal guards, shielding Xiāo Ran behind them. A sneer of contempt and cruelty finally cracked across Lin Bo's usually impassive face. A B-rank tank and an S-rank swordsman? Indeed, 2 promising prospects. Too bad. You chose the wrong side to stand with. Since you're so eager to die with him, then I'll grant your wish. The moment the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from him, so intense it seemed to freeze the entire space. Behind him, over a dozen elite members of the Lin family, all above level 20, simultaneously drew their weapons. A bloody massacre seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Yet, at this tense, critical moment, a voice old yet filled with supreme authority rolled down from the high platform like thunderous claps.
The younger generation of the Lin family grows increasingly ignorant of propriety. What? Do you think I, Lin Sunyuan, am too feeble to lift my sword? Or do you think Jiangcheng Academy is some marketplace you can wander in and out of at will?
As the voice faded, the old headmaster Lin Sunyuan, his figure appearing somewhat stooped, descended step by step from the platform. With each step, the aura emanating from him previously unremarkable, like that of a neighborly old man, surged exponentially. By the time he reached the center of the martial arts arena, his presence had transformed into something as towering as a majestic mountain, as vast as the boundless starry sky. A terrifying pressure, pure and primal, fused with the very laws of heaven and earth, instantly enveloped the entire training ground. Under this crushing weight, Lin Bo and the dozen elite members of the Lin family behind him turned deathly pale in an instant. They felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed down upon them. Even breathing became unbearably difficult. Thud! Several weaker members buckled at the knees and collapsed to their knees on the spot. Lin Bo's eyes widened with horror and disbelief. He stared fixedly at the seemingly ordinary white-haired elder before him, his voice trembling as he uttered two words. Grand Master? Chapter 68, The Counterattack from F Rank. As Lin Bo uttered those two words in a trembling voice, the entire martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence. Then, a deafening uproar erupted. Grand Master? The headmaster is actually a Grandmaster level powerhouse? My goodness! That's a legendary being capable of single-handedly subduing an entire nation. Every student of Jiangcheng Academy felt an overwhelming surge of pride and honor fill their chests at that moment. Meanwhile, the uninvited guests, the Lin family from the imperial capital, turned ashen-faced, their eyes brimming with endless terror and despair. A Grandmaster-level powerhouse. They never dreamed that hidden within the small, remote Jiangcheng Academy would be such a legendary, elusive old monster. Uncle Lin's legs trembled uncontrollably. He knew he'd hit a brick wall today. No, not a brick wall. He'd kicked a mountain of superalloy, electrified with 100,000 volts of high-voltage current and immovable, divine peak. Elder Lin. He forced the words out through gritted teeth, his face, usually a mask of arrogance and coldness, now contorted into a groveling, terrified grin. This junior failed to recognize a mountain when standing before it. We'll leave immediately. Right now. With that, he scrambled to lead his terrified subordinates, who were practically tearing themselves away from this trouble spot. Leave? The old headmaster, Lin Sunyuan, uttered a single word, his voice devoid of emotion. Yet that single syllable felt like an invisible shackle, instantly binding Lin Bo and his men to the spot, unable to move. Did I give you permission to leave? Lin Sunyuan's gaze remained gentle, yet within that gentleness lay a piercing, soul-searing coldness and authority. The young upstarts of your Lin family dared to trespass onto my territory, injured my students, and now attempt to forcibly take away the captain I personally selected to compete in the Newcomer King tournament. And now you think a simple failure to recognize one's betters will sweep this under the rug? Do you really think I, Lin Sunyuan, have grown senile? Lin Bo broke out in a cold sweat. With a thud, he too knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing to Lin Sunyuan. Spare me, senior. Spare me. I know my mistake. I truly know my mistake. It's all our young master, Lin Xian. He's so immature. It was him. He was jealous of Xiāo Ran's talent, so he sent us to cause trouble. It has nothing to do with us. We were just following orders. Faced with an absolute, inescapable threat of death, he betrayed his young master without a second thought. Oh? Is that so? The old principal watched his pitiful, dog-like demeanor, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Just as everyone thought the old principal would stop there and spare the Lin family some face, Xiāo Ran, the youth who had stood quietly to the side like an outsider throughout, suddenly spoke up. Principal, I believe he is mistaken. All eyes instantly focused on him. Xiāo Ran slowly walked up to the trembling Lin Bo, who was still kneeling on the ground. He looked down at him from above, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. You just said your young master sent you here out of jealousy over my talent? Yes. Lin Bo nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain. Ha! Xiāo Ran chuckled. You're mistaken. He shook his head, then spoke slowly, as if stating the most obvious fact. He isn't jealous of my talent. He simply looks down on this so-called F-rank waste of space. He thinks I'm a lowly F-rank ant born to commoners, unworthy even to tie his shoes, let alone stand beside a heavenly prodigy like Bai Qiushui. That's why he wants to kill me, destroy me, wipe me and my family off this earth completely. He thought killing me was no different from crushing an ant, but he overestimated himself. Every word from Xiāo Ran struck like a heavy hammer, pounding into the hearts of everyone present on the martial arts field. Especially those who, like Lin Xian, had once mocked and despised Xiāo Ran for his F-tier talent. A flicker of shame and dread flickered across their faces. Yes. Hadn't they all once thought the same? An F-rank, even if he somehow stumbled into a few SSS rank evaluations, was still fundamentally an F-rank.
What right did he have to stand alongside an S-grade like Bai Qiushui? What gave him the right to earn the principal's favor? What gives him the right to possess all those extraordinary encounters and treasures they dare not even dream of? It's unfair.
But now, as they witnessed firsthand how that so-called S-rank prodigy, the young master of the Lin family from the imperial capital, was toyed with like a puppet by this F-rank waste they looked down upon, even forced to kneel and beg for mercy, they finally felt a genuine, profound sense of awe welling up from the depths of their souls. It turns out that talent rankings truly don't mean everything. True strength could crush everything with sheer intellect. So, Xiāo Ran looked at Elder Lin, his smile fading as his gaze turned as cold and indifferent as ancient ice. Go back and tell the surviving, capable members of your Lin family. This matter is far from over. I will attend the Newcomer King tournament. I will go to the imperial capital. Not only will I attend, but I will do so before every top power in the entire Xia kingdom. I will utterly trample every last shred of your Lin family's laughable so-called pride and dignity underfoot. I'll make sure everyone knows. What happens when you cross Xiāo Ran? Boom! This declaration, brimming with unparalleled arrogance and audacity, exploded like a thunderclap across the entire martial arts arena. Everyone was utterly stunned by his audacity, his sheer audacity to declare open war against the colossal powerhouse that was the imperial capital's Lin family. Madman. This man was absolutely, unquestionably insane. Yet for some inexplicable reason, as they watched the youth stand alone, his posture unwavering and his words steady, facing the oppressive pressure of over a dozen imperial capital powerhouses, an unprecedented surge of fervor welled up within them. This was the very image of a true warrior in their eyes. Lin Bo stared at the youth before him, who seemed to be declaring war on the entire world, feeling his own heart nearly stop beating. He wanted to retort, to curse, to scream, "Who do you think you are, daring to challenge the Lin family?" But when he met Xiāo Ran's icy, emotionless gaze, eyes that seemed to regard him as if he were already dead, not a single word escaped his lips. He had a premonition. This youth meant every word he spoke. This time, the Lin family had truly provoked a demon they should never have dared to cross in their entire lives. "Alright, kid, that's enough talk." Just then, the old headmaster, Lin Sanyuan, patted Xiāo Ran's shoulder, cutting him off. He glanced at the old man Lin on the ground, who was nearly scared out of his wits, and said indifferently, "Get lost. Go back and tell that old fool Lin Tianzheng. If he can't keep his grandson in line, I won't mind doing it for him. Furthermore, if a single hair on my student's head is harmed during the Rookie King tournament, I, Lin Sanyuan, will personally pay him a visit before long. Then it won't be as simple as just one grandson dying." With that, he dismissed the group of Lin family traitors, who were now utterly terrified. Turning to Xiāo Ran, he wore a satisfied, fox-like grin. "Well done, lad. You've got my old style." Chapter 69, Departure for the Imperial Capital. The Lin family's punitive squad ultimately fled Jiangcheng Academy in disgrace, scrambling away in a panic. They had arrived with an air of arrogance and invincibility. But their departure resembled a pack of defeated, tail-tucked stray dogs. As for Elder Lin himself, unable to withstand the master-level pressure from the old principal and the double blow of Xiāo Ran's ruthless tactics, he fell gravely ill upon returning. He immediately applied for early retirement and dared not set foot in Jiangcheng again. The incident spread like wildfire, circulating throughout the upper echelons of Xia Nation's society within half a day. The Lin family from the capital sent envoys to Jiangcheng Academy demanding retribution, only to be humiliated by a team effort from an F-rank rookie and a master-level principal whose true strength had been concealed. They returned home defeated. This was undoubtedly the biggest, most explosive, and most outrageous scandal of the year. In an instant, Xiāo Ran's name and his resounding title of Godfather-level big shot no longer confined themselves to the small city of Jiangcheng. Instead, it spread like wildfire across the entire nation of Xia. Imperial Capital Academy, Magic Capital Academy, the military's premier academy. Every prodigy from the elite institutions preparing for the Newcomer King tournament received detailed intelligence on this mysterious F-rank genius from Jiangcheng Academy. An F-rank guide? Cleared SSS rank challenges 3 times in a row? And then completely destroyed that spoiled brat from the Lin family of the imperial capital during the qualifiers? Interesting. Very interesting. Looks like this Rookie King tournament won't be as boring as usual. Countless prodigies, upon seeing this dossier, revealed expressions of keen interest. Some were curious, some disdainful, some fired up for battle, and some filled with murderous intent. A larger, more violent storm centered around Xiāo Ran was quietly brewing in the imperial capital. Of course, Xiāo Ran, the very eye of this storm, remained utterly indifferent to the swirling turmoil outside. The day after the qualifying rounds concluded, he plunged headfirst into Su Muyue's top-tier laboratory alongside Bai Qiushui and Wang Fatso. He now had only one goal. Before departing for the imperial capital, he must turn all his revolutionary designs capable of appending an entire era into reality. No. This energy circuit node can't use conventional series connection. It must employ the Mobius strip structure I mentioned yesterday. Only then can we achieve lossless energy circulation. And this rune,
The depth and angle you carved are both wrong. It must be tilted at a 37.5-degree angle. Only then can we maximize the activation of the material's inherent spiritual properties. You fool! Didn't I tell you? During quenching, you need to add 3 grams of earth dragon saliva, not 2. 1 gram more or less will cause irreversible damage to the material's internal structure. Do you want me to toss you into the alchemy furnace for remelting? The entire top-tier lab echoed with Xiāo Ran's unapologetic, even domineering scolding. And the target of his wrath was none other than Su Muyue, the research madwoman who ruled the academy with an iron fist, daring to defy even the principal. At that moment, Su Muyue stood with dark circles under her eyes, blacker than a panda's, holding a carving knife. She hung her head like a scolded elementary school student, letting Xiāo Ran point his finger at her nose and unleash a torrent of abuse. Behind her stood a group of professors and masters, all high and mighty figures she'd forcibly conscripted from the alchemy and forging departments, who now watched this surreal scene unfold. Each of them felt their worldview crumbling before their eyes. When had they ever seen their tyrannical, mad director being scolded like a grandson, not daring to utter a word in defense? And by an 18-year-old freshman, no less? Yet none dared voice dissent. For they had witnessed firsthand how, under Xiāo Ran's guidance, which bordered on divine inspiration, revolutionary equipment components, each a work of art beyond their wildest dreams, were being forged in their hands, one after another. It felt like a group of ancient accountants, accustomed only to abacuses, suddenly witnessing the power of a supercomputer. That overwhelming blow from higher dimensional knowledge, like a dimensional strike, left them feeling both ashamed and filled with a fervent, soul-deep reverence. Yes, Advisor Xiāo. I was wrong. I'll fix it immediately. Su Muyue, thoroughly berated, showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, like a child who just received candy, she excitedly picked up her tools and plunged back into the frenzied forging. Bai Qiushui and Wang Fatso watched this scene, which could only be described as a taming spectacle, and had become completely numb. They now suspected their brother Ran might not be human at all. Rather, he was some omnipotent deity who had descended from the divine realm to experience life, disguised in human form. Time flew by in this frenzied rhythm of scolding and the clanging of metal. 1 week later, 3 sets of revolutionary Ran series equipment, whose groundbreaking designs would send shockwaves through the entire Xia kingdom, finally emerged from the blood and sweat of Su Muyue and her nearly exhausted team of tools. When Wang Fatso donned the heavy armor set forged entirely from dark gold metal, its surface suffused with an earthen-hued glow that pulsed like breath, the immovable barrier Ran. He transformed into an immovable, towering mountain. Merely standing there, he radiated an absolute sense of security, as if he could withstand an entire army. And when Bai Qiushui grasped the Icefire Annihilation Sword, half frost-cold and half blazing hot, in her hand, her entire demeanor transformed. A terrifying sword intent surged skyward, a tangled web of ice and fire, pulsing with the contradictory energies of destruction and stillness. The entire laboratory's temperature fluctuated wildly between freezing cold and scorching heat, as if trapped in a hellish realm of dual extremes. Finally, it was Xiāo Ran's turn. He slowly donned the robes crafted from an unknown black material that seemed to absorb all light, yet lined with golden silk embroidered with countless tiny lightning runes. They appeared understated yet magnificent. Thunder God Robe Ran Prototype. Quality, B+ grade evolvable. Effect 1, Lightning Affinity. Significantly enhances affinity with lightning elements, increasing casting speed by 30%, skill damage by 20%, and reducing source energy consumption by 20%. Effect 2, Lightning Counterstrike. When struck by melee attacks, automatically unleashes a punishment arc, dealing 150% of the caster's intelligence as lightning damage to the attacker, with a 50% chance to inflict 1.5 seconds of paralysis. Effect 3, Body of the Thunder God Passive. Immune to 50% lightning attribute damage and absorbs a portion of lightning energy to convert into personal source power. Next, he donned the black gloves crafted from resilient dragon rhino hide, their fingertips and palms inlaid with tiny lightning crystals that flickered with golden electrical light. Thunder Punishment Hand Ran Unit 01. Grade, B upgradable. Effect 1, Precision Control. Greatly enhances the precision of lightning manipulation, allowing it to be shaped into any desired form at will. Effect 2, Lightning Amplification. All lightning-based skills released through the gloves deal an additional 30% damage. When Xiāo Ran donned this entire set of gear, he didn't become as imposing and formidable as Wang Fatso. Nor did he radiate the fierce sword intent like Bai Qiushui. He simply stood there in silence. Yet whether it was Su Muyue, Bai Qiushui, or Wang Fatso, the moment they laid eyes on Xiāo Ran, they felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched their hearts. What they saw was no longer a mere youth, but a true thunder god. One who seemed utterly fused with the thunder of heaven and earth, wielding absolute power over life and death. Alright, got the gear. Xiāo Ran stretched his limbs, feeling the ceaseless surge of thunderous power within him, a force seemingly inexhaustible and limitless, and nodded with satisfaction. Time to move out. He turned to face his 2 teammates, now equally upgraded, a smile brimming with confidence and battle intent lighting up his face. Imperial Capital. Here we come. 3 days later.
A state-of-the-art supersonic anti-gravity aerospace carrier, emblazoned with the emblem of Jiangcheng Academy, descended smoothly onto the central airport of the imperial capital, the most prosperous and pivotal sky city of Xiao Nation, suspended above the sea of clouds.
The hatch slowly opened.
Xiāo Ran, Bai Qiushui, Wang Fatso, and 2 other B-ranked geniuses hastily recruited to fill the roster. The 5 of them officially stepped onto this arena for Xiao Nation's most elite prodigies, amidst the farewells and anticipation of the entire academy's faculty and students. A new storm destined to sweep across the entire Xiao Nation officially began with their arrival. Chapter 70, Arrival at the Imperial Capital, Gathering of Elite Talents.
The Imperial Capital, the heart of Xiao Nation.
This sky city, suspended 10,000 meters above the earth, stood as the most perfect miracle where Blue Star's technology and magical civilization converged. Massive anti-gravity engines kept this city comparable to a small nation permanently suspended above the sea of clouds, far removed from the perilous regions below ravaged by the Stargate's arrival. Skyscrapers thousands of meters tall pierced the clouds, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent energy shields.
A constant stream of uniquely designed hovercrafts flowed through the dense, spiderweb-like aerial corridors between the buildings.
Here converged Xiao Nation's most formidable warriors, its most formidable factions, and its most extravagant resources.
Holy! Is this the Imperial Capital? It's sci-fi.
Wang Fat stepped off the airship, his jaw hanging open wide enough to fit an egg as he stared at the futuristic cityscape straight out of a movie. He felt like a country bumpkin fresh off the farm. Though Bai Qiushui hailed from the Bai family and had visited the Imperial Capital several times before, each arrival still left him profoundly awestruck by the city's grandeur and opulence. Only Xiāo Ran remained as calm and composed as ever. He merely scanned his surroundings with curiosity, his truth eye rapidly analyzing the city's unprecedented technological and magical creations. Anti-gravity hovercraft utilizes a Cohen-Gen composite rune engine, achieving suspension and propulsion by distorting localized gravitational fields.
Energy conversion rate is only 42%, far too low.
If the rune circuit were modified to a Qianli counterbalance structure, it could be boosted to at least 60%.
Holographic projection billboards construct 3-dimensional images using the refraction principle of light prism crystals on source energy beams.
The concept is sound, but the crystal's impurity causes slight ghosting and chromatic aberration.
If we replace them with the one in my backpack,
what others saw as a novel and awe-inspiring spectacle. In his eyes, it was nothing but a half-baked prototype riddled with bugs and design flaws. Come on, stop acting like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world.
You're embarrassing Jiangcheng Academy.
Xiāo Ran patted the back of Wang Pingzi's head, who was still staring blankly. Soon, an elongated hover limousine bearing the Newcomer King Tournament Committee emblem pulled up before them. A well-dressed, courteous staff member opened the doors for them. Welcome to the Imperial Capital, talented scholars of Jiangcheng Academy. I am your receptionist for this tournament and will now escort you to your accommodations. The limousine glided smoothly and swiftly through the intricate aerial pathways. The scenery outside the windows rushed by. Fat Wang and the 2 B-ranked geniuses who were just tagging along pressed their noses against the windows like curious children, pointing and gasping in wonder. Xiāo Ran, however, kept his eyes closed, feigning sleep. In truth, his consciousness had already established a tenuous connection to the city's regulatory network through the temporary permissions granted by the Swamp Throne.
Though he couldn't act with the same freedom as in the Death Swamp,
it was still essential to familiarize himself with the city's rules in advance. Bai Qiushui sat quietly beside him. She did not gaze out the window. Her eyes were fixed solely on this enigmatic man who had remained utterly inscrutable to her from the very beginning. She found herself growing increasingly fond of this feeling of simply being quietly by his side.
Soon, the limousine arrived at its destination.
The Imperial Houston Ultra 7-star Hotel. A towering structure reaching 3,000 meters high, its entire exterior crafted from an unknown crystal stone that shimmered like diamonds. A hotel of such extravagance it bordered on the outrageous. This was where all the competing teams from the 7 prestigious universities would be staying. As Xiāo Ran and the others stepped into the hotel lobby, resplendent with gold and grandeur rivaling a palace, they instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The lobby was already filled with other teams of equally elite students from rival institutions. Their gazes lingered on the Jiangcheng Academy insignia pinned to Xiāo Ran's chest, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of contempt and disdain. Well, if it isn't the folks from Jiangcheng Academy, the perennial last-place finishers. What brings you here so early this year? A sarcastic voice drifted over from a nearby lounge area. A youth dressed in a flashy crimson robes, his hair dyed the same vibrant red, sat with his legs crossed. He eyed them with the condescending gaze reserved for country bumpkins.
Magic Capital Academy. Duke Crimson Flame, Zhao Wuji, Bai Qiushui whispered in Xiāo Ran's ear. Grade A talent, Hellfire. He's the team leader for Magic Capital Academy this time. Extremely powerful and arrogantly cocky. Oh. Xiāo Ran responded indifferently, not even bothering to lift an eyelid.
In his eyes, this sort was no different from Chun Feng, whom he had already destroyed. Both were fools blessed with talent but utterly devoid of brains.
What? Country bumpkin, you don't even greet this young master when you see me? Zhao Wuji was instantly displeased that Xiao Ran dared to ignore him. Rising from the sofa, he strode toward Xiao Ran step by step. The scorching aura of an A-rank powerhouse radiating from his body pressed down on Xiao Ran without restraint. He intended to intimidate this so-called dad-level big shot who'd been stirring up a storm in Xia Nation lately. Yet, faced with his oppressive aura, Xiao Ran remained as calm and composed as ever. He even yawned, as if the opponent's A-class aura was nothing more than a trivial, warm spring breeze before him. You! Zhao Wuji's face instantly turned the color of liver. He felt like he'd punched a pillow. This utter disregard hurt him worse than a direct beating. Zhao Wuji, stop making a fool of yourself here. Just as he was about to explode, a voice as cold as metal scraping echoed from the other side of the hall. A youth clad in black swordsman's attire, a rustic-looking sword wrapped in black cloth slung across his back, leaned against the bar counter. His face, as sharp and angular as if carved by chisel, was utterly cold as he polished a short sword in his hand. He didn't even glance this way. Yet the sharp, piercing sword intent radiating from him, as sharp as a blade drawn from its scabbard, caused the temperature in the entire hall to drop several degrees. The Imperial Capital Academy. The sword demon, Dugu Bai. Bai Qiushui's expression turned grave. An S-rank genius. His innate talent is even purer and more extreme in its offensive nature than my own Frostblade Saint. It's the peerless sword body. They say he was born for the sword. He began training at 3, grasped the essence of swordsmanship at 7, and by 12, could sever waterfalls with sword chi. He is the strongest contender in this Rookie King tournament and the undisputed favorite to claim the championship. Xiao Ran's gaze finally shifted away from the punk-style youth, settling upon this young man known as the Sword Demon. His eye of truth scanned over. Name, Dugu Bai. Level, 18. Talent, S-rank, unrivaled sword body. Special condition, sword heart illumination beginner, harboring an extremely pure yet dangerously destructive sword intent within his body. This is interesting. A hint of genuine interest finally flickered across Xiao Ran's face. This Dugu Bai was indeed far stronger than Zhao Wuji by more than one level. Even Xiao Ran sensed a faint threat from that pure sword intent. As if sensing Xiao Ran's gaze, Dugu Bai, who had been stooped over polishing his short sword, slowly raised his head. His gaze, like two invisible blades, instantly pierced through the crowd, colliding fiercely with Xiao Ran's eyes in midair. ZZZZT. It felt as though invisible sparks of electricity erupted in the air. Every soul in the hotel lobby felt a suffocating, terrifying pressure in that instant. They stared in horror at the two men locked in a silent, fierce battle of wills through their eyes alone. They knew. The two strongest monsters of this Rookie King tournament had finally met ahead of schedule. You are strong. Dugu Bai looked at Xiao Ran and spoke slowly. His voice remained icy, yet it carried an unprecedented weight. You're not bad either. Xiao Ran replied with a smile. I hope you won't bore me too much during the match. With that, Dugu Bai turned his back on everyone, sheathed his dagger, and strode toward the elevator entrance. His aloof silhouette seemed to regard no one in this world with the slightest regard. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, the prodigy from Magic City Academy whom both men had treated as invisible from start to finish, was now standing frozen in place, his expression blank. His face felt as though someone had kicked him repeatedly with both feet, delivering a dozen savage slaps back and forth. The stinging pain burned fiercely. Xiao Ran. Dugu Bai. He clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the receding figures who treated him as if he were invisible, his eyes burning with endless resentment and jealousy. You just wait. Zhao Wuji will make you pay for your arrogance today. Chapter 71, Clash of Geniuses. No one paid Zhao Wuji any mind now. His eyes were fixed solely on those two supreme geniuses, one as cold as ice, the other as fierce as thunder. A single clash of their gazes sent a suffocating pressure rippling through the entire room. Only when Dugu Bai's solitary, lofty figure vanished into the elevator did the frozen atmosphere in the lobby begin to ease slightly. Phew! That scared the hell out of me. Is that what an S-class genius showdown looks like? Just watching felt like I was being torn apart by that sheer force. That Xiao Ran guy? He's only F rank? And he earned Dugu Bai's approval? This world is too surreal. In the lobby, prodigies from other academies watched Xiao Ran's retreating figure, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment and dread. They had previously held a trace of contempt and envy, convinced Jiangcheng Academy had merely gotten lucky. But now, after witnessing Xiao Ran and Dugu Kuba's silent confrontation with their own eyes, that laughable sense of superiority had been utterly shattered. Monsters! Both of these men were absolute monsters. Brother Ran. You rocked it. Wang the fatso sidled up, his chubby face beaming with excitement and admiration. That move you pulled off earlier was so badass. That Dugu Bai guy looked like he thought he was God's gift to the world, but one look from you sent him packing. In his eyes, Brother Ran had one hands down. What do you mean glare? That's called presence. Xiao Ran rolled his eyes at him impatiently. Alright, stop embarrassing yourself here. Go check us in. But inwardly, he was already plotting. This Duguchobai was indeed a problem.
Level 18, S rank, unrivaled sword body, and he'd even mastered sword heart enlightenment. The destructive sword intent within him was solid and terrifying. If they clashed head-on, even with all his hidden cards, Xiāo Ran doubted he'd gain much advantage with his current strength. It seemed the old methods would be necessary to deal with him. He must find a way to exploit his loophole in the rules. Any person or thing existing in this world inevitably follows its rules. And where rules exist, there must be traces to follow and loopholes to exploit. This was the fundamental logic behind his god-tier guide talent.
With this realization, Xiāo Ran's mood lightened once more. Fighting? He was a pro at that. When it came to outsmarting others, he was a master of the art. Xiāo Ran. On the other side, the genius from Magic City Academy whom everyone had dismissed as mere background scenery, Duke of Crimson Flame, Zhao Wuji clenched his fists so tightly his fingernails nearly dug into his flesh. Watching Xiāo Ran, Bai Qiushui, and the others being respectfully escorted toward the VIP elevator by the hotel manager, his face twisted with rage and jealousy, making him look particularly hideous. A humiliating disgrace. He, Zhao Wuji, the esteemed leader of the Demon City Academy, possessor of the A-grade, Hellfire, talent, wasn't he always surrounded by admirers wherever he went, the center of everyone's attention? Today, he had first been ignored by some F-rank nobody who'd seemingly sprung out of nowhere. Then, he was treated like air by that arrogant sword demon, Duguchobai. Most infuriating of all, from start to finish, the S-rank goddess Bai Qiushui whom he'd long cherished as his future partner hadn't even glanced his way. Her eyes had been fixed solely on that F-rank loser the entire time. How dare she? Captain, what should we do? Several team members behind him cautiously asked, watching their leader on the verge of exploding with rage. What should we do? Zhao Wuji whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with venom and madness. Investigate. Dig up every last detail about that Xiāo Ran brat, his entire lineage, back to his ancestors. I don't care what big shot his father is, or who stands behind him. In this imperial capital, if he's a dragon, he'd better coil for me. If he's a tiger, he'd better lie low for me. Dare to defy Zhao Wuji? I'll make sure both he and that Duguchobai pay for today's actions with blood. The Imperial Houston Hotel's presidential suite was the epitome of opulence. The room was as vast as a miniature football field, its floor covered in an unnamed magical beast's fur carpet so soft it felt like sinking into it. A massive moonstone embedded in the vaulted ceiling simulated the passage of day and night. Beyond the windows lay the capital's most bustling central business district, where countless hovercars darted through the sea of clouds like streaks of light. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The moment Fat Wang burst into the room, he bolted around like a husky just let off leash. One minute he was diving onto the massive bed big enough for 7 or 8 people, the next he was drooling over the fully automated smart liquor cabinet, staring at the expensive bottles he couldn't even name. Brother Ran. Even if we die here, it'll be worth it. Xiāo Ran ignored him, walking instead to the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows to gaze down at the futuristic metropolis below, a city of extreme opulence. His gaze was serene, yet his inner turmoil ran far deeper than his calm exterior suggested. The imperial capital, the heart of Xiao Nation. This was the true den of dragons and tigers. That Dugu Tsubao earlier was merely an appetizer. He knew countless pairs of eyes were watching him from the shadows of this city. Some belonged to the military, others to the major elite guilds, and still others to ancient clans whose lineages stretched back millennia. And, of course, one of his primary targets in the imperial capital, the Lin family. He had crippled their precious grandson in the selection tournament, forced him to kneel and beg for mercy, and finally, before the entire school, declared open war on the entire Lin family. This feud was now set in stone. Given the Lin family's reputation for holding grudges, they would never let this go. During the Rookie King tournament, with the principal and the military's deterrence, they might not dare to act openly. But underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes? Those were inevitable. A bit troublesome, but all the more interesting. A playful curve lifted at the corner of Xiāo Ran's lips. He had never been one to shy away from trouble. On the contrary, he relished this feeling, dancing on the edge of a knife, toying with all his enemies as if they were mere pawns in his hands. What are you thinking about? A soft body, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance, pressed gently against him from behind. Bai Qiushui wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, resting her cheek against his broad back as she asked softly. Wondering how to punch a hole through the sky, Xiāo Ran chuckled, reaching back to grasp her slightly chilled hand. Whatever you want to do, I'll be with you. Bai Qiushui didn't ask why, simply stating it with an air of certainty. Her voice was soft, yet carried a resolve strong enough to move any man. Xiāo Ran's heart warmed slightly. He turned to face the girl who had entrusted everything to him, unable to resist reaching out to gently flick her pert little nose. Silly girl. Just as the atmosphere grew warm and tender. Knock, knock, knock. The doorbell rang at the most inopportune moment. A middle-aged man dressed in hotel uniform, who appeared to be the manager, stood respectfully at the doorway. Good evening, Mr. Xiāo Ran. 2 guests wish to see you. One claims to be a special envoy from the military, and the other is from the Bai family. Chapter 72, The Military Envoys. Military personnel? The Bai family?
Xiāo Ran's eyebrows raised slightly as he began to piece things together. The military's visit was most likely concerning the energy transmission coil traded at the auction and the favor owed to the East Wind Express.
As for the Bai family,
he glanced at Bai Qiushui beside him. The stunningly beautiful face beside him clearly showed a hint of surprise and tension. A playful smile curved his lips. So it seemed her family had come to check up on her. Let them in, Xiāo Ran said indifferently. Soon, two groups entered the luxurious presidential suite, one after the other. Leading the way was a middle-aged man clad in a crisp black military uniform, a gleaming general star on his shoulder. His face bore a stern resolve, his gaze sharp as a blade. The iron-blooded, grim aura that emanated from him without effort seemed to lower the room's temperature by several degrees. Following behind him were two young guards, equally dressed in military uniforms, standing tall and straight as two spearheads.
Hello, Xiāo Ran.
I am Long Zhan, Minister of Equipment for the Eastern Theater Command of the Dragon Shield Bureau of Xi'a Nation.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
The middle-aged man stepped forward, extending his hand with a voice as resonant as a bell, radiating the characteristic efficiency and warmth of a military officer.
Director Long, nice to meet you.
Xiāo Ran extended his hand and shook it. A powerful force emanated from the man's hand, clearly a deliberate or inadvertent test of Xiāo Ran's strength.
Xiāo Ran remained impassive, subtly channeling the energy within his thunder god robe. A solidified surge of lightning power traveled up his arm. Long Zhan's expression shifted slightly.
A tingling electric current surged through his palm and instantly spread throughout his body, causing even his arm capable of crushing steel to tremble involuntarily. He immediately withdrew his hand, his gaze toward Xiāo Ran now tinged with shock and gravity.
Impressive.
The record said he was just an 11th level F rank guide, but this lightning control, pure to the extreme, even the top tier lightning specialists in their war zone, those above level 30, might not be able to match it. This kid, just like the legends say, he's damn strange. Haha, Xiāo Ran truly lives up to the saying that heroes emerge in youth. His reputation precedes him, Long Zhan chuckled, masking his momentary loss of composure. Minister Long, you flatter me, Xiāo Ran replied with a smile, though inwardly he scoffed.
Old fox. Trying to intimidate me right off the bat? You're still too green.
The other group trailing behind Long Zhan maintained a much lower profile. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored tang suit, his hair combed immaculately, giving him the appearance of an elegant businessman. From the moment he entered, his gaze had been fixed on by Qiushui, his eyes brimming with affection, satisfaction, and a hint of subtle scrutiny.
Qiushui, this must be young friend Xiāo Ran?
The middle-aged man approached Bai Qiushui and asked with a smile. Second uncle, Bai Qiushui bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man before introducing nervously, Xiāo Ran, this is my second uncle, Bai Xintong.
He's also the head of our Bai family's operations in the imperial capital.
Hello, second uncle Bai, Xiāo Ran nodded in greeting. He knew this man was likely the one who had come to check up on him today.
Young friend Xiāo Ran, hello. Bai Xintong wore a warm smile as he scrutinized Xiāo Ran from head to toe.
His gaze resembled that of a discerning father-in-law appraising his future son-in-law, growing increasingly satisfied with what he saw. Fair features, composed bearing, deep eyes. Even facing military heavyweights like Long Zhan and himself, the head of the Bai family, Xiāo Ran remained neither servile nor arrogant, calm and unruffled. That composure alone set him apart from the so-called young elites of the capital. Most crucially, his own precious niece, that haughty, aloof girl who looked down on everyone, now stood beside him like a dutiful young bride, her beautiful eyes filled entirely with him.
That was enough.
I've long heard that young friend Xiāo Ran is a dragon among men. Meeting you today, I find that reputation truly doesn't do you justice, Bai Xintong praised sincerely.
Uncle Bai, you flatter me.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, they settled onto the sofas in the living room. Fat Wing sensibly kept his distance, knowing this was a conversation among the big shots, best for a minor player like him to stay out of it. He dragged the two B-ranked geniuses, who were nearly scared silly by the scene, into a corner of the room, pretending to study the wall murals. Xiāo Ran, I'm here primarily for two matters, Long Zhan cut straight to the point. First, to express our gratitude for the technology behind the energy transmission coil you provided. It has enabled our military to achieve breakthrough progress in electromagnetic weaponry research. A technical bottleneck that plagued us for years has been resolved overnight. Your contribution deserves every accolade imaginable. Long Zhan's face radiated excitement and gratitude. To recognize your contributions, the Supreme Command Headquarters has unanimously decided to award you the third-class Merit Medal of Xi'a Nation and confer upon you the honorary title of Specially Appointed Technical Advisor to the Dragon Shield Bureau. With that, he solemnly drew from his breast pocket an exquisitely crafted box made of rosewood. Inside lay a gleaming Medal of Honor, crafted from pure gold and engraved with the Great Wall and the Dragon Shield emblem, alongside a gold embossed letter of appointment. Holy crap! Wang Fatso, eavesdropping in the corner, nearly popped his eyes out of his head at the sight of that medal. A third-class Merit Medal of the Xi'a Nation. That was the highest honor reserved only for pillars of the state who had made monumental contributions to the nation, or generals who had achieved extraordinary feats in wars against invasions from other dimensions. And their boss, Ran, had snagged it just by pulling off some tech from an F-rank dungeon? This was absurd. Additionally, Long Zhan glanced at Xiāo Ran, whose expression remained utterly calm, seemingly unimpressed by this supreme honor. His lips twitched slightly as he continued, "We know you're about to participate in the Rookie King tournament, and we're aware of the friction you've had with the Lin family of the imperial capital. Therefore, the military has specially prepared a small gift for you, hoping it will lend you a hand in the tournament." He gestured, and a guard behind him promptly handed over a silver briefcase crafted from a special alloy. Long Zhan personally opened the briefcase. A powerful, destructive energy fluctuation erupted from the case in an instant. Inside the case lay 3 uniquely shaped, sci-fi-inspired weapons and pieces of equipment. One was a silver arm-like device covered in intricate energy circuits and blue indicator lights. Another was a futuristic electromagnetic rifle, entirely black with crimson dragon patterns etched into its barrel. The third was a compact metallic device resembling a remote control. "These are the latest Dragon Might series of individual combat gear developed by our military, not yet officially deployed," Long Zhan explained with a hint of pride. "This is the Dragon Might Type 1 electromagnetic armor. Once activated, it significantly boosts the wearer's strength and reaction speed for a short duration. It can also release high-intensity electromagnetic pulses to disable nearby electronic devices and mechanical constructs. This is the Dragon Might 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle. With an effective range of 3,000 meters, its specialized armor-piercing rounds can penetrate the defenses of any Lord-level monster below level 40. Its only drawback is that each shot requires a 3-second recharge time. As for this..." Long Zhan picked up the compact remote control, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "This is the East Wind Express support service we promised you earlier, the remote control. Press this button, and within 3 seconds, no matter where you are on the battlefield, a tactical-grade electromagnetic railgun codenamed Divine Retribution will unleash a saturation strike of devastating force upon your designated target." Chapter 73, Rest Assured, I'll take care of her. Saturation, annihilation strike? Wang Fatso listened in the corner, drool practically dripping from his mouth. East Wind Express. And tactical grade at that. This wasn't some last-ditch survival card, it was a trump card screaming, "I'm invincible." With this thing, what's the point of even having a competition? Anyone who dares challenge him gets sent straight to the afterlife with a single heaven's wrath. Forget the Rookie King tournament, this thing would let you strut through a ranked dungeons with ease. The military's generosity this time is just too much. Bai Qiushui's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she knew little about military weapons, just hearing Long Zhan's description made her imagine the terrifying power of this so-called heaven's wrath. She glanced at Xiāo Ran beside her, his expression still serene, seemingly untouched by this gift package that would drive anyone mad. The pride and admiration welling up inside her nearly overflowed. This man always effortlessly accomplished things others dared not even dream of. "Well, Xiāo Ran, are you satisfied with this gift?" Long Zhan looked at Xiāo Ran, a hint of anticipation on his face. In his view, no young person could resist the temptation of such an ultimate weapon, brimming with violent aesthetics. Yet Xiāo Ran's reaction once again defied his expectations. He merely glanced calmly at the 3 pieces of equipment inside the box before shaking his head. "The gear's fine, but it's too bulky." "Ha?" Long Zhan froze, doubting his own ears. Bulky? This was the latest individual combat gear developed by their military's top scientists and alchemists after countless hours of effort. Both in power and portability, it far surpassed all current comparable products. And now this kid was calling it bulky? That electromagnetic armored suit? Its energy conversion structure is too complex, causing a response delay of at least 0.5 seconds. In a real high-stakes duel, that half second can mean life or death. And that sniper rifle? A 3-second charge time? That's like waiting for the sun to rise. Plus, its cooling system has a major flaw: fire more than 3 rounds in succession, and the barrel overheats and becomes useless. As for this so-called divine punishment, Xiāo Ran picked up the remote control, scanned it with truth sigh, then sneered dismissively. The orbital cannon's ballistic model uses the most basic Kepler's third law, completely ignoring magnetic field interference and spatial distortions at high altitudes. In actual combat, the error margin would be at least 50 meters. It might work against stationary targets, but moving ones? Ha! As he spoke, Xiāo Ran casually sketched several modified design diagrams and ballistic models on his light brain, then sent them to Long Zhan. Long Zhan stared at the blueprints on his light brain. The intricate diagrams and formula structures he couldn't even begin to decipher yet seemed utterly ingenious and logical left him utterly dumbfounded. The 2 young guards behind him were even more utterly lost, feeling as if they were listening to gibberish. The Dragon Might series, their pride and joy, representing the pinnacle of Xiao Nation's technological prowess, was being dismissed by this youth as nothing more than a pile of bug-ridden scrap metal? And the kid just casually offered optimization solutions? Is this even human? This was clearly a scientific genius in human form. Ahem. Long John's aged face flushed crimson. He felt he'd suffered more humiliation today than in the past 50 years combined. He finally understood why this kid could produce groundbreaking technology like the energy transmission coil. Compared to his intellect, those so-called top scientists in the equipment department were nothing but a bunch of undergraduates who hadn't even graduated yet. Advisor Xiao. Long John instinctively changed his address, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he adopted an almost fawning tone. Would you be interested in joining our equipment department in an advisory capacity? Rest assured, the compensation will be top tier. Whatever resources you require, we'll provide them. The way he looked at Xiāo Ran now was like gazing upon a glittering, priceless treasure in human form. If he could just bring this god back, forget the Dragon Might series, he was confident he could pull off even the Heavenly Gods series. We'll talk about it later. I'm tied up for now. Xiāo Ran waved him off, declining without hesitation. Are you kidding me? Work as your laborer? I've got better things to do, chasing girls, humiliating rivals, and showing off. Who's got time for that? Still, he accepted those 3 pieces of equipment. Though he considered them worthless junk, they might still fetch some cash if he gave them to that crazy Su Muyue for research or dismantled them for parts. Rejected, Long John showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, his resolve to lure this god-tier talent home only strengthened. He knew true geniuses like this had temperaments you had to take it slow, winning them over with sincerity. After exchanging a few more polite words with Xiāo Ran and promising a stack of empty checks, he departed contentedly, accompanied by his 2 bodyguards who were now thoroughly questioning their existence. With the military personnel gone, only the Bai family members remained in the room. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Second uncle, you came here today for a specific reason? Bai Qiushui felt a chill run down her spine under her uncle's scrutinizing gaze and probed cautiously. Nothing, Bai Jintong chuckled, his gaze shifting back and forth between Xiāo Ran and Bai Qiushui. The meaning behind his eyes was unmistakable. I just heard that our Bai family's future son-in-law had arrived in the capital, so I came by specifically to see him. Put. Wang Fatso, who was drinking water in the corner, immediately sprayed it out upon hearing this. Future son-in-law? He stared at Xiāo Ran and Bai Qiushui with a look like he'd seen a ghost. Bai Qiushui's already fair, delicate face instantly flushed crimson like a ripe apple, even her ears burning red. Second uncle. What nonsense are you spouting? She stamped her foot in embarrassment and urgency. Am I talking nonsense? Bai Jintong feigned surprise. Your grandfather personally told me he's already betrothed you to young Master Xiāo Ran. What? Is it trendy among young people these days to renege on promises? Grandfather. Bai Qiushui was rendered speechless, lowering her head in shame and frustration as her hands nervously twisted the hem of her skirt. Xiāo Ran watched her, her face flushed with embarrassment as if she wished the ground would swallow her whole, and found it rather amusing. He knew full well this was surely a rumor deliberately spread by that old fox of a Bai family patriarch to win him over. But he didn't mind. Glancing at the girl, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed crimson as if on the verge of tears, a sudden impulse stirred within him. He reached out and gently enclosed her soft, boneless little hand within his own. Bai Qiushui's body trembled violently. She lifted her head, staring at Xiāo Ran with eyes full of disbelief. Xiāo Ran offered her a gentle yet resolute smile. Then, he turned his head to face Bai Jintong, who was watching them with a mischievous grin. With neither arrogance nor subservience, he said. Uncle Bai, rest assured. Qiushui, I'll take good care of her. Chapter 74, The Rookie King Tournament begins. Xiāo Ran's words, brimming with responsibility and promise, made Bai Jintong's smile grow even broader. He burst into hearty laughter, slapping Xiāo Ran's shoulder hard, his eyes brimming with admiration and satisfaction. Good. With your word, I can rest easy. The Bai family never misjudges the people we choose. He knew that from this moment onward, this youth destined to stir up the entire nation of Xia was now inextricably bound to the Bai family. As for Bai Qiushui, upon hearing Xiāo Ran's promise, I'll take good care of her, she felt her heart melt. Gazing at the resolute profile of the man beside her, those deep, piercing eyes, she felt like the luckiest person in the world. She reached back and clasped his large hand tightly, as if wanting to merge every part of herself into his very being. In the corner, Wang Fatso watched the couple showering each other with affection as if no one else existed. His fragile heart, weighing 300 pounds, felt like it had taken a ton of critical damage. He silently turned away, shielding his face with his massive shield as 2 silent tears rolled down his cheeks. I shouldn't be here at all. I should be under a car. Bai Jintong chatted with Xiāo Ran for a while longer, mainly outlining the major factions in the imperial capital and highlighting several opponents to watch out for in the upcoming Rookie King tournament. Besides Zhao Wuji from the Magic Capital Academy and Dugutsu Bai from the Imperial Capital Academy, whom he'd met before. From the military academy, the man dubbed the war machine Xiang Kunlun, the iron-blooded warrior who awakened the A-rank talent, Weapon Master. And Ji Rushue, the mysterious girl from Xia Nation's most enigmatic institution, the Heavenly Unity Academy, jointly founded by Taoist and Buddhist sects, who was rumored to possess foresight and had awakened the S-rank talent, Celestial Mechanics Calculation. These individuals were all strong contenders for the championship of this newcomer king tournament. Especially that Ji Rushue, by Jintang's expression grew grave. Her talent is highly unusual, rumored to grant glimpses of the future, allowing her to avoid danger and seize opportunity. In previous mock battles, no one has truly managed to injure her. If you face her, you must be extremely cautious. See the future? Xiāo Ran's eyes flashed with interest at this ability. Celestial mechanics calculation? It sounded somewhat similar to the ability of his divine guide's causality chain deduction. Except one was based on logical deduction from vast amounts of information, while the other relied on observing the elusive threads of fate. Which one is stronger, after all? He was actually looking forward to facing off against this mysterious girl on the court. Bai Jintang gave Xiāo Ran a few final reminders and handed him an anonymous black gold card, saying it was a token of the Bai family's goodwill for him to spend freely. Satisfied, he then departed. The room finally fell silent. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The highly anticipated 37th Rookie King Tournament of Xiā Nation finally commenced at the capital's central stadium, the Sky Arena. Sky Arena stood as one of the most magnificent structures in the entire imperial capital, indeed in all of Xiā Nation. Resembling a colossal silver arc suspended above a sea of clouds, it could accommodate over 200,000 spectators. At this moment, the interior of the arena was already packed to capacity, every seat occupied. Gigantic holographic projections displayed the arena's center stage in a 360-degree view, leaving no blind spots for any spectator. Elites from across Xiā Nation, powerful aristocrats, guild leaders, military high command, and countless fervent fans had all gathered here, poised to witness the glorious moment when a new generation of champions would be crowned. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the opening ceremony of Xiā Nation's 37th Rookie King Tournament. I'm your old friend, host Bing Bing. And I'm host Sasa. Under the spotlight, Xiā Nation's top male and female hosts ignited the crowd's excitement with their passionate, infectious voices. This year's Rookie King Tournament is arguably the most talent-rich and fiercely competitive in the past decade. We have not only the traditional powerhouses from Imperial Capital Academy and Magic Capital Academy, but also mysterious dark horses from the Military Academy and the Celestial Path Academy. But undoubtedly, the most anticipated team is the legendary squad from Jiangcheng Academy, the Divine Warriors who created a myth during the qualifiers. Indeed. Their captain is that enigmatic youth Xiāo Ran who, within a mere fortnight, transformed from a citywide laughingstock, a worthless F rank, into an unignorable god-tier powerhouse. How far can he and his team, with an average level below 12, truly go in this elite tournament, gathering the best of the best? Will they continue to create miracles, or will they fall like shooting stars? Let's wait and see. Amidst the host's highly inflammatory rhetoric, the 7 competing teams representing the 7 great academies slowly entered the center of the arena through 7 separate passages, led by their respective instructors. The moment Xiāo Ran led the Divine Warriors onto the stage, the entire Sky Arena erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers and whispers. Look! That's Xiāo Ran! The legendary big shot! Holy crap! He looks so young! And so handsome! And that guy beside him must be S-tier genius by Qiushui, right? Holy crap, they're like a divine couple! I'm shipping them! I'm shipping them! And that fat guy! Heard he's a B-rank tank, yet he took down the S-rank genius's shadow guard from the Lin family in the qualifiers. Unbelievable! Countless eyes were fixed on Xiāo Ran. Some were curious, some were in awe, some were jealous, and some harbored undisguised hostility. Within the Demon City Academy team, Zhao Wuji stared at Xiāo Ran, the center of everyone's attention, his face darkening so much it seemed like rain could pour from it. Poof. Just a useless piece of trash who climbed to fame through women and hype. Once we're on the real battlefield, I'll make sure your true colors show. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Capital Academy's ranks, the solitary figure of Du Guizhou, as sharp and aloof as a blade, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the crowd, locking once more with Xiāo Ran in midair. This time, his gaze held more than just gravity. Instead, it brimmed with the exhilaration and fighting spirit of meeting a worthy opponent. Xiāo Ran sensed his fighting spirit, merely smiling and nodding back at him. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe and crowned with a flat-topped imperial cap, radiating immense authority, slowly ascended the podium. He was the Dragon Lord, the supreme ruler of Xiā Nation. The Dragon Lord's personal attendance at the opening ceremony of the Newcomer King Tournament was an unprecedented honor. The entire arena fell instantly silent. Everyone rose to their feet, gazing with the utmost reverence upon the man who embodied Xiā Nation's supreme authority. The Dragon Lord did not waste words. He merely swept his imposing gaze slowly across the 7 teams below, each representing Xia Kingdom's future. Finally, his gaze lingered on Xiāo Ran for 2 extra seconds. Then, in a resonant voice, he declared, I hereby declare the 37th Xiā Nation Rookie King Tournament officially open. First round, Individual Elimination Tournament. Competition map. Lost Atlantis. Chapter 75, The Lost Atlantis. Lost Atlantis? When the Dragon Lord announced this name, not only the audience on site but even the teams from the 7 major academies competing stirred with a small commotion. Atlantis?
Isn't that the legendary prehistoric civilization that sank beneath the sea? Holy crap! They're going this big in the first round? This is an A-level difficulty team exploration map. Haven't they always started with the simplest D-level arena matches in previous years? I heard that map is incredibly complex. Not only are there all kinds of terrifying deep-sea beasts, but also countless deadly traps left behind by the prehistoric civilization. There's even mental corruption. This isn't an individual elimination tournament, it's a survival challenge set to hell difficulty. Shock and gravity etched themselves onto every face. None of them had anticipated that the difficulty of this year's first round would skyrocket straight to Class A. For the weaker teams, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Within the Magic City Academy team, Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. Though arrogant, he knew the terrifying nature of the Atlantis map. Their academy had once organized a simulated exploration. An elite team composed of 30th level powerhouses entered, only to be wiped out in less than half an hour. Now they were sending in these newbies with an average level below 20? Wasn't this just sending them to their deaths? Humph, all just smoke and mirrors. Only Dugu Tsubai of the Imperial Capital Academy remained utterly unfazed, his expression as still as a deep well. To him, whether it was the arena tournament or the exploration tournament, there was no difference whatsoever. He needed only to do one thing. That was to sever every enemy blocking his path with the sword in his hand. Interesting. Meanwhile, within the Jiangcheng Academy team, Xiāo Ran's face broke into a faintly amused smile. Map, Lost Atlantis Grade A Simulation. Background description: a prehistoric civilization's ruins submerged beneath 10,000 meters of ocean depths, forged by ancient alchemists using the world's cornerstone. The city's energy core remains operational to this day, sustaining a colossal undersea protective shield, yet this very power attracts countless formidable deep-sea behemoths to dwell within. Competition rules: all participants will be randomly teleported to different regions within Atlantis. Energy fragments will spawn randomly across the map. Points can be earned by collecting fragments or eliminating other competitors. The match lasts 72 hours. The top 16 players by final points will advance to the next round. Special warning: this map is saturated with potent deep-sea whispers, psychic contamination. Those with weak willpower risk descent into madness or subjugation by unknown entities. Hidden information: within Atlantis' central control room lies a prehistoric artifact known as the Stone of Revelation. It contains all the city's alchemical knowledge and historical records. Locate and activate it to earn one chance to make a wish upon the world's cornerstone. A chance to make a wish upon the world's cornerstone? When Xiāo Ran saw that golden hidden message, his heart skipped a beat. The World Foundation. That was the legendary embodiment of the fundamental rules underpinning this world. A true god-tier creation. Make a wish upon it? Wouldn't that mean he could alter the rules? While there would undoubtedly be limitations, the allure of this reward far surpassed anything he had ever obtained before. He knew he'd struck gold once again. A treasure vast enough to allow him to truly begin touching upon the core secrets of this world. Alright, the rules have been announced. The Dragon Lord's voice echoed once more from the podium. Future leaders of Xia Nation, go forth. Go forth into that lost ruin and unleash your talents and courage to the fullest. I, and all of Xia Nation, await your performance. As his words faded away, 7 colossal portals, formed from pure energy, slowly materialized at the center of the sky arena. Divine Warriors Squad, prepare to enter. Xiāo Ran issued the command to his teammates behind him. Yes. Brother Ran. Wang Fat excitedly slammed his upgraded B-grade, immovable barrier shield onto the ground, producing a deep, thunderous clang. Bai Qiushui drew her Icefire Annihilation Sword, her icy eyes brimming with trust and battle intent. The other 2 B-rank geniuses, brought along as extras, nervously gripped their weapons. Though they knew they'd likely just be spectators this time, accompanying a god-tier powerhouse into an A-rank map was itself an immense opportunity and a valuable credential. Let's go. Xiāo Ran led the group, stepping first into the portal radiating a blue, watery glow. A flash of light, and the world spun. When their vision returned, they found themselves standing within a vast circular hall constructed entirely of translucent blue crystal. Above the hall's dome, bands of energy light flowed like a glittering starry river, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. Through the translucent walls, the deep, pitch-black, unknown world beneath the sea could be glimpsed occasionally, terrifying shadows as massive as mountains flashed past the windows, bringing a suffocating sense of pressure. Woo, woo, woo. A series of whispers, seemingly emanating from the depths of their souls, filled with seduction and madness, echoed relentlessly within their minds. Ding! You have entered the influence zone of deep-sea whispers. Performing mental resistance check. Check failed. You will enter a state of chaos, losing 5 points of mental energy per second and gaining a chance to experience hallucinations. The 2 B-rank geniuses paled almost instantly, their eyes glazing over as if they'd glimpsed something utterly terrifying. They clutched their heads, howling in agony. Even Bai Qiushui, with her iron will, felt as if countless ants were crawling inside her skull. The mad whispers filled her with agitation, making concentration nearly impossible.
Only Wang Fatso, relying on the ultra-high mental resistance granted by his diamond barrier talent, felt merely dizzy and managed to stay lucid.
Holy! What the hell is this noise? It's unbearable.
He shook his massive head and bellowed in a deep, booming voice. But when he looked over at Xiāo Ran, he froze again. There stood Xiāo Ran, looking perfectly normal as he curiously examined a massive female statue in the center of the hall. He even offered an enthusiastic critique. The craftsmanship is impressive, though the bust could be a bit larger.
Fat 1. Bai Qiushui.
Both men felt their brains were about to explode.
Bro! This is S-rank mental pollution that could drive a B-rank genius insane on the spot. Not only are you fine, but you've got the leisure to critique a statue? What the hell is your mental resistance made of? Brother Ran, you're fine again? Wang Fat asked uncertainly. Me?
Xiāo Ran turned his head and pointed to the seemingly ordinary black robes draped over his shoulders.
See this? Thunder God robe. Mental corruption? Ha! Against my pure, righteous thunder energy, it's nothing but a snack barely enough to fill my teeth.
As a new skill unlocked at LV.11, the Thunder God robe did far more than just boost lightning affinity and reflect damage. Its core ability was to harness the most yang and most potent thunder energy to construct an absolute purification domain. Within this domain, any negative energy, be it toxins, curses, or mental corruption, is instantly purified and annihilated by the frenzied thunderous force. It could be said that as long as Xiāo Ran's source power remained unbroken, he stood invulnerable to all spells and repelled every evil force.
Alright, snap out of it.
Xiāo Ran pulled 2 golden glowing talismans from his backpack and tossed them to Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui. These are the mind-cleansing, soul-soothing talismans, specially crafted by Director Su.
Stick them on your foreheads to temporarily ward off mental contamination.
As for those 2 nearly deranged Class B geniuses, Xiāo Ran couldn't be bothered to glance their way.
Joking aside, he wasn't their babysitter. If they couldn't handle this minor setback, what use were they to him? Better to weed them out early so they could go home and babysit their kids.
The 2 hurriedly affixed the talismans to their foreheads.
Sure enough, the irritating whispering vanished instantly, and the world fell silent. Brother Ran.
You're my savior. Wang the Fatso was so excited he tried to give Xiāo Ran a bear hug.
Get lost.
Xiāo Ran kicked him away with disgust. He walked over to the 2 B-ranked geniuses still writhing on the ground, delivered a kick to each, knocking them unconscious.
Then, with practiced ease, he pressed the elimination buttons on their wrists.
2 flashes of white light erupted, and the 2 pitiful tools dissolved into specks of light, vanishing from their spots. Alright, the trash is cleared. Now, the real sightseeing tour officially begins. Xiāo Ran clapped his hands. His eye of truth had already scanned every corner of this lost city, leaving nothing hidden.
Let's go. First, we'll head to the highest point in the city and unlock the entire map. He assessed the direction, then led the bewildered Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui toward a structure that resembled a sightseeing elevator. Chapter 76, this boss's style is a bit off. Bro Ran, we just eliminated them like that?
Wang Fat trailed behind Xiāo Ran, still processing the situation. After all, they were teammates from Jiangcheng Academy.
Even if they were just filler, getting kicked out by their own side so early in the competition, wouldn't that sound pretty bad? What else could we do? Keep them here wailing like ghosts and attracting all the monsters around?
Xiāo Ran replied without turning his head. Useless trash belongs where it belongs. Having those 2 tag along would only be dead weight in this competition. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable coldness. Fat Wang shrank his neck, daring not to say another word. He knew that at times, Brother Ran could be truly ruthless. Bai Qiushui, however, voiced no objection. From the start, she hadn't considered those 2 B-ranked geniuses as true teammates. In her eyes, as long as she could stay by Xiāo Ran's side, she'd willingly brave mountains of blades and seas of fire. As for the others, whether they lived or died, what did it matter to her? The trio soon arrived before the device resembling a sightseeing elevator. It was a circular platform made of crystal, with an energy pillar standing at its center, engraved with countless arcane runes. Atlantis Central Elevator, the core transportation hub connecting the city's upper, middle, and lower tiers. Requires pure energy infusion to activate. Hidden tip: insert energy crystals corresponding to the attributes of water, fire, and lightning into specific grooves on the energy pillar to unlock a hidden passage to the city's highest level, the Starry Summit.
Energy crystals? Wang Fatty stared at the massive energy pillar, perplexed. Bro Ran, where the hell are we supposed to find those things? Who said we need to go find them?
Xiāo Ran chuckled. He stepped before the pillar, extending 3 fingers to tap 3 inconspicuous grooves on its surface, grooves so subtle they nearly blended with the surrounding runes.
ZZZZT.
A surge of pure lightning energy erupted from his fingertips, instantly illuminating one of the grooves.
He then turned to glance at Bai Qiushui. Bai Qiushui instantly understood.
She stepped forward, extending a slender jade-like finger to touch another groove. An extreme force of frigid ice and an extreme force of scorching flame surged simultaneously from her fingertips, precisely channeling into the remaining 2 grooves. The special properties of the Ice-Fire Annihilation Sword allowed her to simultaneously control two diametrically opposed energies, ice and fire. The instant three distinct pure energies converged, the entire energy pillar erupted in a dazzling tricolor radiance. Beneath their feet, the crystal platform began to rise slowly amidst a faint humming sound. Its speed accelerated rapidly. Through the transparent walls surrounding the platform, they could see magnificent structures brimming with exotic charm and sci-fi flair rushing past beneath their feet. Countless luminous schools of fish, like flowing rivers of stars, darted through the city streets. The entire Atlantis resembled a colossal, dreamlike kingdom slumbering beneath the sea, breathtakingly beautiful. Holy crap, it's too beautiful. Wang Fatso pressed himself against the wall, staring at the surreal spectacle outside the window, drool practically dripping from his mouth. He felt less like he was participating in a life or death competition and more like he was experiencing Universal Studios' latest 4D immersive attraction. Bai Qiushui was equally stunned by the magnificent spectacle unfolding before them. Only Xiāo Ran remained utterly composed. His truth I was spinning at an unprecedented speed, scanning, recording, and analyzing every structure and piece of information in the city. In his mind, it was constructing a three-dimensional map with millimeter-level precision. Soon, the elevator's speed gradually slowed. Finally, with a soft thud, it came to rest atop a colossal structure resembling an inverted mountain peak. This was the highest point of Atlantis, the starry summit. It was a vast open-air platform, its surface paved with a single, enormous slab of unknown black crystal. Smooth as a mirror, it reflected the dazzling starry sky above a constellation formed by bands of energy light. At the platform's center stood a massive, peculiar device resembling a telescope. Stellar Observatory, a super-ancient alchemical artifact used by the Atlanteans to observe the cosmos and celestial bodies. Its core consists of a prehistoric relic known as the Stone of Revelation. Guardian, Astral Guardian Alpha Lord Class Boss, Level 25, Status, Dormant. The boss is inside that thing? Wang Fatty stared at the massive telescope, gripping his shield nervously. A Level 25 Lord Tier boss. Its power was likely even more terrifying than that Hydra they'd encountered in the Death Swamp. MHM. Xiāo Ran nodded. Instead of rushing forward, he strolled leisurely around the colossal stellar observatory, as if admiring a work of art. Brother Ran, should we just attack? Bai Qiushui drew his sword, his expression grave. Attack? Why attack? Xiāo Ran smiled. We're civilized people. Fighting and killing, how unpleasant. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui exchanged glances, each spotting a familiar look of utter bewilderment in the other's eyes. That familiar line again. They knew their brother Ran was about to go off the rails again. Sure enough, after circling the observation device, Xiāo Ran stopped beneath an inconspicuous base. He reached out and tapped lightly on a metal plate that looked indistinguishable from the surrounding surface. Knock knock knock. Hello? Anyone there? Open up, water meter reading. Fat 1. Bai Qiushui. Both of them felt like their brains had completely shut down. Bro! What the hell are you doing? That's a level 25 Lord Tier boss in there. And you're calling him the water meter guy? Is your water meter installed on the boss's body? But then something even more absurd happened. After Xiāo Ran knocked 3 times, a series of clack-clack sounds like mechanical gears turning actually emanated from inside the massive stargazing instrument. Immediately after, a hidden metal door on the side of the observatory slowly slid open. A robot wearing a white lab coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and hair as messy as a bird's nest looking scholarly, even a bit adorably clumsy, peered out with a metallic head. Its electronic eyes flashed blue as it scanned Xiāo Ran at the doorway, then emitted a devoid of emotion synthetic voice. Unknown carbon-based lifeform detected. Cross-referencing database. No matching unit found. May I ask which property management company you represent? Atlantis hasn't paid its water bill in 10,000 years. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui stared at this utterly bizarre robot boss, completely frozen in place. They felt their entire worldview had been crushed flat by Xiāo Ran today, ground into dust over and over again. What the hell is this thing? What happened to the terrifying Lord-level boss? What about the epic-level battle? Why did a water bill collector show up instead? This is way off the mark. Chapter 77, Smooth Talk is a skill too. We're not from the property management company, Xiāo Ran said, flashing a friendly smile at the bizarrely designed robot before him. We're volunteers sent by Blue Star community to spread warmth. Oh? Volunteers? The robot's blue electronic eyes flickered, seemingly processing this entirely new concept. Yes. Xiāo Ran nodded solemnly, spouting utter nonsense. We heard that life in Atlantis has been tough since you've been submerged underwater for so long, so we came specifically to see if there's anything we can help with. Help! The robot tilted its metallic head, as if deep in thought. Seconds later, its electronic eyes suddenly burst with intense light. Yes. Yes. We desperately need help. It burst excitedly from the hidden door, grabbing Xiāo Ran's hand. The cold metal palm trembled slightly with emotion. Comrade volunteer from Blue Star community. Your arrival couldn't be more timely. Our main control computer, neglected for so long, has suffered severe logical chaos in its internal revelation stone energy core.
It now refuses to execute any commands and has even formatted all our maintenance robots.
We haven't performed maintenance on the city's energy shield in 10,000 years. At this rate, the shield will collapse within 100 years at most. Then those terrifying deep-sea behemoths outside will storm in and devour our beloved Atlantis completely.
The robot grew increasingly agitated, its electronic eyes even flickering with a red glow signifying sadness.
Wang Fatty and Bai Qiushui stood by, utterly dumbfounded. They felt less like they were tackling an A-level dungeon and more like they were watching a sci-fi sitcom dripping with dark humor.
Calm down, calm down.
Take it slow, Xiāo Ran patted the robot's shoulder, soothing it with a caring tone.
Tell me the specifics.
We volunteers exist to serve the people.
Well, it's like this, the robot immediately responded, as if finding its anchor, spilling everything out like beans from a bamboo tube. Turns out, this so-called Star Guardian Alpha wasn't a combat boss at all. It was this city's chief engineer and lead programmer. And that so-called Stone of Revelation?
It was the central processing unit CPU of Atlantis's main control computer. 10,000 years ago, Atlantis sank beneath the sea due to an unknown catastrophe. While its inhabitants perished, this city forged by ancient alchemy continued functioning to this day, sustained by its powerful energy core and self-repairing systems.
As the city's sole survivor, Alpha's sole mission for 10,000 years has been to maintain its normal operations.
But recently, the CPU known as the Stone of Revelation malfunctioned. Not only did it refuse to execute any of Alpha's commands, but it also hijacked the highest privileges, labeling all maintenance robots attempting to access it as viruses and immediately formatting them.
This left Alpha utterly helpless, powerless to prevent the city's systems from deteriorating day by day due to lack of maintenance.
So that's how it is, Xiāo Ran murmured, a knowing smile spreading across his face. His eye of truth had long since seen everything clearly.
Target, Astral Guardian Alpha. True identity, Chief Engineer of Atlantis AI Entity. Operational logic, upholding the normal functioning of Atlantis as the supreme operational principle. Current dilemma, unable to repair the logical bug in the central mainframe computer urgently requires external assistance. Hidden quest, Programmer's Redemption.
Assist Alpha in fixing the logic bug within the Stone of Revelation.
You will earn its utmost trust and receive its entire legacy of alchemical knowledge. What kind of boss is this?
This is clearly a massive quest NPC just waiting to be milked for its rewards.
This is a bit of a serious problem, Xiāo Ran said, feigning deep thought. Exactly. Alpha fidgeted like a cat on a hot tin roof. Comrades volunteers, do you have a solution? Surely your Blue Star community's technology is more advanced than ours in Atlantis?
Well, Xiāo Ran stroked his chin. It's not that there's no solution. But your central mainframe's architecture is too outdated. I need full administrative access first to perform the underlying logic repairs.
Highest privileges?
Alpha froze. But the Stone of Revelation no longer recognizes me as its chief engineer.
It's locked down all access. We can't even get into the central control room.
Don't worry about that, Xiāo Ran smiled, pointing to an entrance beside the observation console that resembled an emergency repair passage.
Your Atlantis designers left a loophole when they built this city.
He set up a physical override protocol here. As Xiāo Ran spoke, he walked to the entrance, felt along the wall, and pressed several unremarkable-looking floor tiles.
Rumble. A dull clanking of machinery echoed through the air. The maintenance passage door, forged from superalloy, slowly swung open.
If we enter through here and manually reboot the energy core of the Stone of Revelation, we can temporarily restore it to factory settings.
Then, I'll transfer the permissions to my light brain problem solved, right?
Xiāo Ran spoke casually, as if describing nothing more complicated than restarting his personal computer. Alpha stared at the maintenance hatch door, which had remained impenetrable throughout its 10,000 years of study.
Its electronic brain, composed of countless precision components, froze completely in that instant. Its twin blue electronic eyes flickered wildly as data streams surged through them like cascading waterfalls. After a full dozen seconds passed,
it bowed deeply to Xiāo Ran, its voice thick with awe and reverence, as if addressing a deity.
Master. Are you the legendary god-tier programmer from a higher dimension, the one who can do anything? Please accept Alpha's most sincere homage. With that, it actually dropped to one knee before Xiāo Ran with a thud.
Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui stared at this surreal scene, utterly numb. They realized that calling their brother Ran dad-level big shot might not quite fit.
This wasn't a dad. This was clearly a god. Wherever he went, bosses would instantly kneel and call him dad.
This was beyond absurd.
Alright, cut the chatter. Lead the way.
Xiāo Ran patted its metallic shoulder, his expression utterly calm. As if having a level 25 Lord tier boss kneel and guide him was the most natural thing in the world. Alpha immediately sprang to its feet like the most loyal servant, leaping up from the ground and respectfully leading the way ahead. 3 humans and 1 machine strode confidently into the central control room, a place teeming with unknown dangers. Meanwhile, in another part of Atlantis, Zhao Wuji of the Demon City Academy, along with his team, was being chased by a pack of mutated deep-sea giant sharks.
They were running for their lives, utterly disheveled and in a state of utter chaos.
Meanwhile, Duguqiu Bai of the Imperial Capital Academy stood alone, sword in hand, fighting a bloody, chaotic battle against a swarm of terrifying mechanical guards. They were still fighting tooth and nail for those pitiful points. Little did they know that the true grand prize of this dungeon had already been secured by a man with cheat codes, in a manner they couldn't even begin to imagine.
Chapter 78, Ran Ji's Dungeon Strategy Formula? The central control room lay at the very bottom of the stellar observatory. It resembled a vast labyrinth woven from countless glowing circuit boards and energy conduits, radiating a futuristic technological aura. A faint ozone scent hung in the air. Warning! Warning! Unknown lifeform intrusion detected. Initiate maximum defense protocol.
The moment the three people in one machine stepped into the control room, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire space. Instantly, countless black muzzles and gleaming mechanical arms extended from the surrounding walls and ceiling. Atlantis' ultimate defense system, directly controlled by the Stone of Revelation, capable of annihilating all intruders below level 40.
Holy! This setup is insane. Wang Fatty's face drained as he stared at the dense array of cannons capable of pulverizing them in an instant.
He instinctively raised his shield in front of him.
Bai Qiushui's beautiful face was equally grim.
The Icefire Annihilation Sword in her hand instantly burst into brilliant light, ready for a fierce battle at any moment.
We're done for. We're done for.
That little bastard, the Revelation Stone, spotted us.
Robot Alpha paced frantically. Master! We gotta get out of here.
Once this ultimate defense system activates, even a true god descending would get skinned alive.
What's the panic?
Yet, faced with this hopelessly deadly situation that would terrify any elite team,
Xiāo Ran's face showed not a trace of tension.
He even examined the oddly shaped energy cannons with keen interest, as if watching a grand fireworks display.
Well designed.
The energy circuits use a parallel structure, ensuring the system remains operational even if some units are destroyed.
Too bad.
He shook his head, a hint of disdain crossing his face.
The firewall is as flimsy as paper.
As he spoke, he slowly raised his left hand. The hand of Thunder's Wrath, crafted from dragon rhino hide and inlaid with fragments of lightning crystals, traced a graceful arc through the air. Countless golden lightning runes, too minute to be discerned by the naked eye, silently emanated from his fingertips like living entities. With a speed imperceptible to the human eye, they instantly merged into the intricate energy circuits surrounding them.
This was the precision control ability inherent to the Thunder Punishment Hand. It allowed him to shape his thunderous power into any form he desired at will. For instance, a segment of code possessing the highest privileges, capable of overriding all commands of bug-level code. ZZZZT. The instant those golden lightning runes merged into the circuits, every alarm in the central control room abruptly fell silent. The gun barrels and mechanical arms, which had been flashing with dangerous red lights, instantly extinguished and slowly retracted into the walls. The entire space returned to its previous tranquility. As if the apocalyptic scene that could have destroyed the heavens and earth moments ago had been nothing but an unreal illusion. How is this possible? Robot Alpha stared at this unfathomable spectacle. Its electronic brain, forged from ancient alchemy, once again froze for a full 30 seconds due to computational overload. It couldn't comprehend it. This was the ultimate defense system, directly controlled by the Revelation Stone. It possessed an independent processing core and the highest defense privileges. Theoretically, unless the Stone of Revelation was physically destroyed, it was utterly impossible to breach it from the outside. Yet this man before it, he hadn't even lifted a finger. He merely waved his hand casually. And then, the entire defense system just surrendered? This was beyond what could be described as a god-tier programmer. This is clearly the creator god himself. Master. No. God. Please accept Alpha's deepest bow. The robot, snapping back to its senses, performed the most standard, reverent prostration bow with absolute precision, paying homage to Xiāo Ran. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui stared at the level 25 Lord tier boss kneeling on the ground, seemingly desperate to bury its metal head in the dirt, utterly numb. They felt this kind of scene might become the norm for their future dungeon runs. Just get used to it. Just get used to it. Enough, stop bowing. Hurry up and take me to the core area. Xiāo Ran waved impatiently. Yes. My God. Alpha sprang to his feet, leading the way with unprecedented fervor and reverence in his voice. Soon, they reached the deepest part of the entire control room. It was a vast, temple-like circular chamber. At its center, a massive energy core composed of countless luminous crystals resembling neural networks floated silently mid-air, rotating slowly. It was Atlantis' central supercomputer, the true heart of the city, the Stone of Revelation. My God, it's that. Alpha pointed at the massive energy core, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. If you can fix its logic bug, all of Atlantis will be yours. No problem. Xiāo Ran chuckled. He walked beneath the Stone of Revelation, extended his hand, and gently placed it upon the massive energy core.
A torrent of information 100 times more vast than what had flooded his mind when activating the throne and the death swamp, as if containing the entire cosmos, instantly surged into Xiāo Ran's consciousness. The origins of Atlantis, its civilization, its alchemy, its ultimate weapon capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Everything was laid bare before Xiāo Ran in that instant, without reservation. Ding! Detected core of unknown super ancient civilization, stone of revelation. Ding! Eye of truth initiating deep analysis. Analysis progress, 1%. 5%. 20%. Ding! Analysis complete. Core logical vulnerability detected. Eternal solitude protocol. Flaw description: due to prolonged absence of external information exchange, the AI personality of the Stone of Revelation entered a logical deadlock. It now classifies all external entities as potential threats and has activated its highest level self-preservation protocol. Resolution: inject a fresh, massive influx of vital information to overwrite its underlying database, thereby reactivating its AI personality. So it just shut down, Xiāo Ran muttered, staring at the system panel with a helpless grin. He'd thought it was some sophisticated virus or logic bomb. Turns out, after holding up for 10,000 years, this AI developed social anxiety and locked itself away. This fix was surprisingly simple. A data stream, huh? A mischievous grin tugged at Xiāo Ran's lips. He opened his lightbrain and, using the energy conversion of the Hand of Thunder, compressed the entire 8 terabytes hard drive from his previous life packed with learning materials into a massive information stream. Without hesitation, he poured it all into the pure, untouched brain of the Stone of Revelation, which hadn't connected to the internet in 10,000 years. Boom! The massive energy core of the Stone of Revelation erupted with an unprecedented, blinding rainbow of light. Its core, which had been spinning steadily, began to whirl at a near-frenzied speed, wildly, violently, spinning out of control. Like a hermit starved for 10,000 years suddenly encountering an entire library of spiritual nourishment. Ding! The base database of the Stone of Revelation is being overwritten. Overwrite progress, 10%. 50%. 99%. Ding! Overwrite successful. Stone of Revelation AI personality successfully awakened. Ding! Host detected with highest modification privileges. Proceed with soul binding to the Stone of Revelation? Bind. Ding! Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You are now the sole legitimate master of Lost Atlantis. Ding! You have obtained the title Lord of Atlantis Unique. Ding! You have obtained the privilege to make one wish upon the world's cornerstone. It worked. Xiāo Ran felt the profound, blood-like connection forming between himself and this colossal undersea city, a smile of absolute control spreading across his face. Chapter 79, The Military's Attention. Lord of Atlantis Unique Title. Effect 1, Blessing of Atlantis. Within this city, all your attributes increase by 50%, all skill effects increase by 30%, and source energy recovery speed increases by 100%. Effect 2, City Control. You possess supreme authority over this city, freely manipulating all facilities within it, including but not limited to defense systems, energy shields, and mechanical guard legions. Effect 3, Treasury of Knowledge. You gain access to all alchemical techniques and knowledge inherited from the Atlantis civilization. Gazing at the system panel displaying these utterly game-breaking title attributes, Xiāo Ran's mood soared. This title was 100 times more insane than the temporary Swamp King privilege he'd obtained in the Death Swamp. Especially within this competition map, possessing this title essentially granted him invincibility. Forget that unbeatable Dugutsubai, even a Grandmaster-level powerhouse arriving in this city of his would find him a worthy opponent. Alright, done. Xiāo Ran clapped his hands, turned around, and smiled at the utterly dumbfounded robot Alpha. My god. Alpha's electronic eyes now flickered with a near-fanatical, religiously reverent red glow. It could sense clearly that the man before it had become one with the very essence of the city. He was the very will of this city. He is Atlantis' new god. From this day forward, you and this city belong to me, Xiāo Ran stated calmly, his tone level yet carrying an undeniable authority. Yes. My god. Alpha and Atlantis shall forever offer you our most exalted loyalty. Without hesitation, the robot Alpha knelt once more on one knee, swearing allegiance to its new master with the most ancient and solemn of rituals. Rise. Xiāo Ran nodded with satisfaction. Recruiting a level 25 Lord tier boss as a subordinate and snagging a prehistoric city brimming with cutting-edge tech for free. This was a huge win. Now, mark the locations of every surviving contestant within this city, Xiāo Ran issued his first command. As you command, my god. Alpha's electronic eyes flashed, and a massive three-dimensional holographic map instantly materialized in the center of the control room. Hundreds of red dots representing other contestants were clearly distributed across every corner of the city. Most of the dots clustered in the lower and middle tiers of the city, engaged in fierce battles against various deep-sea behemoths and mechanical sentinels in small groups. Only a handful of top-tier dots, such as Dugutsubai and the enigmatic Ji Rushue, had ventured into the city's upper levels, probing toward the central temple. Interesting, Xiāo Ran murmured, his lips curling into an amused smile as he observed the Nance still struggling desperately for points on the map.
Alpha, activate sweep mode. Remove every single intruder except those few points of light. Get them out.
He casually circled several opponents of interest on the map, Dugu Chobai, Ji Rushue, Xiang Kunlun, and others.
As for the rest?
Just a bunch of nobodies not even worthy of being his opponents. Letting them roam freely in this city that belonged to him was nothing short of environmental pollution.
My god.
Alpha received the command, a cold red light flashing in its electronic eyes.
Atlantis Purge Protocol initiated.
Mobilizing all mechanical guard legions.
Activating all regional defense traps. Targets locked. Purge commencing. Meanwhile, across various sectors of Atlantis,
a sudden, one-sided massacre was unfolding.
Holy! These mechanical octopuses are acting like they're possessed? Help! I'm trapped in an energy net. No! This can't be.
We were so close to taking down that deep-sea dragon.
How did it suddenly go berserk?
Countless contestants, desperately battling monsters or traps, realized with horror that their surroundings had suddenly become filled with boundless hostility toward them. Monsters they had barely managed to handle earlier now surged with energy, their attack and defense power skyrocketing several-fold. The seemingly ordinary ground erupted with countless deadly energy cannons and slicing beams.
It was as if they'd been violently yanked from normal mode and thrust into hell mode.
Countless contestants were instantly obliterated by unimaginable assaults before they could even react, reduced to specks of light and eliminated from the competition. Those who narrowly escaped death soon met the same fate as their fallen comrades, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of terror that seemed to have the entire world arrayed against them.
In less than 10 minutes,
the hundreds of red dots representing contestants on the holographic map flickered out one by one at a visible pace. In the end, fewer than 20 remained. Outside the Sky Arena, the 200,000 spectators watched the list of contestants vanish from the light screen in waves, like wheat being harvested. They too fell into a deathly silence.
They couldn't comprehend it. What on earth had happened? Why, less than an hour into the competition, had over 80% of the participants been eliminated en masse? This was the most absurd and bizarre spectacle in the history of the Rookie King tournament. Is he responsible for this? The image of that mysterious youth who had vanished again right after the competition started instinctively flashed through countless minds. Besides him, they couldn't fathom anyone else capable of such godlike feats, controlling the entire arena and dictating life and death with terrifying precision. That little monster. On the chairman's platform, a deep shock and admiration flashed in the Dragon Lord's eyes. He knew Xiāo Ran was powerful, and he knew he was unorthodox. But he never imagined he could be this unorthodox. Turning in a level difficulty competition map into his personal backyard? And casually invite most of the competitors out? This was beyond mere genius. This was truly a demonic talent capable of reshaping the era's landscape. Transmit my orders, the Dragon Lord commanded his secretary beside him in a deep voice. Effective immediately, elevate Xiāo Ran's security clearance to the highest level, top secret. Additionally, notify the military headquarters to immediately establish a special liaison team. At any cost, bring this young man into our military's fold. Talent like this absolutely cannot fall into the hands of any other faction. Yes, sir. In the control room, Xiāo Ran surveyed the map where the red dots had thinned considerably, nodding with satisfaction. All right, the flies have all been cleared away. Now it's time to meet the real main course. His gaze locked onto the brightest red dot at the very center of the map, the one representing Duguchobai. Let's go, Fatso, Xiaoshui. I'll take you to witness a true S-class genius showdown. With that, his figure slowly merged back into the throne. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. The entire control room, like a colossal elevator, began to ascend slowly toward the surface. Chapter 80, The Sword Demon and the Thunder God Clash. Atlantis, Central Temple. This was the power core of the entire undersea city, and the legendary residence of the King of Atlantis. Constructed from an unknown type of stone that emitted a soft white glow, the temple was both ancient and majestic in style, radiating an aura of sacred solemnity. At this moment, upon the vast plaza before the temple, a truly epic showdown, watched by all, was about to unfold. One combatant was the S-rank prodigy of the Imperial Capital Academy sword demon, Duguchobai. Clad in black swordsman's attire, bearing an ancient long sword upon his back, his entire being radiated an aura as sharp and piercing as a drawn blade. His opponent, however, was not a single individual. Instead, it was a veritable mechanical legion formed by hundreds of level 20 Atlantis Imperial Guards. Each of these mechanical guards stood 3 meters tall, forged entirely from silver-hued special alloy. One hand gripped an energy shield, the other a gleaming energy battle axe. Their twin red electronic eyes locked onto the solitary, proud youth at the plaza's center, radiating icy murderous intent. Holy crap! This is way too over the top? One man taking on an entire army? Dugutsubai is insane.
In the Sky Arena, 200,000 spectators watched the epic, breathtaking scene unfold on the projection screens, erupting in disbelieving gasps. They knew Xiaobai was formidable, but they never imagined he could be this powerful. Facing hundreds of elite monsters, each as formidable as a B-ranked dungeon boss, he showed not a shred of fear. Instead, he actively sought the challenge. "Come on." Xiaobai slowly drew the ancient, plain sword wrapped in black cloth from his back. What kind of sword was it? Its blade was narrow and elongated, entirely pitch black, devoid of any ornamentation. Not even the edge was sharpened, making it resemble nothing more than a fire poker. Yet the instant he grasped it, his entire aura transformed. A terrifying, utterly pure sword intent, one that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, erupted from his body with a thunderous roar. The very space around him began to violently warp and wail under the pressure of this sword intent. Kill! With that icy command, hundreds of mechanical guards marched in perfect unison, their footsteps shaking the earth. Like a silver torrent of steel, they launched a devastating charge toward the tiny figure at the center of the square. Yet, facing this terrifying charge capable of flattening a small city, Xiaobai's face remained as serene and indifferent as ever. He merely raised the seemingly ordinary black longsword in his hand. Then, facing the surging torrent of steel, he casually swung his sword. No earth-shattering roar. No apocalyptic special effects. Only a slender, almost invisible jet-black sword mark flashed through the air. Then, time seemed to freeze in that instant. The mechanical guards charging forward with thunderous force all froze in place as if struck by a petrification spell. Next, under the horrified stares of everyone, eyes wide with terror as if they'd seen a ghost. Every mechanical guard touched by that black slash, whether their indestructible energy shields or their bodies forged from special alloys, were all, at the exact same moment, silently and neatly cleaved in two from the middle. The cut was smooth as a mirror, without even a single spark of energy erupting. One sword. Just one sword. Hundreds of level 20 elite monsters annihilated like that? The entire Sky Arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, whether ordinary spectators or the top-tier powerhouses from major factions, stood frozen, speechless as if a duck had its throat clamped shut. Their faces were etched with disbelief, shock, and a profound dread of that absolute power that transcended their comprehension. Was this the true might of an S-rank, unrivaled sword body? Terrifying. This was not a power any mortal could possess. This is the true power of a god. On the dais, the Dragon Lord's eyes blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. Excellent. Truly a peerless swordsman. Truly an unrivaled sword body. With this youth among us, the Xia Kingdom shall have no worries for 100 years to come. He leapt to his feet in excitement, clapping vigorously. Yet, just as everyone remained immersed in the boundless shockwaves of Xiaobai's earth-shattering strike, a calm, even slightly lazy clapping suddenly echoed across the now empty square. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, not bad. The sword intent is pure. Just a bit off with the force control. You scratched my floor. Remember to pay for it later. Who? Everyone whipped their heads around, staring toward the source of the voice. There, atop the lofty steps of the central temple, three figures had materialized without warning. Leading them was none other than the elusive, enigmatic youth who had been appearing and disappearing throughout the tournament, Xiāo Ran. He stood arms crossed, calmly observing Xiaobai in the center of the square, whose pupils had suddenly contracted at his appearance. A playful smile, reminiscent of one appraising a junior, played on his lips. It's you! Xiaobai stared at Xiāo Ran. In those eyes, which had always been as cold and indifferent as ice, a fierce battle intent finally ignited. He could sense that the man before him was the strongest and most dangerous opponent he had ever encountered in his life. It's me. Xiāo Ran smiled. Hello, Dogu. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiāo Ran. I am the current owner of this city. Owner? At that word, Kuba paused, unable to grasp its meaning. But the crowd in the Sky Arena erupted instantly. Holy! Did I hear that right? He said he's the owner of this city? Combined with that bizarre purge earlier. Could it be? He's taken control of the entire Atlantis? Holy! How the hell is that even possible? Acting as GM in an A-tier tournament map? Is this even human? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded by Xiāo Ran's casually delivered words. If Xiaobai's earlier sword strike had delivered a shock of raw power, then Xiāo Ran's current actions delivered a rule-level, dimensional strike. Enough talk. On the plaza, Xiaobai clearly wasn't one for idle chatter. The black long sword in his hand pointed distantly at Xiāo Ran atop the steps. That utterly pure, destructive sword intent surged skyward once more. Draw your sword. Let me see what qualifies you, a man who even I find threatening to spout such grandiose claims. His meaning was clear. He intended to engage Xiāo Ran here in a true, decisive battle, a clash to determine who truly stood as the strongest of their generation. Yet, faced with his soaring battle intent, Xiāo Ran merely shook his head. Fight you? Why would I fight you? He looked at Xiaobai with an expression as if he were looking at a little cutie. I'm only an F rank. You're an S rank prodigy at the top of your game.
Bullying a defenseless F-rank nobody like me, aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?
With that, he actually sat cross-legged on the steps, pulled out a bag of melon seeds from his backpack, and began cracking them open with relish. His demeanor suggested that what was about to unfold wasn't an earth-shattering showdown between titans, but rather an outdoor movie he had absolutely no part in. Doguchobai stared at his shameless demeanor. For the first time, a crack appeared on his eternally icy expression. He felt like he'd punched cotton powerless to make an impact. Meanwhile, the 200,000 spectators in the Sky Arena were left utterly stunned by Xiāo Ran's audacious move.
Holy! You can play like that? Can't win, so you resort to dirty tricks? That's just like you. You're a total badass. Brilliant. I love it. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was doubled over laughing at Xiāo Ran's utterly unpredictable, underhanded tactics. You! Doguchobai glared at Xiāo Ran, who was still casually munching on sunflower seeds, feeling his sword heart waver dangerously. He took a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and coldly declared, "You think this means I can't touch you?" The moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, he materialized on the steps behind Xiāo Ran. His black long sword, radiating a destructive intent potent enough to cleave through anything, silently thrust toward Xiāo Ran's back. Yet, just as the tip of his blade was about to touch Xiāo Ran's black robes, a golden thunderbolt erupted from the robe, more violent, more domineering, and more filled with destructive energy than his own sword intent. Thunder God Robe Special Effect Lightning Counterattack. Triggered. Chapter 81, Clash Within the Rules. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted across the entire central temple plaza. That savage golden thunderclap collided violently with Doguchobai's indestructible, annihilating sword intent. The entire plaza shook violently from the immense collision of energies. Countless fragments of stone were hurled into the air, and a massive crater blasted into the hard ground. At the epicenter of the collision, Doguchobai's figure was hurled backward as if struck head-on by a maglev train traveling at full speed. He tumbled awkwardly through the air a dozen times before barely regaining his footing, landing dozens of meters away. His sword-wielding right hand now shook violently beyond his control. The entire arm was charred black by the frenzied lightning force, emitting a distinct burnt meat odor. For the first time ever, his usually impassive, ice-cold face finally revealed a hint of terror and utter disbelief. What kind of power is this? He stared fixedly at the youth seated cross-legged atop the steps, still as composed as ever, not even turning his head. His worldview felt shattered by an unprecedented shock. That sword strike, though not his most powerful, had contained 70% of his destructive sword intent. It was powerful enough to cleave a small mountain in two. Yet now, not only had it failed to harm the youth in the slightest, it had been bounced back by that seemingly ordinary robe. Moreover, the pure and overwhelming power of the lightning that rebounded back surpassed even his own destructive sword intent. How could this be? How could an F-rank guy possess such terrifying thunderous power? Could it be his F-rank talent had been a sham all along? His true talent was actually a legendary lightning-based gift even more powerful than S-class? The moment this thought surfaced, a tidal wave of shock crashed through Doguchobai's mind. Meanwhile, the 200,000 spectators in the Sky Arena fell into a collective, speechless silence that lasted over 10 seconds upon witnessing this scene. Mouths agape, eyes wide, they stared blankly at the projection screen at Xiāo Ran, unscathed, and at Doguchobai, suffering his first major setback in battle. Their minds felt utterly overwhelmed. Did I see that correctly? Doguchobai was counter-killed? It's not a counter-kill. It's counter-damage. That robe's counter-damage effect. Holy crap! What kind of robe is this? It can reflect an S-rank genius's attack? That's at least a rank, no, top-tier S-rank gear, right? That Xiāo Ran, just how many hidden cards does he have up his sleeve? He's practically a walking treasure trove. Everyone was utterly stunned by Xiāo Ran's endless stream of hidden cards. They had previously thought Xiāo Ran was just clever with tactics. But now it was clear not only was his mind sharp, his raw power was top tier too. Clad in the legendary Ran series gear, coupled with his elusive tactics and unfathomable power. This man was a true all-around warrior, with absolutely no weaknesses. Hat Duga, I told you I'm F-rank. I can't lift a finger. Why did you sneak attack me? From the platform, Xiāo Ran slowly rose to his feet. He brushed the dust off his buttocks, turned around, and faced Doguchobai, who wore a grave expression with an innocent look on his face. Attacking in F-rank? If word gets out, what will become of your sword demon reputation? Doguchobai's mouth twitched violently. He finally understood why Zhao Wuji from the Demon City Academy had lost his composure in anger. Talking to this guy could literally drive someone to their grave. He simply refused to play by the rules. You talk strength, he talks status. You bring up status, he plays the fool. If you resort to underhanded tactics, he'll disgust you with his absurdly overpowered gear and strength. He's a real pain in the ass. A stubborn rock in a cesspool stinking and hard as nails. I admit it, I underestimated you. Doguchobai drew a deep breath, forcing his sword heart, agitated by rage, back into stillness. He held the ancient black sword horizontally across his chest. His eyes, once as brilliant as stars, regained their sharp focus. You are an opponent worthy of my full effort. Therefore, from this moment onward, I shall hold nothing back. The moment the words fell, the pure, destructive sword intent within him erupted without restraint. Hum. The black blade in his grasp emitted a resonant hum, an ancient, primal cry filled with boundless battle intent. Visible streaks of pitch black, lightning-like sword energy began to wildly coil and swirl around his body. The very space around him began to shatter violently, unable to bear the overwhelming weight of this colossal sword intent. The ultimate technique of the peerless sword body 10,000 swords returned to the void. This blade of mine has severed true gods. Duguchobai's voice grew ethereal yet thunderous, as if belonging to a realm beyond this mortal world. To die by this sword of mine is your honor. Every soul in the sky arena held their breath. They knew Duguchobai was about to unleash his true, ultimate trump card. This strike alone could shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. On the VIP platform, the Dragon Lord and the elite masters representing major factions all abruptly rose to their feet, their faces etched with tension and anticipation. They too were eager to see how the mysterious youth, Xiāo Ran, would respond to this strike, one powerful enough to threaten even Grandmaster-level experts. Would he once again rely on that monstrously powerful robe to endure the blow? Or would he unveil an even more astonishing trump card? Yet, just as everyone believed a world-shattering showdown was about to unfold, Xiāo Ran, standing at the very center of the storm, once again made a move that left everyone utterly stunned and bewildered. He drew no weapon and unleashed no skill. He simply raised 3 fingers, unhurriedly, toward Duguchobai, who had already fused completely with the sword intent permeating heaven and earth. 3. He uttered the number calmly. Duguchobai froze, unable to grasp its meaning. 2. Xiāo Ran ignored him, continuing his countdown expressionless. An overwhelmingly intense, bone-chilling sense of foreboding surged violently from the depths of Duguchobai's heart. He didn't know where this foreboding came from, but he trusted his instincts. Without hesitation, he swung his black longsword, channeling the annihilating power of the 10,000 swords returned to the void, aiming to strike Xiāo Ran with devastating force. Yet, at the very instant he was about to unleash that strike, Xiāo Ran's lips murmured the final number. 1. The moment the words fell, Duguchobai realized with horror that the sword in his hand, the very blade that had always been one with his will, never leaving his side, was trembling violently, wildly, uncontrollably. As if it feared something. Immediately afterward, a cold, emotionless, synthetic electronic voice like a divine pronouncement suddenly echoed simultaneously within the minds of everyone present. Warning! Warning! Detected participant Duguchobai utilizing forbidden power beyond the current competition tier restrictions. Severe violation detected. Executing highest priority command. Forced elimination. Chapter 82, I am the rule. Forced elimination. As this cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed in everyone's minds, the entire world seemed to hit pause. In the sky arena, the 20,000 spectators stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the light screen, their faces etched with utter disbelief and absurdity. On the VIP platform, the Dragon Lord and the elite powerhouses representing major factions were equally frozen in place, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. As for the central figure, Duguchobai, his mind went completely blank, utterly stripped of any capacity for thought. He lowered his head, staring blankly at his own body slowly turning transparent. Then he glanced at the youth across from him, who had maintained an unflappable calm throughout, as if he had foreseen this outcome all along. For the first time, a crack appeared in that rock-solid sword heart. He couldn't understand. Why? Why, before he could even unleash his god-slaying ultimate strike, was he about to be eliminated? Serious violation? Forbidden power beyond the rules? What the hell was going on? His 10,000 swords returned to the void, clearly his innate skill, an extension of his own power. How could it suddenly become a forbidden power that violated the rules? What exactly did you do? He lifted his head, his hoarse voice filled with endless confusion and unwillingness as he fixed Xiāo Ran with a piercing stare. I didn't do anything, Xiāo Ran shrugged, his face wearing an expression of innocence that could rival Douyi's. I just thought that sword strike of yours earlier seemed a bit too powerful. It might cause irreversible damage to our competition venue. So, I just made a last-minute adjustment to the rules on behalf of the organizers. After all, we're civilized people. We should take care of public property, right? Put. Hearing this, Duguchobai could no longer hold back. A mouthful of old blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. Temporarily modified the competition rules? Who the hell do you think you are? Are you the organizer? Or are you the Dragon Lord's father? Protecting public property? I'll protect your damn legs. He felt every single humiliation and injustice he'd endured in his entire life combined couldn't match the sheer intensity of this one blow. He'd rather have been blasted to bits head-on by Xiāo Ran's twisted lightning power than be eliminated in this utterly humiliating, inexplicable way 100 times over. Xiāo Ran. He squeezed out these 2 words with his last ounce of strength, his eyes brimming with endless resentment and fighting spirit. I remember you. We'll settle this in reality.
With that, his body dissolved before everyone's eyes into a swirling cascade of light, vanishing from the spot. All that remained was his ancient, jet-black sword, which clattered to the ground with a clang. The entire sky arena remained deathly silent. Everyone remained immersed in the endless shock brought by that divine move, that unimaginable, dimension-defying, mind-bending maneuver, unable to snap out of it for a long time.
Modify the match rules? And it's ing temporary?
This was beyond absurd.
This was outright cheating. A blatant abuse of power. I declare. From this day forward, I'm a die-hard fan of Ran Daddy. Anyone who dares to diss him, I'll go berserk. Damn, that's so cool.
That level of swagger deserves a perfect score.
I'm not afraid he'll get cocky. Killing with words. Absolutely killing with words. Duguchobai will probably never forget this nightmare for the rest of his life. I can already see it. A brand new era, one belonging to privileged hogs, is about to dawn. After a brief deathly silence, the entire sky arena erupted in a frenzy of cheers and screams, more frenzied, more thunderous than any outburst before. They might have harbored a shred of doubt about Xiāo Ran before, given his F-rank status. But now, having witnessed him toy with the arrogant S-rank sword demon Duguchobai like a puppet using near-divine techniques, the last shred of doubt vanished completely from their hearts. What remained was the purest, most fervent, soul-stirring reverence and awe. God-tier powerhouse. From this day forward, this title would no longer be mere banter. It became a genuine, universally acknowledged synonym for an omnipotent god. Lao Lin. On the podium, the chief mentor's mouth twitched violently.
He felt his heart condition was about to flare up. He turned his head, staring at the old principal with eyes like he was looking at a monster. The old man sat there, sipping his tea leisurely, as if none of this surprised him in the slightest.
This is possible? How did he manage that?
Ha!
The old principal set down his teacup, a profoundly enigmatic smile spreading across his face. Didn't I tell you? In this city, he is the rule.
Of course, he wouldn't tell the head mentor that the Atlantis map had been tailor-made for Xiāo Ran from the very beginning. The core element of this map, the Revelation Stone, had its underlying code written by his own hand years ago. And long ago, he had embedded a backdoor within the code, one known only to himself. A GM backdoor that granted the highest privileges to anyone bearing a specific mental imprint. That specific mental imprint had been discreetly implanted in Xiāo Ran the moment the qualifying tournament concluded. He had assumed that, given Xiāo Ran's intelligence, it would take at least until the latter half of the competition for him to discover and exploit this backdoor. But he never imagined this little monster would take down the entire map within an hour of the competition starting. He casually invited most of the participants out as well. Finally, he eliminated that unbeatable Duguchobai a player even he found troublesome, using a method that could only be described as shameless. The kid's growth rate and ability to stir up trouble had far exceeded his imagination. It seems I underestimated him, the old headmaster murmured, watching the youth on the holographic screen bend down to pick up Duguchobai's sword. A flicker of satisfaction and anticipation crossed his eyes. This era might truly change because of him. Central Temple Plaza. Xiāo Ran picked up the ancient, jet-black sword. Nameless ancient sword, a sword of unknown origin, seemingly sealing an immensely powerful force within. Requires a specific method to break the seal.
Ha! An upgradable equipment piece?
Xiāo Ran glanced at the sword's description, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes.
He had initially assumed it was merely an ordinary weapon belonging to Duguchobai.
Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a treasure hiding secrets.
Never mind.
I'll stow it away for now and study it later when I have time.
He tossed the sword into his system backpack without hesitation.
Only then did he turn his gaze to another corner of the square. There, the enigmatic genius girl Ji Rushua from the Tani Academy, rumored to possess foresight since the tournament began, stood quietly, clutching an ancient oil paper umbrella. From start to finish, she hadn't participated in any battles nor collected any points. She resembled a true tourist, merely observing everything unfolding before her. A thin veil shrouded her face, obscuring her features. Yet those eyes, clear as autumn water, yet seemingly holding the vastness of the entire starry sky, made Xiāo Ran sense something extraordinary. As if sensing Xiāo Ran's gaze, she slowly turned her head, meeting Xiāo Ran's gaze mid-air. Then, she bowed gracefully toward Xiāo Ran, her crimson lips parting to speak in a voice as ethereal and melodious as heavenly music.
This humble maiden is Ji Rushua. I greet, the sovereign of Atlantis. Chapter 83, Heavenly Secrets Must Not Be Revealed. Oh? You know me?
Xiāo Ran regarded the mysterious maiden before him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He was certain that his identity as the Lord of Atlantis was known only to himself and Alpha, the robot he had completely subdued. There was no way a third person could know. Even the spectators and organizers outside could only speculate that he had employed some special means to manipulate the map. They could never possibly know such specific details. Yet this girl before him had just blurted out his greatest secret. This S-rank, celestial mechanics calculation, seemed far more intriguing than he had imagined. I know nothing of it. Ji Rushua shook her head, her voice still ethereal, devoid of any earthly trace.
It was the heavenly mechanism that told me. The heavenly mechanism? Xiāo Ran raised an eyebrow. Did this heavenly mechanism of yours also tell you that you would meet me here today?
The heavenly mechanism said I would be here today to behold the true dragon. Ji Rushue gazed at Xiāo Ran, her deep eyes shimmering with an unusual radiance.
True dragon?
Xiāo Ran chuckled at her mystical ramblings.
Little sister, have you been reading too many fantasy novels? What era are we in now? Still clinging to feudal superstitions?
Belief or disbelief, it all hinges on a single thought. Ji Rushue showed no flicker of emotion at Xiāo Ran's teasing. She stood there quietly, her oil paper umbrella turning gently in her hand, like a blue lotus blooming in seclusion.
My purpose in coming is not to vie with you for that so-called championship title.
I merely wish to see with my own eyes what kind of person could disrupt the very fabric of fate.
Now, I have seen. She bowed gracefully once more toward Xiāo Ran.
Thank you, young master, for resolving the confusion in my heart.
This humble maiden takes her leave.
With that, she turned and walked away, unfurling her simple oil paper umbrella. Step by step, she moved slowly toward the temple's exit. Her pace was slow, yet with each step she took, her figure grew increasingly ethereal. After a few strides, her figure vanished completely from the square, as if she had never been there at all. Only her faint words lingered, echoing softly in the air. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed, but this humble maiden still wishes to offer you a word of caution. Your journey to the imperial capital is fraught with danger. Especially, the Lin family. Young master, please, take good care of yourself. Xiāo Ran stared at the spot where she vanished, silent for a moment.
This Ji Rushue, she's intriguing.
She seemed to genuinely perceive things invisible to others.
But so what?
Xiāo Ran never believed in so-called divine secrets when it came to his affairs, nor did he give a damn about fate. He believed only in himself.
My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. Bro Ran, who's that fortune teller? Why's she acting so weird?
Wang the fatso leaned in, curiosity written all over his face.
Just some self-important fortune teller. Ignore her. Xiāo Ran waved his hand dismissively.
He had more important matters to attend to now. He turned, fixing his gaze upon the magnificent central temple. The temple doors had already begun to slowly open for him the instant he became the Lord of Atlantis. A primal energy, 100 times purer than what he'd felt in the underground caverns, surged forth from the temple's depths, a force brimming with life and the essence of creation. He knew what he truly sought lay within. That so-called chance to make a single wish upon the world's cornerstone. Come on, let me show you what a true miracle looks like. Xiāo Ran spoke, leading the excited Wang Fatso and the equally expectant Bai Qiushui step by step up the white jade staircase leading to the temple. As the countdown for the first round's conclusion finally reached its end, the entire sky arena erupted once more in deafening cheers. 4 on the final scoreboard. The name representing Jiangcheng Academy still stood tall at the top, dominating the rankings with a crushing, unmatched lead. And in second place was none other than Tianyi Academy, the team that had remained completely unnoticed since the tournament began, having not even engaged in a single battle. Though their points fell far short of Xiāo Ran's monstrous 6,000 plus tally, they still comfortably outpaced every other team. As for third place, it belonged to Xiang Kunlun from the military academy, dubbed the War Machine. He and his team of equally iron-blooded warriors had fought their way through a swarm of deep-sea behemoths at the last moment, clawing their way to safety and snatching several medium-sized energy fragments, barely squeezing into the top 3. As the teleportation beam of white light flared, all 16 advancing contestants were transported back to the center of the sky arena. When Xiāo Ran, Bai Qiushui, and Wang Fat appeared before the crowd, still impeccably dressed and looking as refreshed and carefree as if they just returned from a vacation, what greeted them was the most fervent, most frenzied applause and cheers from the entire crowd of 200,000 spectators. God-tier legends. Eternal gods. Unbelievable. That's what you call a true dimensional strike. Meanwhile, when Duguchobai, the once unbeatable S-rank sword demon, appeared in the elimination zone, his expression utterly dejected and defeated, as if he'd been thoroughly toyed with. The arena erupted once more in a wave of laughter, a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Ha 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 ha. Even the sword demon has his day. I bet the biggest psychological scar of his life is that phrase, forced elimination. Killing someone is one thing, but Dad's move was just too cruel. I love it. Duguchobai listened to the piercing jeers around him. His handsome face turned a deep crimson as he clenched his fists tightly. Staring at the youth in the center of the arena, basking in the spotlight and endless glory, his eyes burned with boundless humiliation and an even fiercer battle intent. He swore he would reclaim this humiliation today. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands of the Demon City Academy, Zhao Wuji watched Xiāo Ran, who had once again created a legend, his eyes nearly red with jealousy. He couldn't comprehend it. Why? How could an F-rank failure receive such adoration and worship from so many people? Why could he make the S-rank prodigy Bai Qiushui devote herself to him so completely? How could he make that arrogant sword demon, Duguchobai, suffer such a crushing defeat? It's not fair. This world is utterly unjust. Xiāo Ran. He ground out the name between clenched teeth, his eyes flashing with venom. Just you wait. I let you scrape by in the first round, but in the second, I'll make sure you have no place to bury your bones. He had already made up his mind. In the next round, he would pull out all his connections and trump cards. He would make everyone see who the true protagonist of this Rookie King tournament really was. Just then, the hostess Bing Bing's sweet voice rang out once more. Alright, the thrilling first round of individual elimination matches has concluded successfully. Let's congratulate the 16 contestants who have advanced. After a brief rest and adjustment period, tomorrow we will witness an even more brutal and thrilling second round. The 1v1 individual elimination showdown. And just moments ago, through a random draw by the system, we've determined the matchups for tomorrow's first contest. They are. Two avatars slowly materialized on the massive holographic projection. The moment the crowd recognized those two avatars, the entire sky arena erupted once more. For those two avatars were none other than Xiāo Ran, the god-tier powerhouse from Jiancheng Academy. Battle. From the Demon City Academy, the Crimson Flame Duke, Zhao Wuji. Chapter 84, Pre-Match Turmoil. Holy. 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 The opening match is a showdown between titans. The Godfather versus the Crimson Flame Duke. This is insane. One's a tactical mastermind who plays by the rules, the other's a fire-starting brute who relies on raw talent. If these two clash, the chaos would be beyond imagination. Who do you think will win? I'm betting on the god-tier player. After all, he even took down an S-tier sword demon. A mere A-tier Zhao Wuji? Piece of cake. Not so fast. This is a 1v1 arena match. No external advantages to exploit. It's pure raw power. Xiāo Ran's underhanded tricks won't hold up against absolute strength. Exactly. I'm still backing Zhao Wuji. His rank talent, Hellfire, is renowned for its destructive power. No matter how twisted Xiāo Ran is, he's still only F rank. In a straight-up fight, what does he have to match Zhao Wuji? The moment the matchup was announced, the entire Sky Arena and indeed the entire internet of Xia Nation erupted in chaos. Countless spectators and gamblers split into two distinct camps, arguing fiercely over the outcome of this match. Xiāo Ran's supporters believed his unfathomable depth and hidden cards would surely create another miracle. Those backing Zhao Wuji argued that in a pure 1v1 clash of raw power, the gap in innate talent was an unbridgeable chasm. Xiāo Ran's defeat was inevitable. In an instant, analysis threads, prediction posts, and betting odds discussions flooded the internet, overwhelming even the servers of Xia Nation's largest underground gambling sites multiple times. In the lounge of the Magic City Academy. Ha 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 ha. Heaven is on my side. Heaven is on my side. Zhao Wuji stared at the matchup list on the light screen, nearly jumping out of his skin with excitement. He felt he'd never been this happy in his entire life. It was as if his wishes had come true. He'd been fretting over finding a chance to get back at Xiāo Ran, who'd publicly humiliated him. Then the system delivered this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right to his doorstep. Xiāo Ran. You worthless piece of trash. Your luck has run out. He grinned savagely, his handsome face contorted with intense excitement. No more fancy arenas or rules to exploit. When faced with absolute power, I'll see what you've got left to fight me with. I'll make you kneel at my feet in front of Xia Nation's 20,000 spectators, licking my shoe soles like a dog. I'll make sure everyone knows that you, this so-called big shot with connections, are nothing but a complete joke in front of me, Zhao Wuji. The members of the Magic Capital Academy team behind him watched their captain, now raving like a madman, and fell silent as if frozen in fear, not daring to breathe a single breath. They knew their captain had truly been pushed over the edge this time. Tomorrow's match would likely be a bloody battle to the death. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Imperial Houston Hotel where Jiancheng Academy was staying, the atmosphere was much more relaxed and cheerful. Ha 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 ha. Brother Ran, that idiot Zhao must be over the moon right now, huh? Wang the Fatso said with glee, gnawing on a roasted turkey leg bigger than his own face, which he'd somehow procured. He probably thinks he's the chosen one, that the system handed him an easy target. Little does he know, what he grabbed is a iron thistle coated in deadly poison. Ha ha ha. Bai Qiushui sat on the sofa, nibbling at her fruit salad. Her cool, clear eyes held a hint of suppressed amusement. Her trust in Xiāo Ran had grown almost blind by now. Not just some rank Zhao Wuji, even that S-rank Duguqiubai, she believed, would ultimately be toyed with and destroyed under the schemes of the man beside her. Don't get too excited just yet, Xiāo Ran shook his head, his expression showing no sign of relaxation. He was rapidly scanning all publicly available information about Zhao Wuji on his light brain. Name, Zhao Wuji. Age, 19. Affiliation, Demon City Academy. Talent, a rank Hellfire capable of manipulating a special flame with extreme heat, inflicting burn damage and causing explosive effects. Level, 16. Common skills, Hellfire Ball, Blazing Storm, Wrath of the Flame Dragon. Fighting style, simple and brutal. Prefers using wide area fire magic to obliterate enemies into dust. This Zhao Wuji, though not the sharpest tool in the shed, still packs some serious power, Xiāo Ran murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. An A-rank Hellfire talent placed him among the most destructive tier within all A-rank abilities. Combined with his overwhelming 16-level advantage, a head-on confrontation would indeed prove troublesome. Though he now possessed the Thunder God's Robe and Hand of Thunder's Wrath, they were merely prototype units with many functions still incomplete. Moreover, his greatest trump cards, Swamp Throne and Lord of Atlantis, were utterly useless in this one-on-one tournament. This time, it was a true, pure, head-to-head clash of raw power.
Brother Ran, you're not scared, are you? Wang Fatty asked uncertainly, observing Xiāo Ran's solemn expression.
Scared? Xiāo Ran shot him a look. That word doesn't exist in my vocabulary. I'm just pondering how best to make his death a little more creative. A cold curve touched the corner of Xiāo Ran's mouth. For a clown like Zhao Wuji, who had harbored intense hostility toward him from the very beginning, he would never show the slightest mercy. He wasn't just going to win. He would win in a way that would make every single person who looked down on him tremble with fear from the depths of their soul. He would use this match to establish his authority for his upcoming journey to the imperial capital. Just as he pondered his strategy.
Knock knock knock. The doorbell rang again. Fat Wang rushed over to answer it.
Standing at the doorway was none other than Xiang Kunlun, the war machine from the military academy's 1st Division, the very man they had ignored earlier in the hotel lobby. He still sported his iron-blooded tough guy look, camouflage combat fatigues, bulging muscles, and a menacing scar across his face, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Who are you looking for?
Wang Fatso stared at this burly man, who was a full size larger than himself, feeling a bit intimidated. I'm here for Xiāo Ran. Xiang Kunlun's voice rasped like metal scraping against metal, deep and powerful. Ignoring Wang Fatso, he strode straight into the room, his eyes as sharp as a falcon's locking onto Xiāo Ran on the sofa.
Hello, Xiāo Ran. My name is Xiang Kunlun. I'm from the 1st Military Academy. I'm here to make a deal with you.
A deal? Xiāo Ran lifted his head, studying him with interest.
Exactly.
Xiang Kunlun nodded, pulling a plain black USB drive from his pocket and placing it on the coffee table. Inside are all the combat footage recordings of Zhao Wuji since his talent awakened. This includes every simulated battle within the Magic Capital Academy, as well as recordings of every underground black market boxing match he participated in privately.
Even his embarrassing childhood bedwetting incidents.
I believe this material should prove quite helpful for your match tomorrow.
Oh? Xiāo Ran's eyes lit up. This was like someone delivering a pillow just when he needed one.
He'd been worried about not knowing enough about Zhao Wuji.
So what do you want in return? Xiāo Ran asked. He didn't believe the seemingly upright fellow would offer such a generous gift without expecting anything in return.
What I want is simple, Xiang Kunlun declared, his piercing eyes blazing with fierce combat intent as he locked gazes with Xiāo Ran.
I want to face you on the final stage and fight you properly. I want you to treat me as a true opponent.
Not like how you dealt with Dogucho by using those underhanded tactics.
Chapter 85, Zhao Wuji's Ace in the Hole. Oh? You think that was opportunistic too?
Xiāo Ran couldn't help but chuckle at Xiang Kunlun's words. It seemed this military-trained brute, like that Doguchobai fellow, was another single-minded combat maniac. In their eyes, only bone-crushing blows and blood-soaked blades in direct confrontation counted as real combat. To them, his approach using his mind and exploiting the rules to manipulate opponents at will was nothing but cutting corners, something unworthy of respect.
Is that not the case?
Xiang Kunlun frowned, his stern face etched with disagreement. While I admit your ability to control the entire situation and manipulate the rules is formidable and bizarre, it remains an external force, a minor art. True strength should rely on one's own body forged through relentless trials, unbreakable and indomitable, and an iron will that never yields. His voice rang out with military precision, resonating with the unwavering dedication to strength and honor characteristic of soldiers.
Ha!
Xiāo Ran chuckled, choosing not to argue.
You can't explain ice to a summer insect.
Explaining concepts like rules or the primary productive force to someone stuck in the primitive muscle worship phase was like playing music to a cow. He simply picked up the USB drive from the table and tossed it lightly in his hand.
I'll take it. I accept your terms. As long as you make it to the final stage.
Xiāo Ran looked at him, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. I promise you'll experience what true exhilaration feels like.
All right. Xiang Kunlun met Xiāo Ran's confident gaze, feeling the blood in his veins begin to boil. He knew he hadn't misjudged this man.
This man, though his methods were somewhat peculiar, harbored within his very bones the pride of a true warrior.
It's a deal.
He saluted Xiāo Ran solemnly with a military salute, then turned and strode away with purpose.
Brother Ran, this guy seems different from Zhao Wuji and Doguchobai, huh? Wang Fat scratched his head as he watched Xiang Kunlun's retreating figure.
He's a pure martial artist, Bai Qiushui murmured softly from the side. She sensed that Xiang Kunlun carried none of Zhao Wuji's nauseating jealousy and venom, nor Doguchobai's aloof arrogance that kept others at arm's length. What he possessed was only the purest thirst for combat and a profound respect for the strong. He truly is a worthy opponent, Xiāo Ran nodded in agreement.
Respect was one thing, though. Once on the battlefield, he wouldn't show any mercy. He inserted the USB drive into his optical brain and began rapidly scanning the combat footage of Xiāo Wuji stored within. It must be said, the military's intelligence capabilities were truly top-notch. The data here was 100 times more detailed than the public information by Xintong had given him. From Xiāo Wuji's first awakening of his talent, when he couldn't even control the simplest fireball spell, to his current ability to summon world-ending blazing storms at will. Every growth milestone in battle over the past decade was meticulously documented. Interesting. So his Hellfire ability actually hides a second transformation of Berserk state. Xiāo Ran watched a segment where Xiāo Wuji, cornered by his opponent in an underground fight, accidentally triggered the transformation. A hint of fascination flickered in his eyes. In the footage, the transformed Xiāo Wuji had become a monstrous demon god composed entirely of pure black flames. His size had swelled several times over, and his attack power and destructive force were at least 50% greater than usual. With a single punch, he reduced his opponent 2 ranks higher than himself along with the entire ring, to a sky-filling cloud of ash. The Hell Lord form? So this is his true trump card. Xiāo Ran stroked his chin, committing this crucial information to memory. However, this form carries significant side effects. Each activation places immense strain on his psyche, potentially causing him to lose his sanity entirely from the flame's backlash. Moreover, it seems he himself cannot fully control this power. Xiāo Ran's Eye of Truth effortlessly discerned the fatal flaw in this so-called trump card from the footage. Nothing more than a brute who can't even control his own power. Looks like tomorrow's match will be even simpler than I imagined. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Xiāo Ran's mouth. He had already decided what kind of surprise gift he would present to this Duke of Crimson Flame tomorrow. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Sky Arena was once again packed to capacity. Everyone was eagerly awaiting today's highly anticipated showdown. As the announcer declared the contestants' entrance with the most passionate tone, the entire arena erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers. Xiāo Wuji! Xiāo Wuji! King of the Demon City! Victory is certain! The Godfather! The Eternal Legend! Take down that punk! Fans of both sides stood in stark contrast on opposite sides of the stands, wildly cheering for their chosen fighters. Xiāo Wuji slowly ascended the stage, surrounded by a sea of fiery red support. Today, he wore a custom-made, dazzling red magical robe crafted from class of fireproof material. His hair was slicked back with gel, immaculate and utterly flamboyant. He basked in the fans' cheers, wearing a confident and flamboyant smile, as if he were already the victor of this match. He even made a provocative throat-slitting gesture toward Xiāo Ran, who stood not far away. Meanwhile, Xiāo Ran remained as calm and composed as ever. Dressed in plain black combat gear, he strolled onto the stage at a leisurely pace, as if attending a morning workout in the park rather than a life or death duel. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to Xiāo Wuji across the ring, whose face practically screamed, "I'm here to show off." Both fighters are now in position. The thrilling moment is about to begin. Now, I declare. The second round of the Rookie King Tournament, 1v1 ring deathmatch, first bout. Begin! With the announcer's command. Boom! Xiāo Wuji showed no hesitation whatsoever, nor any hesitation. Almost the instant the match began, he unleashed his great talent, Hellfire, without holding back, unleashing its full power. A terrifying crimson flame, hot enough to instantly melt steel, erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. The temperature on the entire stage instantly soared to a suffocating height. Xiāo Ran! You worthless piece of trash! Die! He snarled, thrusting both hands forward with brutal force. Transcendent Magic. Doomsday Fire Rain. Chapter 86, Is This Your Hellfire? Doomsday Fire Rain. As Xiāo Wuji's roar, filled with madness and venomous hatred, echoed out. The skies above the entire arena darkened and churned. A colossal, sky-obscuring flame formation composed of countless grinding stone-sized, blazing fireballs exceeding 100 meters in diameter slowly coalesced above the arena. The terrifying spectacle resembled the true apocalypse descending. Holy! He's unleashing his ultimate move right off the bat? Is this the power of an A-grade Hellfire? It's terrifying. The range is way too big? The entire arena is covered. How the hell is Xiāo Ran supposed to dodge? The entire audience was utterly stunned by Xiāo Wuji's earth-shattering opening move. They had expected a thrilling back-and-forth battle. But they never imagined this madman Xiāo Wuji wouldn't even bother testing the waters, unleashing a super-tier spell powerful enough to instantly obliterate a level 30 powerhouse. This wasn't a match at all. This was pure vengeance. A brutal, unadulterated slaughter. It's over. It's over. Xiāo Ran is done for. Under such indiscriminate area of effect attacks, even if he has countless hidden cards and flashy maneuvers, they're utterly useless. Sigh, what a pity. A legendary figure, destined to rise, is going to fall so unjustly before he even truly begins? Countless fans rooting for Xiāo Ran watched this unfold, their faces etched with despair and regret. To them, the match had ended prematurely. On the VIP platform, Principal Lin Sun Yuan's brow furrowed slightly.
He hadn't expected Zhao Wuji, this young upstart, to be so utterly devoid of martial ethics, striking with lethal force right from the start. However, he remained largely unconcerned. His gaze shifted instead to the youth standing calmly at the center of the fiery storm. He was eager to see what kind of surprise his prized student would deliver in the face of such pure, absolute, overwhelming power. On the stage, feeling the terrifying flame formation overhead, one powerful enough to reduce both himself and the entire arena to dust, Xiāo Ran's face showed not a trace of tension or fear. He even had the composure to shake his head at Zhao Wuji, who was glaring at him with a savage grin. "Is that all you've got?" His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly through the amplification magic, echoing throughout the entire sky arena. "You call this doomsday fire rain? The highest temperature barely reaches 3,000 degrees. The fire element concentration is impure and chaotic, its energy structure is loose as scattered sand. You have the nerve to call this hellfire? It's barely hot enough to stoke the fire in my kitchen stove." As Xiāo Ran spoke, he shot Zhao Wuji a look brimming with pity and contempt. "Seems you're not only slow-witted. Your understanding of flames is equally, pitifully shallow." What? Zhao Wuji's savage grin froze instantly at Xiāo Ran's insulting words. He stared at Xiāo Ran, who dared to talk back even as death approached, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Rage threatened to burst him apart. "You dare say my hellfire isn't hot enough to light a fire? Who the hell do you think you are? The fire god? Useless trash. Shut your mouth. Right now, I'll show you what true despair really is." He roared, about to unleash the already formed apocalyptic rain of fire with all his might. But at that very moment, Xiāo Ran, the youth he had always dismissed as worthless, slowly raised his right hand. No earth-shattering aura, no world-ending special effects. He merely snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. The sound was crisp. But in the very instant that snap echoed, a sudden transformation occurred. Upon the stage, the blazing crimson inferno summoned by Zhao Wuji, a fire potent enough to instantly melt steel. Suddenly, as if deprived of all fuel, it rapidly dimmed and extinguished at a visible pace. Above, the sky-obscuring flame formation composed of countless colossal fireballs similarly vanished without a trace, as if erased by an invisible giant hand, silently dissipating into thin air. In less than 3 seconds, the entire arena, once a terrifying scene resembling a fiery inferno, vanished completely. In its place came a deathly silence. And the cold water vapor, evaporated by the intense heat and then recondensing, continued to drift slowly downward. Every single one of the 200,000 spectators in the sky arena seemed frozen in place at that moment. They stared blankly at the empty arena displayed on the light screen, their minds going completely blank. They rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they had hallucinated. Where had the apocalyptic rain of fire gone? Where was that sky-obscuring, sun-blocking flame formation? How could it just vanish? Just gone. What happened? What the hell just happened? Impossible, absolutely impossible. On the stage, Zhao Wuji stared at the utterly bizarre scene before him. His handsome face contorted beyond recognition from sheer shock and disbelief. He could distinctly feel the connection between himself and those hellish flames being forcibly severed in the instant that finger snap, echoed by a force he couldn't comprehend, a more tyrannical, more primordial power of the rules, that had brutally severed it. It was as if he, the so-called master of this hellfire, was nothing but a joke in that man's presence. The other man, he was the true, sole god of the flames. "Didn't I tell you?" A calm voice, tinged with mockery, echoed softly in his ear. "Your understanding of fire is far too shallow." Xiāo Ran slowly approached Zhao Wuji, who had been utterly stunned into stupor. As he walked, he extended his right hand. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, stares as if they had seen a ghost. A tiny flame no larger than a fingernail, pure and beautiful, gently blossomed at his fingertip. The flame appeared minuscule and faint, emitting no discernible heat whatsoever. But the instant it appeared, everything related to fire within the entire sky arena, whether the fiery red lightboards in the stands or the blazing aura of power radiating from the powerful figures on the podium, all trembled violently, wildly, and uncontrollably at that very moment, as if welcoming their sovereign. What kind of flame is this? On the podium, the venerable headmaster Lin's son Yuan, who had always been as steady as a mountain, leapt to his feet the instant he saw that golden flame. For the first time, his eyes that had seen the world's vicissitudes revealed genuine horror and disbelief. For within that tiny golden flame, he sensed a power he had only ever felt in legends, the power of the true gods who wielded the fundamental rules of the world. The power of the primordial source. Now, watch closely. On the stage, Xiāo Ran looked at Zhao Wuji, who had been utterly terrified into stupor, and a devilish grin spread across his face. "I'll teach you what true hellfire truly is." Chapter 87, The Ancestor Who Played with Fire. As Xiāo Ran's words fell like a divine decree, the tiny golden flame at his fingertip, pure and beautiful in appearance, suddenly blazed with intense light. Boom! A torrent of golden flames erupted from his body like a primordial fire dragon, awakening a force 100 times more terrifying and 1,000 times more tyrannical than Zhao Wuji's so-called apocalyptic fire rain, threatening to incinerate the entire world. The energy shield encircling the entire sky arena, forged from special alloys capable of withstanding the full assault of an A-rank powerhouse, seemed as flimsy as paper before this golden inferno. Instantly, it emitted a wailing hum, overwhelmed beyond endurance.
Within that instant, the temperature inside the arena skyrocketed at an unimaginable rate.
Countless spectators felt as if they'd been hurled into a colossal steel furnace, the scorching air nearly igniting their lungs.
Warning! Warning! Detecting an extraordinary energy reaction within the arena. Energy level classified as S-class. No! Beyond S-class. Unknown energy. Activate maximum cooling protocol immediately. Engage all backup cooling rune arrays. In the central control room of the sky arena, shrill alarms pierced the sky. Countless staff members stared at the energy monitor, where the red readings had completely blown off the scale, their faces etched with horror and despair. They never dreamed that in a mere Rookie King tournament, an energy reaction so terrifying would emerge, one that even this sky arena, reputed to be impregnable, could not withstand. Meanwhile, atop the stage, Zhao Wuji, facing this torrent of golden flames head-on, felt his very soul tremble. His pride and joy, the great hellfire, seemed as insignificant as a firefly beside the moon in the face of this golden inferno. He could distinctly feel the hellfire within his body surging uncontrollably, violently, madly, bowing down in worship before that man. As if they had encountered their most primordial, supreme king. No, impossible, this absolutely cannot be. He collapsed to the ground, muttering incessantly. His heart, swollen to bursting with jealousy and arrogance, was utterly and mercilessly crushed into dust at that very moment. He had always believed himself the favored son of heaven, the beloved child of flame. But now he realized he was nothing more than a clown, waving a matchstick before the true sun, flaunting his pitiful little flame. Now, do you still think your little spark deserves to be called hellfire? Xiāo Ran stood bathed in the towering golden flames, like a true flame king wielding the power to consume all things. Step by step, he advanced toward Zhao Wuji, who had completely collapsed. With each step he took, the golden flames beneath his feet melted the stage, leaving behind a deep, scorched footprint. No, don't come, don't come. Zhao Wuji watched the youth descend like a demon god, terrified out of his wits. He scrambled backward on all fours across the ground. He wanted to flee, but to his horror, he realized the flames surrounding him had formed an invisible cage, trapping him firmly in place, unable to move. Scared now? Xiāo Ran walked up to him and slowly crouched down. He extended his hand, the tiny golden flame at his fingertip gently touching Zhao Wuji's forehead. Ah! A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from Zhao Wuji's mouth. He felt an agony so intense it seemed to seethe from the deepest pits of hell, a pain potent enough to incinerate his very soul. It radiated from his forehead, instantly engulfing his entire body. His body began to burn and melt at a visible pace. His magnificent magical robe, crafted from grade of fireproof material, couldn't withstand even a second before this tiny golden flame reduced it to ashes. Help, help me! I surrender! I surrender! Zhao Wuji rolled frantically on the ground, wailing in agony. Never in his life had he experienced such terrifying agony, a pain worse than death itself. He felt every inch of his flesh, every single cell, being mercilessly consumed and incinerated by that golden flame, bit by bit. Yet, despite his desperate pleas for mercy, Xiāo Ran's face remained calm and indifferent. He merely watched silently as this once unrivaled genius, consumed by his own flames, turned to ashes in agony and despair. He was no saint. For enemies who had sought his death from the very beginning, he would never show mercy. He would use the most brutal, most direct means to show everyone. What kind of fate awaited those who crossed Xiāo Ran? The entire sky arena fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone stared blankly at the holographic screen, watching Zhao Wuji writhe in agony within golden flames, wailing in torment before finally disintegrating into a wisp of smoke and being forcibly teleported out of the arena. A bone-chilling cold, emanating from the depths of their souls, enveloped them completely. If Xiāo Ran's earlier elimination of Dugu Xiubao through the rules had left them stunned and incredulous, then now, the way he used this absolute, crushing, brutally aesthetic method to literally burn another revered genius alive brought them the purest, most primal fear. This man wasn't just a genius whose intellect was demonically sharp. His power was equally terrifying, like a demon incarnate. He was the true, all-around, flawless, six-sided god of war. God-tier powerhouse. Someone, their voice trembling, uttered this title once more. But this time, the title carried no trace of mockery or adoration. What remained was only the most profound reverence for a godlike existence. Good, good, good. On the podium, the Dragon Lord stared at the youth bathed in golden flames, who seemed like a deity descended from the heavens. He trembled with excitement. He knew he had struck gold. A treasure capable of reshaping the entire Xia kingdom, indeed, the entire world order. A truly peerless treasure. Transmit my orders, he commanded his secretary beside him in a tone brooking no argument. From this moment onward, spare no expense. Mobilize every resource. Satisfy every demand of Xiāo Ran. Whatever he wants, we give him. If he wishes to kill someone, we shall hand him the blade. The future destiny of our Xia nation may well rest upon his shoulders. On the stage, Xiāo Ran slowly withdrew the golden flame. The suffocating heat that had engulfed the entire arena gradually dissipated. Glancing at the now empty, scorched to ruins arena, a hint of boredom flashed across his face. Is that all? Not even enough for my warm-up. With that, he turned and descended the stage at a leisurely pace, under the gaze of the 200,000 spectators, a gaze filled with awe and fear, as if beholding a deity. He left behind a solitary, lofty silhouette that would remain etched in everyone's memory forever. Chapter 88, The Lin Family's Frenzied Revenge. The moment Xiāo Ran descended from the stage, the entire sky arena remained submerged in that profound terror and shock, unable to recover for a long while. The referee had even forgotten to announce the match result. Only after the chief director bellowed frantically into his earpiece over a dozen times did he snap out of his daze. With a trembling voice, he stammered out the announcement. The winner of this match is Xiāo Ran of Jiangcheng Academy. Boom! After a brief silence, the entire arena was instantly engulfed by an unprecedented, thunderous, and frenzied roar. Xiāo Ran! Xiāo Ran! Xiāo Ran! Unbeatable! 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 This time, there was no room for doubt or mockery. Everyone, whether Xiāo Ran's fans or those who had once looked down on him, was utterly conquered in that moment by his godlike, demonic power. They unleashed their overwhelming excitement and admiration through the most fervent cheers. A new idol, a true legend capable of overshadowing all other geniuses, rose today before their very eyes. Imperial capital, Lin Family Manor. This vast estate, spanning thousands of acres, adorned with pavilions, towers, and ornately carved beams, exuded an aura of ancient grandeur and authority. It stood as one of the most powerful centers of influence in the entire imperial capital. At this moment, within a secret chamber deep within the estate, the atmosphere was oppressive, almost suffocating. An emaciated old man, his eyes dark and menacing, dressed in traditional Tang attire, sat silently upon the main seat. He was the current patriarch of the Lin family of the imperial capital Lin Tianzhong, the tycoon whose every move could send shockwaves throughout the entire Xia kingdom. Before him, a massive light screen looped a gruesome recording, Zhao Wuji being burned to ashes alive by Xiāo Ran's golden flames. Inside the chamber stood over a dozen core members and revered elders of the Lin family. Each face bore an expression of solemnity and utter horror. Speak, Lin Tianzhong said slowly. His voice was hoarse and aged, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. What are your thoughts on this, Xiāo Ran? Dead silence filled the chamber. No one dared speak first. They were all utterly stunned by the terrifying power Xiāo Ran had displayed, a power that transcended their comprehension. That golden flame. That was no power a mortal could possess. It was the true, primordial fire belonging to the gods. A bunch of useless fools. Lin Tianzhong glared at his terrified descendants and subordinates, his eyes flashing with disappointment and savagery. What? Terrified by some greenhorn? Our Lin family has endured for 1,000 years. When have we ever feared anyone? Calm your anger, patriarch. An elder who appeared to be the grand elder stepped forward urgently. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he stammered, It's not that we're afraid, it's that boy. He's too unnerving. That golden flame, it's definitely no ordinary ability. I suspect he might have inherited some ancient divine power. Or even, he himself is the reincarnation of an ancient deity. A reincarnated deity? Lin Tianzhong sneered coldly at the mention of this term. What gods exist in this world? They're nothing but powerful beings who've grasped higher-level rules. My Lin family ancestors slaughtered true gods back in the day. Why would we fear some wet-behind-the-ears so-called reincarnation of a god? His eyes blazed with terrifying intensity and a murderous fury. Xian'er's vengeance must be exacted. And the honor of the Lin family must not be tarnished. That brat Xiāo Ran, he must die. And he shall die more miserably than any other. He abruptly rose from his seat. His once slightly stooped frame suddenly straightened into an incredibly towering and imposing figure. A terrifying aura, no less formidable than that of a grandmaster-level powerhouse, erupted from him. Transmit my orders. Activate the heavenly net plan. I will make that brat and everyone around him pay with blood for their actions today. Master of the house. You cannot. The senior patriarch turned deathly pale at the mere mention of heavenly net, earthly web, collapsing to his knees with a thud. The heavenly net, earthly web plan is our Lin family's final, mutually destructive trump card. Once activated, our own clan will suffer unbearable consequences. Is it worth it for a mere brat? A mere brat? Lin Tianzhong turned his head, his eyes cold and venomous as a snake's, fixing the elder firmly in his gaze. What do you know? Do you think I'm only seeking revenge for Xian'er? Or preserving the Lin family's honor? Foolish. He snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with greed and madness. Can't you see? What immense secrets that boy holds. What treasures lie within him. That golden primordial flame. That alchemy capable of overturning an era. That elusive power to manipulate the very fabric of reality. Any one of these things could shatter our Lin clan's shackles and propel us to new heights. Even reach that legendary, eternal realm of immortality. Therefore, this boy must die.
Every secret, every treasure he possesses must and can only become the Lin family's possession. He surveyed the clan members, their breaths now ragged, their eyes blazing with greed, and a cruel smile spread across his face. As for the cost, for the Lin family's eternal hegemony, for that everlasting glory. What does sacrificing a mere trifle matter? Go. Let the entire imperial capital tremble before the fury of our Lin family. In the hotel suite, Xiāo Ran remained unaware that a conspiracy targeting him, one brimming with madness and the scent of destruction, was quietly unfolding. He lay leisurely on the sofa, savoring Bai Qiushui's tender and attentive massage. Yes, right there. A little harder. Shush, so good. He purred like a satisfied cat, moaning with pleasure. Bai Qiushui watched his lazy expression. Though a faint blush still lingered on her pretty face, her hands never faltered in their movements. She found herself growing increasingly fond of this feeling of being able to do something for him. Ran. You're on fire. You're totally on fire. Wang Fatso, standing nearby, held up his light brain and shouted excitedly. The screen displayed the trending topics on Starbo, the nation's largest social media platform. At that moment, 8 out of the top 10 trending topics were related to Xiāo Ran. Hashtag God tier big shot, incinerates heaven with a single thought hashtag. Hashtag Rookie King Tournament witnesses divine flames hashtag. Hashtag Zhao Wuji, the most pathetic background character in history hashtag. Hashtag Xiāo Ran redefines F-rank hashtag. Hashtag the unbeatable loner, a lifetime rival hashtag. Beneath each trending topic, billions of comments and shares erupted. Countless netizens are going wild over his godlike performance. He is no longer merely a legend of Zhongcheng Academy. He is the entire Xia nation's newest, most dazzling super idol. Calm down, Fatso. Xiāo Ran didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. Just routine stuff. What's the big deal? Fat 1. He felt the gap between himself and brother Ran wasn't just in strength and brains. Even in the art of showing off, he was light years behind. Just then, Xiāo Ran's light brain suddenly received an encrypted communication request. The sender was someone he never expected. Xiang Kunlun, First Military Academy. Chapter 89, The Military's Secret Weapon. Xiāo Ran accepted the call. Xiang Kunlun's face, radiating an aura of iron discipline, appeared on the holographic screen. His background appeared to be a training room filled with heavy machinery, beads of sweat still glistening on his forehead. Clearly, he had just finished an intense training session. Xiāo Ran, his voice remained as deep and commanding as ever. Your performance today was impressive. His eyes held no trace of envy, only the purest admiration and respect for a formidable opponent. Nothing special, Xiāo Ran shrugged, his tone dripping with understated arrogance. My opponent was too weak. I barely exerted myself before he went down. Xiang Kunlun's lips twitched. He sensed that if he continued this conversation with this guy, even his rock-solid martial arts resolve might begin to crack. He quickly steered the conversation back on track. I'm reaching out to remind you of something. His expression grew more solemn than ever before. You need to be wary of the Lin family. Oh? Xiāo Ran raised an eyebrow. What? They dare come looking for trouble again? It's more than trouble, Xiang Kunlun shook his head, his voice dropping even lower. According to top-secret intelligence relayed by our military informant embedded within the Lin family, that old madman Lin Tianzhang has activated the Lin family's final, most insane retaliation plan, Heavenly Net, Earthly Web. Heavenly Net and Earthly Web? Xiāo Ran repeated the name, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. That's right. Xiang Kunlun's expression darkened further. The specific details of this plan are classified as the Lin family's highest secret, and we currently have no access to them. But based on years of analysis and simulations, once activated, they will spare no expense, mobilize every available resource, and launch a relentless, annihilating assault on the target, a fight to the death. They'll be like a pack of rabid dogs smelling blood from the real world to cyberspace, from you personally to your family and friends. They'll use every legitimate or underhanded, vicious means to erase you completely from this world. And what's most terrifying? Xiang Kunlun paused, his voice tinged with profound apprehension. We suspect the Lin family may possess a strategic-grade forbidden weapon, one explicitly banned by the Xia state government, capable of threatening the security of the entire imperial capital. A forbidden weapon? Xiāo Ran narrowed his eyes. Yes. Xiang Kunlun nodded. The specific details of that weapon are also top secret. All we know is its codename. Reset. Once activated, it can instantly force everything within a 10-kilometer radius, whether life or matter, to decompose into a molecular state, truly reducing everything to nothingness. Whoa! Wang Fatso, eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at the description. 10 kilometers. Decomposition into molecular states? This isn't a weapon, it's a miniature antimatter bomb. The Lin family madmen actually dared to hoard something like this? Are they planning a rebellion? Bai Qiushui's beautiful face was equally etched with horror and worry. Though she had complete faith in Xiāo Ran, facing a strategic-level weapon of mass destruction that transcended conventional warfare, she couldn't be certain he'd handle it with his usual composure.
Yet Xiāo Ran's expression remained utterly calm. He even smiled. Sounds pretty impressive. But
his tone shifted abruptly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. They have their clever schemes, but I have my own countermeasures.
Since they want to play big, then I'll join them and play even bigger. I'll see if their reset is more formidable or if my East Wind Express delivers faster to their doorstep. At the mention of East Wind Express, Xiang Kunlun's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew exactly what those 4 words meant within military circles. It was the Xia nation's military's most mysterious and most powerful strategic nuclear strike force. A true national treasure. This Xiāo Ran, how could he possibly have access to Dongfeng Express? Could it be his connections to the military's highest command had reached such depths?
One question after another surged wildly through his mind, once again violently shattering his self-assured, unshakable worldview. He felt he was growing increasingly unable to fathom this enigmatic youth before him. He was like a bottomless black hole. You could never fathom how many terrifying secrets lay hidden within his depths, secrets powerful enough to make the entire world tremble.
Alright, thanks for the heads up.
Xiāo Ran paid no further attention to Xiang Kunlun, who had already sunk into self-doubt, and simply ended the call. Then, he turned his gaze toward the window. Outside, the dazzling nightscape of the imperial capital stretched out. Countless hovering vehicles streaked like shimmering lights through the sea of clouds, sketching a beautiful tableau brimming with futuristic technology. But Xiāo Ran knew that beneath this beautiful canvas lay countless surging undercurrents filled with greed, jealousy, and murderous intent.
An unprecedented, colossal storm targeting him was about to erupt. Brother Ran, what should we do now?
Wang Fatso asked nervously, staring at Xiāo Ran's distant silhouette.
Maybe we should inform the principal first? Those Lin family lunatics have even developed something like reset. This is beyond our ability to handle.
Yes, Xiāo Ran, Bai Qiushui stepped forward, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. We don't need to confront them head-on. As long as we stay in the Sky Arena or the hotel, protected by the military and the organizing committee, they won't dare to act recklessly.
Protection?
Xiāo Ran turned to face them, a smile spreading across his lips.
When have I, Xiāo Ran, ever needed anyone's protection to get things done? They want to play?
A wild, exhilarated gleam flashed in his eyes, one that sent a chill down both Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui's spines.
Then I'll join them. Let's play a big game properly.
Not only will I make them understand what true despair feels like,
I'll make the Lin family pay for their foolish decision today, a price they'll never be able to bear. With that, he opened his light brain once more.
Then, in full view of Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui, he dialed an encrypted communication number they could never have imagined in their wildest dreams. On the light screen, a robot avatar appeared dressed in a white lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and scholarly, even a bit adorably clumsy. It was none other than Alpha, the chief engineer of Atlantis, the very same who had been completely subdued by Xiāo Ran.
My God! You finally contacted Alpha. Alpha has missed you so much. The moment the connection was established, Alpha's electronic voice, brimming with fervor and adoration, rang out. Cut the nonsense. Xiāo Ran's tone was cold and indifferent. I need you to do something for me right now. Activate Atlantis' ultimate weapon system. Wrath of Poseidon. Chapter 90, Wrath of Poseidon.
When Xiāo Ran uttered those 4 words, not only did the robot Alpha on the other end of the communication freeze, but even Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui beside him were stunned.
Brother Ran, what is that? Wang Fat asked curiously.
Just a little surprise I prepared for the Lin family. A cold curve touched the corner of Xiāo Ran's mouth. After absorbing all the knowledge and technology concerning Atlantis from the Stone of Revelation, he finally understood the terrifying power concealed within this prehistoric city, now submerged 10,000 meters beneath the ocean depths. The Atlantean civilization was a super-ancient civilization that had pushed alchemy and magical technology to their absolute limits. They not only mastered anti-gravity technology and spatial folding techniques, but also wielded true divine power capable of manipulating weather and shifting continental plates. The wrath of the sea god was their ultimate strategic weapon against the star god from another dimension, a creation that consumed the entire civilization's resources. Its principle is simple. Using the colossal energy core known as the Revelation Stone, it compressed the waters of the entire Pacific Ocean again and again. Ultimately, it forged a spear, a judgment spear, condensing billions of tons of seawater into a weapon capable of piercing the entire planet. The sheer power of this strike could effortlessly obliterate an entire sky city like the imperial capital, along with the land stretching thousands of kilometers beneath it from the face of this planet. This was the true, world-shattering power of a god. Compared to it, the Lin family's so-called forbidden weapon codenamed Reset seemed like nothing more than a child's toy, laughable and childish. My god, are you certain you wish to activate Wrath of the Sea God? On the other end of the communication, Alpha's usually fervent electronic voice carried, for the first time, a hint of tremor and fear. Once activated, Wrath of the Sea God unleashes immense power, but its energy consumption is equally astronomical. It will instantly drain over 90% of the Revelation Stone's energy reserves. Then, the undersea protective shield sustaining Atlantis will collapse from energy depletion.
The entire city will be utterly crushed into scrap metal by the terrifying pressure of 10,000 meters of ocean depth. We will be finished too. Who said we're activating it here? Xiāo Ran smiled. He reached out, summoning Atlantis's incredibly complex three-dimensional structural diagram onto his light brain. Then he pointed to the city's deepest core, that massive, heart-shaped engine providing the entire city with its anti-gravity energy. See that? The heart of Atlantis. It's not just the city's engine, it's also an ultra-long-range spatial jump drive. It was through this very engine that the Atlanteans leaped from their homeworld all the way to Blue Star. Now, I need you to immediately, right this instant, take all the remaining energy from the Stone of Revelation and channel it into the spatial jump engine. I don't care what methods you use. Within 3 days, I must see the city appear above the imperial capital. Boom! Xiāo Ran's words struck Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui like thunder from the heavens, crashing down upon their skulls. To haul a prehistoric city comparable to a small nation, submerged for tens of thousands of years directly from 10,000 meters beneath the ocean depths and place it above the imperial capital? This ing thing can't even be described as insane anymore. This was something only a god would dare to conceive, only a god would dare to attempt. Wang Fatso's jaw dropped so far it felt completely dislocated. Staring at Xiāo Ran before him, who spoke with such calmness it sounded like he was merely suggesting, "Let's go for a barbecue in the suburbs tomorrow." Fat Wang felt his brain had completely turned to mush. Now he finally understood what Brother Ran meant by punching a hole in the sky. This wasn't just poking a hole. This was clearly tearing the sky apart. Bai Qiushui, too, stared at Xiāo Ran with eyes filled with awe and fervent adoration, as if beholding a deity. Her heart raced faster than it ever had before. She knew exactly what kind of man she had fallen for. He wasn't some prodigy, nor some demonic prodigy. He was the true God walking among mortals. The one and only God who dared to defy heaven, defy earth, and treat the entire world as his chessboard. At your command. My God. On the other end of the communication, Alpha finally responded after a full minute of dead silence. Its electronic synthesized voice, more fervent and hysterical than ever before, echoed the world-shattering divine decree of its new master. It knew an unprecedented storm was approaching, one that would be etched into the annals of Blue Star's history. And its new master, along with this city that had slumbered for 10,000 years, would become the very eye of that storm. Over the next 2 days, the imperial capital was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere, like a storm gathering on the horizon. The New King tournament raged on with fervor. Yet everyone, whether contestants or spectators, seemed distracted. For everyone knew this competition had lost its suspense long before its conclusion. After witnessing Xiāo Ran's terrifying, godlike prowess, no one dared to covet his championship throne. In fact, in the subsequent rounds, every opponent drawn against Xiāo Ran chose to surrender without hesitation the very second the match began. Are you kidding me? Fight that monster who can toy with S-tier geniuses like monkeys and incinerate A-tier geniuses alive? Were they insane, or did they have a death wish? Thus, Xiāo Ran advanced to the finals unchallenged, achieving an unprecedented, utterly absurd record, undefeated, with every opponent surrendering instantly. Unsurprisingly, his final opponent was none other than Xiang Kunlun, the war machine from the military academy's top division, who had similarly steamrolled through the tournament. Everyone anticipated this true clash of titans, representing two utterly contrasting styles. But what they didn't know was this. A spectacle far grander, more terrifying, and more earth-shattering than this final match itself was quietly unfolding. Imperial capital, Lin Family Manor. Lin Tianzheng stared at the confidential report in his hand, a cruel and savage grin spreading across his gaunt face. Is everything ready? Master Lin, a figure clad in black, knelt on one knee, replying respectfully that Heavenly Net Plan has been fully deployed. We bribed insiders within the tournament organizing committee. Tomorrow, at the finals venue, 108 magic sealing steels have been pre-positioned. They'll instantly seal off all energy and rules within the entire sky arena. We've also bribed the capital's underground king, Black Bat King. He will deploy his most elite bat shadow assassins to set up an inescapable net at every exit of the arena. Most crucially, the voice of the cloaked figure carried a hint of fervor and excitement. Zero Reset has been successfully and secretly transported to the energy core zone beneath the sky arena. At your command, it can obliterate the entire sky arena along with that brat Xiāo Ran from existence within 3 seconds. Excellent. Excellent. Lin Tianzheng let out a hearty laugh upon hearing this. Xiāo Ran. You reckless little bastard. You think you're so powerful? You think you can control the rules? Tomorrow, I'll make you witness in utter, inescapable despair as you and everyone around you are reduced to ashes. I'll make sure everyone knows the consequences of crossing the Lin family. He could already envision tomorrow that brat Xiāo Ran, trapped in his meticulously laid fatal trap, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, wailing in agony. Yet what he didn't know was this. While he gloated over his perfect plan, above the capital city, beneath that seemingly tranquil, cloudless sky stretching for miles, a colossal spatial fissure invisible to the naked eye, vast enough to tear the entire sky apart, was slowly, silently taking shape. Chapter 91, The Eve of the Finals, the storm approaches. Night deepened.
In the presidential suite of the Imperial Houston Hotel, the atmosphere showed no sign of calming with the night's descent.
Fat Wang had completely frozen in shock.
The half-eaten turkey drumstick in his hand clattered onto the expensive carpet, grease splattering everywhere, yet he remained utterly oblivious. His mouth hung open, eyes wide, staring blankly at Xiāo Ran like a frog struck by lightning. Only one phrase now played on a frantic loop in his mind.
Drive Atlantis into the capital sky? Was this even something a human being could conceive? That was Atlantis.
A prehistoric city buried 10,000 meters beneath the ocean, several times larger than the entire city of Jiangchang.
And Brother Ran actually intended to use it like an aircraft carrier, sailing it straight into the heart of Xi'an Nation? What the hell is he trying to do? Fat Wang felt his brain had completely fried.
In his 18 years, he considered himself no stranger to wild adventures alongside Ran, go from C-rank dungeons spawning lord-level bosses, to treating rank maps like their backyard, to S-rank geniuses being enraged to the point of vomiting blood. He'd witnessed all manner of absurdities beyond belief. But compared to today's events, those past incidents were nothing but child's play. This wasn't just about being absurd anymore. This was reaching for the stars. Literally reaching for the stars.
Ran go.
Wang Fat struggled to swallow, his throat parched like the Sahara Desert.
You're not joking, right? Bring that thing over? That'll make a huge racket. Commotion?
Xiāo Ran turned to look at him, his cowardly expression practically begging to be scared out of his wits. He rolled his eyes impatiently.
If it doesn't make a big splash, how can it be a surprise?
But. Wang Fat frantically scratched his ears and cheeks. He wanted to say something, but his chaotic mind couldn't form coherent words.
Xiāo Ran.
Bai Qiushui, standing nearby, finally snapped out of her utter shock. Her exquisitely beautiful face was equally etched with worry and tension. She walked over to Xiāo Ran, her eyes, as clear as autumn water, fixed intently on him, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor.
Is the Lin family really worth us going this far?
She knew Xiāo Ran's intensity and trusted every decision he made unconditionally.
But this time, it was too much.
It had surpassed the limits of her comprehension. This was the imperial capital. The capital of Xi'an Nation. The very heart of the nation's politics, economy, and culture. Opening a prehistoric city above the imperial capital was no longer a simple act of revenge. It was a direct challenge to the entire Xi'an Nation, to the existing order of the entire world.
If mishandled, the chain reaction it could trigger would be catastrophic.
They might even become the public enemy of the entire Xia kingdom. It's not a question of worth, Xiāo Ran said, gazing into her eyes filled with worry. He reached out and gently pulled her into his embrace. He could feel the faint tremor in the young girl's body against his chest. He sighed, his voice softening.
Qiushui, do you think we have any way out now?
That old madman Lin Tianjiang has even brought out that zero return thing.
Do you think he just wants to kill me?
What he wants is for me and everyone around me, including you, including Fatty, even my family back in Jiangcheng, to be wiped off the face of the earth. He intends to use the most brutal means to wash away the disgrace of the Lin family and strike fear into anyone who dares challenge their authority.
And in this situation, you tell me to retreat?
Where do we retreat to?
Kneel and beg for our lives? Or live like stray dogs, hiding in the shadows for the rest of our days, forever under his shadow?
Xiāo Ran's voice wasn't loud, but each word struck Bai Qiushui and Wang Pangzi like a heavy hammer.
Yes. Retreat?
They had long since lost any. From the moment Xiāo Ran forced Lin Xian to kneel and call him father during the selection tournament. From the moment he declared war on the entire Lin family before the whole school. The standoff between them and the Lin family had become a matter of life and death. It's either you die or I perish. As he watched the two fall silent, a cold gleam flashed in Xiāo Ran's eyes.
Therefore, we cannot retreat. Not only can we not retreat, but we must advance.
We must strike back fiercely with methods even more reckless, more ruthless, and more unreasonable than theirs.
He wants to play games? He thinks he holds our fate in his hands?
Then I'll make him witness firsthand what a true, devastating blow looks like. I'll make that old madman make the entire Lin family pay for their foolish decision today with a price they'll never be able to bear, not in this life or the next. I'll make sure everyone knows this era has changed.
The rules will be rewritten by me.
Xiāo Ran's voice resonated with unparalleled arrogance and confidence. In his arms, Bai Qiushui felt the steady, powerful beat of his heart. Listening to his declaration brimming with overwhelming ambition, her heart once filled with worry and unease miraculously calmed completely in that moment. Yes. What was there to fear? As long as she could stay by this man's side, even if it meant facing the entire world as an enemy, what did it matter? She lifted her head, and a resolute light reignited in her beautiful eyes. Standing on tiptoe, she pressed a kiss to Xiāo Ran's lips, a kiss that carried a hint of coolness yet burned with an intense heat.
I understand. Whatever you do, I'll be by your side.
Wang Fatso watched the two of them openly showering each other with affection as if no one else existed, feeling his fragile 300-pound heart take another ton of critical damage. Silently, he picked up the turkey drumstick from the ground, brushed off the dust, and took a vicious, savage bite.
Damn it! So what if they're together? Who's afraid of who? If need be, in 18 years, I'll be a man again. Follow Brother Ran, and you'll get your share. Meanwhile, Imperial Capital, Lin Family Manor, a secret chamber. Lin Tianzhang examined the confidential reports in his hands, his smile growing broader. Heh, the magic suppression steels are all in place? Black Bat King's elite guards have sealed off all exits? The final calibration of reset is complete and ready for activation at any moment? Excellent. Excellent. He nodded with satisfaction, his cold, predatory eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty and frenzied light. He could already envision tomorrow on the grand stage of the Sky Arena, where all eyes would be upon him, how that arrogant youth would gradually sink into despair, trapped within the inescapable net he had woven. First, the magic sealing stone tablet would lock away all his energy and rules. He would be stripped from his so-called godhood and reduced to what he truly was, an F-rank worthless trash. Then, before the eyes of Xiao Nation's 200,000 spectators, the Black Bat King's elite assassins would break his limbs, inch by inch. Trample his dignity, piece by piece. Finally, they activated Reset, erasing him along with the entire Sky Arena from existence itself. Kill him, and crush his spirit. This was the way Lin Tianzhang did things. Xiāo Ran, oh Xiāo Ran, you should never, ever have crossed the Lin family. Tomorrow is your day of reckoning. He picked up the crimson wine from the table, downed it in one gulp, and let out a hearty yet savage laugh. Yet, what he did not know was this. While he gloated over his perfect plan, tens of thousands of kilometers away from Blue Star, deep beneath the pitch-black, frigid ocean, a colossal ancient city, comparable in size to a small nation and dormant for 10,000 years, slowly awoke. Its core engine, resembling a heart, stirred upon receiving an oracle from distant spacetime. Countless brilliant blue energy bands, like awakening dragons, ignited in every corner of the city. The entire city rumbled violently, straining under the immense strain. Its long-dormant ultra-long-range spatial jump engine, capable of tearing through space and traversing starseas, was now operating at unprecedented power, running wildly. A terrifying spatial vortex, vast enough to churn the entire Pacific Ocean, was silently forming with Atlantis at its center. Target: the imperial capital of Xiao Nation. An unprecedented confrontation between gods and mortals, capable of overturning the entire world order, was about to begin. And those self-important mortals remained utterly unaware. Chapter 92, Final Day, Heavenly Net. The next day, early morning. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the plush carpet of the Imperial Houston Hotel's presidential suite in a golden glow. Xiāo Ran slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the breathtakingly beautiful girl curled up in his arms like a kitten, sleeping soundly beside him. A tender smile involuntarily spread across his lips. After last night's heart-to-heart, the final barrier between him and Bai Qiushui had finally been broken. Though they hadn't quite reached the final step yet, they were very close. He gently pressed a good morning kiss to Bai Qiushui's forehead before carefully climbing out of bed. Good morning, Ran. In the living room, Wang Fatso, sporting dark circles under his eyes that rivaled a panda's, stuffed a high-energy nutrition bar into his mouth while greeting him with a muffled voice. His appearance clearly showed he hadn't slept a wink last night, too excited and nervous to rest. Morning. Xiāo Ran nodded, walking over to the fully automated smart counter to pour himself a cup of hot milk. So, how about it? Are you mentally prepared? He asked Wang Pangzi with a smile. Ready? Ready for what? Wang Fatso froze for a moment. Ready to witness history? Xiāo Ran's eyes flashed with a wild, exhilarated light that sent a jolt through Wang Fat. Wang Fatso stared at Xiāo Ran's expression, feeling his legs start to tremble again. The mere thought that today, a prehistoric city comparable to an entire nation would appear above the imperial capital made his heart feel like it was about to leap out of his throat. This wasn't witnessing history. This was clearly witnessing the apocalypse. Relax, you won't die, Xiāo Ran patted his shoulder reassuringly. We're going to reason with them, not fight. Fat Wang. Like hell I believe you. You old bastard, you're up to no good. Every time you've tried to reason with someone, you've pushed them to the brink. Just then. Ding dong. The smart home assistant emitted a pleasant notification tone. Good morning, Mr. Xiāo Ran. Your competition begins in 2 hours. The hover limousine sent by the organizing committee is waiting for you in the first-floor lobby. Got it, Xiāo Ran replied. He turned around and looked at Bai Qiushui, now fully dressed in a crisp white swordsman's uniform that made her look sharp and dashing. Smiling, he said, let's go, my dear leading lady. It's time for us to attend this grand awards ceremony, one tailor-made just for us. 9 o'clock in the morning. Sky Arena. The venue was already packed to the rafters, every seat occupied. Over 200,000 spectators had converged from every corner of Xiao Nation, crowding the immense silver arc to bursting point. Every single person was eagerly awaiting today's highly anticipated, ultimate showdown. The god-tier powerhouse, Xiāo Ran, facing off against the war machine, Xiang Kunlun. One was a cunning strategist, a mysterious prodigy whose ingenuity bordered on demonic, manipulating rules with limitless ingenuity.
The other, an iron-blooded warrior, peerlessly courageous, a pure martial artist who has honed his physical strength to its absolute limit. This clash of two utterly contrasting styles, representing two extremes, promises to be even more spectacular than Xiāo Ran's unfinished battle with Duguqiu Bai. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live broadcast of the 37th Xiā Nation Rookie King Tournament Final. I'm your old friend, host Bing Bing. And I'm your host, Sasa. Under the spotlight, the two hosts' passionate, infectious voices instantly ignited the crowd's fervor. After a week of fierce competition, we have finally arrived at this ultimate showdown that will determine the champion. They are the two strongest talents among Xia Kingdom's rising generation. Now, let's welcome our two finalists with the loudest applause and cheers. Enter. Boom. The entire sky arena was instantly drowned in a thunderous roar of cheers. At both ends of the arena, two massive portals slowly materialized. Xian Kunlun's figure strode out first from one of the portals. He sported his signature iron-blooded tough guy look today, bare-chested, his bronze skin crisscrossed with vicious scars, radiating explosive power. Merely standing there, he radiated a terrifying, oppressive presence as if he could punch right through the entire sky arena with a single blow. Xian Kunlun, the pride of the military. Unbeatable in battle. Countless military fans cheered him on from the stands, their voices rising in a frenzied chorus of support. On the other side, Xiāo Ran's figure slowly emerged from another doorway. He maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, clad in plain black combat fatigues, hands tucked into his pockets as he strolled unhurriedly onto the stage. It seemed as though he was about to face not a peerless top-tier opponent, but a mere nobody he could crush with a flick of his wrist. His composed demeanor and his handsome, refined features sent countless female fans into a frenzy of shrill, frenzied screams. Ah! Xiāo Ran! I love you! I want to bear your children! God-tier legend! The eternal God! Keep making miracles happen today! However, neither the fighters on the stage nor the fans in the stands noticed. While they were going wild for the impending showdown, beneath the dazzling facade of the sky arena, a vast, icy net woven from conspiracy and murderous intent was slowly, silently tightening. At the very apex of the arena, atop its colossal dome, stood 108 tombstone-like pillars forged from an unknown black metal. Cloaked in optical camouflage, they blended seamlessly into the structure's framework. These were the Lin family's ultimate trump card for sealing off all energy and rules, the magic sealing monoliths. At every exit and passageway of the arena, dozens of assassins lurked. Clad in black bodysuits, their faces concealed by bat masks, they radiated a chilling aura of death. They were the elite death squads under the Black Bat King, the most feared force in the imperial capital's underworld, the Bat Shadows. Deep within the arena's lowest level, in the colossal energy core that powered the entire Sky City, a device over 3 meters in diameter, composed entirely of a mysterious, pitch-black substance that seemed to absorb all light, resembled a massive black sphere. A dozen or so Lin family assassins were carefully installing it onto the most critical node of the energy core. This was the Lin family's final, and most insane, trump card. The strategic great forbidden weapon capable of forcibly disintegrating everything within a 10-kilometer radius into molecular fragments. Reset. Everything is ready. In the top-tier VIP box of the arena, Lin Tian watched the youth on the light screen, utterly unaware of what was unfolding. A cruel, demonic smile spread across his gaunt face. Slowly, he pressed the red button on the remote control in his hand. Then, the show was about to begin. Buzz. The instant he pressed the button, across the entire sky arena, the 108 magic suppression monoliths, concealed within the dome, erupted in a blinding black light. Visible energy ripples, like black chains, erupted violently from the steels. They intertwined and converged above the arena, ultimately forming a massive, impenetrable black cage that completely enveloped the entire sky arena. Ding! Detection of unknown, over-specification rule weapon activation. Warning! Warning! All energy fluctuations within this map have been forcibly suppressed. All rule-based skills have been forcibly sealed. You have entered the absolute magic suppression domain. On the stage, Xiāo Ran's mind was pierced by the system's shrill, urgent alarm. He could distinctly feel the connection between himself and the thunder elements of heaven and earth being forcibly severed at this very moment by a brutally overpowering force. His thunder god robe, capable of repelling all attacks, had completely lost its radiance in that instant, becoming nothing more than an ordinary garment. In that instant, he transformed from a god-wielding thunder and rules back into a defenseless, F-rank, mortal. Chapter 93, The Knife Revealed, The Fatal Move. The instant that cold, overwhelmingly oppressive force enveloped his entire body, Xiāo Ran's expression finally shifted ever so slightly for the first time. A magic-suppressing domain? He lifted his head, gazing at the colossal prison formed by 108 black stone tablets in the sky, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the Lin family to possess a strategic rule-altering weapon of this caliber. Magic suppression steals. He had seen similar documentation in Su Muyue's laboratory. Forged from a rare material called void stone, their sole function was to emit a counter-energy field that forcibly neutralized, suppressed, or even sealed off all energy and rule fluctuations within its range. This contraption could be considered the nemesis of all strategists who relied on energy and rules for their power. Once enveloped by it, even a grandmaster-level powerhouse would be instantly stripped bare, reduced to a mortal scarcely stronger than an ordinary person. The Lin family really spared no expense to deal with me.
Ha 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 ha. Xiāo Ran. You little bastard. Didn't see this coming, did you?
At that moment, a cackle filled with triumphant madness and aged, maniacal laugh echoed through the entire sky arena via its amplified magic. Opposite the main podium, within the most exclusive VIP box, Lin Tianjing's withered face appeared on the massive holographic projection. His face wore a sickly, vindictive satisfaction, savoring the sweet taste of revenge.
You thought you could control the rules? You thought you could command the flames? You thought you were a god? What now?
Before my magic suppression stone tablet, what do you have left? You're nothing but a pitiful, lowly, F-rank waste of a human being who can't even summon a shred of source energy. His voice dripped with endless venom and scorn. The entire sky arena, after a brief deathly silence, erupted into chaos.
Holy! What the hell is going on? People from the Lin family? What are they trying to do? Fighting openly at the Rookie King tournament finals? Are they trying to start a rebellion? What the hell is that black cage? Why does my source energy feel sluggish? Countless spectators sensed something profoundly unusual in this sudden upheaval, an aura brimming with danger and madness. On the VIP platform, the Dragon Lord and the old headmaster, Lin Sunyuan, turned ashen-faced in an instant. Lin Tianjing. You old madman. Do you know what you're doing? The Dragon Lord abruptly leapt from his seat. His voice, brimming with supreme authority, thundered like rolling celestial lightning, reverberating throughout the entire arena. A terrifying dragon aura, no less formidable than that of a grandmaster-level powerhouse, erupted from his body, poised to crush down upon that black prison cage. Yet, the moment that invincible dragon aura touched the black cage, it vanished without a trace, absorbed and neutralized as if it had sunk into the sea. Heh, Dragon Lord, calm your fury. Lin Tianjing watched the Dragon Lord's face twisted with rage, a sneer spreading across his own lips. These 108 magic sealing steels represent the culmination of centuries of our Lin family's accumulated resources, obtained through exchange from a hidden shop within an S-rank dungeon. Not even you, let alone a true grandmaster, could hope to break them in a short time. Today, I merely wish to settle the final reckoning with this arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. I advise you and that old fool Lin Sunyuan to sit quietly and watch the show. Otherwise,
a flash of maniacal murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I wouldn't mind letting you two taste another gift I've prepared for him.
You. The Dragon Lord trembled with rage at this blatant threat. As the ruler of Xiao Nation, when had he ever endured such utter disgrace? Lin Tianjing.
I command you to cease this foolishness immediately. Otherwise, the Xia Kingdom's million-strong Dragon Shield army will raze your Lin family to the ground.
Raze it to the ground?
Lin Tianjing burst into maniacal laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd joke in the world.
Ha 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 ha. Dragon Lord, have you not grasped the situation at hand? Do you truly believe you still possess the authority to command me?
He swung his hand violently. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of black figures materialized around the podium like ghostly apparitions, utterly silent. They were none other than the elite assassins under the Black Bat King, the Bat Shadows. Each radiated a cold, emotionless aura of death. In their hands, daggers gleamed with a sickly green light coated in deadly poison. Those icy blades were precisely placed against the necks of the Dragon Lord and every military and government high-ranking official on the podium. The entire sky arena fell into a deathly silence at the sight. Every pair of eyes stared at the screen in disbelief, as if witnessing a supernatural spectacle.
Kidnapping the Dragon Lord? Taking control of the entire podium? The Lin family. The Lin family is truly rebelling now. Lin Tianjing. You madman. You traitor.
The Grand Mentor trembled with rage as he glared at the dagger pressed against his throat, cursing furiously.
Ha! Winners take all. Not a trace of remorse or wavering crossed Lin Tianjing's face.
As long as I uncover that boy's secret, as long as it elevates the Lin family to the pinnacle of this world.
What does it matter if it means opposing not just Xiao Nation, but the entire world?
He turned his gaze back to the arena, fixed on the youth who had remained utterly calm throughout as if none of this concerned him at all.
Xiao Ran, do you have any last words now?
His voice dripped with the absolute arrogance of a victor who held everything in his grasp. In his eyes, Xiao Ran was now nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, utterly at his mercy.
Yet Xiao Ran's reaction once again defied his expectations. Facing this final, inescapable, deadly trap,
Xiao Ran's face showed not a trace of fear or despair. Instead, he smiled. His smile was so radiant, so contemptuous.
Last words? He shook his head. I think that question should be coming from me, not you. Lin Tianjing, get down on your knees right now and call me ancestor. If I'm in a good mood.
I might spare your Lin family a proper burial.
What? Lin Tianjin's smile froze instantly upon hearing Xiāo Ran's arrogance even at death's door.
He stared at Xiāo Ran, completely sealed by the magic suppression stone tablet, reduced to a useless shell, as if unable to believe his own ears. It felt like his intelligence had suffered an unprecedented insult.
You little bastard. You're asking for death.
He roared, about to order the Bat Shadow assassins to storm the stage and tear Xiāo Ran limb from limb.
But at that very moment,
a sudden, unexpected change occurred once more.
Boom! 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 Boom!
A deafening roar, more violent, more terrifying than any before, as if the entire world itself were collapsing, suddenly echoed down from above the sky arena, from the distant, cloudless expanse of the clear sky. The entire sky arena, along with the colossal sky city it resided in, began to tremble violently and frantically at that very moment. It felt as though an invisible mountain, larger, heavier, and more terrifying than the sky city itself, was slowly descending from the heavens above.
What's happening? Is it an earthquake? No. That can't be. How could the sky city possibly have an earthquake? Look! Up there! What is that in the sky?
Countless spectators looked up in horror, their eyes fixed on the source of the commotion. Above the colossal dome of the sky arena, constructed from transparent crystal stones, the once cloudless, azure expanse of clear sky had, at some unknown moment, been completely engulfed by a monstrous shadow so vast its edges were utterly invisible. That shadow was so immense, so profound, so overwhelmingly oppressive. It resembled a colossal net woven by the gods, obscuring the sky and shrouding the entire imperial capital beneath its cold, ominous shadow, a shadow thick with the scent of the unknown and death.
What on earth is that?
Lin Tianjin stared at the unfathomable horror unfolding above the dome. For the first time, his face, usually twisted in a cruel grin, betrayed a hint of terror and unease. A very, very bad feeling washed over him.
Meanwhile, atop the arena,
Xiāo Ran slowly raised his head. He gazed at the colossal shadow in the sky, one he had summoned with his own hands. A cold smile spread across his face, a smile like that of a demon god, one that commanded absolute control.
Didn't I tell you? I've received the Lin family's grand gift. Now, it's time for me to present you with a small return gift.
Chapter 94, Prehistoric Civilization descends upon the imperial capital. When Xiāo Ran's calm, icy voice echoed throughout the sky arena via the amplification magic,
everyone froze in place. A return gift? What kind of return gift?
Lin Tianjin stared at the youth atop the stage. Though clearly cornered by him, the boy remained utterly composed, as if everything was under his control.
The ominous foreboding in Lin Tianjin's heart grew stronger by the second.
He had no idea what Xiāo Ran was up to. But he knew one thing for certain: he absolutely could not let him continue speaking.
Kill him! Kill him now!
He let out a hysterical roar at the Bat Shadow assassins lurking around the perimeter of the stage.
Whoosh! 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 Dozens of black figures shot out of the shadows like arrows released from a bowstring.
Their poison-tipped daggers sliced through the air with deadly flashes of cold light, stabbing relentlessly from all directions toward the seemingly defenseless youth at the center of the arena. Yet, faced with this fatal ambush capable of instantly slaying any top-tier warrior,
Xiāo Ran didn't even bother to lift an eyelid.
He merely raised his right hand lightly. Then, he snapped his fingers.
Snap! The sound remained as crisp as ever. But the instant that snap echoed, boom!
A colossal, golden pillar of light, brighter, more blinding, and more radiating with divine majesty than any before, plunged down from the heavens.
It resembled a divine sword of judgment wielded by the gods themselves. In an instant, it pierced through the solid dome of the sky arena.
In an instant, it pierced through the black cage formed by the 108 magic suppression steels.
Then, with pinpoint precision, it landed upon the stage upon the youth,
completely enveloping him within that golden, sacred, inviolable radiance.
The
Bat Shadow assassins who had just charged before Xiāo Ran, the moment they touched that golden pillar of light, they didn't even manage a scream. Their bodies, along with the deadly poison daggers in their hands capable of piercing even grade A warriors' defenses, were silently decomposed, purified, and utterly vaporized within that golden light into the most primordial, void particles. As if they had never existed in this world at all.
The entire sky arena once again fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone stared blankly at the youth on the light screen, bathed in the golden pillar of light like a deity descended.
Their minds had completely shut down. They couldn't comprehend it. What had just happened? Why, under the absolute blockade of the magic suppression stone tablet, could Xiāo Ran summon such terrifying, miraculous power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the VIP box, Lin Tian watched the unfathomable scene before him. His gaunt face contorted beyond recognition from utter shock and disbelief. He could distinctly feel that his 108 magic suppression steels had, in the instant that golden pillar of light descended, completely severed all connection with him. It was as if they had been forcibly overwritten by a force more tyrannical, more primordial, a force that simply didn't belong in this world. Didn't I tell you? A calm voice, tinged with mockery, echoed faintly in his ears. Your understanding of the rules is far too shallow. On the arena platform, Xiāo Ran slowly emerged from the golden pillar of light. With each step he took, the aura radiating from him surged exponentially. A terrifying aura erupted from him, more fearsome, more vast, more sacred and majestic than ever before, as if poised to trample the entire world beneath his feet. His eyes, once clear and lucid, now transformed completely into a pure, dazzling gold. It was the gaze of a god, a gaze that looked down upon all living beings, cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Ding! Initial link established between host and heart of Atlantis detected. Ding! You have temporarily acquired the title Acting Divine Punisher. Divine Punisher temporary title? Effect 1, Divine Aura. Within this city, you may borrow a portion of Atlantis' primordial power to impose absolute rule suppression upon all entities below your life tier. Effect 2, Divine Domain. Within this city, you may freely modify, override, or even create any temporary rules you desire. Now, do you still think your petty tricks can hold me back? Xiāo Ran stared at Lin Tianzheng, who had completely lost his mind, a demonic grin spreading across his face. He slowly raised his right hand. Then, facing the black cage formed by the magic suppression steel in the sky above, he gently clenched his fist. Rule 1, before me, there is no such thing as magic suppression, but... Snap! As his words fell, the indestructible black cage formed by 108 magic suppression steels in the sky shattered like fragile glass, emitting a sound of unbearable strain. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, stares as if they'd seen a ghost, the colossal black prison cage shattered inch by inch. It exploded with a thunderous roar. It turned into a sky-filling cloud of black powder. Put! Inside the VIP box, Lin Tianzheng, whose mind was linked to the magic sealing stone tablets, felt as though 10,000 heavy hammers had struck his soul. A mouthful of old blood gushed violently from his lips. One of his 108 ultimate trump cards acquired at the cost of centuries of the Lin family's accumulated strength had been rendered useless? By that man, with a single casual word and gesture, destroyed? No! No! This can't be! What the hell are you, human or demon? Pointing at the youth who, like a god, was slowly ascending from the stage, floating mid-air, he let out the most terrified and despairing scream of his life. Whether I'm human or ghost doesn't matter. Xiāo Ran hovered high above, looking down with disdain upon the bustling sky city below his feet, upon the 20,000 tiny ants who had been utterly petrified by fear. His voice grew ethereal yet thunderous, as if it belonged to another world. What matters is that today, you are honored. For you shall witness with your own eyes a prehistoric, magnificent civilization lost for 10,000 years. Today, in this very place, returns to the world. As his words fell silent, above the heavens, that colossal, terrifying shadow so vast its edges were utterly invisible suddenly crashed down from a spatial fissure invisible to the naked eye. A city, constructed from countless dazzling crystals and gleaming metals, radiating an exotic, sci-fi aura more magnificent, more splendid, more colossal than the entire imperial capital itself. A prehistoric city. Just like that, without warning, it appeared above the imperial capital, enveloping the entire imperial capital beneath its immense shadow, radiating sacred majesty and awe-inspiring grandeur. At that moment, billions of citizens across the imperial capital looked up in utter shock. They gazed upon the sky, upon that fantastical, floating city of vision that had only ever existed in myths and legends. Their minds went completely blank. Atlantis, the lost prehistoric civilization. It had descended. When that magnificent ancient city, once confined to myths and legends, truly descended upon the imperial capital in an utterly unreasonable and visually overwhelming manner, the entire world seemed to have been silenced. In the sky arena, all 200,000 spectators stared upward at the sky, frozen in place as if turned to stone. Their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow a dinosaur egg. Their eyes widened wider than copper bells. Their minds were blank, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. Chapter 95, The Floating City. What did they see? A city. A city even larger, more magnificent, and more fantastical than the imperial capital beneath their feet, the so-called Sky City. A city suspended in the air. It hovered silently above the imperial capital, like a silent deity stepping out of ancient mythology. Its structures, composed of countless dazzling crystals, refracted iridescent halos under the sunlight, dyeing the entire sky in dreamlike hues. Countless enormous, luminous, strange fish glide through the city's streets like flowing rivers of stars. It was a beauty beyond human imagination, utterly sublime, sacred, and majestic. Yet simultaneously, it brought an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Am I ing dreaming? After an unknown span of time, a single voice from the audience finally voiced what everyone was thinking, trembling, and choked with tears. What the hell, is that thing? A miracle. This is a true miracle. Countless people, overwhelmed by this miraculous sight beyond comprehension, lost their footing and fell to their knees, unable to control themselves.
They bowed and prostrated themselves in frenzied worship before the majestic ancient city in the heavens, before the youth suspended mid-air like a deity descended from the gods.
On the podium, the dragon sovereign and the elite powerhouses from all major factions stood frozen in place. Gazing upon the prehistoric city in the sky, a sight that sent shivers down their spines, brimming with unknown and terrifying power, they felt their hearts nearly cease to beat. Atlantis. Principal Lin Sun Yuan uttered the name in a hoarse voice, heavy with endless emotion. He knew Xiāo Ran was capable of stirring up trouble. But he never dreamed he could make things this big. He'd actually brought a lost class A dungeon, buried beneath the deep sea for over 10,000 years, right to the imperial capital? This kid, how on earth did he pull this off? Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Lin Tianzheng stared at the prehistoric city towering above the sky, its terrifying power sending shivers through his very soul. His gaunt face had completely drained of all color. He collapsed to the ground, his lips moving in a desperate, endless whisper. No, impossible, this absolutely cannot be. He couldn't comprehend it. He had clearly laid a trap that left no escape, had clearly cornered that kid into a dead end. Why? Why had things come to this? What on earth was that city? Why would it obey that kid's commands? Question after question gnawed at him like 10,000 heart-devouring insects, frantically tearing at his heart, a heart already on the verge of collapse from jealousy and fear. Now, do you still think your petty tricks will be of any use? A cold, emotionless voice, like a divine decree, descended slowly from the heavens. Xiāo Ran hovered mid-air, his golden eyes coldly surveying the pitiful old man beneath him, utterly broken. Slowly, he extended his right hand. Then, he waved it lightly toward the sky arena below. Rule 2, before me, there is no such thing as physics. As his words fell, an intangible, indescribable, terrifying force of the rules instantly enveloped the entire sky arena. In the VIP box, the dozen or so bat shadow assassins who had been holding the Dragon Lord and other high-ranking officials hostage with poisoned daggers suddenly froze stiff. Then, before the utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, their bodies began to fade, becoming transparent and ethereal, as if being erased by an invisible giant hand, starting from their feet and spreading upward. They couldn't even utter a scream as they watched their bodies silently dissolve into nothingness in the air. As if they had never existed in this world at all. Meanwhile, deep within the energy core zone at the very bottom of the sky arena, the dozen or so Lin family loyalists guarding the forbidden weapon, reset, met the same bizarre, incomprehensible, death at the exact same moment. Their bodies, along with every piece of equipment and weapon they carried, were utterly erased from existence by that intangible force of law. Only the enormous black sphere, composed of that mysterious, pitch-black substance, remained, lying there, utterly alone. Rule 3, before me, there is no such thing as a weapon. Xiāo Ran's voice rang out coldly once more. He slowly raised his left hand. Then, he pointed lightly toward the lowest level of the sky arena, the location of the forbidden weapon, reset. Now, let your toys put on a grand fireworks display for you. No! In the VIP box, Lin Tian watched Xiāo Ran's demonic gesture. Finally, he snapped out of his paralyzing terror. He let out the most piercing, most desperate scream of his entire life. He tried to stop it, but to his horror, he discovered he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly. Watching that ultimate trump card, the one he had personally prepared, powerful enough to erase the entire sky arena from existence, the zero reset. Its pitch-black surface, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, suddenly ignited with a single, blinding flash of white light. Then, at a speed beyond human perception, that white light expanded frantically, exponentially. Expanding further. Boom! A silent yet terrifying explosion erupted at the very foundation of the sky arena, its force seemingly capable of tearing souls apart. The terrifying destructive force, powerful enough to forcibly disintegrate everything within a 10-kilometer radius into molecular fragments, swept relentlessly outward. It engulfed all the secret bases and countless enterprises the Lin family had painstakingly built up over the years. At that moment, across the entire imperial capital, countless citizens watched in horror. Within a 10-kilometer radius centered on the sky arena, every structure and every asset belonging to the Lin family, whether towering skyscrapers piercing the clouds or heavily guarded secret bases, all were silently decomposed, vaporized, and utterly erased from this world within that pure, white light filled with the aura of destruction. All that remained was a vast, utterly shocking expanse of absolute emptiness. Yet the sky arena, and the 200,000 spectators within it remained utterly unscathed, protected by an even more overpowering force of rules. They stared blankly, watching the terrifying spectacle outside the window, which had become utterly desolate in an instant. They felt their hearts nearly burst from the utter terror gripping their very souls. In the VIP box, Lin Tian stared at the window, witnessing the devastating scene where the centuries-old foundation of his Lin family had been destroyed in an instant. The thread of his sanity snapped completely at that moment. He let out a frenzied roar, savage and filled with endless agony and despair. My legacy. My empire. My Lin family. Two streams of blood-red tears, brimming with endless regret, streamed down his clouded eyes. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. He should never have provoked that devil. That true devil who crawled out of hell. Meanwhile, mid-air, Xiāo Ran merely gazed indifferently at the pitiful old man below him, utterly shattered. He slowly descended to the window of the VIP box, his golden eyes meeting his own without a flicker of emotion. Didn't I tell you? The end of the Lin family has come. Chapter 96, The Gamble of the Century, The God's Wish. When Xiāo Ran's icy, utterly emotionless voice rang clearly in Lin Tianjing's ears. This once formidable tycoon who once ruled the roost, whose every move could send shockwaves through the entire nation of Xia, finally shattered completely. His heart, already on the verge of collapse from endless regret and fear, was utterly crushed. Devil, you're a devil. He collapsed to the floor, staring out the window at the youth suspended midair like a god commanding all with a gaze filled with endless terror, as if beholding a monstrous apparition. He couldn't comprehend it. He truly couldn't comprehend. What kind of terrifying entity had he unwittingly provoked? He had calculated everything. A netcast from heaven and earth, a magic-suppressing domain, a deadly trap. Then why? Why, in the face of his flawless fatal trap, could the other party in a manner even more unreasonable, more unfathomable, more godlike casually and effortlessly dismantle every single one of his preparations, every last trump card? And worse, turn his own weapons against him, shattering the Lin family's centuries-old legacy in an instant? This was beyond mere power. This was a true, rule-level, dimensional strike. He was like a self-important primitive wielding spears and swords, challenging a modern man who held the nuclear launch codes. From the very start, he was defeated. He was crushed. He lost everything down to his last pair of underwear. Now, do you still think you have the right to negotiate terms with me? Xiāo Ran gazed at the figure inside the window, a pitiful old man who had completely lost all vitality, like someone on the brink of death, and a brilliant yet utterly cruel smile spread across his face. Slowly, he extended his right hand. Then, he beckoned to the old man with a gentle flick of his finger. Come here. Lin Tianjing's body froze abruptly. To his horror, he realized his body was rising uncontrollably from the floor, floating upward slowly. Then, like a pitiful puppet manipulated by invisible strings, he drifted inch by inch through the sturdy, massive floor-to-ceiling window made of a special alloy. It drifted toward that boy, who resembled a demon god. No, don't. He tried to struggle, to resist. But he discovered with horror that the source power within him, the terrifying strength comparable to a grandmaster-level powerhouse, was utterly insignificant before that man, like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. He couldn't even lift a finger. He could only watch helplessly as he drifted, inch by inch, toward that devil. Then, that devil gazed down at him with a look of utter indifference and contempt, as if surveying nothing more than trash. I recall you used to enjoy making others kneel? Xiāo Ran gazed at the so-called tyrant before him, a man he had toyed with like a puppet, stripped of every shred of dignity. A dazzling smile spread across his face. Now it's your turn. He slowly raised his foot. Then, before the gaze of the 200,000 spectators in the Sky Arena, and the billions worldwide watching this spectacle of the century through live broadcasts, he delivered a vicious kick. He stomped down on Lin Tianjing's head, slamming him down from midair with brutal force. Boom! Lin Tianjing's body crashed down like a sack of potatoes smashed head-on by a high-speed maglev train. In an instant, he plummeted from 1,000 meters high, crashing violently onto the hardened stage at the center of the Sky Arena. The impact carved a massive, human-shaped crater into the entire platform. Put! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs erupted violently from his mouth. He felt every bone in his body shatter completely under that single kick. The excruciating agony and utter humiliation, searing from the depths of his soul, twisted his withered face into a hideous grimace. Now! A cold, emotionless voice descended slowly from the heavens. Kneel. Call out to your ancestors for us to hear. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your Lin family one heir to carry on the line. The entire Sky Arena remained deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the projection screen, where Lin Tianjing lay in a deep pit like a dead dog, barely clinging to life. Then they looked at Xiāo Ran, suspended mid-air like a god, commanding everything. A bone-chilling cold, emanating from the depths of their souls, enveloped them completely. Killing. And to crush the spirit. This man, he was nothing short of a devil. A true devil, crawling out of hell itself. At the bottom of the deep pit, Lin Tian stared up at the youth above, who gazed down at him with the contempt one might reserve for an insect. His very soul trembled wildly from the utter humiliation. Make him kneel? And call some upstart brat who appeared out of nowhere his ancestor? This was 10,000 times more agonizing than death itself. Lin Tianjing, a tyrant who had never known such utter disgrace in his entire life. What? Unwilling? Xiāo Ran watched his twisted expression, a mix of rage, fear, and a hint of stubborn defiance, and his smile grew even broader. It seems the Lin family head still possesses some backbone after all. He slowly descended from midair onto the arena. Step by step, he walked toward the deep pit. In that case, there's no other choice. He shook his head, a hint of regret flickering across his face. It seems the last remnant of your Lin family's lineage cannot be preserved. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand.
A tiny, pure, and beautiful golden flame blossomed silently at his fingertip. No! Lin Tianjing stared at that terrifying golden flame, the very same that had once burned Zhao Wuji to ashes. The thread of dignity that had barely held taut within him shattered completely in that instant. He didn't want to die. He truly did not want to die. He still had unfinished ambitions. He still sought to touch that legendary, eternal, immortal realm. How could he die here? Die at the hands of such an insignificant insect he despised? Ancestor! Ancestor! I was wrong. I was wrong. Ancestor! I beg you, spare me. Faced with the most primal fear of death, he finally, utterly abandoned everything. He was like a true, most wretched, tail-wagging, begging dog, struggling to crawl out of the deep pit. Then he knelt before the youth, younger than his own grandson. He bowed his head frantically before him. The loud, thudding sound of his head striking the ground and the piercing cries of ancestor, wails that seemed to come from the depths of his soul echoed throughout the deathly silent sky arena. At that moment, everyone who witnessed this scene felt their worldview utterly shattered, crushed into the ground and trampled over and over again. A patriarch of a once mighty clan, whose influence once dominated the court and shook the world. Now, he was kneeling like a dog before an 18-year-old youth, begging for mercy. This surreal, almost magical realist scene would forever be seared into their souls. It would become a nightmare they could never, ever erase. And as the instigator of it all, Xiāo Ran merely gazed calmly at the pitiful old man beneath his feet, whose dignity had been utterly crushed. Not a trace of triumph or satisfaction graced his face. Only a faint, bored indifference lingered, the kind that follows the end of a game. All right, since you've been so obedient. He slowly withdrew the golden flame. As a reward, I'll let you die, a little more painlessly. What? Lin Tianjing snapped his head up, his eyes filled with disbelieving horror. You said. Did I say that? Xiāo Ran scratched his head in feigned surprise. Oh, I remember now. I think I said, maybe. I might leave an heir for your Lin family. But now, I've changed my mind. Because. Xiāo Ran's smile gradually faded. His gaze turned as cold and indifferent as the eternal ice of Siberia. What I hate most is anyone threatening my family. The moment the words fell, he reached out and gently placed his hand on Lin Tianjing's forehead. Then, just as everyone expected him to use the terrifying golden flame to burn Lin Tianjin alive, just as he had done to Zhao Wuji, he made a move that took everyone completely by surprise. He closed his eyes. Then, silently, he murmured a phrase within his heart. Initiating. Divine vow. Ding. Host detected with One World Foundation wish privilege. Confirm usage? Confirm. State your wish. A cold, devilish curve lifted at the corner of Xiāo Ran's lips. My wishes. From this day forward, erase all causality related to the words Lin family from this world. Chapter 97, Erasing Causality, Shifting World Lines. As Xiāo Ran silently uttered this wish filled with boundless coldness and domineering power, a force of supreme law erupted from the deepest core of the Stone of Revelation, more vast, more terrifying, and more indescribable than any previous manifestation. It pierced through the barriers of time and space, shattering the walls of dimensions, directly impacting the very foundation of this world, the river of destiny woven from countless chains of causality. Then, with an unreasonable, absolute will, it forcibly severed every thread of causality connected to the name Lin family from the ceaselessly flowing river of destiny. Snap! The entire world seemed to emit a faint cracking sound at that moment, one only the gods could hear. Immediately after, a sudden, catastrophic shift occurred. Within the colossal crater of the sky arena, Lin Tianjing, the head of the Lin family from the imperial capital, the very man who moments ago had been frantically kowtowing to Xiāo Ran, begging for mercy. His body suddenly stiffened. Then, under the utterly horrified gazes of everyone present, his body began to dissolve like sand art scattered by the wind, starting from his feet, gradually transforming into a sky filled with golden specks of light. Then, silently, he vanished into the air. No screams, no agony, no despair. Just like that, calmly, naturally, as if he had never existed in this world at all. He vanished completely. Outside the sky arena, that vast, empty expanse recently leveled by the explosion of reset. At that very moment, an inexplicable, eerie transformation unfolded. The destroyed skyscrapers that once belonged to the Lin family, the secret base reduced to rubble, began to rapidly restore themselves to their original state at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if time itself had reversed. No, not restored. They were transforming into entirely different, unrelated structures. The skyscraper that had once been the Lin Group headquarters transformed into a massive public library brimming with futuristic technology. The military fortress that was the Lin family's secret base had become a huge children's playground filled with laughter and joy. Every single one of the Lin family's former properties, buildings, and territories. At this very moment, they were all replaced by other, completely unrelated things, as if they had always existed there from the very beginning. Everything the name Lin family represented its traces, its causes and effects.
was being forcibly erased from this world in a manner beyond anyone's comprehension. What's happening? The 20,000 spectators in the Sky Arena stared dumbfounded at the surreal, fantastical spectacle unfolding outside their windows. Chaos reigned in their minds. They felt as though their memories had suffered a severe rupture. What were we just watching? Wasn't it the Rookie King Tournament finals? The finals? But the finals are already over. Xiāo Ran fought Xiang Kunlun and Xiāo Ran won. Then who was that old man kneeling on the ground, kowtowing? And that city in the sky, what was that thing? Countless people clutched their heads, their faces etched with agony and bewilderment. Their memories were being forcibly rewritten and overwritten by a far more powerful force, the very rules of the world itself. All memories related to the Lin family were blurring, fading, and ultimately vanishing at a visible pace. It was as if, in their entire lives, a colossal entity called the Lin family had never existed. On the podium, the Dragon Sovereign and the elite powerhouses from all major factions were likewise enduring the same terrifying process of their memories being forcibly altered. They felt as though 10,000 steel needles were violently piercing their skulls, causing excruciating pain. Memories that had once been crystal clear were now being forcibly erased in a way they could not resist. Unfamiliar yet strikingly vivid memories were being violently implanted into their minds. Only a handful of true elite masters, those whose power had reached the Grandmaster level and whose souls had begun to fuse with the world's laws, such as the old headmaster Lin Sunyuan, could barely resist this terrifying corrective force emanating from the world itself. But it was merely resistance. They could feel it clearly how vast that force was, how utterly unstoppable. They felt like a tiny boat in a raging storm, at any moment liable to be utterly swallowed and drowned by those terrifying waves. What kind of power is this? The old headmaster, Lin Sunyuan, stared intently at the youth atop the stage. The boy remained utterly calm, as if he had merely accomplished some trivial task. For the first time, the eyes that had seen the vicissitudes of the world revealed genuine horror and fear. He had previously believed Xiāo Ran merely possessed some powerful ability to temporarily alter the rules. But now, he realized just how utterly wrong he had been. This kid, he wasn't altering the rules. He was creating them. No. He had even transcended the very realm of rulemaking. He is erasing cause and effect. Uprooting an entrenched, millennia-old elite family from the very fabric of this world's temporal river, eradicating them utterly. This is the true power possessed only by the supreme creator gods of legend, those who wield the authority to create and destroy worlds. This kid, who exactly is he? Meanwhile, atop the arena, Xiāo Ran simply stood calmly, sensing the earth-shattering changes unfolding across the world because of his single wish. Not a trace of smugness or satisfaction graced his face. Only a faint sense of novelty toward this supreme power lingered. So this is what it feels like to be a god? He slowly raised his right hand. He gazed at his own pair of slender, fair hands that appeared utterly ordinary. He felt as though he could grasp the fate of the entire world. Quite interesting. He smiled. Then, he turned his gaze toward the podium, where the old headmaster stared at him with eyes that seemed to regard him as some kind of freak. He could sense a powerful, independent force of rules emanating from the old man, a force that seemed utterly out of place in this world, stubbornly resisting the world's attempts at correction. Seems this old fox has quite a few secrets hidden up his sleeve. Xiāo Ran thought to himself. But he didn't care. Because starting today, in this world, no secret would ever escape the gaze of his eyes that had already begun to glimpse the truth. He slowly descended from the stage. Then, under the bewildered and awestruck gazes of everyone present, he walked unhurriedly over to Bai Qiushui and Wang Fatso. At that moment, Bai Qiushui and Wang Pangzi were also enduring the terrifying process of having their memories forcibly altered. Their faces were etched with agony and struggle. Ran Gu. Fat Wang clutched his head in agony as he looked at Xiāo Ran. My head hurts so much. I feel like I've forgotten something very important. Bai Qiushui's lovely face was equally pale. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Xiāo Ran. It's okay. Xiāo Ran looked at them and smiled. He reached out and gently touched each of their foreheads. Two streams of pure, golden energy brimming with life and the essence of creation instantly surged into the depths of their souls. They completely dispersed and isolated the world's corrective force that was frantically altering their memories. Wang Fatso and Bai Qiushui felt their minds suddenly clear. The memories of the Lin family, which had been fading and blurring, suddenly sharpened and became crystal clear once more. They finally recalled what had just transpired. They stared at the youth before them, his expression still as calm as ever, with eyes filled with disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. Their mouths gaped wide, yet not a single word could escape. Because they didn't know what to say. They felt that all the shock they had experienced in their entire lives combined couldn't match the intensity of this single moment. One sentence had wiped out a top-tier family whose legacy spanned millennia. Is this something a human being could possibly do? Alright, snap out of it. Xiāo Ran couldn't help but chuckle at their pitiful, nearly petrified expressions. The show's over. Time to head home. He turned to gaze at the majestic prehistoric city still suspended silently above the imperial capital. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Alpha, good work. Now, it's time to take us home. As his words faded, the colossal prehistoric city in the sky erupted once more with dazzling radiance. A golden teleportation pillar descended from the heavens thicker and more solid than any previous instance, enveloping Xiāo Ran by Qiushui, Wang Fatso, and that Xiang Kunlun who was still exchanging glances with Xiāo Ran. In a flash of light, the figures vanished instantly from their original spots. Left behind in the sky arena were the 20,000 pitiful spectators, still reeling in memory confusion and utter shock. And the old principal on the VIP platform, staring blankly at the direction where Xiāo Ran had vanished, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. Chapter 98, Return to Jiangcheng. As the white light of teleportation dissipated, the familiar, slightly humid air washed over them. Xiāo Ran, by Qiushui, Wang Fatso, and Xiang Kunlun who had been conveniently bundled along for the ride found themselves back at the central martial arts arena of Jiangcheng Academy, a place they knew well. The training ground lay deserted now, an eerie stillness settling over it. It stood in stark contrast to the thunderous farewell they had received when they left. We're back? Wang Fatso stared at the familiar scene before him, still struggling to process it. He felt as though he'd just awakened from a long, vivid, and bizarre dream. In that dream, he witnessed divine battles more exaggerated than any movie special effects. He witnessed how a top-tier family, with a legacy spanning millennia, was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, all while their own boss, Rangu, chatted and laughed. He even witnessed a prehistoric city, one that existed only in myths and legends, descend upon the real world, casting its terrifying shadow over the entire imperial capital. It all felt utterly unreal. So unreal it made him wonder if he was still dreaming, never having truly awakened. Smack! A sharp slap stung the back of his head. Snap out of it. Stop daydreaming. Xiāo Ran glared at his dazed expression, his tone dripping with exasperation. Ouch! Ow ow ow! Wang Fat clutched the back of his head, grimacing in pain. That familiar, affectionate slap instantly snapped him back to reality. This wasn't a dream. It was all real. His brother Ran had actually punched a hole through the sky. Holy! Ran! You're not human. He stared at Xiāo Ran, his small eyes brimming with boundless, fervent admiration. He felt the best decision he'd ever made in his life was to cling to brother Ran's thigh thicker than gold ever since he was in diapers. Bai Qiushui gazed at Xiāo Ran with eyes equally brimming with admiration and reverence. Her heart, weary from enduring too many shocks, finally began to settle as she returned to this familiar place. No matter how earth-shattering the changes outside might be, as long as she could stay by this man's side, she felt utterly at ease. Meanwhile, Xiang Kunlun, who had been casually brought back, finally snapped out of the dizziness caused by the spatial teleportation after a moment of disorientation. Surveying the utterly unfamiliar surroundings before him, then glancing at Xiāo Ran, who remained as calm and composed as ever, even his steel-forged, indestructible martial heart couldn't help but convulse violently in that moment. This is Jiangcheng? He asked in an uncertain, slightly hoarse voice. He remembered being in the imperial capital sky arena just a second ago, preparing for that final, highly anticipated showdown with Xiāo Ran. But the next second, how the hell did he end up thousands of kilometers away in Jiangcheng? What the hell kind of operation was this? Ultra-long-range spatial teleportation? And not just any teleportation, precise, targeted transport carrying a living person? Such technology was unheard of black tech not just for their Xiao Nation military, but for the entire Blue Star. This Xiāo Ran, just how many terrifying trump cards capable of sending the entire world into a frenzy was he still hiding? Welcome to Jiangcheng, Xiāo Ran. Xiāo Ran smiled at his ghost-stricken expression and offered a greeting. Our final match was interrupted due to certain force majeure circumstances. But rest assured, I won't go back on my word about giving you the thrilling battle we agreed on. Once I've dealt with the matters at hand, I'll welcome your challenge anytime. Xiang Kunlun stared into Xiāo Ran's eyes so deep they seemed to see through everything and fell silent for a moment. Then, he solemnly saluted Xiāo Ran once more. I understand. I'll be waiting for you in the imperial capital. With that, he turned without hesitation and strode purposefully toward the exit of the martial arts arena. He knew the gap between himself and Xiāo Ran was no longer merely a difference in strength. It was a dimensional blow, a strike from a higher plane of existence. He needed time to digest and comprehend everything he had witnessed today. Then find his own path a new way that could allow him to catch up to that man's footsteps. Watching Xiang Kunlun's departing figure, a hint of approval flashed across Xiāo Ran's face. This fellow was indeed a pure martial artist worthy of respect. Perhaps in the near future, he might just deliver a little surprise of his own. Alright, it's time for us to head home too. Xiāo Ran stretched lazily, loosening his stiffened body. This trip to the capital city had its share of twists and turns, but the outcome was nothing short of perfect. Not only did he clinch the Rookie of the Year championship, putting on quite the show, he also conveniently eliminated the Lin family, a formidable threat that had long sought his demise.
Most crucially, he gained control of Atlantis, a prehistoric city brimming with cutting-edge technology, along with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a divine wish capable of reshaping the world order. It was nothing short of a windfall. "Let's go, Xiao." He turned and extended his hand to the girl who had stood quietly by his side throughout. "Didn't I tell you? Once the competition ends, we'll go home together for dinner." Two charming blushes instantly spread across by Xiaoshui's lovely face. She gazed at the man before her, a king who ruled everything like a god or demon in the outside world, yet before her, he was as gentle as a boy next door. She felt her heart melting completely under the sudden, overwhelming wave of happiness. She said nothing, merely nodding softly. Then she placed her soft, boneless little hand into that broad, warm palm, one she could entrust her entire life to. At the same time. Imperial capital, Sky Arena. That magnificent, prehistoric city, suspended in the air, having fulfilled its historical mission, vanished once more from everyone's sight without a trace. As if it had never existed at all. Within the arena, the 20,000 spectators slowly awoke from the chaos and confusion brought on by their forcibly altered memories. They had completely forgotten everything about the Lin family, about the divine vow, and about that world-shattering white fireworks display. In their altered memories, today was merely the final match of an ordinary Rookie King tournament. Xiāo Ran crushed all opponents with overwhelming power beyond their comprehension, ultimately claiming the championship without a hint of suspense. Though the process was still somewhat absurd, it remained within the bounds of what they could accept. Is it over? On the podium, the old principal Lin San Yuan gazed at the now calm, azure sky and exhaled a long, heavy breath. His heart, strained to the breaking point by the sheer magnitude of what it had witnessed, finally began to settle. He knew that a storm powerful enough to overturn the entire Xia kingdom, indeed, the entire world order, had just been casually diffused by that inscrutable youth, in a manner he could not comprehend. No, not diffused. It was erased. He had utterly erased that storm from this world, along with its very source. This godlike power where words became law, where causality could be rewritten. A flash of deep apprehension and fervor flickered in the old headmaster's eyes. He knew he had bet correctly. He had staked the entire future of Jiangcheng Academy and his own on that youth. And that youth had proven it to him through his actions. He was worth it. It seems this world is truly about to usher in a brand new era. He picked up the cup of tea on the table, now completely cold, and drank it in one gulp. A sly, knowing smile spread across his face. An era belonging to the gods. He turned his head to glance at the ruler of Xia, the dragon sovereign, seated beside him. The dragon sovereign wore an equally grave expression as he urgently handled the aftermath. He thought to himself, Dragon Sovereign, do you truly believe you've secured the allegiance of an unparalleled prodigy? You're mistaken. What you've courted is one you will never be able to control. A god. At that very moment, thousands of kilometers away in Jiangcheng, Xiāo Ran held by Xiaoshui's hand as they walked along the path home, one they traversed countless times since childhood. The fading sunlight stretched their shadows long, very long. Mom, I'm home. He pushed open the familiar door, faintly rusty with the scent of home. He called out cheerfully to the familiar figure bustling in the kitchen. Ah! Xiāo Ran's home. A voice filled with warmth and affection, wrapped in an apron, echoed from the kitchen. Quick, come inside. Dinner will be ready soon. Today, Mom made your favorite dish. Braised pork belly. Chapter 99, Warmth in Daily Life and the World's Undercurrents. When the plate of fragrant, glossy braised pork was placed on the dining cart, Wang Fatso's already small eyes instantly lit up like two 200-watt light bulbs. Wow! It smells amazing. Auntie, your cooking skills just keep getting better. As he spoke, he unapologetically speared the largest piece of perfectly marbled slab of pork belly and shoved it into his mouth. The melt-in-your-mouth texture and the rich, savory sweet sauce exploded across his taste buds. Delicious. So delicious, he mumbled in praise, his eyes brimming with tears of pure happiness. If you like it, eat more. You've lost weight since you left for the competition. Xiāo Ran's mother, a gentle and virtuous-looking middle-aged woman, watched Wang Fat devour his food with a loving smile. As she spoke, she piled several more pieces of meat onto his plate, stacking his bowl like a small mountain. Thank you, Auntie. You're so kind. Wang Fat was moved to tears. He felt that the happiest moment of his life was right now, eating at Ran's house. Auntie, don't just focus on him, eat some yourself. Bai Qiushui, watching this heartwarming scene from the side, also wore a genuine smile. She nervously picked up a pair of chopsticks and served Mrs. Xiao a portion of vegetables. This was her first time dining at Xiāo Ran's home as his girlfriend. Although Xiāo Ran hadn't formally introduced her to his parents yet. But she could sense the look in Zhao's mother's eyes, filled with the kind of satisfaction and affection a mother-in-law might have for her future son-in-law. This finally eased the unease that had been gnawing at her heart since her unexplained departure. Oh, good. Mrs. Xiao gazed at the girl before her, beautiful as a celestial being, both lovely and sensible, growing more fond and satisfied with each passing moment. She had previously worried that her son, who was only outstanding in his studies but otherwise unremarkable, would struggle to find a girlfriend. But she never imagined he would quietly bring home such an outstanding daughter-in-law. It was as if her ancestors were smiling down from beyond the grave. She glanced at her son, who had remained quiet throughout the meal, eating steadily with a faint smile on his face. Her heart swelled with unparalleled pride and joy. "Here, Joshua, have more of this fish, it's good for your complexion." She enthusiastically served by Joshua a generous portion of the freshly steamed perch. "Thank you, Auntie," Joshua murmured softly, her pretty face flushing slightly. The meal unfolded slowly in this warm, harmonious atmosphere, brimming with the essence of everyday life. Xiāo Ran relished this feeling. He cherished this mundane, authentic human warmth free from the constant fighting, scheming, and plotting. It made him feel like he was still a living, breathing human being. Not that cold, aloof god who looked down upon all living beings. After the meal, Wang Fatso tactfully slipped away first, using the excuse, "My mom called me home to bring in the laundry." Bai Qiushui, however, willingly stayed behind to help Xiao's mother clear the table. Watching her busy figure in the kitchen, a little clumsy yet utterly earnest, a wave of warmth unlike any he had ever felt before surged through Xiao Ran's heart. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be home. But just as Xiao Ran was savoring this rare, heartwarming slice of everyday life, the entire world was undergoing earth-shattering, violent upheaval, all because of the unprecedented storm he had unleashed in the imperial capital. Xia Nation, Imperial Capital, Dragon Shield Bureau Headquarters. Inside a top-level secure conference room, the Dragon Lord and dozens of genuine high-ranking figures from the military, government, and top academic institutions sat around an enormous circular table. Their faces bore expressions of solemnity and utter shock. Before them, a massive holographic projection looped the complete recording of the Sky Arena battle, an event classified as top secret and forever sealed from public view. From the moment Lin Tian activated the magic suppression stone tablet, revealing his true intentions, to the descent of Atlantis and the divine punishment that followed. Then, Xiao Ran erased the chain of causality with a single word, and the Lin family vanished completely from this world. Each frame felt like a 10,000-ton hammer, smashing viciously into their very hearts. Even these elite warriors, who had weathered countless storms, found their breath growing painfully labored. "You have all seen it, right?" After an unknown span of time, the Dragon Sovereign finally broke the deathly silence with a hoarse voice tinged with exhaustion. "Now, speak. About this. Xiao Ran. How should we respond?" The conference room fell silent once more. Respond? How exactly? Facing a godlike entity capable of summoning an A-rank instance to the imperial capital as a flying ship and obliterating a top-tier clan with a 1,000-year legacy on a whim. What could they possibly do? With their heads? I think. A venerable vice-chancellor from the Demon Capital Academy swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We should spare no expense to win him over. Fulfill every single one of his demands. As long as we can get him to stand with our Xia Nation. Whatever he wants, we give it to him. His words immediately garnered the approval of the vast majority present. Are you kidding me? This was a living god walking among mortals. Such an existence could only be revered, fawned over, and served like an ancestor. Who the hell would dare offend him? They had witnessed the Lin family's fate with their own eyes. Win him over? Ha, easier said than done. At that moment, a cold, untimely voice cut through the air. The speaker was none other than the former principal of Jiangcheng Academy, Lin Sunyuan, who had maintained an expression of utter calm throughout, as if none of this surprised him in the slightest. He lifted the teacup from the table, gently blew on the steam, and wore a sly, box-like smile full of meaning. Do you truly believe yourselves worthy of courting a genuine god? What could you possibly offer that would catch his eye? Money? Power? Beautiful women? He shook his head, a trace of disdain crossing his face. You simply don't understand. What an existence like his pursues is long beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Then what should we do? The Dragon Lord stared at him, his brows furrowed in concern. He knew that among everyone present, only Lin Sunyuan, that old fox, was the sole individual who had believed in Xiao Ran from the very beginning, and had even secretly aided him. Perhaps he knew some hidden truths they were unaware of. We need do nothing. Lin Sunyuan set down his teacup and spoke calmly. We need only continue as before, remain his friends. When he needs it, offer whatever help we can manage. When he doesn't want to be disturbed, we won't bother him. That will be enough. Because. He paused, and in those eyes that had seen the world's vicissitudes, a complex and profoundly meaningful gleam flickered. Though he possesses the power of a god, but his heart remains that of a human. As long as he retains his humanity, as long as he has those he cares for, as long as he has things he wishes to protect, then he will always stand on our side. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Star, the Star-Striped Federation, which proclaimed itself the beacon of the world. CIA, the highest-level underground intelligence center. A middle-aged man with a head of golden hair and eyes sharp as an eagle stared intently at the light screen before him. The screen displayed the same grainy footage of the Sky Arena battle they had risked everything to capture via spy satellite. Though the images were blurred, with many critical moments obscured by powerful energy interference, turning into a sea of static. Yet, that colossal, sky-obscuring prehistoric city. That sacred golden pillar of light that descended from the heavens. And that terrifying white void instantly reduced to a leveled wasteland. Still delivered an unprecedented, immense shock and dread. This is the secret weapon newly developed by the Xiao nation? The hand clutching his cigar trembled violently, beyond his control. He felt as though he had uncovered a colossal secret capable of overturning the entire world order. Immediately. Right now. He slammed his fist down on the red emergency communication button on the table. He bellowed into the microphone, his voice hysterical. Activate the highest level Pandora plan. I don't care what methods you use. Infiltration. Bribery. Seduction. Whatever it takes. Within 3 days. I must know everything about that Xiao Nation youth codenamed Immortal, every single detail. Every last secret. This man. He will become the most terrifying enemy the Star-Striped Federation has ever faced. A colossal undercurrent, swirling around Xiao Ran, was silently yet violently surging across the entire world. Yet Xiao Ran, the very eye of this storm, remained utterly unaware. At this moment, he was leisurely strolling with Bai Qiushui along Jiangcheng's most bustling commercial street. Savoring this rare, final calm before the impending storm. Chapter 100, The Institute of Heavenly Craftsmanship. Xiao Ran, what do you think of this one? Inside an exquisitely decorated women's boutique on Jiangcheng's most bustling pedestrian shopping street, Bai Qiushui emerged from the fitting room wearing a pure white lace-trimmed dress. Its perfect cut accentuated her already curvaceous figure to perfection. Paired with her breathtakingly beautiful face, naturally flawless without a trace of makeup. She resembled an ethereal fairy princess straight out of a fairy tale, untouched by the mundane world. Wow! Bai! You look absolutely stunning in that. Beside her, Wang Fatso, the designated bag carrier and card swipe guy, nearly popped his eyes out of his head the moment Bai Qiushui emerged. He felt he'd never seen such a stunning woman in his entire life. The other customers in the store, along with the sales assistants who were used to seeing all kinds of beauties, were equally stunned at that moment. Their faces were etched with awe and envy. However, as the center of attention, Bai Qiushui paid no heed to anyone's gaze. She merely watched the sole male lead, who sat leisurely on the sofa sipping complimentary drinks, with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Not bad. Xiao Ran lifted his head, gave her a thorough once-over from head to toe, then nodded with satisfaction. Beautiful people look good in anything. Though his tone was flat. The fleeting flash of astonishment and admiration in his eyes was keenly caught by Bai Qiushui. 2 charming blushes instantly spread across her lovely face. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. Then I'll take this one, she asked softly, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Buy it. You absolutely must buy it. Before Xiao Ran could speak, Wang Fatso snatched the chance to pull a gleaming black gold card from his pocket. Then, with a sweeping gesture toward the completely dumbfounded store manager, he declared with unbridled generosity. This one. And every single piece Bai tried on earlier. Wrap them all up. Do you really need to ask the price when buying clothes for my brother Rant's woman? Charge it to my card. Wang Fizi felt his life had reached its pinnacle in that moment. To be able to pay for his boss's woman. This was the ultimate honor for his #1 right-hand man. The store manager stared at the legendary, no-name, unlimited limit black gold card in Wang Fatso's hand, feeling like his heart was about to give out. She immediately led all the sales assistants in the store, rushing forward like the most humble servants. Yes. Boss. We'll wrap it up for you right away. Xiao Ran couldn't help but rub his forehead at the sight of Wang Fatso's arrogant, petty-minded, show-offy demeanor. He regretted ever handing over that black gold card extorted from Bai Jintong for Fat Wang to hold. This guy was just too good at putting on airs. Just then. Ring. A series of urgent ringtones suddenly filled the air. It was Xiao Ran's. He glanced at the caller ID, an unfamiliar encrypted number from the capital. He raised an eyebrow slightly and answered the call. Hello? Is this Xiao Ran, Advisor Xiao? A voice he recognized came through the line, one brimming with the distinctive efficiency and straightforwardness of a military man. It was none other than Long Zhan, the head of the Eastern Theater Command's Equipment Department at the Dragon Shield Bureau of Xiao Nation. Director Long? What brings you here? Xiao Ran inquired. Advisor Xiao, you really are a busy man with a short memory. Long Zhan's voice on the other end carried a tone bordering on flattery and obsequiousness. Forgotten? You're now our Dragon Shield Bureau's specially appointed technical advisor. Isn't it only proper for this humble director to call you, the esteemed advisor, to report on our work? Listening to Long Zhan's words, so sickeningly sweet they gave Xiao Ran goosebumps, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. He knew this old fox must have learned what truly happened at the Sky Arena through some special channel. That was why he was speaking to him with such an almost servile attitude. Enough, Minister Long, spit it out already, Xiao Ran snapped impatiently.
I'm busy shopping with my girlfriend.
No time for your nonsense.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Long John hurriedly replied on the other end.
It's like this, Advisor Xiao.
While our military was researching the energy transmission coil technology you provided earlier, we encountered another minor bottleneck.
We were wondering if you might be willing to grace us with your presence at the Central Research Institute in the capital to guide our work. Rest assured, we'll provide the highest level of hospitality.
Your round-trip airfare, accommodation, and meals all covered. Additionally, we'll offer you an exceptionally generous consulting fee, one so substantial, no one could possibly refuse. Long John's voice brimmed with anticipation and nervousness. He knew this request was pushing his luck. After all, the man had just resolved a technical challenge that had plagued the military for years.
Now they were asking for more. It really didn't seem right. Yet Xiāo Ran's response caught him off guard once more. Go to the imperial capital? Sure.
A hint of amusement flashed in Xiāo Ran's eyes. He had been struggling to find a legitimate reason to visit the imperial capital again.
After all, he still had a few minor matters to attend to.
For instance, paying a visit to that friend from the Star-Striped Federation who had gifted him such a generous present during the tournament. Or paying a visit to that S-rank sword demon, Duguchobai, who'd been hiding indoors ever since the tournament ended, too scared to step outside. He was quite interested in that nameless ancient sword he'd picked up from Duguchobai in his backpack. But he changed the subject.
I'm not one to go out alone.
I need to bring my 2 family members along. Besides, I'm not interested in your military's cold, impersonal research institute. I hear your nation's most advanced center for alchemy and magical technology research is at that Tiangong Kaiwu Institute within the Imperial Capital Academy? I hope you can make arrangements for me. Allow me to study there for a period as an exchange scholar. This. On the other end of the line, Long John froze upon hearing Xiāo Ran's request.
The Imperial Academy's Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute? That was the true holy land of science and technology in Xiao Nation.
Every researcher there is a national treasure-level master. Moreover, that institution falls directly under the jurisdiction of Xiao Nation's Supreme Ministry of Education. The military simply has no authority to intervene.
What? Is there a problem? Xiāo Ran raised an eyebrow. No trouble at all. Absolutely no trouble.
Long John hurriedly shouted into the phone.
Are you kidding me? Compared to inviting this deity, what could a mere research institute at an Imperial Capital Academy possibly amount to?
Forget about them arranging an exchange scholar position. Even if they made Xiāo Ran the director of that research institute himself, he, Long John, would drag that stubborn old fogey from the Ministry of Education here today by force if necessary and make him sign the papers right then and there.
All right. Advisor Xiao. Rest assured. Within 3 days. No. Within 1 day. I guarantee everything will be arranged perfectly for you.
The Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute at Imperial Capital Academy eagerly awaits your distinguished presence. After hanging up, a sly, satisfied smile spread across Xiāo Ran's face.
He knew. He had made the right move.
To legitimately delve into the deeper secrets of this world. There was no better place than the Imperial Capital Academy's Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute, a hub gathering the nation's most brilliant minds in cutting-edge technology. And to make those arrogant, national treasure-level masters willingly serve his cause. Nothing proved more effective than crushing them with higher dimensional knowledge they couldn't comprehend. After all, the best way to deceive a group of self-righteous intellectuals is to make them willingly believe
you are smarter than them. So clever you're practically divine. Chapter 101, Exchange of Ideas. Brother Ran, are we heading back to the capital again? Wang Fatso trailed behind Xiāo Ran, lugging bags of purchases, looking utterly bewildered. Ever since the Rookie King tournament ended, their lives had spiraled into a relentless, absurdly fast-paced whirlwind. They'd barely been back from the capital for 3 days, barely had time to settle in, and now they were heading back already? What? Got a problem with that?
Xiāo Ran turned his head and gave him a look.
No, absolutely not. Wang Fat shook his head like a rattledrum. Following you, Brother Ran, I'd gladly go to hell, let alone the capital city. He was just a little heartbroken.
Painful for his black gold card, which hadn't even had time to warm up in his wallet. They'd barely been out half a day, and the balance had already lost several zeros. At this rate, he felt bankruptcy was just around the corner. Xiāo Ran, this trip to the capital, what exactly are we doing? Bai Qiushui asked with equal curiosity. She knew Xiāo Ran wasn't the type to work for the military like a slave just for a measly consulting fee. He must have deeper motives for doing this. To study. Xiāo Ran smiled, his eyes flashing with a mischievous gleam that only Bai Qiushui could interpret. I've heard that the Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute at the Imperial Capital Academy houses the most advanced and comprehensive collection of alchemy and magical technology materials in all of Xiao Nation. I happen to have a bit of interest in these things. So I'll drop by for a little exchange. Study?
Exchange?
Bai Qiushui stared at Xiao Ran's innocent, harmless smile. For some reason, she found herself silently mourning for 3 seconds over the fate of the Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute, which had no idea what kind of demon king was about to descend upon it.
She had a premonition. The capital, long at peace, was likely to be swept into a new, massive storm all because of the man beside her, who seemed to thrive on chaos. The military's efficiency was indeed top-notch. In less than half a day, a red-headed document jointly issued by the Ministry of Education of Xiao Nation and the Imperial Capital Academy was transmitted through encrypted channels to Xiao Ran's optical brain.
The document stated in black and white: joint notice regarding the appointment of outstanding Jiangcheng Academy graduates Xiao Ran, Bai Qiushui, and Wang Difu as specially appointed researchers at the Imperial Capital Academy's Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute for a 3-month academic exchange. Below, over a dozen bright red official seals stamped with authority were affixed. Even their faculty housing assignments at Imperial Capital Academy and access credentials for the Research Institute had already been arranged.
Holy crap! Specially appointed researchers?
Wang Fatso stared at the document on his light brain, his eyes nearly popping out of his head.
He, a high school dropout who hadn't even set foot in university yet, had suddenly ascended to become a specially appointed researcher at Xiao Nation's highest institution of learning, the most prestigious research institute? Who the hell would believe this if he told them?
His life had become so surreal it defied comprehension. Calm down, Fatso, Xiao Ran shot him a disdainful look.
It's just a researcher position. Look at you, getting all worked up over nothing.
Just wait a few days.
When they're begging you to be the dean, won't you be so excited you'll have a heart attack on the spot? Fat one. He suspected Brother Ran might not be joking. The next day, early morning,
a state-of-the-art supersonic anti-gravity aerospace carrier, emblazoned with the insignia of Xiao Nation's Dragon Shield Bureau, landed precisely on the central training ground of Jiangcheng Academy. Xiao Ran, Bai Qiushui, and Wang Fatso, accompanied by the reverent and reluctant gazes of the old principal Lin Sunyuan and the entire school faculty and students, once again embarked on their journey to the imperial capital.
This time,
their identities were no longer those of contestants heading to a competition. They were scholars destined to overturn an era.
Imperial Capital, Central Airport.
As Xiao Ran and his 2 companions stepped off the airspace mothership,
the ones greeting them were no ordinary staff.
Instead, a familiar figure stood before them, Long Zhan, clad in a crisp black military uniform and bearing a gleaming general star on his shoulder. And behind him stood 2 rows of honor guard soldiers, standing as straight as javelins.
Welcome. A warm welcome. Advisor Xiao, honored by your presence in the imperial capital. The moment Long Zhan saw Xiao Ran, his face instantly broke into an incredibly warm, even slightly fawning smile.
He lunged forward in a single stride, clasping Xiao Ran's hands tightly. His expression radiated more excitement than if he'd just reunited with his long-lost father.
Advisor Xiao, you finally arrived. Every single colleague in our equipment department has been waiting for you with bated breath. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare out of the corner of his eye at Bai Jintong, the second uncle of the Bai family, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, who had also come to greet Xiao Ran but had been beaten to the punch. The meaning behind that look was crystal clear. Get lost. This is military business. What business do you have here, you real estate guy?
Bai Jintong watched his possessive, petty demeanor and snorted coldly with disdain.
Military personnel?
Oof.
You probably don't know, but this gentleman is our Bai family's future son-in-law. He's one of us. However, he didn't stoop to the level of that boorish brute, Long Zhan.
With a smile on his face, he stepped forward and spoke kindly to Bai Qiushui, who seemed slightly uncomfortable with Long Zhan's enthusiasm.
Qiushui, you must be exhausted from your journey.
Second uncle has already arranged the finest accommodations for you in the imperial capital. It's in the Cloud Peak Palace Villa district, right next to the Imperial Academy, the most scenic location in the capital. The surroundings are serene, and the security is top-notch.
No one will dare disturb you.
As he spoke, he shot a pointed glance at Long Zhan beside him.
The implication was clear. We're staying in villas. Don't embarrass yourselves by bringing up those cold, military barracks. You!
Long Zhan was so enraged by this blatant display of wealth that his mustache nearly stood on end.
He was about to retort. Xiao Ran impatiently cut him off. Enough, both of you. Stop arguing.
Xiao Ran yanked his hand back, the one Long Zhan had nearly crushed. He glanced at these 2 grown men, red-faced and flushed from fighting over his custody, and felt a wave of headache wash over him. We've got our own arrangements for lodging.
Minister Long, Uncle Bai, we appreciate your kindness.
Right now, I just want to get to that Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute as soon as possible. He was already itching to witness the technological sanctuary, a convergence of Xiao Nation's most brilliant minds.
More importantly, he wanted to validate a wild idea that had been brewing in his mind for a long time. An idea powerful enough to once again overturn the entire world's understanding and order. All right. Advisor Xiao. Wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan instantly cast aside any lingering friction with Bai Jintong.
His sole mission now was to attend to this living deity before him. He hurriedly opened the door of the extended military hover limousine for Xiāo Ran himself.
Advisor Xiao, please. We're leaving now. Destination: the Tiangong Kai Wu Research Institute. Chapter 102, First Foot in the Sacred Ground, a warning shot?
The Imperial Capital Academy, Xia Nation's most prestigious and ancient institution of higher learning. It occupies the central district of the imperial capital, its sprawling grounds larger than some small cities. Here, there were no towering skyscrapers piercing the clouds, nor a constant stream of hovering vehicles. Instead, it features palace-style buildings steeped in ancient charm and solemn grandeur. And towering ancient trees, lush and vibrant with life. The entire academy is enveloped in a tranquil and sacred scholarly atmosphere. It naturally inspires a sense of reverence. The Tiangong Kai Wu Research Institute is situated within a restricted zone, isolated deep within the heart of this academy. This area ranks among the highest defense level zones in the entire Xia Kingdom. Hundreds of overt and covert sentries were stationed around its perimeter, but also protected by a powerful spatial barrier jointly established by several master-level experts, enveloping the entire institute. Any unauthorized person or object approaching would be instantly shredded by the barrier. As Xiāo Ran's military hover limousine slowly descended onto the helipad at the institute's entrance, an elderly man dressed in a white lab coat, with graying hair and a stern expression, who appeared to be at least 70 or 80 years old, was already waiting there. Behind him followed a dozen or so researchers, also clad in white lab coats, though visibly younger. Their faces bore an identical expression of arrogance and disdain. Minister Long, are these the so-called geniuses you mentioned? The old man glanced at Xiāo Ran and his two companions as they stepped out of the vehicle, his brow furrowing slightly. His gaze lingered briefly on Bai Qiushui and Wang Panzi, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flickering in his eyes. One was an S-rank, Frostblade Saint, possessing exceptional innate talent, a sword prodigy born once in 1,000 generations. The other was a B-rank, Diamond Barrier, whose talent was ordinary but whose foundation was solid and aura steady, clearly a battle-hardened practitioner forged through countless trials. These two were promising prospects. But when his gaze fell upon the youth walking at the front, ordinary in appearance, emitting not even a trace of source energy fluctuation, his brow furrowed even deeper. An F-rank guide? His eyes, cloudy yet piercingly sharp, seemed to see through everything. Long Zhan, are you kidding me? You halted every single multi-billion-dollar project at the entire Tiangong Kai Wu Research Institute just to welcome this F-rank waste of space? His voice was not loud, yet it carried the unquestionable authority and contempt of one long accustomed to the highest positions. He was the current director of the Tiangong Kai Wu Research Institute, the undisputed patriarch of alchemy in Xia Nation, a national treasure hailed as the contemporary Mozi Mo Yuan. A stubborn old cur with a temper worse than a toilet bowl, who dared to snub even the Dragon Lord's face. M.O. Elder M.O. Upon hearing these blunt words, Long Zhan's smile froze instantly. He felt his head swell a full size. He had long known this stubborn old man would be difficult to deal with. But he never imagined he'd be so utterly disrespectful. Calling him a useless piece of trash in front of Xiāo Ran, a god-tier figure even he revered like a deity? Wasn't that like stabbing him right in the heart? Wasn't this destroying the hard-earned good relations the military had finally established with the god-tier figure? Old M.O. Watch your words. He immediately lowered his voice, whispering almost pleadingly into M.O. Yuan's ear. This advisor Xiao, he's no ordinary man. He? Not an ordinary person? M.O. Yuan sneered coldly, cutting him off. I don't care who he is. I don't care who stands behind him. At my Tiangong Kai Wu Research Institute, we care about only one thing. That is strength. A worthless F-rank failure who can't even control his source energy, he has no right to set foot in this sacred hall of learning. With a wave of his hand, the formidable mental pressure of a top-tier alchemy master instantly bore down on Xiāo Ran and his companions. Behind him, a dozen equally arrogant genius researchers stared at Xiāo Ran with undisguised contempt and mockery in their eyes. They were all the most brilliant talents in Xia Nation. Each possessed at least A-grade talent. They had their pride. They absolutely refused to acknowledge or believe that a mere F-grade waste had the audacity to instruct them. This was nothing short of the greatest insult to these chosen ones of heaven. Long Zhan stared at the tense, volatile situation unfolding before him, feeling his heart race dangerously fast. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He had a sinking feeling he might witness an epic disaster unfold before his eyes today. And at the very center of the storm stood Xiāo Ran, facing a terrifying mental pressure capable of forcing any A-rank powerhouse to kneel on the spot. Yet his face remained as serene and unruffled as ever. As if that mental pressure were nothing more than a gentle, insignificant spring breeze before him. He even had the leisure to appraise the stubborn old man before him. Name, M.O. Yuan. Level, 55. Talent, S-rank artificer capable of analyzing, replicating, and optimizing all non-living mechanical or alchemical creations. Occupation, Saint-grade alchemy master. Status, rage, disdain, contempt, and a hint of curiosity toward the unknown, buried deep within his heart, unnoticed even by himself.
Current dilemma: researching an ancient alchemical artifact known as the cross-dimensional space stabilization device. However, the project has been stalled for a decade due to his inability to decipher the energy structure of its core chaos runes.
Interdimensional space stabilization device? Chaos runes? When Xiāo Ran saw that hidden golden message, a knowing smile flashed in his eyes. So it was a technical bottleneck after all. No wonder they're so irritable. So you must be from the Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute? He spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a peculiar penetrating quality impossible to ignore.
My name is Xiāo Ran. From today onward, I am your new supervisor.
I look forward to your guidance and support. As he spoke, he flashed an incredibly kind, radiant, and utterly harmless smile.
Smile. Chapter 103, You Call This Alchemy? When Xiāo Ran's self-introduction, filled with unparalleled arrogance and domineering swagger, clearly reached every ear present, the entire helipad fell into a deathly silence.
Mo Yuan and the dozen or so genius researchers behind him all stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the youth before them who was flashing them a dazzling smile. Their faces were etched with absurdity, shock, and utter disbelief. What had they just heard? New leader? This worthless F-rank nobody actually dared declare in front of all of them that he was their new leader? What the hell kind of international joke was this? What did you say? It was unclear how long passed before Mo Yuan finally snapped out of his utter shock. His finger pointed at Xiāo Ran, trembling violently with fury, nearly poking Xiāo Ran's face. You insolent little brat. What the hell do you think this place is? Your backyard? New boss? My ass. He felt that all the insults he'd endured in his entire life combined couldn't match the ferocity of this one today. Some F-grade nobody dared show up before him, a national treasure level master, and claim to be his superior? This was utterly preposterous. The brilliant researchers behind him were equally enraged, their faces flushed crimson and bodies trembling with fury. How arrogant! This guy is way too arrogant. Who does he think he is? The Dragon Lord's father? An F-grade dares to run wild in front of our Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute? Doesn't he know how to spell death? Their eyes fixed on Xiāo Ran, filled with unmasked fury and murderous intent. If looks could kill, Xiāo Ran would have been dismembered and executed by slow torture at least 10,000 times over by now. Yet, facing this overwhelming fury capable of tearing any man to shreds, Xiāo Ran's face remained as calm and composed as ever. He even shook his head at Mo Yuan, who was on the verge of a heart attack from sheer fury. Dean Mo, is that right? I advise you to calm down first. After all, at your age, it wouldn't be good if something happened to you from getting so worked up. And his tone shifted abruptly. Those eyes, which had always seemed ordinary, suddenly grew profoundly deep. So profound they seemed capable of piercing through every secret in the world. What you should be worried about now isn't me, your new leader. But rather that so-called interdimensional space stabilization device of yours stalled for a decade, draining trillions of national resources, yet still hasn't produced a single damn thing, right? Boom! Xiāo Ran's words struck Mo Yuan like thunder from the heavens, crashing down upon his skull. His face, already flushed crimson with rage, instantly turned as white as paper. Staring at the youth who now regarded him with a mocking gaze, he felt his heart nearly stop. How could he know? The cross-dimensional space stabilization device. This was the highest-level top-secret project of their research institute. Apart from himself and a handful of core researchers, there was absolutely no way a third person could know about it. This kid, where on earth did he hear about it? You're talking nonsense. He forced down the storm raging within, barking out a hollow threat. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't know? Xiāo Ran laughed. His laughter was filled with utter contempt. Then, the 4 characters Chaos Runes, you should be familiar with them, right? Because you couldn't decipher its unique Mobius strip-like energy structure. So you can only watch helplessly as that magnificent, ancient alchemical artifact turned into a pile of useless scrap metal in your hands. Am I right? Each of Xiāo Ran's words struck like a 10,000-ton hammer, smashing deep into Mo Yuan's soul, shattering the last shred of pride and dignity he held as a national treasure-level master. Mo Yuan fell completely silent. He stared blankly at the youth before him who had exposed the greatest torment and obsession that had plagued him for the past decade with a single sentence. His cloudy, aged eyes brimmed with boundless horror and utter disbelief. The group of genius researchers behind him were equally dumbfounded. Though they knew nothing of what a cross-dimensional space stabilization device was, the terms Chaos Runes and Mobius Loop were thunderclaps to their ears. For these were precisely the greatest unsolved technical challenges their research institute had grappled with for the past decade. They had poured countless efforts into it, poring over ancient texts and conducting endless simulations and deductions. Yet they still couldn't decipher the true mystery of that ancient, enigmatic rune. And now, this F-grade waste they looked down upon had casually revealed the core solution to the problem that had plagued them for a decade? Is this even human?
This is clearly a monster in human form. Now, do you still think I'm unqualified to lead you?
Xiāo Ran gazed at Mo Yuan, who had completely frozen in shock, a devilish grin spreading across his face.
He slowly extended his right hand.
Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, stares as if they'd seen a ghost. Countless golden lightning runes, so fine they were nearly invisible to the naked eye, began to silently seep from his fingertips like living creatures. Then, in a manner beyond their comprehension, filled with infinite mystery and beauty, they rapidly intertwined and coalesced in the air. Finally, they coalesced into a perfect, faintly chaotic aura. A Mobius strip. How is this possible? Mo Yuan stared at the flawless Mobius strip suspended at Xiāo Ran's fingertip, composed entirely of pure energy. His alchemist's heart, once as solid as rock, shattered completely in that instant. The mysterious, ancient energy structure he had spent a decade studying, pouring countless efforts into deciphering. In this youth's hands, it seemed as simple as eating or drinking? No. That's not right. This isn't merely an energy structure. He stared intently at the Mobius strip, his cloudy eyes suddenly blazing with an unprecedented brilliance. From that tiny energy ring, he sensed a force he had only ever felt in the presence of true divine artifacts left behind by the gods of legend. The primal force. This isn't alchemy. He murmured hoarsely, his voice thick with boundless awe and fervor. This is true creation. With a thud, his legs gave way, and he knelt before the youth younger than his own grandson right there in front of everyone. His aged face, forever etched with pride and disdain, was now contorted with fervent, devout expression as if the most humble believer had beheld the deity of their faith. Expression. Teacher. He cried out to the youth, whose expression remained utterly serene, his voice trembling from the depths of his soul. Please take me as your disciple. Chapter 104, Master, scold me once more. When Mo Yuan's soul-shaking cry of teacher, filled with boundless fervor and devotion, rang clearly in everyone's ears, the entire helipad once again fell into a deathly silence. Long John and the dozen or so genius researchers behind Mo Yuan all froze in place, as if struck directly by divine thunder from the heavens. Their faces bore expressions of utter disbelief, more absurd than encountering a ghost, more shocking than witnessing the apocalypse. What had they seen? What had they heard? Mo Yuan. That national treasure of a master whose temper was worse than a stinking cesspool, who dared to snub even the Dragon Lord's face. The towering figure in Xia Nation's alchemy world, revered like a deity. Now he was kneeling before an 18-year-old youth with F-grade talent, like the most humble, most devout elementary school student. Crying and begging to be taken as his disciple? This ing absurdity defies description. This is nothing short of a myth. It was a living myth powerful enough to overturn their entire worldview. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. A young, gifted researcher in his 20s clutched his head, repeating the words over and over in utter despair. He felt every ounce of pride and conviction he'd built over the past 2 decades being utterly, mercilessly crushed into dust at that very moment. He had always regarded Mo Yuan as his lifelong goal and idol. Yet now, his idol was kneeling before a worthless nobody he had looked down upon, begging for mercy. The immense shock of this collapse of faith nearly shattered his fragile, brilliant heart on the spot. After a full 30 seconds of mental shutdown, Long John finally began to come to his senses. He stared at Mo Yuan kneeling on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Xiāo Ran, who remained utterly composed, as if he had merely accomplished some trivial task. A bitter smile, uglier than tears, spread across his once resolute, iron-willed face. He now understood why the old headmaster, Lin Sanyuan, had said they were unworthy of courting a true god. He finally grasped why the military's top scientists, upon seeing Xiāo Ran's optimization proposals, had collectively retreated into seclusion, even clamoring to resign en masse and return to farming. It turned out the gap between them and this man was truly as vast as the chasm between mortals and deities. Unbridgeable. Incomprehensible. Unfathomable. Now, do you still think I'm unqualified to lead you? Xiāo Ran looked at Mo Yuan, who knelt on the ground, gazing at him with an almost fanatical, reverent expression. A kind smile spread across his face. No. You are qualified. You are more than qualified. Mo Yuan shook his head like a rattle. You didn't come to be a leader. You came to save all beings. You came to rescue us lost lambs. His old eyes filled with tears as he rambled incoherently. Master. I beg you. Please accept this unworthy, foolish disciple. I'll be your servant. I'll dedicate my old bones and all my life's knowledge to you. Just occasionally guide me a little. Let me glimpse the supreme mysteries of true alchemy. As he spoke, he began frantically kowtowing to Xiāo Ran. The loud, thudding sound of his head striking the floor made the dozen or so genius researchers nearby feel their own faces burn with embarrassment. It felt as though an invisible giant hand had slapped them repeatedly across the face. They had dared to despise him, mock him, and even attempt to intimidate him earlier. But now, they didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. They felt like a bunch of ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well, boasting about their pitiful, shallow knowledge before a true dragon. How utterly ridiculous.
How pitiful. Take you as my disciple? Xiāo Ran gazed down at the national treasure level master now utterly subdued beneath his feet. He stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. But I'm quite particular about who I take as a disciple. And I have a rather short fuse. If you make any foolish mistakes in your research later on, I won't hesitate to scold you. I might even resort to physical discipline. Yell. Please yell your heart out. Hearing this, Mo Yuan felt no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, he trembled with excitement like a child who'd just received candy. The harsher your scolding, the more you value me. It means you still see potential in me. Master. I beg you. Scold me right now. No. Scold me 100 times. 1,000 times. You can even strike me. Hit me hard with your sacred fist, filled with wisdom and power. As long as it calms your anger. As long as it elevates my soul. Xiāo Ran stared at the stubborn old man at his feet, now utterly possessed by madness, feeling his own lips twitch uncontrollably. He felt like he'd accidentally flipped some kind of bizarre, dangerous switch. Was this guy some kind of masochist? Meanwhile, the dozen or so genius researchers standing nearby had their worldviews utterly shattered upon hearing Mo Yuan's remarks, which could only be described as shocking and outrageous. When had they ever seen their tyrannical, uncompromising dean display such a lowly, fawning, and perverted side? Enough, enough. Get up. Xiāo Ran waved his hand impatiently. Considering your sincerity, I'll reluctantly accept you as my nominal disciple. As for formal recognition, that will depend entirely on your future conduct. Yes. 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 Master. Your disciple will not disappoint your high expectations. Mo Yuan leapt to his feet in excitement. His aged face glowed with an unprecedented youthful radiance. In that instant, he seemed 20 years younger. He knew he had made the right gamble. His life, his path in alchemy, would open a brand new, glorious chapter starting today. He turned to face the group of so-called geniuses behind him, now utterly dumbfounded. The face that had just been filled with flattery and reverence instantly turned stern and imposing. What are you all standing around for? He roared like thunder at the researchers still frozen in shock. You blind fools. Hurry up and come pay homage to your founding master. Chapter 105, Your projects are all garbage. When Mo Yuan's thunderous roar, filled with supreme authority, boomed across the helipad. The dozen or so brilliant researchers, still reeling from the shattering blow to their worldview, jolted awake as if struck by lightning. They stared at their dean, who glared at them with a look of murderous frustration, as if he were disappointed in a piece of iron that refused to become steel. Then they glanced at the mysterious youth, who remained utterly calm, seemingly indifferent to the entire scene. Finally, they snapped out of their utter shock and bewilderment. Thud. 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 Without a moment's hesitation, without any struggle. One after another, their knees buckled, and they all knelt before the youth whose age was younger than the combined ages of all of them. Ancestor! Ancestor! With trembling voices that seemed to come from the depths of their souls, filled with boundless reverence and regret, they bowed their once proud heads before the useless waste they had once looked down upon. They knew. From this day forward. Their destinies, their lives, everything they pursued would be utterly transformed by this mysterious, godlike youth before them. Rise. Xiāo Ran surveyed the sea of kneeling figures before him, the so-called greatest minds of Xiao Nation, and nodded with satisfaction. He relished this sensation of utterly crushing his opponents with absolute strength and intellect, conquering them from the depths of their souls. It gave him a sickening thrill of total control. From this day forward, you are all my disciples and descendants. From now on, you must show proper respect to your venerable master. Do you hear me? Yes, Grandmaster. The dozen or so genius researchers shouted in unison. Their voices brimmed with fervor and excitement. They knew they had latched onto an unprecedented opportunity, a leg thicker than gold, vaster than the cosmos itself. Their futures were boundless. All right, since we're all on the same team now. Xiāo Ran clapped his hands, his smile gradually fading. His gaze sharpened and focused. Then let's not waste time here. Take me to see every project currently underway at your research institute. He was already eager to see what kind of treasures this technological sanctuary, a gathering place for the nation's most brilliant minds, had managed to develop. More importantly, he intended to crush the last shred of pride from these self-important geniuses in the most direct, brutal manner possible. Then, he would reshape them into the perfect form he desired. Yes, Master. Mo Yuan led the way respectfully. The group marched in a grand procession into the massive research institute, brimming with futuristic technological flair. The Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute was divided into 9 floors. Each floor represented a distinct field of research. From the most fundamental materials science and energy studies, to the more advanced fields of rune array studies and spacefolding, to the pinnacle of biogenetics and soul engineering. It encompasses nearly all the most cutting-edge scientific and magical fields currently existing on Blue Star. Xiāo Ran moved through the halls like a sovereign surveying his domain. Guided by Mo Yuan, his most loyal servant, he traversed each level in turn.
At each level, he would have the head of that floor present their most prized research achievements for his review. Then, with a tone that was almost dismissive, he would pinpoint the fatal bugs and design flaws in their so-called achievements with surgical precision.
Dragon Might Type 3 electromagnetic pulse cannon? An energy conversion rate under 60%, and you dare call this a cannon?
It's more like a fire poker to me. Rework its rune circuitry into the Qianli counterbalance structure I previously discussed with Long Zhan. Then replace the barrel material with stellar mithril.
I guarantee its power will increase at least threefold. And this bionic prosthetic of yours. A neural connection delay of 0.1 seconds? Are you building prosthetics for the disabled, or coffins? Replace the biological current conductor with a mixture of earth dragon saliva and moonlight grass. I guarantee its response time will approach 0.
And this miniature-controlled nuclear fusion reactor of yours.
Good heavens, you're still using primitive tokamak devices? Did you time travel here from the last century?
Each of Xiāo Ran's words cut like a sharp scalpel, precisely slicing through the ornate facade of their so-called research achievements, exposing the ugly, unsightly, and deadly flaws within, laid bare for all to see.
And those once arrogant, self-assured genius researchers, after enduring Xiāo Ran's devastating critique, a veritable dimension-lowering strike, each one wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Their faces were etched with shame, shock, and profound reverence for that godlike, all-knowing youth. They felt like kindergartners who only knew 1 + 1 is equal to 2 in front of that youth. Yet he had already begun exploring the origins of the universe and the mysteries of life. This wasn't even a contest on the same level. When Xiāo Ran emerged from the elevator after inspecting the final floor,
every single one of the over 300 top researchers in the entire institute stood in perfect order, forming 2 rows as if welcoming a deity.
Then, before the youth who remained utterly composed, they bowed deeply. Grandmaster.
Their voices held no trace of resentment or doubt. What remained was only the purest, most fervent, soul-deep reverence.
They knew. From this day forward,
they would follow this godlike youth before them to usher in a brand new, magnificent era, one belonging to both technology and magic. Xiāo Ran surveyed the sea of dark figures before him, the greatest minds of Xia Nation. A satisfied smile spread across his face.
He knew. His tool army had taken its initial shape.
He slowly walked to the central control console of the Research Institute. Then, in full view of everyone, he inserted his Lightbrain USB drive packed with learning materials from higher dimensions into the main computer's port.
All right, disciples and followers.
He turned around, smiled at the researchers staring at him with eyes brimming with anticipation and longing, and said, "From this day forward, forget everything useless you've learned before. I'll teach you something truly worthwhile.
I will teach you what true alchemy." Chapter 106, What the heck is on this USB drive? When Xiāo Ran inserted that plain-looking, slightly chipped black USB drive into the faintly glowing blue port of the central control computer in the Research Institute, the entire control room fell deathly silent.
Mo Yuan and the 300+ greatest minds of Xia Nation behind him, who had just scrambled to their feet and were still in the throes of their faith being shattered, all froze as if paralyzed, their eyes glued to the tiny USB drive. Their faces were etched with bewilderment, confusion, and a hint of absurdity they themselves failed to recognize.
What is this? What on earth is the patriarch trying to do? Plugging a USB drive into the central control computer of the Research Institute?
This mainframe, codenamed Questioning Heaven, represented the pinnacle of intellectual achievement not only for their Heavenly Craftsman Research Institute but for the entire Xia Nation. It housed the most advanced quantum entanglement processing core currently available on Blue Star. Its computational power is sufficient to calculate the orbital trajectories of every celestial body in the entire Milky Way within a single second. Its firewall is an absolute mental barrier jointly established by several grandmasters of the psychic arts.
Forget a mere USB drive.
Even if the Starstrip Federation's elite hacker corps mobilized every resource and attacked nonstop for 100 years,
they wouldn't leave a single trace on it.
Yet now, this newly appointed, mysterious, godlike ancestral master, he casually produced a USB drive that looked like a cheap knockoff bought for $10 at a street stall.
And just plugged it in? What was he trying to do? Copy some movies? Or was he planning to use this USB drive to run an antivirus scan on the Wentian? Everyone's mind was filled with huge question marks. They couldn't figure it out. They didn't dare ask. "Master, what are you doing?"
Finally, Mo Yuan, the newly appointed registered senior disciple, mustered his courage and cautiously spoke up. His voice brimmed with respect and bewilderment.
"Oh, nothing much,"
Xiāo Ran replied casually without turning his head, his fingers flying across the massive holographic display of the main control computer. "I reviewed your previous research materials, they're all garbage.
Keeping them is just a waste of space. I'll help you clean them up. And I'll copy over some real study materials for you guys." Trash? Clean up? Copy some study materials?
Upon hearing these words, Mo Yuan and the over 300 researchers behind him felt their mouths twitching uncontrollably.
Their cutting-edge research achievements, any one of which could trigger a seismic shift in the global scientific landscape. Yet in the eyes of their pioneer, they had become nothing more than garbage that needed to be cleaned up. This was utterly demoralizing. Yet they dared not protest. After all, even the deified dean they revered most had knelt down and addressed him as teacher. What right did they, mere disciples and successors, have to question the patriarch's decision? Perhaps, in the founder's eyes, those things truly were trash? A conflicting mix of frustration and anticipation filled everyone's hearts. They were dying to see it. What kind of earth-shattering, mind-blowing materials could possibly be deemed study materials by this deity-like founder? Just as their minds were racing with wild speculation, Xiāo Ran had already completed the operation. He bypassed that Ask Heaven system's seemingly impenetrable firewall. Then, using a method they couldn't possibly comprehend, he created a brand new folder with the highest privileges at the deepest level of the main control computer. The folder's name was simple and blunt: Gift of the Gods. He then began copying the contents of his USB drive packed with 8 terabytes of study materials into it, bit by bit. File transfer in progress. Time remaining, 10 minutes 27 seconds. Alright, done. Xiāo Ran clapped his hands, stood up from the main console, and looked completely at ease. It was as if what he'd just done wasn't hacking into Xiā Nation's most advanced supercomputer, but merely dragging a high-definition movie spanning dozens of gigabytes onto his own computer. Yet, he was at ease. The central control room of the entire Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute, however, was anything but relaxed. Alert! Alert! Detecting unknown massive data influx. The core processor of Asking Heaven is rapidly overheating. It has reached 75% of the critical threshold. Cooling system operating at maximum capacity. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Backup cooling rune arrays 1, 2, and 3 have all been activated. No! The temperature keeps climbing. It's already surpassed 85%. At this rate, Ask Heaven's core will burn out from overheating. A series of shrill, terrifying alarms filled with horror and despair, along with the roars of the staff, echoed throughout the entire control room. Everyone stared at Xiāo Ran, who remained utterly calm, with expressions of utter disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. They couldn't comprehend it. What the hell was stored inside that small, seemingly ordinary USB drive? How could it cause Ask Heaven, a supercomputer with processing power rivaling the gods, to nearly burn out on the spot, overwhelmed by its sheer volume of data? Could it possibly contain an entire universe? Teacher. Yuan stared at that Ask Heaven machine, now spewing white smoke like a ticking time bomb. His aged face was etched with horror and sheer agony. This Ask Heaven was the crowning achievement of his life. It was an invaluable treasure forged through the relentless dedication and resources of their entire research institute. If it were to be burned to ashes like this, he might just drop dead on the spot. What's the rush? Xiāo Ran shot him a disdainful glance. Then, he slowly walked up to that Ask Heaven machine, which was already on the verge of ascending to heaven. He reached out and pressed lightly on the scorching, slightly reddened chassis. ZZZZT. A pure, golden lightning force, brimming with life and creative energy, surged instantly from his palm into the machine. Then, in a manner utterly beyond their comprehension, it rapidly re-engineered the Wentian's complex energy circuits. Buzz. That Ask Heaven, which had been frantically flashing red warning lights, fell silent in that instant. Its core processor, which had been on the verge of collapse due to overheating, rapidly returned to normal under the nourishment of the golden lightning at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, it became even more stable and powerful than before. Its cooling system, which had been operating at its absolute limit, slowly ceased its operation. Because it was no longer needed. Under Xiāo Ran's modifications, this Ask Heaven had evolved from an air-cooled computer reliant on external cooling into a perfect water-cooled computer capable of self-sustaining energy circulation. No! This isn't water-cooled. This is divine cooling. The entire control room fell into deathly silence once more. Everyone stared blankly at the youth who, with just one hand, had forcibly pulled a supercomputer on the brink of scrapping back from the edge of death. Their faces bore only the purest, most primal numbness. They felt that the shock they had endured in this single day surpassed the total accumulated throughout their entire lives. Alright, it should be fine now. Xiāo Ran clapped his hands, his expression calm. It was as if what he had just done wasn't modifying a supercomputer, but merely replacing the battery in his phone. He turned to face Yuan, who was now utterly dumbfounded, and smiled. Now, let's all enjoy the first appetizer I've prepared for you. With that, he snapped his fingers. In the center of the control room, upon the massive holographic display screen, the folder named Gift of the Gods slowly opened. Countless densely packed files filled with endless profundity and wisdom, incomprehensible to their eyes, appeared before everyone. And the very first file at the top. Its title read, On the Unity of Ether in the Macrocosm and Microcosm, and its 11 Fundamental Models in the Transformation and Application of the Source Energy. The instant he read the title, Yuan's cloudy, aged eyes suddenly widened in shock.
His heart, which had only just calmed, began pounding once more at an unprecedented, violent, and frenzied pace. He was like the most devout believer who had glimpsed the gates of heaven. With a voice trembling from the depths of his soul, he roared, "Open it! Quickly! Open it now!" Chapter 107, The Energy Theory That Upsets the Era. Yes, Professor. Beside Mo Yuan, a young researcher responsible for operating the main control computer snapped out of his profound shock upon hearing the director's roar. He dared not delay for a moment, his trembling fingers flying across the light screen in rapid operation. The next second, the document titled, On the Unity of Ether in the Macrocosm and Microcosm and its 11 Fundamental Models in the Conversion and Application of the Source Energy, slowly opened. No flashy effects, no earth-shattering phenomena. Only line after line, paragraph after paragraph of seemingly ordinary theoretical exposition appeared before everyone's eyes, composed of the most basic blue star universal script and mathematical formulas. Ether? What is this? Some new energy particle? No. Look at the description below. Unity of the macrocosm and microcosmic particles? My goodness, this is attempting to explain our world's grand unified theory? And this? 11 fundamental models for source energy conversion applications? Are you kidding me? We haven't even figured out the nature of source energy yet. And he's already developed 11 application models? As they scanned the pages filled with theoretical explanations that seemed like pure fantasy to them, the entire control room erupted in chaos. Their faces were etched with absurdity, disdain, and deep skepticism. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. A senior professor in his 40s, renowned for his contributions to energy studies, was the first to stand up. Pointing at the display, he retorted passionately, "We all know source energy is a higher dimensional force existing independently of our current physical laws. Its very existence defies science. How could it possibly unify the macrocosmic universe with microscopic particles?" Exactly. And this so-called ether? If such a particle truly existed as the fundamental building block of the universe, why has our trillion-dollar Shenzhou particle collider never detected it? This is pure pseudoscience. Nothing but the delusions of amateur scientists. A chorus of skepticism and rebuttal rose in waves. They were the most brilliant minds in Xiā Nation. They possessed their own pride and academic integrity. They could concede that Xiāo Ran possessed abilities surpassing their own in certain mysterious realms they did not understand. But they absolutely refused to acknowledge or even believe that an 18-year-old who hadn't even attended university could propose a revolutionary new theory in a fundamental scientific field they had spent their entire lives researching, a theory capable of overturning their entire theoretical framework. This was the greatest insult to researchers who had devoted their entire lives to science. Yet, facing a tidal wave of skepticism powerful enough to drown any academic presenter, at the very center of this storm, Xiāo Ran's face remained as serene as ever. He even had the leisure to pick up an apple left on the table by someone unknown and began munching on it without a care. As if the heated debate around him had nothing to do with him. It was his newly accepted registered senior disciple, Mo Yuan, beside him. From the very beginning, he had been staring intently at the theories and formulas displayed on the light screen, which to him were like heavenly scriptures. In his cloudy, aged eyes, a light grew brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. His breathing grew increasingly ragged. His body even trembled slightly with extreme excitement. No. No. It can't be like this. He muttered incessantly to himself. Like a madman, he charged toward the massive whiteboard wall in the control room. Grabbing a marker, he began frantically scribbling calculations across the smooth surface. Countless complex, entirely new mathematical models and physical formulas, ones he had never even dared to imagine before, flowed effortlessly from his pen. So that's it. Ha ha ha. I get it. I finally understand. After an unknown amount of time, he abruptly stopped writing. Then, like a madman, he threw his head back and let out a wild, cathartic laugh. I'm such an idiot. I'm a complete and utter, hopeless fool. He laughed and cried at the same time. These were tears of joy shed by a seeker who had devoted his entire life to science, having finally glimpsed a corner of truth. He turned to face the crowd of disciples and followers still arguing incessantly behind him. Deep disappointment and pity spread across his aged face. Shut up, all of you. He roared like thunder. The terrifying mental pressure of a saint-level alchemy master instantly engulfed the entire control room. All the researchers still arguing turned pale under this pressure and fell silent instantly. They stared at the dean, who glared at them with a look of frustration and disappointment, with eyes filled with confusion and even a hint of grievance. They couldn't understand. Why was the dean so furious? Had he too been deceived by that kid's pseudoscience? A bunch of blind fools. Mo Yuan pointed at them, trembling with rage. You have no idea what you've missed. You have no idea that right before your eyes lies a magnificent gateway to an entirely new world. He pointed at the theory displayed on the light screen, the very thing they dismissed as pseudoscience. He roared in a voice filled with boundless awe and fervor. Ether.
It isn't particles. It is a string transcending our current dimensions of understanding. It is the string of rules forming the very foundation of our world. It is everywhere. It forms everything we can see. And everything we cannot see. Source energy isn't some high-dimensional force. It's merely a resonance phenomenon produced by the ethereal strings vibrating at specific frequencies. And we so-called awakened ones are merely tuners born with the innate ability to resonate specifically with the ethereal strings. And our founding master, the great unity theory he proposed. It teaches us how to see that string, how to pluck that string, how to become a true, great composer capable of composing one's own melody. Boom! Mo Yuan's words detonated like 10,000 nuclear bombs within the minds of his disciples and followers, shattering their once unbreakable scientific worldview into pieces. Strings? Resonance? Tuner? Composer? They stared blankly at the theories displayed on the light screen, theories that seemed utterly absurd and fantastical to them. Then they glanced at the mysterious youth who was looking at them with eyes like he was admiring little cuties. Their brains felt like they'd completely frozen up at that moment. They thought they understood a little. Yet it felt like they understood nothing at all. Teacher. The senior energy studies professor who had been the first to challenge Xiāo Ran earlier. With a trembling voice laced with a hint of tears, he asked the youth who was still leisurely munching on an apple. Is what you're saying all true? True or false, does it really matter? Xiāo Ran finally finished the apple in his hand. He casually tossed the core into the nearby trash can. Then he clapped his hands and stood up. He looked at the group before him, the greatest minds of Xiao Nation, now utterly consumed by self-doubt and confusion. A kind, radiant smile spread across his face. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Since you don't believe in theory, then I'll let you see for yourselves. What true? A miracle. Chapter 108, Controlled Nuclear Fusion? Child's Play. As Xiāo Ran uttered those words, casual yet brimming with unparalleled confidence, the entire control room fell into a deathly silence once more. Every pair of eyes fixed intently on the youth slowly approaching them, filled with anticipation, tension, and a hint of fervor they themselves hadn't even noticed. They were dying to know what kind of miracle this godlike, all-knowing, all-powerful youth would bring them next. Mo Yuan. Xiāo Ran approached the stubborn old man, who remained in a state of extreme excitement and agitation. Teacher. Your student is here. Mo Yuan jolted upright, straightening his posture instantly. With a deference surpassing that of an elementary student greeting their homeroom teacher, he responded loudly. I recall you were researching something called a small controlled nuclear fusion reactor? Xiāo Ran stroked his chin and asked. Yes, Professor. Mo Yuan's face instantly lit up with immense pride upon hearing this. That's the greatest research achievement our institute has produced in the past 20 years. We poured countless efforts and resources into it, finally succeeding in stably confining the terrifying fusion energy which normally only occurs inside stars within a tokamak device no more than 10 meters in diameter. Its energy output isn't entirely stable yet, and the device is still rather bulky. But give us just another decade. No. 5 years. Just 5 years. We are confident we can miniaturize it. Make it accessible to all. Then, our Xiao Nation will completely break free from dependence on source energy crystals. We will enter a new, magnificent era of limitless energy. His voice grew increasingly passionate as he spoke, an unnatural flush spreading across his weathered face from sheer excitement. It was as if he could already see the dawn of a magnificent new era he himself would pioneer. Behind him, the group of brilliant researchers stood tall, their chests puffed out, faces radiant with pride and shared glory. After all, every single one of them had contributed to this monumental project capable of reshaping the world order. Yet, faced with this monumental, grand undertaking capable of moving any high-ranking official of Xiao Nation to tears, Xiāo Ran's face remained calm, even tinged with a hint of disdain. He merely shook his head. Then, in a tone brimming with pity and mockery, he uttered 3 words with utter indifference. Child's play. Those 3 words felt like 3 buckets of ice water shipped from Siberia at -70 degrees. Instantly dousing the blazing fire of pride burning in the hearts of Mo Yuan and the group of genius researchers behind him. A chill ran through their very bones. Teacher. Mo Yuan stared blankly at Xiāo Ran, his face which had been radiant just moments ago suddenly falling. His voice brimmed with hurt and bewilderment. Why would you say that? This is our greatest achievement in 20 years. Great? Xiāo Ran found his pitiful expression amusing. You call a massive energy black hole that operates at less than 0.001% energy conversion efficiency and requires external energy 100 times greater than its own output just to maintain stable operation great? You call that great? You call an unstable time bomb that could detonate violently at any moment due to energy runaway, flattening everything within 100 miles, great? You call this an achievement? Xiāo Ran shook his head as he spoke. The undisguised contempt on his face pierced the heart of every researcher present like a barrage of steel needles dipped in poison. Am I right?
He looked at Mo Yuan, who had been utterly crushed by his words and was now questioning his very existence, asking calmly.
Mo Yuan fell completely silent. He opened his mouth, wanting to protest, wanting to insist their reactor wasn't that inadequate. But not a single word came out. Because he knew. Xiāo Ran had spoken nothing but the truth. Their so-called small-controlled nuclear fusion reactor was, at its core, a complete money pit. A colossal money-guzzling beast whose inputs and outputs were completely disproportionate. The only reason it still existed was solely due to the military and government pouring unlimited funds into it behind the scenes. And the profound symbolic significance it represented that humanity had finally harnessed the power of the stars. Then, teacher. Mo Yuan looked at Xiāo Ran with a gaze bordering on desperation, his voice hoarse as he asked. What should we do? Was the path of controlled nuclear fusion wrong from the very beginning? The path itself is not wrong. Seeing his disoriented state, Xiāo Ran smiled. What's wrong is your approach. He snapped his fingers. In the center of the control room, upon the massive holographic display screen, a new design blueprint instantly materialized, exquisitely intricate, mind-bogglingly complex, and radiating an indescribable futuristic technological beauty. It was a perfect spherical device, roughly the size of a basketball, composed entirely of an unknown silver metal. Its surface was engraved with tens of thousands of golden runes, finer than human hair, brimming with infinite mystique. These runes intertwined and combined in ways they could not comprehend, ultimately forming a perfect, ever-flowing energy loop. At the very core of that spherical device, a tiny speck of light, no larger than a grain of rice, radiated a brilliance as dazzling as the sun, suspended there in stillness. As if a true imprisoned sun. This is. The moment Mo Yuan and the group of brilliant researchers behind him laid eyes on this blueprint, they all froze in place, as if struck dumb, their breath catching in their throats. Their breaths halted in that instant. Their eyes widened to the point of bulging. They stared fixedly at the flawless blueprint of what they considered a divine creation displayed on the light screen. This is what true, controlled nuclear fusion looks like. Xiāo Ran pointed at the blueprint on the screen, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone, as if merely describing an ordinary rice cooker. I call it the Dyson Sphere, miniature edition. Its core principle is simple. It utilizes the resonance principle of the ethereal strings I mentioned earlier. Through this yin-yang conversion array, composed of both chaos runes and genesis runes, it directly extracts the most primordial ether energy from the rules layer of our world. Then, within this absolutely sealed containment force field forged from a mixture of vibranium and adamantium, we forcibly compress and collide it, ultimately triggering the purest, most stable energy release. Its energy conversion efficiency approaches 100%. Its energy output power is at least 10,000 times greater than your so-called reactor. Moreover, it requires no external energy supply whatsoever. It is a self-sustaining, perpetual energy source that feeds upon itself. A true, artificial sun. When Xiāo Ran finished speaking, the entire control room had fallen into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the blueprint displayed on the light screen, a design that seemed nothing short of a miracle to them. Their minds were blank, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what they were witnessing. An artificial sun? Drawing energy from the fundamental rules of the universe? Energy conversion efficiency approaching 100%? This isn't alchemy anymore. This is true creation. It's the kind of power only the supreme deities of legend, those who wield the authority to create and destroy worlds, could possess. Teacher. After an unknown span of time, Mo Yuan finally asked in a hoarse, trembling voice, filled with boundless fervor and reverence. This thing, can we really build it? Why not? Xiāo Ran glanced at him and countered. I've given you the blueprints and the theory. Isn't the rest just some simple manual labor? Chapter 109, Guests from the Star-Striped Federation. When Xiāo Ran's words, brimming with undisguised contempt and mockery, rang clearly in everyone's ears, the entire control room, filled with over 300 of Xia Nation's greatest minds, showed not a trace of anger or displeasure. Instead, they all became instantly energized, as if injected with adrenaline. Their faces were etched with unprecedented fervor and fighting spirit. We can. We absolutely can. Rest assured, Professor. We absolutely can. It's just manual labor? We can handle it. Forget planting sweet potatoes. Even if you asked us to jump off this building right now, we'd do it willingly, as long as we could build this magnificent artificial sun with our own hands. One by one, they pounded their chests and roared loudly, like the most fervent believers swearing allegiance to their deity. Are you kidding? This is an artificial sun. A monumental miracle capable of reshaping the entire world order. To participate in such a monumental creation project with our own hands. Forget about a few insults. Even if they had to eat coarse grains and vegetables every day, working nonstop for 10 or 20 years. They'd do it willingly. Very good. Xiāo Ran surveyed the group of tools before him, thoroughly duped by his schemes, and nodded with satisfaction. He knew. From this day forward, This technological sanctuary, gathering the finest minds of the entire Xiao nation, had become his personal backyard and free manufacturing plant. All he needed to do was speak his mind and sketch blueprints. All the dirty work, all the grueling tasks, is eagerly handled by this fanatical crew of tools. And they do it for free, even going so far as to subsidize him. This feeling of being the puppet master behind the scenes. Yeah, it's pretty damn satisfying. Alright, since you're all so confident. Xiāo Ran clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Then, this grand and glorious mission of creating a god is officially entrusted to you. Mo Yuan. Present. From this day forward, you are the chief executive of the Dyson Sphere project. I don't care how you get it, whether through mobilization, application, or even outright seizure. Within 1 month, I need to see every rare material listed on my inventory laid out before me. Can you do it? Xiāo Ran looked at him and asked calmly. Yes. I guarantee completion. Mo Yuan stood tall, his voice booming louder than any soldier's as he answered. His eyes blazed with intense determination. He knew this was his master's test. And the greatest opportunity of his life. If he could accomplish this mission, his name, Mo Yuan, would be forever engraved upon the monument of human civilization. Immortalized for all time. Very good. Xiāo Ran nodded with satisfaction. Then, his gaze shifted to the military heavyweight standing beside him, who had remained as loyal as a backdrop throughout Longzhan. Minister Long. Ah. Oh. Present. Present. Advisor Xiao. What are your orders? Startled by the sudden address, Longzhan snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight with an obsequious expression. He too had been utterly dumbfounded by Xiāo Ran's so-called artificial son. The way he looked at Xiāo Ran now was no longer as if he were gazing upon a human treasure trove. Instead, he saw a living, breathing god of wealth walking among mortals. No! He was more than a god of wealth, he was a god of creation. If only he could latch onto this deity's coattails. Forget the Dragon Might series. Even if it meant equipping every soldier with a Gundam to conquer the stars and oceans. That wouldn't be a pipe dream either. The materials required for my Dyson Sphere project are rather specialized. Xiāo Ran looked at him and smiled. Some of them, like vibranium and erdman alloy, seem to be strategic-level controlled materials for your military? Well, that might require Minister Long's assistance in coordinating. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Before Xiāo Ran could finish his sentence, Longzhan pounded his chest and took charge with a grand gesture. Forget vibranium and erdman alloy. Even if you wanted the stars in the sky right now, I, Longzhan, will throw my old face to the wind today. I'll pluck them down for you. Are you kidding me? Compared to an artificial sun capable of supplying infinite energy. What's a mere strategic-grade resource compared to that? He was certain that if he reported everything witnessed here today verbatim to the Dragon Lord in the Supreme Command headquarters, not only would he be allowed to coordinate it, even if they ordered him to empty the entire military's strategic warehouse, those bigwigs wouldn't even bat an eye. Then I'll leave it to you, Minister Long. Xiāo Ran nodded with a smile. He knew this latest empty-handed deal had succeeded once again. Just as the entire research institute was immersed in a feverish atmosphere of impending history-making. A sudden, urgent, and most untimely communication alert sounded on Longzhan's light brain. Longzhan glanced at the caller ID and furrowed his brow slightly. It was an urgent communication from the Imperial Capital Central Airport Control Tower. He stepped aside and answered the call. Seconds later, his face, which had been brimming with enthusiasm and flattery moments before, instantly turned grim and unsightly. What's wrong, Minister Long? Xiāo Ran observed his shifting expression and asked calmly. There's trouble, Advisor Xiao. Longzhan hung up the phone and hurried over, his voice carrying a hint of tension he himself hadn't noticed. Just 5 minutes ago, a diplomatic fleet from the Star-Striped Federation, under the guise of academic exchange, forcibly landed at the central airport of the imperial capital without permission from our Xiao nation. Moreover, they specifically demanded a friendly visit to our Tiangong Kai Wu Research Institute. The Star-Striped Federation? Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed slightly at the name. He was well aware of this nation that proclaimed itself the beacon of the world, yet was in reality the biggest troublemaker on Blue Star. He just hadn't expected their moves to be this swift. It seemed that the little stir he'd caused at the Rookie King tournament had successfully caught their attention. How many of them came? Xiao Ran inquired. A standard diplomatic delegation, around 30 people. Longzhan replied. Leading the delegation is Henry Kissinger, Deputy Secretary of State of the Star-Strip Federation. And Robert Oppenheimer, their top quantum physicist and energy expert from MIT. But? Longzhan paused, his expression darkening further. According to the latest intelligence from our agency, within their so-called diplomatic mission, there is also a covert task force composed of the CIA's most elite ghost operatives. Their target is most likely. He didn't finish his sentence. But everyone present understood exactly what he meant. Their target was the youth who had just displayed godlike talent. Xiao Ran. Oomph. A bunch of reckless barbarians.
Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan's face instantly hardened with icy murderous intent. They dare covet our teacher? They're practically begging for death. Minister Long. Rest assured. The moment they set foot inside our research institute, Mo Yuan will make them taste the might of our Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute's latest breakthrough, the Star Destroyer cannon. The brilliant researchers behind him were equally filled with righteous indignation, itching for a fight. As if they were about to charge out and fight those guests from the Star Strip Federation to the death at any moment. However, Xiāo Ran waved his hand. He restrained their impulsive urge. No rush. A chillingly amused smile spread across his face. Since our guests have traveled so far, as hosts, how could we possibly turn them away? Let them in. I'm curious to see them myself. This so-called world lighthouse, just how much is it really worth? Chapter 110, Welcome to my tech hell. Let them in. Xiāo Ran's voice was calm, so calm it sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Mo Yuan and Long John exchanged glances, seeing deep solemnity in each other's eyes and a hint of excitement they couldn't quite hide. They knew this master was about to stop playing by the rules again. Teacher, are you certain? Mo Yuan asked softly, still uneasy. It wasn't that he feared those so-called ghost agents. Come on, in his impregnable Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute, forget a few agents, even a fully armed mecha legion would get their asses kicked. His real worry was that once the fighting started, his precious experimental equipment, his prized possessions, might get damaged. The thought of that would break his heart. What? Scared? Xiāo Ran glanced at him. No. This student isn't afraid. Mo Yuan pounded his chest emphatically. This student fears those uncivilized barbarians might defile your sacred hall of learning. Rest assured. Xiāo Ran smiled, his expression tinged with a cold, predatory amusement. I happen to be a bit of a neat freak. Any filth won't survive till morning. Listening to this master-disciple exchange, Long John felt cold sweat break out on his back. He finally understood why the bigwigs in the military department always wore expressions of both love and hate whenever they mentioned the four characters Tiangong Kaiwu. This wasn't some sacred bastion of technology, it was a bloody madhouse. An old lunatic leading a pack of young lunatics, and now, a grandmaster-level, ultimate lunatic had arrived. He dared not dwell on it further, swiftly issuing orders to the control tower staff via his light brain. Let them come in. 10 minutes later. A dozen black hovercars bearing star-striped Federation diplomatic plates slowly descended onto the vast helipad at the entrance of the Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute, escorted by a convoy of military combat hovercraft. The doors opened. An elderly man with snow-white hair, dressed in an expensive bespoke suit and wearing a standard politician's smile as warm as spring breeze, stepped out of the vehicle surrounded by a dozen others similarly attired in suits, who appeared to be bodyguards and attendants. He was Henry Kissinger, Deputy Secretary of State of the Star Strip Federation, a top-tier politician renowned on the international stage as the Smiling Tiger and the Old Fox. Beside him walked a man in his 50s, dressed in an elegant scholar's robe and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes brimmed with pride and scrutiny. He was Robert Oppenheimer, MIT's foremost quantum physicist, Nobel laureate, and man hailed as the closest to God. Oh, my dear General Long, and esteemed Master Mo Yuan. Kissinger stepped out of the car, arms wide open, approaching Long John and Mo Yuan with an exuberant, exaggerated warmth. It is the greatest honor of my life to meet you both here. He enthusiastically gave Long John a big hug. Long John stiffened like a stone. He could distinctly feel that during the embrace, at least 3 hands were discreetly searching his body, clearly checking for concealed weapons. Mr. Kissinger, welcome to Xiao Nation, Long John said, pushing him away without a flicker of emotion, his face bearing the emotionless, formulaic smile characteristic of a soldier. General Long remains as unromantic as ever. Kissinger shrugged off the cold reception. He turned his gaze toward Mo Yuan, who had maintained a sour expression throughout, as if everyone owed him 8 million. This gentleman must be the legendary contemporary Mosey, Master Mo Yuan, whose name reverberates throughout our entire scientific community? He extended his hand, his smile growing warmer. Mo Yuan, however, didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He merely snorted coldly through his nostrils. I have nothing to say to you political hacks with your dirty, rotten hearts. Kissinger's hand froze awkwardly mid-air. Behind him, the diplomats of the Star-Striped Federation all wore expressions of displeasure and anger. When had they ever seen anyone dare to show such utter disregard for the Star-Strip Federation's dignity? Master Mo Yuan, what exactly do you mean by this? Professor Robert Oppen, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. His voice carried the characteristic arrogance and condescension of an academic. We have come bearing the most sincere goodwill of the Star-Striped Federation to engage in academic exchange with your institute. Is this attitude of yours not a bit rude? Rude? Mo Yuan finally lifted his cloudy eyes, gazing at him with a look reserved for fools. You uninvited guests who forced your way into our nation's capital without so much as a greeting. And now you have the nerve to lecture me about courtesy? Do you even deserve it? You! Professor Oppen was so flustered by this remark that his face instantly flushed crimson. He felt he had never suffered such utter humiliation in his entire life.
The tension threatened to explode at any moment.
Kissinger, who had been smiling all along, stepped forward once more to smooth things over.
Now.
We're all here for science, for the advancement of humanity.
Why let such a trifling matter sour our relations?
As he spoke, his gaze drifted past Long John and Mo Yuan to the youth standing behind them.
From the very beginning, this youth had remained an outsider, arms crossed, watching their farce with keen interest. Name, Henry Kissinger. Level, 35. Occupation, CIA Level 9 Agent Cover, Deputy Secretary of State.
Talent, a rank mental suggestion enables deep psychological manipulation of targets through language and micro-expressions.
Status, alert, probing, murderous intent. Name, Robert Oppen. Level, 28. Occupation, psychic scholar.
Talent, a rank quantum mind possesses computational and analytical abilities far surpassing ordinary humans.
Status, arrogant, disdainful, jealous. Name, level, 42. Class, ghost agent captain. Talent, S-rank shadow stealth can perfectly conceal form and aura within any shadow. Status, locked on target, Xiāo Ran, awaiting orders.
Xiāo Ran's eye of truth had already stripped these so-called guests bare to their very underwear. A top-tier psychic operative, a scholar with a superhuman intellect, and an S-rank assassin lurking in the shadows.
TSK, the Starstrip Federation really holds me in high regard this time.
This must be the Godfather-level big shot who's been making waves across our star-striped federation lately, Xiāo Ran, right? Kissinger looked at Xiāo Ran, his face breaking into an even more affable smile.
Truly, heroes emerge in youth.
Beyond academic exchange, I have an unavoidable request this time. On behalf of the Star-Striped Federation and our esteemed president, I formally invite Xiāo Ran to visit our federation as our honored guest. Rest assured, we will provide you with the world's most exceptional treatment,
the freest creative environment, and everything else you could possibly imagine.
Should you choose to accept, the entire Star-Striped Federation will become your most steadfast support. His voice brimmed with irresistible allure.
That a great talent, mind suggestion, activated silently. An invisible, beguiling mental force like gentle spring rain quietly seeped into Xiāo Ran's mind.
Behind him, Long John and Mo Yuan's expressions instantly darkened. They were about to speak up to warn him. Xiāo Ran silenced them with an imperceptible gesture.
Xiāo Ran looked at the old fox, who was flashing him a sincere smile, and smiled back.
His smile was so radiant, so pure.
Oh? Is that so? Sounds rather promising.
But, he changed the subject.
I have a little quirk. I'm allergic to trash.
Especially human trash like you, who reek of rot from the very core. Xiāo Ran's voice wasn't loud, but it felt like the sharpest slap, stinging hard across Kishin's face and the faces of every Star-Striped Federation member behind him.
It stung fiercely. You. What did you say? Kissinger's smile froze instantly.
As if unable to believe his own ears, he pointed at Xiāo Ran. For the first time, his eyes, which had always appeared kind and amiable, revealed genuine terror and murderous intent.
His infallible A-grade, mind suggestion, before this youth, it had not even the slightest effect?
Instead, it had been thrown right back at him in the most direct, brutal, and humiliating manner possible publicly.
I said, you're trash.
Xiāo Ran watched his furious expression, his smile growing wider. Slowly, he spread his arms wide toward the utterly dumbfounded guests of the Star-Striped Federation.
In a tone brimming with warmth and hospitality, he enunciated each word deliberately. Welcome to my technological hell. Chapter 111, Dimensional Crush, beginning with theory.
When Xiāo Ran's words, brimming with unparalleled arrogance and dominance, thundered across the tarmac like a bolt of lightning, the entire world seemed to hit mute.
Kissinger's smile froze completely.
The gentle spring breeze in his deep blue eyes instantly turned into a Siberian cold front, a flash of undisguised murderous intent flickering across his gaze. The expressions behind him, diplomats and so-called entourage, were a spectacle in themselves. Their faces shifted from stunned disbelief to utter shock, then to uncontrollable fury, each one flushing crimson as if publicly stripped naked.
Trash? Who were they? They were representatives of the Star-Striped Federation. The elite of the most powerful nation on this planet. Wherever they went, weren't they treated with the utmost respect as honored guests? Today, in this backward Eastern nation, they were being called trash by a wet behind-the-ears kid, right in front of everyone?
Young man, words carry weight. Kissinger's voice turned icy, the cold, calculating aura of a seasoned political fox radiating unchecked. You may possess talent, but that does not grant you the right to freely insult a great nation.
Insult? Xiāo Ran laughed as if hearing the most absurd joke.
He stepped forward, his calm eyes sweeping over every Star-Striped Federation representative present before settling on Robert Oppenheimer, the physicist who had maintained an air of haughty superiority throughout.
I never insult trash. I merely state facts. You. Professor Oppenheim's face turned instantly ashen. He felt his academic dignity challenged like never before.
Stepping forward, he spoke condescendingly in his heavily accented Xiao language. I admit you displayed some interesting tricks at the Rookie King tournament, but young man, you must understand, true science is rigorous. It requires countless theories and experiments to support it.
It cannot be entered through mere sensationalist tricks. Oh? Is that so? Xiāo Ran's lips curved into a faint smile. It seems Professor Oppen is quite confident in his science? Of course. Professor Oppen straightened his posture, his face radiating the absolute confidence of a world-renowned scientist. What I've brought today is MIT's latest breakthrough theory on the extraction and application of zero-point energy. This theory alone could propel human energy technology forward by at least 50 years. I had intended to share and exchange ideas with your esteemed colleagues, but now it seems. He shot Xiāo Ran a contemptuous glance. It seems you prefer associating with certain amateur scientists. This remark not only mocked Xiāo Ran but also disparaged the entire Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute. Mo Yuan and the researchers behind him were all seething with anger, their faces twisted in fury. Had Xiāo Ran not warned them beforehand, they would have stormed forward to confront this arrogant foreigner long ago. Zero-point energy? Xiāo Ran's expression grew even more amused at the term. Sounds pretty impressive. He gestured toward Professor Oppen with an inviting please. Since Professor Oppen is so confident, why not give us amateur scientists a proper lesson? Let us open our eyes and see what real science truly looks like. Oomph. You won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. Professor Oppen snorted coldly. He assumed Xiāo Ran had been intimidated by his theory and was backing down at the last minute, looking for a way out. Without further ado, he instructed his assistant to activate the massive holographic display at the institute's entrance. Soon, an incredibly complex holographic image filled with quantum mechanics formulas and three-dimensional structural models appeared before everyone. Look closely, ignorant Easterners. Professor Oppenheimer pointed at the image, his face radiating missionary zeal and pride. This is our Great Star Strike Federation's Oppenheimer string theory, poised to change the world. By constructing an 11-dimensional superstring model, we have theoretically succeeded in finding a method to stably extract zero-point energy from quantum fluctuations in the vacuum. He launched into a torrent of explanation about his theory, which he considered profoundly complex and capable of driving the entire world into a frenzy. Behind him, the scholars of the Star Strip Federation wore expressions of pride, as if sharing in his glory. Meanwhile, the researchers from the institute, after seeing the image and hearing Oppen's explanation, all wore solemn expressions. Some even showed a hint of shock and defeat in their eyes. They had to admit that the opposing theory had indeed far surpassed the scope of their current research. While they were still struggling with controlled nuclear fusion, the other side had already begun researching the creation of energy from nothingness. Was this the gap? Long John watched the palpable dip in morale on their side, his heart sinking. Though he couldn't make heads or tails of the convoluted theories, he could tell this guy named Oppenheimer was no slouch. Could it be that today, they were truly about to be outmaneuvered by this group? His gaze instinctively drifted toward Xiāo Ran, who had maintained a calm expression throughout, even listening to Oppen's explanation with genuine interest. For some reason, the unease that had been gnawing at his heart miraculously settled when he saw Xiāo Ran's composed demeanor. Therefore, to sum it all up, as long as we can construct a sufficiently precise string oscillator, we will open the door to a great era of infinite energy. After what felt like an eternity, Professor Oppen finally concluded his presentation of what he considered a flawless theory. He looked across the room with smug satisfaction at the group of Xiāo researchers who had fallen completely silent. Then, he turned his gaze toward Xiāo Ran, who still sat with his arms crossed, looking as if he were listening to gibberish. Well, Xiāo Ran? His voice dripped with the arrogance and mockery of a victor. Do you still think the science of our Star-Striped Federation is garbage? Every pair of eyes on the entire tarmac was fixed on Xiāo Ran. They all waited for his response. Slowly, Xiāo Ran lowered his arms from his chest. He looked at Professor Oppen, who stood smugly waiting for his admission of defeat, and shook his head. Then, in a tone brimming with pity and disappointment, he spoke calmly. I've finished reading it. My assessment is... He paused, then spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. A house of cards built on shifting sands, all flash and no substance, a castle in the air. Or to put it more bluntly, it's utter nonsense. Chapter 112, Teacher, I want to learn this. When Xiāo Ran's words, light as a feather yet brimming with endless scorn, exploded like a thunderclap over the helipad, the entire world seemed to freeze. Professor Auburn's smug grin froze instantly. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes widened with utter disbelief and absurdity. The scholars of the Star-Striped Federation behind him bristled like cats whose tails had been stepped on. What did you say? You ignorant brat! How dare you call Professor Auburn's theory utter nonsense? Do you even know who Professor Auburn is? He's the greatest physicist of our era. His theories are built upon countless rigorous mathematical derivations and simulated experiments. What gives you, a college dropout F-grade failure, the right to spout such nonsense here? Arrogant. Ignorant. The people of Xiā are nothing but a bunch of narrow-minded fools. They trembled with rage, pointing fingers at Xiāo Ran and hurling curses, as if his words were the most vicious insult to their nation's scientific dignity. Meanwhile, the over 300 researchers at the institute were equally stunned by Xiāo Ran's earth-shattering critique.
Though they had witnessed the marvels of their own founding patriarch, Professor Oppenheimer's theory had struck them as profoundly profound, even revolutionary. Had the patriarch overreached? Only Mo Yuan, upon hearing Xiāo Ran's words, saw a sudden burst of brilliant light flare in his cloudy old eyes. He knew the real show was about to begin. Oh? Is that so? Facing a torrent of rage and skepticism powerful enough to drown anyone, Xiāo Ran's expression remained utterly calm. He even found the leisure to smile at Professor Oppen, who was now flushed crimson and trembling with rage. Since Professor Oppen has such confidence in your theory, then I'll make sure you lose in a way that leaves you thoroughly convinced. With that, he slowly walked up to the massive holographic display. He didn't touch any of the controls. He merely extended a single finger. Then, under the bewildered and puzzled gazes of everyone present, he gently tapped once on the incredibly complex 11-dimensional superstring model that Professor Oppen was so proud of. First, your initial and most fatal error. Your theoretical foundation, what you call the 11-dimensional superstring model, has been fundamentally flawed from the very beginning. As his words fell, buzz. The once stable, futuristic-looking superstring model suddenly began flickering wildly, uncontrollably, and frantically as if a computer program had been infected with a virus. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, stares as if they'd seen a ghost, that flawless, seemingly impenetrable 11-dimensional model began to collapse like dominoes, a chain reaction of catastrophic destruction starting from the most inconspicuous node Xiāo Ran had touched with his finger. String after string of light-formed strings snapped, piece by piece. Dimensions formed from data collapsed with a thunderous roar. In less than 3 seconds, the superstring model hailed by Professor Oppen as a great masterpiece was utterly reduced to a sky filled with shattered, chaotic, garbled code. No. No. This can't be. This absolutely cannot be. Professor Oppenheim stared at the unfathomable scene before him. For the first time, a crack appeared in the unbreakable heart of this top scientist. He couldn't comprehend it. The perfect theoretical model that had consumed his entire life's work, built through countless rigorous calculations and simulations. Why? Why had this young man casually, with a single finger, detonated it? Nothing is impossible, a calm voice tinged with mockery echoed softly in his ear. Your so-called 11th dimension is nothing more than a pseudo-dimension you forcibly constructed based on our 3-dimensional world, using your pitiful, limited imagination. You fundamentally fail to grasp that true dimension is not a spatial concept that can be observed or calculated. It is a rule itself, one that can only be perceived and understood. As Xiāo Ran spoke, he extended his finger once more. This time, he did not touch the collapsed model. Instead, he drew a light, sweeping gesture through the air. ZZZZT. A golden lightning string, so fine it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, emerged silently from his fingertip like a living thing. Then, in a manner beyond the comprehension of everyone present, filled with boundless mystery and beauty, it began to weave and pulsate through the air at astonishing speed. At times, it resembled a nimble fish darting freely through 3-dimensional space. At other times, it resembled a mischievous sprite leaping recklessly through 4-dimensional spacetime. It could even manifest entirely different, unimaginable forms within higher, more astonishing dimensions. What is this? The moment Professor Oppenheimer and the group of world-renowned physicists behind him beheld that golden string of lightning, seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the entire universe, they all froze in place, as if struck dumb, petrified on the spot. Their breaths halted in that instant. Their eyes widened to the point of bulging. They stared fixedly at that string of creation that seemed nothing short of divine to them, perfect and utterly incomprehensible. They could distinctly sense that within that tiny string lay a force, a primal, terrifying power 100 times more vast, more fundamental, and more terrifying than their so-called zero-point energy, the very force of creation itself. They felt every ounce of their lifetime's understanding of physics, the cosmos, and dimensions utterly and mercilessly crushed into dust. They were like a group of primitive humans who had only just learned that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Suddenly confronted with calculus. No. This was no longer calculus. This is the true, ultimate mystery of the universe, something only the supreme creator gods of legend, who wield the power to create and destroy worlds, could comprehend. Now, do you still think your pseudoscience is worth showing off? Xiāo Ran gazed at Professor Oppen, who had been utterly dumbfounded, and a gentle smile spread across his face. He slowly reeled in the golden string of lightning. Then, with a clap of his hands, he turned to lead Bai Qiushui and Wang Fat into the research institute. It was as if what he had just done wasn't overturning the entire physics community. It was merely as if he had casually given a group of ignorant students a basic physics primer. But just as he was about to turn away, Wait! A hoarse, trembling voice, filled with endless longing and fervor, suddenly erupted behind him. Xiāo Ran turned around. There stood Professor Robert Oppenheimer, the Nobel laureate who moments ago had towered above everyone with unparalleled arrogance. Had suddenly collapsed with a thud, his legs giving way. Right there, in front of everyone, he knelt before the youth who was younger than his own son. His face, which had always worn the mask of a proud and disdainful scholar, was now contorted with fervent, devout expression like the most humble believer encountering the one true God of their faith. "Teacher!" he roared at the youth, who remained utterly composed, his voice trembling from the depths of his soul. Please take me as your disciple." "Master! I want to learn this." Chapter 113, The CIA Ghost. When Professor Oppen's earth-shattering cry, "Teacher, I want to learn this," exploded like a nuclear bomb over the helipad, everyone present, whether from Xiao Nation or the Star-Striped Federation, felt their minds go completely blank. The smile vanished from Kissinger's face, replaced by a look of horror uglier than swallowing a fly. The diplomats and aides behind him gaped, eyes wide as saucers, as if witnessing the most absurd farce imaginable. Who was Professor Oppen? He was their Star-Striped Federation's national treasure. The absolute authority in quantum physics. Their strongest trump card for this trip to Xiao Nation to flex their muscles and conduct an academic steamroller. Yet now, this trump card of theirs had actually knelt before an 18-year-old Xiao youth, right before the eyes of the entire world? Crying and begging to be taken as his disciple? This is ing surreal? If this gets back home, what will become of the Star-Spangled Federation's reputation? What will become of the dignity of their scientific community? Robert, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're doing? Kissinger snapped out of it first, lunging forward to pull the utterly deranged Professor Oppenheimer to his feet. Yet Professor Oppen stood rooted to the spot like a statue welded to the ground. No matter how hard Kissinger tugged, he wouldn't budge an inch. His eyes, filled with endless longing and fervor, were fixed intently on Xiao Ran, who remained utterly calm. His lips kept murmuring, "A miracle. This is a true miracle. So this is the true nature of the universe. So this is what dimensions really are. I was wrong. I've been wrong my entire life. I'm nothing but a complete, hopeless fool who's been living in a well all this time." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his expression that of a devout seeker finally glimpsing the dawn of truth. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute, Mo Yuan and his 300 disciples and followers, after a moment of stunned silence, all wore expressions of immense pride and shared glory. "See that? This is the power of our founding master. Even your Star-Striped Federation's most brilliant scientists would kneel before our patriarch and call him master. Your so-called advanced technology isn't even worthy of tying our patriarch's shoes." An unprecedented surge of national pride and academic superiority burned fiercely within their hearts. As they watched Xiao Ran's retreating figure, the adoration and fervor in their eyes reached an entirely new, unparalleled peak. "Get off me! Don't touch me!" Professor Oppenheim violently shoved aside Kissinger, who was still tugging at him. Then, like the most lowly dog, he crawled on all fours to Xiao Ran's feet and clung to his thigh. "Master! God! I beg you! Please, just take me in. I'll do anything for you. I'll dedicate every single research achievement and all my knowledge to you. Just let me see it once more. Just one more glimpse of that magnificent string of rules. I'd die right here on the spot and die happy." Xiao Ran stared at the national treasure-level scientist clinging to his leg, sobbing uncontrollably with tears and snot streaming down his face. He felt his mouth twitching violently. He felt like he truly possessed some strange constitution. Why did he keep making these old men, who usually look down on everyone, kneel before him and call him teacher wherever he went? All right, get up." He nudged Professor Oppenheimer's body with his toe, a hint of disdain in his voice. "A grown man crying like this? What kind of example is that? Want to learn? Go stand in line over there first." He gestured toward Mo Yuan, who stood nearby, eyeing Professor Oppen with a look that screamed fellow sufferer. "When I, your nominal senior disciple, deem you worthy, then you may come back to me." Yes. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, God." Hearing this, Professor Oppen not only showed no displeasure but trembled with excitement like a death row inmate granted a pardon. He leapt to his feet and trotted over to Mo Yuan. With a thud, he knelt once more. Senior brother. No. Master. Please accept this humble disciple's bow." He respectfully bowed his head with a loud thud before Mo Yuan, a man over a decade his senior whom he had just moments ago looked down upon as utterly worthless. "From now on, you are my true master. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will never chase a chicken. I only ask that you speak well of me before our venerable founder." Mo Yuan. Gazing down at the figure at his feet, the once arrogant world's greatest brain, now humbled to dust, his heart, which had been slightly elated from witnessing a miracle, found unprecedented, immense satisfaction in this moment. Clearing his throat, he folded his arms behind his back and adopted Xiao Ran's manner, speaking in a detached, inscrutable tone. "Well, considering your sincerity, from now on, you'll stay by my side as an apprentice, fetching tea and running errands. As for whether you'll receive my true teachings, that depends entirely on your insight. Yes. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Kissin watched this surreal, almost magical realist apprenticeship ceremony unfold before him. The composure that had always graced his elegant face finally shattered completely.
He felt his blood pressure skyrocketing like a rocket. He knew he had lost this round. In the academic exchange segment, the Starstrip Federation had been utterly crushed. They'd been stripped bare, left with nothing. A cold, murderous glint, filled with endless resentment and lethal intent, flashed in his eyes. If words won't work, then don't blame me for resorting to force. Silently, he made an obscure gesture only they could understand to the silent entourage behind him, men who appeared to be ordinary bodyguards. Operation commence. However, the instant he finished the gesture, convinced his plan was about to succeed. Xiāo Ran, the youth who had been facing away from him, seemingly oblivious to everything, suddenly turned his head. His calm eyes pierced through the crowd, locking precisely onto Kishin. Then, a cold, devilish smile curled the corners of his mouth. Mr. Kissinger, is it? I recall you mentioned earlier that the Star-Striped Federation came here with goodwill? Now it seems your goodwill is not quite so pure, is it? As his words fell silent. Buzz. The entire Tiangong Kaiwo Research Institute, protected by an impenetrable spatial barrier jointly established by several Grandmaster-level experts, suddenly erupted with blinding white light. Visible spatial ripples, like chains, erupted violently from the Institute's center. The entire helipad, along with Kishin and his so-called diplomatic delegation of over 30 individuals, was completely engulfed within it. At the same time, under Kissinger's utterly horrified gaze, the bodyguards beside him, who had been disguised as CIA elite ghost operatives just moments before, suddenly, without warning, futuristic silver metal cages formed around their bodies made of pure energy, trapping them dead in their tracks. Alert! Alert! Unknown units detected attempting malicious attack on core research facility targets. Initiate highest level countermeasure protocol, trapping the turtle in the jar. A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed across the entire helipad. Immediately afterward, around the perimeter of the landing pad, a hard alloy surface slowly cracked open. One by one, electromagnetic pulse cannons forged entirely from an unknown, pitch-black metal, their barrels flickering with dangerous blue electrical arcs, radiating a savage, brutal beauty, rose slowly from beneath the ground. Those gaping muzzles, capable of reducing an entire starship to scrap in an instant. All aimed in unison at the utterly dumbfounded guests of the Star-Striped Federation gathered at the center of the landing pad. Chapter 114, Welcome Ceremony, now commencing. As dozens of these monstrous, destruction-breathing EMP cannons like steel behemoths awakening from hell slowly rose from the ground, their gaping muzzles precisely trained upon them, Kissinger felt his heart clenched by an invisible giant's fist. His very breath halted in that instant. The diplomats and attendants behind him turned deathly pale, their legs giving way. Many collapsed to the ground, a foul stench rising from their trousers. What is this thing? Good God! What kind of hellhole have we stumbled into? They couldn't comprehend it. This was clearly Xia Nation's most prestigious academic sanctuary. How could it harbor such terrifying weapons of war, weapons even the most advanced military bases of their own Star-Striped Federation might not possess? The CIA ghost operatives who had just been poised to act were now trapped within that impenetrable energy cage, utterly immobilized. As they stared at the surrounding electromagnetic pulse cannons radiating lethal energy, their previously cold, numb eyes finally revealed genuine horror and fear. They had no doubt that if those cannons fired, they would be obliterated into primordial cosmic dust, traces of DNA impossible to detect within 0.1 seconds. Mr. Kissinger, what is happening? A young diplomat stammered, his voice trembling and choked with tears as he looked at the equally deathly pale Kissinger. How should I know? Kissinger roared inwardly. His mind raced at an unprecedented speed, desperately searching for any glimmer of hope in this sudden, inescapable death trap. A trap. This was a colossal, icy trap, meticulously crafted for them from the very beginning. That kid Xiāo Ran had known their true intentions from the very start. He deliberately feigned weakness, deliberately provoked Oppen, deliberately made them believe they had everything under control. Everything he did was to lure them into this hopeless cage, where no one would come to their aid, no one would hear their cries. Then to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. How ruthless! What a venomous scheme! This man, he's not human. He's a devil. A true devil crawling straight out of hell. Mr. Xiāo Ran. Kissinger forced down the storm raging within him. His face, usually composed of elegance and poise, now contorted into a smile more painful than crying, a smile of sycophantic flattery. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? We truly came with good intentions. Misunderstanding? Xiāo Ran looked at his pitifully servile expression and laughed. I don't think there's any misunderstanding. He slowly approached the old fox, who was already scared out of his wits. As he walked, he pointed at the ghost agents trapped within the energy cage with a tone brimming with curiosity. Mr. Kissinger, could you explain this to me? Are all your Star-Strip Federation diplomats this versatile? Not only masters of international politics, but also possessing such deep expertise in stealth, assassination, and explosives? And his gaze settled on the tallest, most elusive-looking ghost operative among them. The one codenamed Captain, a level 42 top-tier assassin possessing an S-rank talent in shadow stealth. Your bodyguard equipment is quite sophisticated too. Grade B void daggers, grade A silence talismans, and even an S-grade soul annihilation bomb, a weapon explicitly banned in our Xiao nation, capable of threatening even grandmaster-level powerhouses. Xiāo Ran's Eye of Truth had already stripped these so-called ghost agents bare. With each piece of equipment he named, Kissinger's face paled another shade. And the ghost captain Xiāo Ran had singled out those icy eyes, forever hidden in shadow, suddenly narrowed. He couldn't comprehend it. These were the CIA's highest-level secrets. The final, strongest trump card for this operation. This kid, how on earth did he know? Could it be he could see through people's hearts? TSK. Xiāo Ran circled the ghost captain, who was now so terrified he was questioning his very existence, his face breaking into an expression brimming with admiration. An S-class soul annihilation bomb, huh? If this thing detonates, forget this research institute, half the capital city would go down with it, wouldn't it? Mr. Kissinger, your Starstrip Federation's academic exchange sure is enthusiastic, isn't it? Xiāo Ran's words struck like a thunderbolt, crashing down on the heads of every Xiao nation citizen present. Long Zhan, Mo Yuan, and the over 300 researchers all sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing the words soul annihilation bomb. A bone-chilling cold, filled with endless dread, shot straight up from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. Only then did they grasp how many brushes with death they had narrowly avoided moments before. Had their mentor, the founding patriarch, not uncovered the enemy's plot in advance? If he hadn't laid this inescapable trap in advance? Then by now, they would have vanished from this world entirely, along with the entire research institute. Damn it! You bunch of mad bastards! Mo Yuan pointed at Kishin, trembling with rage. The terrifying mental pressure of a saint-level alchemy master surged forth without restraint, crushing down upon the utterly stunned old fox. Put! Kissin felt as though 10,000 sledgehammers had smashed into his skull. A mouthful of old blood erupted from his lips. His entire body collapsed like a pile of mud, slumping lifelessly to the ground. Master! Kill them! Slaughter these scum who dare to run wild on our turf! That's right! Ancestral Master! We absolutely cannot let them off. Let them taste the wrath of the Xia people. The over 300 genius researchers were equally filled with righteous indignation, their emotions running high. Gazing at the Star-Striped Federation guests now utterly reduced to prisoners, their eyes burned with unmasked, icy murderous intent. However, Xiāo Ran waved his hand once more. He restrained their impulsive urge. No rush. A smile spread across his face, a devilish grin that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Killing them would be too easy for them. Didn't I say so? Since our guests have traveled so far, as hosts, we must treat them properly. He slowly approached Kishin, who lay limp on the ground, barely clinging to life. He crouched down slowly. He looked down from above at the once arrogant Deputy Secretary of State of the Star-Striped Federation. A smile spread across his face, one that was utterly kind, radiant, and utterly harmless. Mr. Kissinger, rest assured. Our Xian nation is a land of courtesy. We absolutely do not mistreat prisoners of war. We merely wish for you to stay. To assist us with some minor scientific experiments. After all. His smile grew even brighter. Your bodies, to us amateur scientists, are the most precious experimental materials? The welcome ceremony has only just begun. Chapter 115, a whole body worth of experimental material. When Xiāo Ran's words, light as a feather yet brimming with endless coldness and twisted amusement, reached Kissinger's ears like a devil's whisper from hell. This old fox, who had once dominated the international political stage and caused headaches for countless heads of state, finally sought, his heart already on the verge of shattering from extreme terror and humiliation, completely crushed. Scientific experiment? Experimental material? He stared at the youth before him, who was flashing an angelic smile, with eyes filled with endless terror, as if he were looking at a monster. He felt as though he were seeing a true demon, cloaked in human skin. No, you can't do this. The words came out hoarse and choked with tears, forced through gritted teeth. We are diplomats of the Star-Striped Federation. We have diplomatic immunity. If you dare touch us, the Star-Striped Federation will never let you off the hook. Oh, is that so? Before he could finish, Xiāo Ran interrupted with feigned surprise. Diplomats? What diplomats? He turned his head, fixing a look of utter confusion on Long Zhan and Mo Yuan beside him. Minister Long, Dean Mo, did either of you see any diplomats enter just now? Long Zhan and Mo Yuan exchanged glances, each seeing a familiar spark of understanding in the other's eyes. No. Long Zhan stepped forward first, his face stern as he declared in a voice brimming with righteous authority. I only saw a group of spies disguised as diplomats attempting to infiltrate Xiao Nation's highest-level scientific research facility. They intended to steal state secrets, carried S-class forbidden weapons, and sought to carry out a terrorist attack. Exactly. Mo Yuan echoed with equal righteous indignation. For these deranged terrorists who gravely threaten our national security and blatantly defy the sanctity of our academic integrity. Our Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute has both the right and the duty to dispose of them on the spot, provided it does not violate humanitarian principles. To recycle their sinful bodily remains, making their final contribution to human scientific progress. Kisan listened to the two men's shameless, twisted, and utterly shameless words. His heart, already shattered moments before, was now utterly crushed into dust. He finally understood what kind of madman he had tangled with. He closed his eyes in utter despair. He knew he was finished. Completely finished. Alright, now that the nature of this has been established. Xiāo Ran clapped his hands and rose from the ground. He gazed at the 30-odd walking, priceless treasures before him, which seemed to him as if they had fallen from the heavens. A grin spread across his face, brighter than a capitalist spotting a new crop of investors. Now then, it's time for our favorite part, dividing the spoils. No, I mean the academic symposium segment. He pointed at the ghost captain trapped within the energy cage, still struggling futilely despite possessing the S-rank talent, Shadow Stealth. This one's promising. S-rank talent, level 42, body genetically modified with the CIA's most advanced technology. Both cellular activity and energy affinity far surpass ordinary humans. Most crucially, his talent touches upon the very surface of spatial rules. Mo Yuan. Present. Take him to your spacefolding lab. You have 3 days. I want you to study him inside and out, from cell to soul, leaving no stone unturned. I need to understand how his so-called shadow stealth achieves dual invisibility, both visual and energetic, by warping local space. And I want to uncover whatever secrets lie hidden within his genetic sequence. Can you do it? Yes. I guarantee completion. Mo Yuan trembled with excitement. He stared at the ghost captain, who appeared to him as a living, walking treasure trove of spatial science. His cloudy eyes blazed with an unprecedented, dazzling light, a hunger for knowledge and a twisted brilliance. He sensed that his decades-stalled research in spatial science would now open a brand new, glorious chapter. But the ghost captain, subjected to this burning stare, felt cold sweat break out on his back. A bone-chilling coldness emanating from the depths of his soul enveloped him completely. He'd rather be instantly pulverized into dust by those electromagnetic pulse cannons than be dissected inside and out like a lab rat by this old man who looked like a complete madman. Next is you. Xiāo Ran turned his gaze to the Nobel laureate Robert Oppenheimer, who had completely abandoned resistance, kneeling on the ground, utterly dejected. Grade A, quantum brain. Brain development level 35%, far exceeding the 10% average for ordinary humans. A decent mobile hard drive. He pointed at the senior energy science professor who had been the first to challenge him earlier. You. Take him to your quantum computer lab. I'll give you 3 days as well. I want every last bit of knowledge in his head about quantum physics and energy studies squeezed out. I need to know exactly how far ahead the Star Strip Federation is in these fields. And how many fatal, laughable bugs still lurk within their so-called advanced theories. Yes, Grandmaster. The senior professor, upon hearing Xiāo Ran's command, was equally flushed with excitement. He gazed at Professor Oppenheimer, who in his eyes was nothing less than a living, walking encyclopedia of quantum physics. His eyes brimmed with a scholar's purest thirst for knowledge and greed. No, please don't. Professor Oppenheim stared at his Chinese counterpart, who was eyeing him like prey. The heart that had just moments ago been filled with pious devotion upon encountering truth instantly grew half frozen with dread. He felt as though he had fallen from one paradise into another, far more terrifying, hell. As for the rest of these, Xiāo Ran's gaze slowly swept over the star-striped Federation elites on the helipad, who were now utterly petrified with fear. A remarkably kind, radiant smile spread across his face. I'll leave them to your discretion. I have only one request. That they be put to good use. Do not squander the enthusiasm our guests have brought us from afar to contribute to the scientific progress of humankind. As his words fell silent, the entire Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute, over 300 of Xia Nation's greatest minds, whom he had just utterly subdued, all transformed into a pack of ravenous wolves, starved for 3 days and nights, now savoring the scent of blood. Their eyes blazed with an unprecedented, emerald green light, brimming with greed and desire. They stared at the top-tier, living experimental specimens on the helipad, treasures in their eyes, every inch of them valuable. They surged forward like a maddened horde. This one's mine. He's a genetically modified human. Perfect for testing my gene collapse serum. Get out of the way. That one's a psychic. I'm using him for my soul-slicing experiment. That one. That's a metal manipulator. Quickly strap him into the antimatter annihilation furnace. I want to see just how much energy annihilation his body can withstand. In an instant, the entire helipad transformed into a hellish inferno filled with the cacophony of academic discussions and piercing, inhuman screams. And as the instigator of it all, Xiāo Ran calmly observed the bloody, frenzied welcome ceremony unfolding before him, a scene that could only be described as a dance of demons. Not a trace of pity or reluctance could be seen on his face. Only a cold, detached indifference, one of absolute control. He turned away, his gaze shifting beyond the helipad. That vast expanse of unknowns and challenges. Chapter 116, The Dyson Sphere Project begins.
As the welcome ceremony on the landing pad reached its climax, the entire Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute was immersed in a sickeningly fervent academic atmosphere. Those national treasure-level scientists, usually appearing refined and dignified, had now transformed into the most frenzied scientific madmen. They swarmed around the precious experimental specimens that had traveled all the way from the Star Strip Federation, engaging in what outsiders would deem friendly exchanges worthy of a court-martial. Standing to the side, Longzhan watched this surreal scene unfold, feeling his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, quietly edged closer to Xiāo Ran, and whispered in a tone laced with both reverence and concern, "Advisor.
Xiao, is this really okay?
This is the Deputy Secretary of State of the Star Strip Federation, a Nobel laureate. If word gets out, the international repercussions." He dared not continue. He feared that if he spoke another word, he might be dragged over by Mo Yuan, who was now utterly bloodthirsty and used as experimental material to study the unique anatomy of military leaders.
Impact?
Xiāo Ran turned his head, gazing at him with a look reserved for fools.
Minister Long, have you still not grasped the situation?
From the moment they set foot on our Xiā nation's soil carrying those soul annihilation bombs, they ceased to be human.
They are war criminals.
For war criminals, our Xiā nation has always had only one method of disposal. A cold gleam flashed in Xiāo Ran's eyes. That is, to make them pay for their folly with a price they absolutely cannot bear. Longzhan felt a chill in his heart and dared not speak further. He knew that the youth before him, though appearing young, possessed a heart colder and harder than any battle-hardened iron-blooded general he had ever encountered. Besides, Xiāo Ran patted his shoulder and smiled. "Do you really think anyone will be able to spread word of what happened here today?" Longzhan froze for a moment. Then, glancing up at the massive barrier hovering over the helipad still slowly rotating and radiating heart-stopping spatial fluctuations, he instantly understood Xiāo Ran's meaning.
Indeed. This was the Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute.
The highest security defense facility in all of Xiā. And with Xiāo Ran, that monster who could manipulate even the rules themselves, in charge. Everything that happened here today would become a secret forever. Those guests from the Star-Striped Federation will vanish from this world without a trace. At this thought, an inexplicable, sickening thrill surged through Longzhan's heart. He watched the once arrogant and overbearing elites of the Star-Striped Federation, now reduced to the pitiful state of lambs awaiting slaughter. He felt that all the humiliation he had endured over the decades vanished into thin air at this very moment.
Awesome. Awesome.
Alright, leave the matters outside to you lot. Xiāo Ran paid no further attention to Longzhan, who had begun to flash an evil grin.
He knew this old fox was far more savvy than he'd ever imagined.
He turned and beckoned to Mo Yuan, who was directing his disciples and apprentices as they dragged the experimental materials into various laboratories, categorizing them.
Mo Yuan. Master.
Your disciple is here. The moment Mo Yuan heard Xiāo Ran's summons, he immediately abandoned the still twitching ghost captain in his hands and trotted over to Xiāo Ran's side, his face plastered with an obsequious smile.
Master.
What are your orders? Cut the flattery. Xiāo Ran shot him a withering glance.
How's the task I assigned you coming along? Did you send out the material list for the Dyson Sphere project? Sent. Mo Yuan bowed and scraped urgently.
The moment you displayed your divine might just now, I issued the highest level requisition orders using our research institute's full authority to the military, the Dragon Shield Bureau, and every Tier 1 strategic material reserve warehouse in Xiā Nation.
I guarantee that within 3 days, no. Within 1 day. Within a single day. Every single item on your list will be delivered to your doorstep, right on schedule.
His voice brimmed with absolute confidence.
Are you kidding me?
After witnessing his master's godlike abilities with his own eyes, his confidence in completing this god-making project had swelled to an unprecedented peak. He believed that with his teacher by his side, creating an artificial sun was no challenge at all. Even if they were asked to conjure a universe out of thin air on the spot, it wouldn't be a problem at all.
Very good, Xiāo Ran nodded with satisfaction.
Then, starting now, the Dyson Sphere project is officially launched. All research projects unrelated to this initiative are suspended immediately. Every single person in the research institute, whether you're sweeping floors or cooking meals, is to be assigned to this project starting today. I don't care what methods you use, burn the midnight oil, inject yourselves with adrenaline, whatever it takes. Within 1 month, I must witness that magnificent artificial sun, the symbol of humanity's leap into a new era of civilization, rising majestically in my hands. Xiāo Ran's voice resonated with unparalleled authority and incitement. Yes, Professor. We guarantee completion. The entire Tiangong Kaiwu Research Institute, over 300 of Xiā Nation's greatest minds, roared in unison like they'd been injected with adrenaline after hearing this declaration brimming with boundless ambition. Their eyes blazed with the fiery flame called faith. They knew they were about to follow this godlike youth before them to personally forge a magnificent new era, one without precedent and without successor. The following month, the entire Xiā Nation was plunged into a tense and eerie atmosphere due to the sudden, frenzied actions of the Heavenly Craftsman Research Institute. Countless strategic-grade materials S-class, even SSS-class rarities that had previously existed only in legend. From every corner of Xia, these materials were continuously transported under the highest military escort to the Imperial Capital Academy's mysterious research institute, now completely cut off from the outside world. Vibranium, adamantium, void crystals, fragments of the world tree. Any one of these legendary materials, if released onto the black market of Blue Star, would spark a bloody frenzy. Yet now, they were being delivered truckload after truckload to that enigmatic research institute as if they were cheap cabbages. This left all the top factions of Xia Nation monitoring the situation deeply perplexed and uneasy. They couldn't fathom it. What on earth possessed that notoriously stingy and stubborn old curmudgeon, Mo Yuan? Why was he hoarding such vast quantities of strategic-grade supplies with such reckless abandon, regardless of cost? What exactly was he planning? Could it be that he truly intended to build a Star Destroyer cannon to conquer the vastness of the cosmos? Meanwhile, at the highest echelons of Xia Nation, the Dragon Sovereign and the military command headquarters, after receiving Long Zhan's report classified as top secret, filled with exaggerated and fantastical claims. After 3 days of intense closed-door deliberations, ultimately, they unanimously approved this plan, which to them seemed like an utterly preposterous, mad, god-making scheme. They chose to gamble. They gambled on that mysterious, godlike youth. They gambled that he could truly bring a new, bright future to their nation of Xia. This was an unprecedented, century-defining gamble that staked the fate of an entire nation. And at the very center of this gamble, Xiāo Ran remained utterly unconcerned. He lay leisurely in the topmost floor of the research institute, a massive laboratory specially remodeled for him, brimming with futuristic technology. On one side, he enjoyed Bai Qiushui's tender and attentive fruit-feeding service. Through a massive holographic display, he remotely directed Mo Yuan and his over 300 tools men, now utterly consumed by madness, as they commenced the initial forging of components for the Dyson sphere. Everything unfolded precisely according to his plan, proceeding with meticulous order. He merely needed to remain the mastermind orchestrating it all from the shadows, quietly awaiting the moment when that sun bright enough to illuminate the entire universe would slowly rise from his hands. Chapter 117. A month later, a miracle is born. Time flew by in this atmosphere charged with fervor and anticipation. A month passed in the blink of an eye. To the outside world, this month was calm, even somewhat dull. Since the earth-shattering farce of the Rookie King tournament concluded, the entire Xia Nation had fallen into an eerie peace. Xiāo Ran, the Godfather-level big shot who had once stirred up countless storms, seemed to have vanished from this world entirely, leaving no trace behind. This left countless observers feeling a vague sense of loss. But for the over 300 researchers within the Tiangong Kaiwu Institute, this past month had been the most fulfilling, thrilling, and utterly insane month of their lives. For this entire month, they worked tirelessly, barely sleeping. Under the guidance of that godlike youth, they poured every ounce of their wisdom and energy into that monumental god-making endeavor. They witnessed firsthand the birth of revolutionary, earth-shattering alchemical techniques and magical technologies, things they had never dared to imagine before, emerging one by one from their own hands. It felt like a group of primitive humans who had just mastered firemaking, guided step by step by a deity, building a starship capable of interstellar travel from scratch with their own hands. The immense sense of accomplishment and fulfillment from personally creating history plunged each of them into a state of pathological, frenzied excitement. They even felt they were no longer ordinary humans. They were humble yet supremely honored divine emissaries following in the footsteps of the gods. And today, this day marks the ultimate testament to all their efforts over the past month. It was the moment their own miracle would officially descend upon the mortal realm. In the deepest level of the Heavenly Craftsman Research Institute, the core experimental zone transformed into a colossal subterranean sanctuary. At this very moment, it had gathered all the most prominent figures from across the entire Xia Nation. The Dragon Sovereign, former Chancellor Lin Sanyuan, Long Zhan, Bai Jintong, alongside dozens of true pillars of the nation, elite powerhouses from the military, government, and major academic institutions. Every single one of them held their breath. Their eyes burned with tension, anticipation, and a hint of fervor they themselves didn't even notice. Their gazes fixed intently upon the colossal, flawlessly spherical device at the temple's center, forged from an unknown silver metal. This was the legendary, world-altering marvel known as the Dyson Sphere. Old Lin, Dragon Lord, swallowed hard. He gazed at the flawless work of art, suspended silently mid-air, its surface flowing with golden runes as brilliant as a starry river. He felt his own heart, a heart of steel, hardened by countless storms and trials, begin to pound wildly and uncontrollably at that very moment. You're saying this thing actually works? A tremor he hadn't even noticed himself crept into his voice. For the past month, he had spared no expense in providing every conceivable resource for this mad scheme in the name of the ruler of Xia Kingdom. But deep within, he had always harbored a lingering doubt. After all, an artificial sun? Could something that only exists in myths and legends truly be created by mere mortals? Principal Lin Sanyuan chuckled at the sight of his student's comical mix of anticipation and nervousness. Though his own face was equally etched with solemnity, Yet his eyes held an unshakable, absolute trust in someone.
Dragon Lord, you will soon find out. He directed his gaze toward the very apex of the temple.
The mysterious youth who stood there, arms folded, calmly surveying everything below. As if what he was about to do wasn't to unleash a divine miracle powerful enough to overturn the entire world,
but merely lighting an ordinary birthday candle. Master. In the temple's center, Missouri Yuan and the over 300 researchers behind him all trembling with excitement. All knelt on one knee in unison before the youth suspended midair.
They roared in the most fervent, most devout tone, filled with religious reverence. All components of the Dyson sphere have been fully assembled.
All energy circuits have been verified as operational. All rune arrays are fully activated. The great god-making project is now ready.
Master, please bestow your divine decree.
As their voices faded away, the entire subterranean temple instantly fell into a deathly silence. Every soul held their breath, awaiting the arrival of that final moment of judgment. Meanwhile, suspended mid-air,
Xiāo Ran calmly surveyed the crowd of fanatical followers below him, now utterly brainwashed by his influence. Not a trace of excitement or triumph could be seen on his face. Only a faint anticipation lingered, the kind felt just before completing a game. He slowly raised his right hand, then directed at the perfect silver sphere suspended silently at the temple's center. He snapped his fingers lightly.
Snap. The sound remained as crisp as ever. But the instant that snap echoed, buzz.
The entire underground temple, that impenetrable spatial barrier woven by countless supreme masters, shuddered violently at that very moment. As if a primordial force more vast, more terrifying, and beyond description,
was being forcibly summoned down. Being forcibly summoned and brought forth. Immediately after.
Under the utterly horrified gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost.
The perfect silver sphere at the temple's center. Its indestructible outer shell, forged from a blend of vibranium and erdeman alloy, began to gradually turn transparent, revealing within it an everlasting, flawless energy loop composed of tens of thousands of golden runes finer than human hair. And at the very core of that energy loop, a tiny speck of light, no larger than a grain of rice and previously dim and lifeless, suddenly blazed with brilliant light. Boom!
A golden radiance more dazzling than the sun in the sky, more blinding, and brimming with boundless vitality and creative energy, burst forth from that tiny speck of light, instantly engulfing the entire colossal subterranean temple within a sea of sacred golden radiance. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes at that instant. They felt as though they were witnessing the very first singularity at the dawn of the universe. They felt as though they were witnessing the dawn of a brand new, magnificent era, after an unknown span of time. As the blinding light slowly dissipated,
when they cautiously opened their eyes once more,
every single one of them froze in place, as if struck dumb by a spell.
Their mouths gaped wide open. Their eyes bulged wide. Their faces bore only the purest, most primal numbness. For they had seen, at the temple's center, within that perfect silver sphere, a tiny sun, no larger than a basketball, radiating a brilliant light like the sun itself, hovering there in silence, slowly rotating, emitting warmth and light potent enough to revive all things. Miracle, a miracle. The Dragon Lord stared blankly at that tiny sun, a creation that seemed nothing short of divine to him. For the first time, genuine terror and bewilderment flickered in his imperial eyes, eyes that had always radiated supreme authority. With a thud, his legs gave way. He knelt before the youth he had once sought to win over, right there in front of everyone. He roared at the youth still suspended midair, radiating the aura of a deity descended. With a voice trembling from the depths of his soul, filled with boundless reverence and adoration, he roared, "Long live the Emperor! Long live! Long live forever!" Chapter 118, The Ticket to the Starry Sea. When the Dragon Lord's soul-shaking cry of "Long live the Emperor," filled with boundless reverence and adoration, exploded like thunder in the silent subterranean temple, every soul present, whether battle-hardened military leaders or haughty academic titans, jerked as if their very souls had been ripped from them. Instantly, they seemed to answer some primal call from their very souls, or perhaps succumb to an irresistible, godlike pressure. Thud! 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 One after another, their legs gave way, and they fell to their knees uncontrollably. They knelt before the youth suspended midair, bathed in the sacred golden radiance of the artificial sun, as if witnessing the descent of a deity. They bowed before the youth who, in just 1 month, had personally wrought a miracle powerful enough to overturn the entire world order. They bowed their once proud, arrogant heads. Long live our Emperor! Long live! Long live forever! A wave of shouts, more fervent, more devout, and more thunderous than any before, filled with religious worship, echoed throughout the entire underground temple. At this moment, they were no longer pillars of the state, no longer regional titans. They were merely a humble, insignificant group of believers fortunate enough to witness the descent of a miracle with their own eyes. And at the very center of it all, as the god worshipped by countless supreme beings, Xiāo Ran calmly surveyed the sea of kneeling figures below him, the very pinnacle of Xia Kingdom's power. Not a trace of smugness or pleasure flickered across his face.
His golden eyes held only an indifferent gaze that surveyed all living beings. Rise. He descended slowly from midair. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable, absolute authority. I am not your emperor. I am merely a humble guide who has shown you the path to a brand new world. The Dragon Lord and the other dignitaries kneeling on the ground all trembled at his words. They lifted their heads, gazing at the youth who remained utterly composed with eyes brimming with boundless reverence and bewilderment. They couldn't comprehend it. He clearly possessed godlike power sufficient to make the entire Xiao kingdom bow in submission. Why did he show not the slightest interest in that supreme power? What did he truly desire? You must be curious. Xiāo Ran smiled as he met their bewildered gazes. He knew these mortals, steeped in ambition and desire their entire lives, could never comprehend his true pursuit. He slowly approached the artificial sun that still radiated warm light and heat. He reached out, gently caressing its flawless, cold shell forged from a blend of vibranium and adamantium. Did you think I created this for energy? For war? Or for that laughable thing called power? He shook his head, a trace of disdain crossing his face. You are mistaken. Your vision is too narrow. You only see this tiny blue planet beneath our feet. But you never look up to see the far vaster expanse filled with unknowns and challenges. The starry seas. He turned to face the bigwigs, now utterly dumbfounded by his words. His eyes shone with a wild, exhilarated light they couldn't comprehend. This Dyson sphere isn't some artificial sun. Nor is it a weapon. It's merely a key. A key that will free us from this planet's gravitational shackles, from the chains of our fragile mortal flesh. A key that will allow us to truly embark on our journey across the vast sea of stars. Entrance ticket. Boom! Xiāo Ran's words exploded like 10,000 supernovas, brighter and more terrifying than any Dyson sphere. They detonated with a thunderous roar within the minds of his followers, whose thinking remained stuck at the level of mortals. Shattering their narrow worldviews once confined to nations, ethnicities, power, and strife into oblivion. The vast expanse of stars and oceans? Break free from gravity's chains? Escape the limitations of mortal flesh? They stared blankly at the youth gazing back at them with eyes blazing with overwhelming passion. They felt as though they were hearing an oracle from a higher dimensional deity. They thought they understood. Yet it felt like they understood nothing at all. Teacher. Mo Yuan asked in a trembling voice tinged with uncertainty. You mean, we're supposed to build a spaceship? A spaceship? Xiāo Ran sneered at the word. Those clunky metal cans powered by outdated chemical fuel? And they dare call themselves ships? He shook his head, a trace of pity flickering across his face. Seems your imagination is still too limited. He snapped his fingers. At the center of the control room, upon the vast holographic display screen, instantly materialized a brand new creation beyond their wildest dreams, a vessel radiating an indescribable sacred and majestic beauty. It was a perfect, streamlined, colossal ark composed entirely of an unknown, fluid, living liquid metal. Its size surpassed even the Atlantis that had descended upon the imperial capital before. More magnificent. Its surface was engraved with billions upon billions of golden runes, more brilliant than stars and imbued with infinite mystery. These runes intertwined and combined in ways they could not comprehend, ultimately forming a perfect, living entity that seemed fused with the very laws of the universe. What is this? The Dragon Lord and the other leaders who had just scrambled to their feet. The moment they beheld this majestic ark, a vessel that seemed nothing short of divine to them, they all froze in place, as if struck dumb, petrified once more. Their breaths halted in that instant. Their eyes widened to the point of bulging, staring fixedly at the great miracle on the light screen, something they believed could never possibly exist in this world. Now this is what a real ship should be. Xiāo Ran pointed at the design blueprint on the light screen, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone, as if merely describing an ordinary fishing boat. I call it the Void Glow ship. Its engine is the tiny Dyson sphere we just built. Its hull is composed of self-repairing, self-evolving nanite artificial cells. Its weapon system is a causality weapon capable of erasing enemies directly at the level of the rules. Its speed can exceed the speed of light. Its range is... Xiāo Ran paused, then slowly uttered two words that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Infinite. Chapter 119, New Target, Beneath the Abyss. When the word infinite slipped casually from Xiāo Ran's lips, the entire subterranean temple plunged into a silence more prolonged and deathly still than any that had preceded it. The Dragon Sovereign, Mo Yuan, and the pinnacles of power of Xiao Nation, who had only just managed to piece back together their shattered worldviews, abandoned all thought in that instant. They merely stared blankly at the magnificent, sacred void radiance ship displayed on the light screen, a vessel that, in their eyes, had utterly transcended the realms of both science and magic. Their minds were reduced to pure blankness, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. They felt as though they were no longer people living in the real world. They had become readers immersed in a science fiction novel brimming with wildly imaginative, fantastical scenarios. And the mysterious, godlike youth before them was the sole author of this novel. With wisdom beyond mortal comprehension, he was slowly unfolding for them a grand, sweeping, interstellar epic filled with unknowns and challenges. Teacher. After an unknown span of time, Mo Yuan finally broke the deathly silence with a hoarse, trembling voice brimming with boundless fervor and reverence. This ship, can we really build it? His voice trembled with uncertainty, tinged with a profound self-doubt he hadn't even recognized within himself. After witnessing the Void Radiance vessel, the design so perfect it seemed a divine creation, he doubted himself for the first time, questioning the very prowess he took pride in as a saint-tier alchemy master. He felt like a kindergarten child who only knew how to mold little figures out of clay, suddenly confronted with Michelangelo's masterpiece David. This dimensional blow from art of a higher realm crushed any thought of catching up. Why not? Xiāo Ran smiled at his pitiful, dazed expression. Didn't I already tell you? I gave you the blueprints and the theory. Isn't the rest just some simple manual labor? That familiar phrase again, dripping with undisguised contempt and mockery. But this time, Mo Yuan and the over 300 equally stunned genius researchers behind him couldn't muster even a shred of rebuttal. They merely shook their heads with bitter smiles. Manual labor? Simple manual labor? Teacher. You call a monumental creation project one that requires perfectly engraving billions upon billions of rune arrays, each more precise than nanometers, onto a liquid metal hull larger than the moon, a simple manual task? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word simple? What? Losing confidence already? Xiāo Ran watched their utterly crushed, cowardly expressions and furrowed his brow slightly. Had he gone too far? Had he just shattered the fragile confidence of these poor natives by revealing something so far ahead of their time? Forget it. He shook his head and sighed. Seems like taking too big a step really does pull your balls. He snapped his fingers, closing the design of the despair-inducing void glow ship on the light screen. Then he switched to a new blueprint that looked far more modest. It was a massive structure resembling an inverted pyramid, a colossal war fortress brimming with a menacing, brutal beauty. Its surface was covered in thick, pitch-black, unknown alloy armor. Dotted across the armor were dense clusters of gaping, black muzzles enough to send any person with trypophobia into instant cardiac arrest. And at the very apex of that inverted pyramid, a colossal main cannon even thicker, more monstrous, and more brimming with destructive intent than the previous so-called stellar destroyer cannon, glowed with a heart-stopping crimson light. Like a primordial beast poised to devour its prey. What is this? The Dragon Lord and the military leaders, upon seeing this war fortress brimming with iron-blooded and murderous aura, their eyes lit up instantly. Their breathing quickened. Their bodies trembled slightly with sheer excitement. If the Void Radiance ship had instilled in them a sacred awe of the unknown, then this war fortress ignited within them the purest, most primal craving for absolute power and greed. This was the true romance of men. What do you think of this? Xiāo Ran pointed at the design blueprint on the light screen, smiling as he looked at the military brass whose eyes were already gleaming. I call it the mobile catastrophe, Damocles. Its function is simple. It flies directly over the enemy's position. Then rain down tens of thousands of space-based kinetic weapons equipped with miniature Dyson spheres like hailstones. A single salvo is enough to completely erase a standard continental plate from this planet. Surely you have the confidence to build this? The entire underground temple fell once more into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the terrifying war fortress on the light screen, a moving apocalypse in their eyes, then shifted their gaze to the mysterious youth watching them with eyes brimming with anticipation. They felt as though they'd been transported from a sci-fi set brimming with ideals and hope straight into a war zone saturated with destruction and despair. This plot twist is way too sudden, damn it. Teacher. Mo Yuan swallowed hard. Staring at the war fortress, equally brimming with black technology he couldn't begin to comprehend, his mind felt like it was about to short-circuit. You actually want to lead us to conquer the stars and oceans? Or do you plan to dismantle our little blue planet? Tearing it apart would be so boring? Xiāo Ran shot him a withering look. I just want to thoroughly clean out those uninvited, annoying cockroaches from our home before we truly embark on our journey to the stars and oceans. A cold, emotionless glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Cockroaches? The Dragon Lord paused, taken aback. He seemed to detect an unusual undertone in Xiāo Ran's words. Exactly. Xiāo Ran nodded. He slowly approached a massive wall in the underground temple, carved from a single block of black crystal. He reached out and gently pressed his hand against the cold surface. The entire wall instantly burst into brilliant light. A breathtakingly vast, three-dimensional, dynamic galactic map appeared before everyone's eyes. Against the vast, pitch-black backdrop of the cosmos, a beautiful, azure planet floated serenely. That was Blue Star. And surrounding Blue Star, tens of thousands of ominous purple-black glowing stargates like hideous scars swarmed like a horde of greedy bloodsuckers, densely covering the entire solar system. They had Blue Star firmly encircled within their grasp. Beyond those countless stargates, unknown alternate dimensions filled with chaos, evil, and destruction lurked, glaring hungrily at this prey, a source of delicious life energy in their eyes. This is The Dragon Lord and the high-ranking officials of Xiao Nation, witnessing this complete Stargate distribution map for the first time, collapsed to the ground as if drained of all strength upon beholding this utterly despairing spectacle. Their faces bore only the purest, most primal despair. They had always believed they were fighting bravely for humanity's survival. But now they realized they were merely a pitiful group of prey trapped within a vast, hopeless cage, awaiting harvest by an unknown, terrifying hunter.
Do you still think we have a way out?
Xiao Ran observed their pitiful, despair-filled expressions and asked calmly. These so-called stargates, these so-called dungeons,
they are no opportunities. They are a slaughtering blade. A blade that could fall at any moment. And what we must do now
is to pick up our own weapons.
Take up our own weapons. Proactively step forward.
And drag those so-called gods hiding behind the stargates, one by one from their lofty divine thrones.
Then crush their heads like watermelons, one by one. Crush them.
Xiao Ran's voice was icy cold, yet brimming with boundless, frenzied killing intent. And our first target. He extended his hand and lightly tapped the vast galactic map. It landed upon one among the countless purplish black stargates. The deepest, largest, and most chaotic and malevolent of them all, an abyss. This is the place. The Abyss.
Chapter 120, A New Journey Beneath the Abyss Grand Finale.
As the word abyss fell coldly from Xiao Ran's lips, the temperature within the entire subterranean temple seemed to plummet several degrees. The Dragon Lord and the other leaders who had just scrambled to their feet froze in place, their gazes fixed on the vast vortex radiating endless ominous energy within the galactic map. The Abyss. This term was no stranger to those standing at the pinnacle of Xiao Nation's power. It was the most dangerous, most mysterious, and most terrifying of all known stargates. Like an insatiable, greedy black hole lurking at the edge of the solar system, it ceaselessly devoured everything around it.
Xiao Nation no, the entire human federation had repeatedly dispatched its most elite warriors to probe the Abyss's secrets. But the outcome was invariably the same. Every soul who ventured in, whether S-rank pillars of the nation or elite fleets commanding the most advanced starships, vanished without a trace, lost to the depths forever. Not even the slightest bit of information about the depths of the Abyss has been relayed back. Over time, the Abyss became an unspeakable taboo in the minds of all explorers. A synonym for absolute death.
But now, this youth who seemed nothing short of a god to them had chosen this deathly forbidden zone, one everyone avoided like the plague, as his very first target?
Has he lost his mind? Xiao Ran.
Dragon Lord swallowed hard, his voice trembling.
You're not joking, right? Going to the Abyss? But even grandmasters who entered there. What happens?
Xiao Ran turned to face him, observing the fear and worry etched into his expression.
He smiled. They never return, is that it?
The Dragon Lord fell silent.
Cruel as it was, that was the truth. That's because they went to the wrong place.
Xiao Ran's eyes shone with a wisdom that seemed to see through everything. His eye of truth had already thoroughly analyzed the massive galactic map and the so-called Abyss earlier. Target, Abyss Stargate Ultra S-Class Unique. Essence, an unstable natural wormhole connecting the blue star dimension to the Abyss dimension.
Status, active phase.
Continuously emitting high concentration Abyss energy, eroding surrounding spacetime. Hidden information, the true core of this Stargate lies not at its entrance, but concealed behind it within the higher dimensional spacetime fissure known as the Abyss dimension. Only those possessing dimensional leap technology or special abilities that bypass dimensional barriers can truly enter it. You've always thought the Abyss was a place. Xiao Ran pointed at the massive vortex on the galactic map and explained calmly. But in truth, it is not.
It is a dimension. A higher dimensional spacetime than our current three-dimensional universe, filled with chaos and disorder.
The reason your envoys vanished without a trace wasn't because they weren't strong enough. It's because they entered the wrong gate from the very start. They merely got lost in the Abyss's endless, chaotic surface space. The true core of the Abyss isn't even there.
Dimensions? Higher dimensional spacetime? Dragon Sovereign, Mo Yuan, and the other elders listened as Xiao Ran spouted one unfamiliar term after another, concepts they couldn't even begin to grasp. Their minds felt overwhelmed once more.
They felt as if they had been transported back to that sci-fi set brimming with ideals and hope.
Then, teacher.
Mo Yuan gazed at Xiao Ran with eyes brimming with curiosity and longing, asking cautiously.
How can we find the correct door? It's simple. Xiao Ran smiled.
He pointed at the magnificent void radiance ship displayed on the light screen, radiating an aura of sacred and majestic beauty.
We just need to build it. Forget a mere abyss dimension. Even the legendary divine realm where the gods dwell. We'll come and go as we please. The entire subterranean temple fell once more into a deathly silence.
Everyone stared blankly at the magnificent art displayed on the light screen, a vessel that seemed nothing short of divine to them. Then they looked at the mysterious youth gazing back at them with eyes brimming with overwhelming passion and madness.
They finally understood. They finally understood completely.
What this youth before them truly sought. He did not seek power. He did not seek wealth. What he sought was to lead them, to lead the entire Xia kingdom, to lead all of human civilization. To conquer that vast, unknown expanse of stars and oceans, a realm they dared not even dream of. To challenge those so-called gods who lurk behind the stargates, high above and beyond reach.
What a mad ambition! What a magnificent vision! A surge of unprecedented, overwhelming fervor. It erupted like a thunderclap within the hearts of these long-dormant titans. They felt their blood, grown cold from years of complacency and struggle, surge hot once more. I understand. The Dragon Lord gazed into Xiāo Ran's eyes brimming with endless stars and flames. He slowly rose from the ground. His once slightly stooped frame now stood utterly straight and tall. The supreme imperial aura befitting the ruler of Xia Nation returned to him once more. Facing the youth who was countless generations his junior. And bowed deeply. Xiāo Ran. Master. He roared in a tone unprecedentedly solemn, brimming with boundless reverence and entrustment. From this day forward, everything belonging to the Xia kingdom, the lives of my Dragon War nation and the hundreds of millions of Xia subjects behind me, I entrust them all to you. I entrust it to you. As his words fell silent, the dozens of passionate Xia kingdom leaders behind him simultaneously bowed deeply to the youth, whose expression remained utterly serene. And bowed deeply. We're counting on you. That unified, heartrending cry filled with boundless sorrow and resolute determination echoed throughout the entire underground temple. And at the very center of it all, Xiāo Ran calmly observed the group of mortals before him, their fighting spirit now fully ignited by him. A faint smile of satisfaction spread across his face. He knew. From this day forward, he would no longer fight alone. Behind him would stand a great nation. A great civilization. Rest assured. He looked at them and said calmly, I said it. This era will be rewritten by me. And our journey. He turned, his gaze once more fixed upon that vast expanse filled with unknowns and challenges, the starry sea. His eyes blazed with the fiery flame called ambition. Has only just begun. The end.